In the city of Taixiang, at the First People's Hospital, a slender young man lay upon a single hospital bed, his brow furrowed in discomfort. With a slight twitch of his eyelids, he gradually opened his eyes. In the next instant, the initially dazed expression on his face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. What on earth is happening? He gasped as he beheld a nurse, her hair cropped neatly at the jawline, and her visage strikingly beautiful, attending to his lower body with unexpected intimacy. This bewildering sight left the young man, who had just regained consciousness, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, the nurse, seemingly aware of his stirring, turned her head slightly towards the bed. Upon realizing that the young man, who had been in a coma for several days, was now wide-eyed and staring at her, she gasped in surprise. "Ah, you're awake, just wait here. I'll fetch the doctor," she exclaimed, before hastily exiting the room, leaving the bewildered young man in her wake. As the sound of her footsteps faded, the emaciated youth gradually regained his composure. With some effort, he propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings, his gaze pausing on the patient information board at the head of the bed. Name: Chun Yi, age 21. Am I in a hospital? This was the only information Chun Yi could glean, accompanied by a multitude of questions. Why was he in a hospital? Was he ill or injured? These inquiries swirled in his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. He could only sense a throbbing pain in his head and several injuries wrapped in bandages across his body, accompanied by a lingering sting. In response, Chun Yi fell into deep contemplation. After approximately 3 minutes, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Click! The hospital room door swung open to reveal the nurse from earlier, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a white coat, approximately 40 years of age, who swiftly entered, followed by 2 uniformed individuals. Gentlemen in hats. Greetings, my surname is Li, and I am your attending physician. The middle-aged doctor introduced himself as he approached Chun Yi. Chun Yi nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze turning inquisitive as he inquired, "Hello, Dr. Li, what has happened to me?" A flicker of surprise crossed Dr. Li's eyes as he retorted, "You do not recall?" Feigning deep thought for a moment, Chun Yi soon shook his head in bewilderment. Observing this, I lifted the medical record in his hand and frowned as he inscribed a note. Severe impact to the back of the head, resulting in transient amnesia upon awakening. Suspected mild concussion. Having completed his note, Dr. Li turned to Chun Yi with a serious demeanor and explained, "Your head sustained a significant blow, and you have been unconscious for 7 days. Additionally, you suffered 6 stab wounds. Fortunately, none were fatal, and you were brought in at an opportune time. Physically, you appear to be in stable condition. Currently, it is believed that your temporary memory loss is due to a mild concussion, and with a few days of rest, there may be improvement. Accurate assessments will require a brain scan. Do you still remember your name?" Chun Yi, he answered without hesitation. Family members? Chun Yi remained silent. Address? Once again, Chun Yi did not respond. He remained silent not because he had forgotten, but because, within the span of approximately 3 minutes, a sudden surge of memory one that did not belong to him flooded his mind. He realized he had traversed into a realm known as Blue Star, a place where technological advancement and historical trajectory paralleled that of his original world. However, due to the overwhelming complexity and vastness of these memories, coupled with the urgency of the moment, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to the inquiries posed to him. Noticing Chun Yi's daze, Dr. Li shook his head in resignation, stating, "I have already informed your family they are likely to arrive shortly." With that, I nodded to the 2 police officers behind him and continued, "These officers require your cooperation in taking a statement while I organize your medical records." He then stepped aside, taking up the medical record book to jot down notes. The 2 officers approached. One was tasked with recording the statement, while the other would conduct the questioning. "Good day, Mr. Chun. Do you recall the circumstances surrounding your injury and hospitalization from 7 days ago?" In response to the officer's inquiry, Chun Yi furrowed his brow, reflecting deeply before shaking his head. Despite having assimilated the memories, he could not find any fragments pertaining to the incident that led to his injury and subsequent admission. The 2 officers exchanged glances, and thereafter, the one responsible for the record produced a tablet, retrieving a surveillance video from that day and presenting it to Chun Yi. This footage captures the events that transpired. Please have a look. Chun-Yi accepted the tablet, the screen illuminating with the video file. In truth, he was entirely unperturbed by the inquiry from the uncle in the hat. Given the nature of his injuries, it was evident that they stemmed from a brawl. Whether he was the recipient of the blows or engaged in mutual combat, it was inevitable that law enforcement would seek his account. At present, the likelihood suggested he had been assaulted by someone from the opposing faction, especially since he had been bedridden for several days. Without further contemplation, he activated the playback and began to scrutinize the surveillance footage with diligence. In the footage, a gaunt young man emerged from the shopping center, burdened by a large bag, his head bowed and eyes averted from the path ahead. His demeanor appeared timid, suggesting an acute social anxiety, as he dared not cast a glance at those around him. With a single glance, Chun-Yi recognized this figure as his current self, as preserved in his memory. He continued to observe. The video depicted Chun-Yi appearing to have just exited the mall when, as he was about to turn onto another street, a towering man abruptly surged into the frame, wielding a watermelon knife. It seemed to be a day of leisure. As the area outside the mall was bustling with activity, this imposing figure, brandishing the blade, pursued and attacked anyone in sight. In an instant, several bystanders were injured. This scene appeared to leave the Chun-Yi in the video utterly bewildered, his body trembling slightly while his legs felt as though they were encased in cement, rendering him unable to move. Yet he did not flee. Others, however, were not so foolish as to remain stationary. Before long, the initially crowded throng hastily vacated the surveillance's purview, leaving only Chun-Yi and the knife-wielding giant. In the video, Chun-Yi's body seemed to undergo a form of acute stress response. He cowered in the corner, hands clasped atop his head, trembling uncontrollably like chaff in the wind. This transformation rendered him an immediate target for the towering man. Without a moment's hesitation, the assailant swiftly approached Chun-Yi, brandishing a knife, and struck down upon him with brutal intent. With a swift and decisive motion, the blade descended. In no time at all, Chun-Yi was slashed multiple times, collapsing to the ground, instinctively curling his body to shield his vital areas. Not only did he refrain from fleeing, but he did not even dare to utter a single cry for help. Observing Chun-Yi's silence, the formidable man ceased his vicious strikes and instead delivered a series of powerful kicks to Chun-Yi's head, one particularly forceful blow landing squarely on the back of his skull. This assault rendered Chun-Yi unconscious, and the tremors that had racked his body finally subsided into stillness. As he watched the video, Chun-Yi's brow furrowed deeply, and he glanced up at the officer beside the bed, who gestured for him to continue watching. Perplexed, Chun-Yi wondered why he should keep watching when he had already lost consciousness. However, he chose to remain silent and continued to observe. What followed was an astonishing turn of events. In the footage, the towering man abandoned the unconscious Chun-Yi, his gaze roaming in search of a new target, completely oblivious to the fact that Chun-Yi, who had previously been incapacitated, was slowly rising to his feet. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, Chun-Yi now exuded an aura of ferocity, brutality, and unrestrained rage. Even as he viewed the video, Chun-Yi felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils narrowing in fear as a wave of dread washed over him. In the next moment, the once timid Chun-Yi, who had been too frightened to even whimper in the face of violence, was stirring. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged towards the towering figure, his movements remarkably swift, akin to that of a seasoned fighter trained for over a decade. The imposing man seemed to sense the commotion behind him. He whirled around, brandishing his knife with the intent to strike. Yet, Chun-Yi was quicker, seizing the man's wrist with precision, twisting it outward before forcefully bending it upward. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a pained scream as the blade clattered to the ground, only to be deftly caught midair by a slightly gaunt hand. In the next moment, Chun-Yi wielded the knife with lethal intent, delivering 6 precise strikes to the man, each one skillfully avoiding vital areas, aligning almost perfectly with the injuries on his own body. After the final blow, Chun-Yi executed a sweeping kick, toppling the man to the ground, before mercilessly stomping on his head until he lay unconscious. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements. Then, in an unexpected twist, The once menacing Chun Yi collapsed to the ground. The video concluded at that point. Yet upon watching it, Chun Yi felt no sense of vindication. Instead, a chilling unease settled deep within him. What is happening? This is absurd, even for a split personality. He swallowed hard, casting a glance at the two police officers before shifting his gaze to Dr. Li, could you please explain? What exactly is my situation? Chapter 2. The Crimson Rift. Upon hearing this, Dr. Li ceased his actions and turned to Chen Yi, stating, "We have indeed harbored suspicions regarding dissociative identity disorder. However, according to your aunt, you have never exhibited such behavior at home. This rules out the possibility of you inherently possessing dissociative identity disorder or similar symptoms. Furthermore, based on the circumstances, it seems you may have experienced a sudden surge of intense emotions, which can lead to irrationality and uncontrollable behavior. After such an emotional outburst, the drastic fluctuations in feelings may result in a haze or confusion of memory, rendering you incapable of recalling the specific events that transpired. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that overwhelming psychological stress, compounded by previously repressed negative emotions and the looming shadow of death, culminated in an explosive episode, manifesting as a new negative persona. As Chun Yi absorbed this, he was reminded of the figure in the video, exuding an aura of negativity, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Dr. Li, Chun Yi began to inquire further, but was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. With a loud bang, the door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a professional suit with her hair neatly styled, her exquisite features bearing signs of urgency. "Chihua, you're awake. Let your aunt see you," she exclaimed, spotting Chun Yi seated upright. She rushed forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, her gaze scanning him with concern. "Oh, you have finally awakened. You nearly frightened your aunt to death." Upon confirming that Chen Yi was no longer in grave danger, tears of warmth welled up in the woman's eyes as she embraced him, her voice choked with emotion. Although it was the first time Chun Yi had encountered this woman holding him, his body instinctively felt a profound closeness to her, and he unconsciously lifted his arms to return the embrace. "It's all right, Auntie, don't cry. See, I'm perfectly fine now," he gently reassured her. The term Auntie slipping from his lips quite naturally. The woman's name was Li Rongxi, Chen Yi's maternal aunt, though she was nearly a generation younger than his mother, still appearing remarkably youthful. Chen Yi's grandparents had passed away early, leaving this world when he was merely 10, and a year later, his parents tragically succumbed to a car accident. At that time, his aunt, still in university, resolutely dropped out to take on the responsibility of raising Chen Yi. The bond between the aunt and nephew was exceptionally deep, and the recent mishap had truly frightened Li Rongxi. After carefully scrutinizing Chun Yi once more and confirming that he was indeed all right, she let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to Dr. Li with urgency, asking, "Doctor, how is Sihua doing now? Is he out of danger?" Dr. Li adjusted his glasses, his expression serious as he replied, "Ms. Li, please remain calm." After a brief pause, he continued, "Mr. Chun has sustained a significant blow to the head, resulting in a mild concussion, which may be accompanied by temporary amnesia. However, physically, he is not in serious condition and should recover after a period of rest. Moreover, I previously mentioned the possibility of a split personality." No. Before Dr. Li could finish his words, he was urgently interrupted by Li Rongxi, who asserted, "Sihua has been perfectly normal at home. You yourself stated that such a condition cannot arise suddenly, correct?" Aunt's tone was resolute, seemingly unconvinced that Chun Yi suffered from schizophrenia. Dr. Li fell silent for a few moments, and after a while, he nodded and remarked, "It could be due to a sudden surge of emotional agitation." "Dr. Li, since Sihua's physical condition is stable and he is now awake, can we not discharge him?" Aunt inquired with a hint of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Dr. Li furrowed his brow. By physical standards, Chun Yi could indeed be discharged, yet there were concerns regarding his neurological and psychological state. Observing the mix of unease and hope in Li Rongxi's gaze, Dr. Li sighed softly and said, "Indeed, based on his physical condition, he could be discharged. But I would recommend a few more days of observation in the hospital." "No, thank you, doctor. I wish to take Sihua home and care for him properly." Li Rongxi insisted, her tone unwavering. She then turned to Chen Yi and gently asked, "Sihua, would it be all right if Andy takes you home?" Chun Yi lowered his head in contemplation. He instinctively sensed something was amiss, as if Aunt was intentionally concealing certain matters, prompting her urgency to discharge him. After pondering for a few seconds, Chun-Yi lifted his gaze to the two officers and inquired, "Officers, have you finished your questions? Am I free to leave?" The two uncles with hats exchanged a glance, nodding in agreement. Initially, Chun-Yi was merely a victim. His injury of the tall man could undoubtedly be classified as an act of self-defense. They were only present to conduct routine inquiries and naturally refrained from intervening upon observing the situation. "Aunt, shall we take our leave?" After receiving a response from the officer, Chun-Yi turned to Li Rongxi, offering a smile as he spoke. "Very well, let us return home." A smile finally graced Li Rongxi's face, accompanied by fresh tears as she repeatedly uttered the word good 3 times in succession, before hurriedly gathering her belongings. Thus, under Li Rongxi's insistence, Dr. Li reluctantly signed the discharge documents. Once the formalities were completed, the two ambled towards the hospital exit. As they stepped through the doors of the inpatient department, Chun-Yi instinctively lifted his gaze to the sky, inhaling deeply the stale air devoid of antiseptic odors. However, in the next moment, he froze, his expression blank as he stared at the heavens, muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening?" Sensing Chun-Yi's sudden halt, Li Rongxi assumed he was unwell and urgently inquired, "What is wrong, Sihua? Are you feeling ill?" Her anxious tone snapped Chun-Yi back to reality, and he replied in equal concern, "I'm fine, Aunt. Look over there." Following the direction of Chun-Yi's finger, Li Rongxi beheld a blazing, piercing sun, accompanied by a gaping crimson rift, reminiscent of a vast abyss, suspended ominously in the sky, seemingly poised to devour the sun whole. Upon realizing what Chun-Yi was pointing at, Li Rongxi exhaled in relief and chided, "You scared me half to death. No need for such theatrics." With a pat on her ample bosom, Li Rongxi continued, "Who knows what that was? It suddenly appeared in the sky 7 days ago, and it terrified everyone. They thought it was the apocalypse. It was on the day you had your incident. I heard the officer say that the wretch believed the world was coming to an end, which is why he went around stabbing people. It's all this ghastly thing's fault. You must have seen it too. Why do you seem so surprised as if it's your first time encountering it?" As she spoke, Li Rongxi seemed to recall Dr. Li's words, instantly silencing herself, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes. If she hadn't thought something terrible was about to happen and sent Chun-Yi to the supermarket to stock up on salt and high-energy food, this incident might not have occurred. "This cursed thing," she muttered resentfully. "Aside from the deafening noise when it appeared, nothing else has happened since." After listening to his aunt's account, Chun-Yi gazed at the crimson rift in the sky, lost in contemplation. 7 days ago? That was when the original host was injured and fell unconscious. Could it be related to my arrival? This rift appeared suddenly, and the original host was struck down, after which I just happened to occupy his place. Are these mere coincidences, or... Chapter 3, Racial Invasion? The Apocalypse? It is not that Chun-Yi is overthinking. The bizarre and terrifying phenomenon that abruptly manifested in the sky is undoubtedly abnormal. And to arrive at this very moment, such a coincidence, how could he not ponder further? Li Rongxi noticed that Chun-Yi was still lost in thought and assumed he was reflecting on past events. She gently comforted him, saying, "It's all right, Sihua. If you can't remember, let's not dwell on it for now. You will surely recall it later. How about I make you some soup when we get home?" Chun-Yi gathered his scattered thoughts and turned to face Li Rongxi. He could distinctly sense the concern in the beautiful woman's eyes, which prompted a smile to grace his face as he nodded in response, Thank you, Auntie." The two of them descended the steps at a leisurely pace and made their way to the entrance. Li Rongxi had driven a vehicle worth over 100,000, which he had purchased for the convenience of picking Chun-Yi up and dropping him off at school. It had been several years since then. Currently, she worked at a jewelry store, where the profit margins were generally substantial. Given her beauty and strong professional skills, her monthly commissions were quite impressive. Her overall income positioned her comfortably within the upper echelons of this small city. If it weren't for the need to care for Chun-Yi, she could easily sustain herself. As noon approached, and with it, a lull in traffic, they took the opportunity to buy a variety of groceries and soon returned home. "Come on. Hurry and change your shoes before entering. Andy will prepare some soup for you," Li Rongxi urged as they reached the door, a faint smile adorning her face. Once Chun-Yi had slipped into his slippers and stepped inside, a wave of familiar comfort enveloped him, easing the tension that had accompanied his arrival in this unfamiliar world. He understood that this sensation stemmed from the body's inherent recognition of safety in this place, fostering a deep emotional reliance on it. As I carefully scrutinized the arrangement of the house, memories began to stir within my mind. Following the untimely demise of Chun-Yi's parents, a substantial sum was awarded by the insurance company, supplemented by their modest savings. In an effort to facilitate his education, his aunt purchased this residence. The house is not particularly large, comprising 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 balcony, totaling approximately 100 square meters. It is spacious enough for 2 occupants. Why are you lingering at the doorway? Come, take a seat, Li Rongxi urged as she entered. Gently nudging Chen towards the sofa in the living room, she casually switched on the television and continued, "Watch some TV while I prepare your favorite dishes." With that, she hurried off to the kitchen. Observing his aunt's bustling figure, an overwhelming warmth surged within Chen Yi. The broadcaster announced the news segment, stating, "Today, I shall report." It marked the 7th day since the sky underwent a startling transformation. After a week of investigation, no expert has yet provided a plausible explanation for this phenomenon. The news quickly captured Chen Yi's attention. He turned to the television with a peculiar expression in his eyes. Following a week of tranquility, at precisely 11 a.m. today, the sky shifted once more. According to our correspondent, around 11 a.m., a faint red beam of light suddenly descended upon the skies of Shangguan City, enveloping the Shuyang community in the Eastern District. What could this mean? What is the situation on the ground? We now invite our reporter to provide a live account. The scene transitioned abruptly. 11 o'clock? That was just after I regained consciousness at the hospital. Chen Yi murmured to himself. At this moment, the television screen has shifted to live footage from Shuyang community in Shangguan City. The on-site female reporter appears visibly grave as she addresses the viewers. "Hello everyone. I am your field reporter, Chen Sini. Allow me to guide you through the particulars of the situation." As the camera begins to rotate, the images displayed on the screen cause Chen Yi's pupils to dilate in shock. A colossal pale red beam of light descends from the heavens, enveloping not only the entire community, but also several nearby streets. Surrounding the light column are numerous law enforcement personnel, including armed police officers, as well as a throng of reporters who have arrived on the scene. As you can observe, Shuyang community is entirely shrouded in this mysterious light, and thus far, no one has emerged from within. The area has been cordoned off by the responding law enforcement, and to gain a clearer understanding of the situation, let us approach closer. Reporter Chen Sini speaks briefly to the camera before turning to lead her cameraman towards the restricted zone. Although many onlookers remain nearby, they have been forcibly dispersed by the police to prevent chaos, leaving them to watch from a distance. The nature of journalism is somewhat distinct. After presenting their credentials near the light column, the police did not expel the reporters. However, several officers exhibited expressions of discontent. Given the ambiguity of the situation, the potential for unforeseen dangers looms large. If injuries were to occur, who would bear the responsibility? "Good day, officer. May I inquire about the circumstances at the scene?" Reporter Chen Sini approached a police officer who bore several blossoms upon his shoulder and inquired about the situation. Upon noticing the camera aimed at him, the officer's previously grave expression softened slightly, yet he still spoke in a low tone. "I apologize, but the situation remains unclear, and we are unable to disclose further information." As he spoke, the officer furrowed his brow and discreetly signaled to a few subordinates nearby. They promptly understood his cue and stepped forward to block the reporter's advance, preventing her from getting any closer. Meanwhile, the officer hastily moved away to avoid being encumbered by the reporter. Although the journalist felt a sense of helplessness, she refrained from pressing further and addressed the camera. "As you can see, the scene has been cordoned off, and we can only film from here." As she spoke, the camera shifted focus to the community's location, which was separated from the entrance by a street, rendering the interior conditions indistinct. Through the faint crimson glow, one could discern a blood-red ground and a deserted street. Soon, the female reporter's voice resonated again, summarizing the situation at the scene. "Next, please." Suddenly, her words were interrupted by an exclamation. "Someone is coming out." The reporter reacted swiftly, yielding the camera's focus. Within the frame, a throng of individuals burst forth from the community, sprinting frantically towards the entrance, their faces etched with sheer terror, as if a ferocious beast were in pursuit, compelling them to wish for an extra pair of legs. These individuals evidently perceived the law enforcement personnel beyond the shimmering barrier. Their mouths agape as if they were attempting to cry out, their footsteps quickening in urgency. Judging by their lip movements, they appeared to be shouting for help. Yet, curiously, not a sound escaped them. Just as the crowd wore expressions of confusion, a chilling scene unfolded before them. Suddenly, a diminutive figure burst forth from behind the group. Standing at a height of approximately 1 meter 20 or 30, This figure boasted green skin, pointed ears, and large eyes, its face twisted into a malevolent grin, clutching a rod of indeterminate, gleaming substance. The speed of this green apparition surpassed that of the weary office workers by an astonishing margin, the distance between them visibly diminishing. In mere seconds, it caught up with the last of the fleeing middle-aged women. With a swift leap, it raised its club and brought it crashing down. The sound of impact echoed as the wooden stick met the woman's skull, a dull thud resonating through the air. Blood and brain matter erupted under the force, and the woman's body was hurled to the side, collapsing motionless upon the ground, her skull visibly caved in, rendering her beyond salvation. This gruesome and brutal spectacle left all witnesses momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the previously alert officer reacted swiftly, bellowing, "Everyone, maintain vigilance. At this critical moment, firing is permitted." As he spoke, the officer turned abruptly to the reporters gathered at the back, shouting, "All unrelated individuals, leave immediately and cease all photographic and recording devices." The female journalist, nearly paralyzed with fear, signaled to her cameraman to shut off the lens upon hearing the officer's command. Before the television, as he gazed at the automatically switched scene, Chun-Yi wore an expression akin to having encountered a ghost, a profound sense of inexplicable dread surging within him, accompanied by a multitude of questions flooding his mind. What on earth is happening? An invasion of races? The apocalypse? Yet, in the memories I have retained, this place is evidently a planet remarkably similar to Earth. Where exactly has the issue arisen? Ah, that was indeed a goblin, wasn't it? It must be. A chaotic whirlwind of thoughts overwhelmed him, prompting Chun-Yi to involuntarily utter a curse. Damn it. Chapter 4. Striving to live a little longer. If it weren't for the clearly visible news logo in the upper left corner of the television, Chun-Yi might have mistaken this for a science fiction film. What's wrong, Sihua? Hearing Chun-Yi's exclamation, Li Rongxi hurriedly poked her head out from the kitchen, her voice laced with concern. Chun-Yi struggled to suppress his tumultuous emotions, turning to force a smile as he replied, "It's nothing, Auntie, just startled by a horror film. Why are you always so jumpy?" Li Rongxi chided before retreating back into the kitchen to continue her cooking. Taking a deep breath, Chun-Yi reminded himself to remain calm, while his mind persistently recalled the situation in Shuyang community at that moment. Based on the circumstances then, it seemed that only the areas enveloped by that crimson beam of light would manifest those creatures. If they appeared everywhere, chaos would surely ensue. Thus, it appeared that this place was still quite safe, at least for the time being. Upon contemplating this, Chun-Yi's restless emotions gradually settled. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the sofa, reflecting on all the information he had gleaned from the television. Before his unexpected arrival in this world, he had been a freshly graduated university student, of a similar age to the original inhabitant. Awakening to find himself in a hospital bed, he could not help but feel a sense of panic, especially upon witnessing the alarming news reports. However, once he regained his composure, he realized that should the catastrophic scenarios he had previously encountered in novels, depicting races invading and apocalyptic events, come to fruition, those who merely shouted and flailed about would undoubtedly meet their demise the quickest. Thus, he needed to consolidate all known information to assess the situation, thereby securing a slender chance of survival amidst any impending crises. The faint crimson beam descending from the sky was likely connected to that ominous red rift above, while the areas engulfed by this luminescent column were plagued by unknown monsters, who seemed to revel in the hunt for humanity. Recalling the visage of that grotesquely grinning green figure, and its grotesque enjoyment as it licked the blood from its face, Chun-Yi felt an involuntary chill creep down his spine. Observing the circumstances, it appeared that those outside the beam could not enter. Indeed, objects seemed similarly barred from crossing its threshold. Otherwise, the authorities would have dispatched drones for reconnaissance by now. He pondered whether missiles could penetrate this anomaly. Moreover, it appeared that individuals within the beam were also unable to escape. Although many had screamed in desperation, no sound had escaped, leading him to question the logic of their inability to exit while still being capable of vocalization. Rubbing his temples, Chun-Yi slowly opened his eyes. At present, the information available to him is limited, and many matters remain shrouded in uncertainty. For instance, how long will this beam of light persist? Will it endure indefinitely? Or will it dissipate after a certain duration? Or perhaps, it will vanish only when all those within it have perished. If the beam endures, do the individuals inside remain trapped? Or will they eventually be able to escape at a specific moment, provided they survive the monstrous threats? If the beam fades after some time, then there is hope as long as one can endure. As for the third possibility, it is best left unconsidered for now, as it seems unnecessary. If the beam extinguishes only with the demise of everyone inside, then it merely distinguishes between dying sooner or later, making contemplation futile. Thus, if one were to unfortunate enough to find themselves in such a place, the only course of action appears to be to strive with all one's might to survive long enough to glimpse hope. Contemplating this, Chun-Yi glanced down at his own body and sighed silently. May fortune not be so cruel. It is known that Chun-Yi bears 6 knife wounds. Although none are fatal, merely 7 days have passed since their infliction. Any sudden exertion would cause the recently scabbed wounds to reopen. If he were to enter such a place at this moment, even his calm demeanor would yield little chance of survival. After all, how can one live if one cannot run swiftly? Sihua, come and serve the dishes. Li Rongxi's voice echoed from the kitchen. Chun-Yi rubbed his face vigorously, and once a smile returned to his countenance, he slowly rose and made his way towards the kitchen. Once all the dishes had been served, Annie removed her apron and ladled a bowl of chicken soup for Chun-Yi. Sitting across from him, she gently said, "Come, try my cooking and see if I've lost my touch. Be careful, it's hot." "Thank you, Auntie." Chun-Yi replied softly, gazing at the bowl of soup before him. He took up a spoon, sipping slowly to avoid aggravating any wounds. After a couple of careful sips, he looked up, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. "It's delicious. Auntie's skills have improved remarkably." Li Rongxi observed the sunny smile on Chun-Yi's face, a fleeting expression of concern crossing his own. "Chun-Yi, do you feel that something is amiss? Are you unwell?" he inquired tentatively. Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that he had smiled a bit too much today. Ever since the incident at the age of 10, his personality had undergone a profound transformation, shifting from vivacious and lively to reserved and timid. Even in the presence of his dearest auntie, he rarely displayed a smile. As someone who had spent countless days with Chun-Yi, Auntie easily perceived this change in him. Initially, she might not have noticed due to the emotional turbulence, but now, Chun-Yi contemplated how to evade the question when Li Rongxi spoke up first. "Perhaps this is good. Smiling more is beneficial. Just look at you. You look so handsome and bright when you smile." Li Rongxi beamed, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight, seemingly thrilled by Chun-Yi's transformation. Chun-Yi, witnessing the genuine warmth radiating from Auntie's smile, felt embraced by her heartfelt concern. For reasons unknown, he felt a slight pang at the tip of his nose. Perhaps it was the instinct of this body at play. After all, his aunt had sacrificed so much for Chun-Yi. She had resolutely dropped out of school to prevent him from being sent to an orphanage and had never dated anyone, dedicating her life to caring for him. Only in recent years, as Chun-Yi entered university, had she begun to ease her burdens. A smile once again graced Chun-Yi's face as he softly remarked, "Then I shall smile often, Aunt, you look lovely when you smile." His aunt paused, momentarily taken aback by his words, before her joy radiated even more brightly, tears of happiness glistening at the corners of her eyes. "You little rascal, are you trying to tease me? Hurry and eat." "All right, Aunt, this is truly delicious." "Ah, take your time. No one is competing with you. Be careful with your wound." "I understand, Aunt." The meal quickly concluded amidst their playful banter, and as his aunt tidied up the dishes, she repeatedly urged Chun-Yi to rest, insisting that the patient should not help. Reluctantly, Chun-Yi settled on the sofa, waiting for his aunt to finish her tasks. He still had a few questions he wished to pose to her. A little over 10 minutes later, his aunt emerged from the kitchen, gazing at the still-seated Chun-Yi with a puzzled expression. "Sihua, why aren't you in your room resting?" Chun-Yi turned with a smile and replied, "There's no rush, Aunt. Please come and sit. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 5. A Radiance Descends. Li Rongxi, upon hearing this, wiped his hands dry and approached leisurely. "What is it? Why didn't you ask just now?" Chun-Yi gazed at his aunt seated beside him, carefully considering his words before speaking. "Aunt, you have heard the doctor say that I may have temporarily forgotten certain things, so I wish to inquire about something." I actually want to ask about Dr. Li's comments regarding schizophrenia." "Absolutely not. What is wrong with you? How could you think you have schizophrenia?" His aunt's somewhat urgent tone abruptly interrupted his unfinished thought. Although she attempted to mask her expression with feigned anger, Chun-Yi still detected a hint of panic in her eyes. With a serious demeanor, he asked, "Aunt, you have seen that video, haven't you?" His aunt remained silent, offering no response. After a moment's contemplation, Chun-Yi gently continued, Do you believe the person in the video is still the relative you know? Do you not find that version of me frightening? I dread the day I might cause you harm. So, Aunt, please tell me if you know anything, all right? His aunt hesitated before finally breaking her silence, remaining quiet for a full 5 minutes. Just as Chun-Yi was about to abandon his inquiry, she nodded. All right, I will speak. Li Roshi took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and softly began. I did not want you to be labeled as a mental patient by others, which is why I have refrained from taking you to the hospital for an examination. Her voice was gentle, as if she feared to provoke Chun-Yi, and she spoke slowly. This conversation stretched on for nearly half an hour, during which Chun-Yi listened intently. Through his aunt's narration, he came to a profound realization that he indeed exhibited signs of schizophrenia. After the demise of his parents, Chun-Yi became increasingly timid, enduring relentless bullying from elementary school through high school. Although he remained taciturn and never confided in his aunt, she, being the person who understood him best, could not possibly overlook the signs of his distress. Countless trips to the school were made in an effort to address the situation, averting what could have been a catastrophic outcome. However, without Chun-Yi's revelations, his aunt could not discern the specifics of his tormentors and could only persist in lodging complaints with the school. In his final year of high school, one day Chun-Yi returned home with a countenance that was strikingly unusual. A rare anger flickered across his typically meek face, prompting him to seclude himself in his room for an entire day. Following this episode, his aunt noticed that his room occasionally emitted muffled thuds. When he left for school, she ventured inside to investigate and discovered an array of martial arts books, along with a large punching bag. Upon opening the wardrobe, she was taken aback to find several assorted daggers. Despite these revelations, Chun-Yi maintained an air of nonchalance, behaving exactly as he always had in front of his aunt. When she inquired about the martial arts books, the punching bag, and the daggers, Chun-Yi feigned ignorance, seemingly believing his aunt was jesting. It was from that moment that she became acutely aware of his mental state, suspecting that something was amiss. However, fearing that he might be labeled as mentally unstable, she refrained from taking him to a hospital. Instead, she showered him with even more care, hoping he might find a way to heal his wounds on his own. Fortunately, aside from this troubling shift, Chun-Yi did not exhibit any more drastic changes. He appeared to spend his days practicing martial arts in his room, often injuring his own hands in the process. As the matter gradually subsided under the weight of his aunt's concerns, Chun-Yi resolved to visit the hospital only if his condition worsened. Once his aunt finished speaking, he let out a slow breath, his gaze tinged with complexity. He now comprehended the origins of his formidable skills depicted in the video, as well as the ferocious aura that accompanied them. The shadows of his parents' demise, the humiliation of bullying in school, and perhaps countless other forgotten adversities had coalesced within him. In order to shield his aunt from worry, he buried these negative emotions deep within his heart. Over the years, the unexpressed negativity gradually crystallized into a new persona, the violent figure he had witnessed in the video. This violent alter ego emerged, channeling the pent-up emotions through rigorous training, leading to inexplicable injuries on his body, of which he remained unaware. After a prolonged silence, Chun-Yi forced a smile back onto his face and gently reassured his aunt beside him. It's all right now, Aunt. I feel quite well. Besides, I don't sense any mental issues. Perhaps whatever caused it perished along with my brain injury. Upon hearing this, his aunt's previously anxious expression flickered, her eyes brightening slightly. Really? You truly don't feel anything amiss? You mustn't deceive your aunt. Honestly, I wouldn't dare to mislead you. Chun-Yi replied, his demeanor light and carefree, which indeed eased his aunt's worries significantly. That is for the best. You've just been discharged, and your body still bears wounds. You must rest more. Let me help you clean up, and then you should sleep right away. As Annie rose to head into the bathroom, Chun-Yi quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, There's no need, Auntie. I can manage on my own. I am no longer a child. It is rather inappropriate for you to assist me in such a manner, as if I am incapable of moving. Upon hearing this, Auntie paused momentarily, then a smile returned to her face as she replied, Indeed. Our dear Sihua has grown up. He is now a man. Very well. Do take care and avoid aggravating your wounds. She did not press the matter further, offering a few more words of caution before retreating to her room to tidy up. She had taken leave to bring Chun-Yi home from the hospital and still needed to prepare for her work. Once Annie had entered her room, Chun-Yi contemplated for a moment before making his way to his own chamber, eager to explore the unfamiliar martial arts books and daggers. However, as he opened the door, his pupils dilated in shock. He was captivated by a glimmer of crimson light outside the window, revealing a vast view of the sky, where a soft red glow was descending. This sight sent a jolt of fear through Chun-Yi, his heart racing in his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into his room, flung open the wardrobe, and shouted, "Auntie, come quickly." By the time Annie hurried over, Chun-Yi had already bound a dagger, approximately 25 centimeters in length, to the outer side of his thigh with leather straps. He was also hastily stuffing bandages and anti-inflammatory medication into his backpack. Li Rongxi stood there momentarily taken aback by the scene, but before she could voice her queries, Chun-Yi's authoritative words startled her. "Aunt, please quickly change into your sports attire and shoes. Hurry, there is no time to explain." Seeing Chun-Yi's expression filled with urgency and even a hint of panic, Aunt nodded and hurriedly returned to her room to change. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi gathered the necessary medications and began searching for easily transportable food and, most importantly, water. He understood that the worst-case scenario had arrived. At this moment, it was imperative to remain calm and consider every detail carefully. Each subsequent step was crucial for both his and his aunt's survival. Chapter 6. A Life-or-Death Gamble. In truth, Chun-Yi's home did not boast an abundance of foodstuffs. In his room, there was merely a box of chocolates and 2 packets of biscuits, while instant noodles were strictly forbidden by his aunt. The refrigerator contained only raw meat and vegetables, alongside a variety of frozen foods, but an ample supply of beverages. After a moment's contemplation, Chun-Yi retrieved 4 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water from the refrigerator, sufficient to sustain the 2 of them for over a week. It was not that he wished to carry more. Rather, in the event of a need to flee, a heavy backpack would only serve as a burden. Although the situation outside remained uncertain beneath the pervasive red glow, resources could not simply vanish into thin air. Ultimately, he resolved to adapt to circumstances as they arose. If absolutely necessary, they could venture to nearby shops, provided they survived until then. At that moment, Anne emerged from her room, now clad in a deep blue tracksuit. Her hair, previously styled in a bun, had been swept into a high ponytail, lending her professional demeanor a touch of athletic vigor. What on earth has happened? Perhaps influenced by Chun-Yi's grave expression, Aunt spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a slight tremor. Chun-Yi raised his hand, signaling her to sit, before hastily stepping out onto the balcony to survey the surroundings. He quickly retreated, casually drawing the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows before rushing back to his room. At this moment, Aunt felt increasingly anxious, for she had glimpsed the eerie pale red glow emanating from the sky through the balcony, and coupled with Chun-Yi's unusual behavior, an inexplicable sense of dread welled up within her. Before long, Chun-Yi emerged from his room, his complexion markedly worse than before, his lips faintly tinged with pallor. Through his observations from the balcony and the window, he discerned that the area enveloped by the red light was at least twice the size of that surrounding Shuyang community depicted on television. While the precise extent remained elusive, it was evident that it encompassed more than just a single neighborhood and a few streets. Chun-Yi could not fathom the implications of varying sizes of the red glow. Yet he was certain that the changes it heralded could not bode well. This deviation from rational assessment only intensified his unease and urgency. Taking a deep breath, Chun-Yi swiftly approached Aunt and succinctly recounted the alarming news he had seen on television, informing her of their precarious predicament. Aunt listened, her heart pounding in trepidation. Her voice quavering with an underlying sob. "What shall we do? Rescue cannot reach us from outside, and we cannot escape. Are we to await our demise?" Seeing Aunt's distress, Chun-Yi grasped her hand reassuringly, softly murmuring, "Do not worry, Aunt, there is still hope. I surmise that the crimson light is time-limited. As long as we can survive until that moment, we shall escape." Upon hearing this, my aunt tightly grasped Chun-Yi's hand, continually murmuring, "Yes, there is hope. We must endure. We absolutely must endure." Gradually, her emotions stabilized. After surveying the living room, she quietly inquired, "Did the television mention when those creatures would appear? Should we barricade the door?" At her words, Chun-Yi's brow furrowed deeply, for this was precisely the dilemma he was grappling with. According to the television reporter, the crimson light would descend upon Shuyang community in Shangguan City at 11 o'clock in the morning, while the news broadcast commenced punctually at noon, shortly before the creatures emerged. This implies that there exists a 1-hour interval between the advent of the crimson light and the appearance of the monsters. However, the uncertainty looms. There is no assurance that this is a universal law. Perhaps it is merely the case for the Shuyang community. Might the arrival be swifter in this location? After all, the area enveloped by the crimson light here is evidently far larger than that of the former. Although no one has claimed that the expanse of the crimson light correlates with the timing of the monster's emergence, the question remains, should one take the gamble? Should one lose? The odds of survival would be dismally low. Even if one were to succeed, survival is not guaranteed. If one wagers that the monsters will not appear for another hour, the most prudent course of action would be to leave the house immediately and seek refuge at the periphery of the crimson light's reach. Thus, if an opportunity arises, one could flee without delay. However, should one lose the gamble and encounter the monsters en route, it would be a matter of life and death. Chun Yi's thoughts churned ceaselessly, his gaze shifting from grave concern to fierce determination, ultimately settling into a state of calm resolve. With a deep exhale, Chun Yi shook his head and remarked, "The appearance of the monster cannot be pinpointed. For now, we can only observe the unfolding events. As for barricading the door, it is unnecessary. Such an action may not deter the monster, but it would certainly impede our escape." After a considerable internal struggle, Chun Yi ultimately resolved not to take that gamble. It was not out of fear, but rather a reluctance to risk his aunt's life alongside his own. Even if they were to win this wager, survival was not guaranteed. Conversely, failure could result in immediate demise. Were it only his own life at stake, he would willingly embrace the chance to enhance his odds of survival. "Aunt, take this for protection." Chun Yi produced a dagger from his pocket, one he had retrieved upon entering the room. His aunt said nothing further. She accepted the dagger and, imitating Chun Yi, secured it to the outer side of her thigh. "Now, we should." Suddenly, a muffled thud interrupted her, causing both Chun Yi and his aunt's hearts to race in alarm. They exchanged a glance and swiftly made their way to Chun Yi's room, where they opened the curtains just enough to peer outside, scrutinizing the situation below. Their residence had been purchased quite some time ago, during an era when apartment buildings were generally modest in height. Their own building comprised merely 10 stories, with them residing on the 6th floor. From their vantage point, they had a clear view of the street below. They observed a serious collision involving 2 compact cars on the road outside the pedestrian street, where a white Honda had violently rear-ended a black Nissan, sending it crashing into the barrier. One side of the car had sustained noticeable deformation. However, neither of the car owners seemed inclined to step out and address the situation. Instead, they continued to start their vehicles and, upon discovering they were operational, sped off directly towards the western part of the city. Concurrently, numerous other vehicles were also heading in that direction, their speeds not modest. Witnessing this scene, Chun Yi's eyes narrowed. He was aware that many people had a habit of watching the news at noon, thus he was not particularly surprised by their actions. On the contrary, a sense of relief washed over him, grateful that he had not chosen to gamble on what appeared to be an opportunity to enhance his chances of survival. They were heading west, and judging by the area shrouded in red light, it seemed to be a cluster of abandoned buildings. "Should we go there?" his aunt quietly inquired. Glancing towards the rapidly moving vehicles, Chun Yi shook his head in response. While that area indeed offered ample space for concealment, accommodating a multitude of people could render the situation uncontrollable. In moments devoid of immediate danger, it is often the presence of others that poses the greatest threat. As he spoke, Chun Yi gradually drew the curtains, whispering, "Perhaps it is best we refrain from joining the fray and simply observe the unfolding events. This may even present us with an opportunity." His aunt paused for a moment, taken aback, but soon grasped his meaning. Nodding slightly and falling silent as they both sat by the window, attentively monitoring the situation outside. Chapter 7. The Emergence of the Monster, a Deteriorating Situation. It must be said that there are indeed many astute individuals. A significant number of those who watched the news at noon speculated that the monster might not appear for approximately an hour. In such circumstances, seeking refuge at the periphery of the red light would undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival. Even Chun Yi initially harbored such thoughts, however. They did not realize that they were not alone in this line of thinking. The majority of individuals shared similar sentiments and took action accordingly, leading to the current predicament. Within the red light district, a multitude of people began to converge upon the dilapidated buildings in the western part of the city, thereby extinguishing Chun Yi's intent to seek refuge on the outskirts of the red light. For once a crowd amassed, the potential for chaos would inevitably increase. It was inconceivable that such a large gathering would not attract attention or stir commotion, and the presence of so many individuals would undoubtedly draw the gaze of numerous monsters. Should they be detected and pursued, the scene would surely descend into utter disarray. At that juncture, a moment's inattention could result in being clubbed down by another. utilized as bait to divert the monsters and buy precious time. In other words, the rush towards the fringes of the red light would inevitably lead to the confluence of throngs of people. And Chun-Yi was unwilling to wager the lives of himself and his aunt on the presumption that there were enough virtuous souls in this world. Reality, indeed, mirrored Chun-Yi's conjectures, not only the dilapidated buildings in the western city, but also various other suitable hiding spots along the edges of the red light had similarly attracted a significant number of individuals. These gatherings could be broadly categorized into 3 focal points, each densely populated. Many who had not followed the news were lured by the commotion of others, succumbing to the tide. Only a few, unaware of the circumstances, remained at home, while the remainder, like Chun-Yi and his aunt, awaited an opportune moment. As Chun-Yi quietly observed the activities outside from the window of their room, he also kept a vigilant eye on the passage of time. He had noted that when the red light descended, it was 1:25. Now, it was 1:45, marking 20 minutes that had already elapsed. Chun-Yi gazed at his phone, which had completely lost signal, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his aunt and advised, "Aunt, please remember to set your phone to silent and turn off all alarms." Once he had secured the phone, Chun-Yi redirected his focus to the outside world. Convinced that monsters could not materialize out of thin air, he anticipated that a new development would soon unfold, one that had eluded the news reports. At that moment, Chun-Yi clenched his hands tightly, his expression grave as he fixated on the situation below, his palms already slick with cold sweat. As he had surmised, a tremendous roar erupted, reverberating through the ears of everyone in the crimson-lit area after 20 agonizing minutes by the window. The sound was akin to thunder, piercing through the eardrums and leaving many momentarily deafened. Chun-Yi shook his head, slightly dazed from the cacophony, pressing his hands against his ears to stave off the ringing in his mind. He cautiously pulled back the curtain a fraction to observe the source of the noise. Unfortunately, the towering buildings obstructed his view, and being on the 6th floor afforded him limited sight. Though he could not ascertain the cause of the commotion, he was acutely aware that the thunderous noise was undoubtedly linked to the emergence of the monsters. In other words, the monsters had surely begun to manifest. And only 40 minutes had elapsed, 20 minutes quicker than the situation in Shuang community. What further unforeseen changes lay ahead remained a mystery to all. Chun-Yi's mind raced with thoughts as he swiftly grabbed his backpack from beside him, slinging it over his shoulder. With his left hand clutching his aunt's, he dashed outside. Chun-Yi was struck by 6 knives, as he had curled up on his right side. The wounds were predominantly on the left side of his body, 1 on his left arm, 1 on his left rib, 2 on his left side, and 2 on his left leg. The other injuries were relatively minor. As long as he avoided direct confrontations with the monsters, they would not have a significant impact, merely causing some discomfort when he ran vigorously. The most substantial effect was on his left leg, which would greatly hinder his ability to run or engage in combat. This was a lingering concern for Chun-Yi, as he was uncertain how long he could endure in this state without faltering at a crucial moment and endangering his aunt. "Where are we going, Fourth Fire?" His aunt, still recovering from her tinnitus, was anxiously pulled along by Chun-Yi. The sound had emanated from the direction of the western city, prompting them to flee toward the east. According to the coverage of the red light, the seafood market seemed to be a safer refuge, offering greater hope for escape. The seafood market and the abandoned building lay in opposite directions, with a straight distance of less than a kilometer from his home. Steering clear of the source of the noise while remaining relatively close to the edge of the red light's influence. Most importantly, it was nearly 2 o'clock, and the seafood market had mostly closed for the day. Its intricate network of pathways offered promising opportunities for both evasion and concealment. However, Chun-Yi surmised that the market would likely be crowded with others seeking refuge, so he did not intend to enter the seafood market directly. A heavy weight settled in his heart, and even his voice emerged hoarse as he spoke. Upon opening the door, the 2 individuals swiftly dashed towards the elevator, casting a fleeting glance at its operation, which indicated that power remained intact. However, after merely a cursory look, Chun-Yi grasped his aunt's hand and urged her towards the stairwell. The elevator was stationed on the 1st floor, and by the time they would have waited for it, they had already descended, given that their destination was merely the 6th floor. At this hour, the streets were likely devoid of people. Either they were at work or had long since fled. Those who remained at home, not having ventured out or escaped, were presumably oblivious to the unfolding situation. Thus, as Chun-Yi and his aunt hurried down the stairs, they encountered no one, and the descent was devoid of any unforeseen incidents. save for the sharp sting beginning to emanate from his injured left leg. Chun-Yi had no time to attend to his leg's wound. He merely continued to pull his aunt towards the seafood market. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a handful of young individuals appearing to emerge from slumber. Bewildered by the surrounding silence, seemingly astonished by the sparse presence of passers-by, Chun-Yi paid them no heed. He was too preoccupied with his own predicament to assist others. Even if he were to rush over and warn them of impending monsters, they would hardly believe him, likely dismissing him as delusional. Furthermore, he had no desire for strangers to accompany them. As the adage goes, in the absence of danger, humanity itself can be perilous. His aunt, though inclined to offer a word of caution, ultimately suppressed the urge after feeling Chun-Yi's firm grip as they continued their rapid escape. In her heart, Chun-Yi's safety took precedence. What if their voices attracted the creatures? Thus, she chose silence. Shortly after they had begun their flight, piercing screams echoed from a distance behind them. "Ah, help! What is this thing? Don't come any closer." The sound rang out a few times before abruptly ceasing, likely because the speaker could no longer utter a word. This caused both Chun-Yi and Li Rongxi to change countenance, as they instinctively understood the peril that had befallen the individuals they had just encountered. They were aware that the monsters had begun to spread, yet they never anticipated that the threat would encroach upon their vicinity so swiftly. The situation appeared to be deteriorating rapidly. Chapter 8. The Spreading Aura of Death. Fortunately, Chun-Yi and Li Rongxi had managed to cover a considerable distance. Unless those creatures possessed extraordinary olfactory senses, it was improbable that they could track the two by scent alone. They maintained a brisk pace while endeavoring to minimize their noise, skillfully navigating the alleyways to avoid detection. They encountered no further individuals and safely arrived near the seafood market, albeit with a sense of foreboding. Phew. Chun-Yi gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like marbles, his lips pale, uncertain whether it was exhaustion or pain that afflicted him. His aunt, equally drenched in sweat, appeared to be in considerably better condition than Chun-Yi. "Are you all right, Fourth Fire? Is your wound reopening?" Her tone, though gentle, conveyed genuine concern, her eyes reddening slightly. As Chun-Yi gasped for air, he waved his hand to indicate that he was fine and quietly replied, "Ahead lies the seafood market, but there are bound to be numerous people taking refuge inside. A larger crowd means a greater target. We cannot enter directly." Upon hearing this, his aunt leaned forward to glance at the seafood market sign before swiftly surveying the surroundings. "Then where shall we go?" On the way, Chun-Yi had already contemplated their destination, so he promptly declared, "We must find a vantage point from which we can observe the entire seafood market. It should offer a clear view to facilitate our observations. Let us proceed that way." His aunt followed the direction of Chun-Yi's finger and spotted an office building nearby the seafood market. Being on the 4th floor or higher would allow them to discern the surroundings of the supermarket. Seeing that Chun-Yi had a plan, she voiced no objections, and the two swiftly made their way towards the office building. Initially, entry required identity verification, yet it seemed the security personnel had mysteriously vanished. Thus, the pair effortlessly climbed over the railing and entered. This was hardly surprising, as the incident at Shuyang Community had made headlines. Given the rapid dissemination of information online, anyone not holed up at home sleeping or completely disconnected from the internet would be aware of the current situation. Naturally, the security guards were unlikely to risk their lives for a meager salary. Chun-Yi and his aunt proceeded into the stairwell, ascending to the 4th floor, where they paused, not entering the level but instead peering out of the stairwell window. Once they confirmed a clear view of the seafood market, they exhaled in relief. They settled on the floor to rest, and Chun-Yi retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack, offering one to his aunt while opening the other for himself and taking a sip. In that moment, he felt his tense body begin to unwind, though the sharp pains coursing through him gradually became more pronounced. Chun-Yi understood that during moments of heightened stress, the body releases a significant amount of adrenaline, diminishing the perception of pain. Only after relaxing does one become acutely aware of physical discomfort. For instance, at this very moment, Chun-Yi rolled up his pant leg to examine the situation, revealing that the bandages on his left calf and thigh had been stained with a deep crimson hue, indicating that the wound had reopened. After all, it had only been 7 days since the knife wound, barely scabbing over. Such vigorous movement leading to a rupture was entirely within Chun-Yi's expectations. However, upon a mere glance, he swiftly lowered his pant leg, wishing to spare his aunt from concern. Unbeknownst to him, his aunt, who was preoccupied with sipping water while observing the outside, had not witnessed the incident. After exhaling slowly, Chen Yi remained vigilant of their surroundings. Yet, within a mere 5 minutes of their respite, a dull thud echoed from the eastern street, instantly heightening their anxiety. This was soon followed by a cacophony of collisions, interspersed with increasingly desperate cries for help and wails of anguish. Help! Is anyone there to save us? I don't want to die. Get away from me, you hideous monster. You wretched beast, how dare you push me? May you meet a terrible fate. Chen Yi. Upon hearing this chaotic uproar, instinctively moved closer, his complexion paling further. He realized that the most perilous moment had arrived, far sooner than he had anticipated. From the moment that piercing sound had reached their ears, it took no more than 6 or 7 minutes for them to arrive here, suggesting that the situation at the dilapidated building had spiraled completely out of control in a mere 10 minutes. Those who could reach this place in such haste must have driven here, though it was likely that they encountered numerous collisions along the way. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily pursued by the monsters. As the tumult drew nearer, figures soon emerged within the line of sight of Chen Yi and his companion. A young man clad in a suit suddenly burst forth from an alley, his visage marked by panic as he sprinted towards the seafood market, his steps somewhat unsteady. His once meticulously styled hair now lay in disarray. Following his emergence, a stream of individuals surged from various lanes and streets, their expressions etched with sheer terror, as if a dreadful entity were pursuing them, compelling them to wish for additional legs to escape. Hot on their heels were several small, green figures, characterized by their pointed ears and large eyes, wielding indistinct clubs, their bodies stained with deep crimson blood, yet they advanced swiftly towards the crowd ahead. As Chen Yi beheld these green figures, his pupils constricted sharply, yet a sigh of relief escaped him. Goblins, at least. He had seen such creatures on television. Judging by their velocity and strength, they remained within the realm of human capability to confront. He estimated that with a handful of adults wielding weapons and resolutely attacking, they could undoubtedly vanquish a single goblin. Even some individuals trained in combat would stand a fair chance in a one-on-one encounter. This realization augmented his chances of survival. At least, there were no insurmountable monsters in their midst, lest they be deprived of the opportunity to fight back when it truly mattered. As Chen Yi's mind raced, several goblins drew closer to the straggling crowd. One goblin suddenly leapt into the air, its explosive power propelling its slight frame over 3 meters, swinging its club with a force that conjured a whistling sound. Chen Yi could even discern the excited, sinister grin etched upon the goblin's face. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, a barefoot woman in a dress was suddenly propelled outward, her head bursting like a fallen watermelon, crimson and ivory splattering across the ground. The gruesome scene caused Chen Yi's heart to lurch violently, prompting him to hastily pull his aunt aside, concealing their presence while covering her mouth. Hush! Despite his heart racing and his stomach churning tumultuously, Chen Yi forced himself to remain composed, signaling to his aunt to remain silent. She curled almost entirely into his embrace, her body trembling violently from overwhelming fear, yearning to scream as a means to alleviate her terror, yet her mouth was covered, leaving her to gasp for breath. Chen Yi's face mirrored her horror. Though he had witnessed such brutality before, the sensory experience was utterly distinct from what he had observed on television. The splattered blood and the convulsing woman presented an unparalleled shock, an uncontrollable tide of fear welling up from the depths of his being. After a considerable moment, he gestured to his aunt to remain silent and gradually rose, surveying the situation below. The cacophony had subsided, and aside from the presence of several corpses, everything appeared as it had upon their arrival. Yet, a chilling aura of death lingered in the air. Chapter 9. The Escape. Approximately 10 individuals had arrived from the western part of the city, now all motionless on the ground, with the foremost being the young man in a suit. Merely 3 meters from the entrance of the supermarket, he had perished without ever reaching the seafood market. The goblins displayed no urgency to depart, instead using their clubs to incessantly prod the corpses strewn across the ground, seemingly ascertaining whether their victims were truly deceased. For those not yet lifeless, they delivered a final blow to the head, reveling in the sensory thrill brought about by the bloodshed. Chen Yi, suppressing the turmoil within his stomach, closely monitored the movements of these creatures, making a concerted effort to avert his gaze from the gruesome remains before him. From the information gathered, it was evident that an incident had occurred at the derelict building to the west of the city, as its inhabitants began to flee in all directions. While those who had ventured here had met with total annihilation, the status of others remained uncertain, though it was likely that few still survived. Furthermore, it was apparent that a considerable number of people were hiding nearby, not only within the seafood market, but also within this office building. which was likely teeming with individuals. This was precisely why Chen-Yi had chosen not to enter the floors above. The presence of only 6 goblins indicated that they had yet to discover the multitude of people concealed in the vicinity. Thus, as long as the nearby inhabitants refrained from causing a disturbance, it was reasonable to surmise that these goblins would soon depart, ushering in a brief period of safety, at least until the monsters turned their attention elsewhere. Consequently, the movements of these goblins were of paramount importance, aiding Chen-Yi in discerning the direction in which the fleeing individuals from the derelict building were heading, allowing him to avoid plunging into a horde of monsters during his escape. Chen-Yi's reasoning was not flawed. If these goblins vacated the area, it was indeed likely that no monsters would intrude for a while. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Just as the goblins confirmed that all on the ground were deceased and prepared to leave, one goblin suddenly cast its gaze towards the seafood market. Seemingly drawn by a disturbance within, it gradually approached the entrance of the supermarket, its elongated eyes scanning the interior with intent. Observing this, several other goblins also began to edge closer to the doorway. Damn it! Chen-Yi cursed silently, fully aware that someone inside the supermarket had been startled by the gruesome scene, inadvertently making a sound that drew the monster's attention. Indeed, when there is no immediate danger, humanity itself poses the greatest threat. Although Chen-Yi was cursing internally, his mind raced with strategies. First and foremost, remaining here was not an option. Once these creatures entered the seafood market, they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search, and the people hiding inside would be unable to remain concealed. Should a large crowd reveal themselves, it would inevitably attract a horde of monsters. At that point, all nearby buildings would be ravaged, and escaping would be too late. Therefore, it was imperative to leave at once. But where to go? The western part of the city was certainly off-limits, as some had fled there, while others likely sought refuge on Huabei Road, where a logistics warehouse lies close to the edge of Hongguang, making it a suitable hiding spot. Thus, that direction was also inadvisable. Once the goblins in his line of sight fully entered the seafood market, Chen-Yi gritted his teeth and urged his somewhat shaken aunt to run downstairs. "Where are we going?" she queried, panic evident in her voice. "Aren't there monsters outside?" Following him down, she couldn't help but ask. "We need to head towards Tian'an Road. We can't stay here," Chen-Yi replied, offering no further explanation, simply stating their intended destination. As the two reached the 3rd floor, the safety door of the corridor was abruptly pushed open, and a woman, dressed in the attire of a professional white-collar worker, hurriedly emerged, her face betraying a hint of panic. Upon spotting Chen-Yi and his companion, she momentarily froze, her previously hurried steps faltering. However, Chen-Yi had no time to engage her. He grasped his aunt's hand and continued to sprint down the stairs. The woman quickly regained her composure and followed suit. Despite her deliberate efforts to lighten her footfalls, it took less than a minute to descend from the 4th floor. Chen-Yi first peeked out the door, ensuring that the goblins had not exited the supermarket before heading towards Tian'an Road. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. Turning to glance behind him, he frowned. "Why are you following us?" he inquired, noticing the white-collar woman trailing closely behind them. She, visibly anxious, replied, "I'm not following you. I'm also headed to Tian'an Road." Chen-Yi furrowed his brow once more, but there was no time for further discussion. He pulled his aunt along and continued to run. The road was not solely his. He could not deny passage to others. He merely hoped she would not bring trouble upon them. Nevertheless, Chen-Yi surmised that the woman was likely intelligent and courageous. Recognizing that remaining in the office building would only lead to doom, and deciding to make her way to Tian'an Road was indeed a sign of shrewdness. Thus, he chose to disregard her presence. However, events soon took an unexpected turn when, just after they rounded the seafood market and had barely made any distance, a chilling scream echoed from behind them. Ah! Bang! With a muffled sound, akin to a signal, a cacophony erupted within the seafood market, causing the patrons to frantically rush towards the exit. A middle-aged man, sprinting out of the market, turned just in time to catch sight of Chen-Yi and his companions, his face momentarily contorting with panic before he hastened towards them. Chen-Yi, witnessing this scene, felt an exasperated curse rise within him. Cursed be it. Though his mind was filled with frustration, his feet quickened their pace as he seized his aunt's hand and ran. The woman trailing behind them sensed the pursuer closing in, her complexion paling as she accelerated her steps. However, clad in professional attire, her lower half was adorned with a black pencil skirt that restricted her movements. Having discarded her high heels while still in the office, she now found herself barefoot. In a bid to keep up, She grit her teeth and tore a slit in her skirt, which alleviated her burden somewhat. Unfortunately, the man being pursued had caught the attention of a goblin. As the creature emerged in pursuit, it swiftly locked onto Chen-Yi and his group. The previously menacing grin on its face morphed into one of exhilaration as it brandished a club and advanced towards the middle-aged man. This man, somewhat portly, struggled to maintain his speed and was overtaken within mere seconds. With a dull thud, he was sent sprawling sideways. The goblin, however, paid him no further heed, quickening its pace as it chased after Chen-Yi and his companions. At this moment, the distance between the two parties was approximately 200 meters, and the speed of the goblin was evidently swifter than that of the three individuals, making their eventual capture inevitable. Chen-Yi, acutely aware of the pursuing goblin behind him, was incessantly devising a strategy in his mind, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, a testament to his anxiety and fatigue. Chapter 10. A Struggle in the Alley. The gap between them narrowed rapidly. The goblin was now less than 50 meters away, poised to overtake them at any moment. Realizing that evasion was futile, Chen-Yi gritted his teeth and swiftly led his aunt into a nearby alley. The woman trailing them was momentarily taken aback by their sudden change of direction. Yet without a second thought, she followed them into the narrow passage. As she turned the corner into the alley, Chen-Yi and his aunt vanished from sight, causing her heart to race with urgency as she quickened her pace to catch up. However, upon rounding the corner herself, she was startled, nearly crying out in shock. Fortunately, Chen-Yi was quick-witted and had prepared in advance. He immediately covered the woman's mouth and pulled her into the shadows of the alley. Silence, or I shall end you. Chen-Yi's menacing whisper pierced the air. The woman stiffened at his words, her gaze fixed on the man's somewhat fierce expression and the dagger in his hand, rendering her motionless. Once she ceased her struggles, Chen-Yi released her, redirecting his focus entirely on the unfolding situation in the alley. His grip on the dagger was so tight that his knuckles turned white, sweat continued to trickle down his forehead, and the thunderous beating of his heart underscored the tension of the moment. There was no escaping the relentless pursuer behind them. Rather than being pursued and slain, Chen-Yi chose to confront the monster head-on. Recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, he resolved to exploit the blind spots of the alley for a surprise attack. His fate now hinged on this singular moment. Almost instantaneously, as Chen-Yi and his companions fell silent, a diminutive green figure appeared at the alley's entrance, advancing relentlessly. Sensing the approaching footsteps, Chen-Yi held his breath, his racing heartbeat gradually subsiding, yet his expression twisted into an increasingly ferocious grimace. As the sound drew nearer, Chen-Yi slightly bent his knees, gripping the dagger in his right hand, poised before him. When a flash of green caught his peripheral vision, he surged into action. The muscles in his legs contracted violently, causing his wounds to burst open anew. Chen-Yi unleashed a speed unparalleled in his 2 lifetimes, lunging forward with the momentum of his body, driving his knee forcefully into the foe. With a resounding thud, the goblin, barely standing at 4 feet tall, was violently propelled against the wall. Before it could react, Chen-Yi swiftly enacted his premeditated assault. His left hand clamped down on the goblin's head while his right drove the dagger downward. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen-Yi. His attack had breached its defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the blade to the left, slicing through the goblin's neck, carving a gaping wound along its jawbone, although the blade was ultimately halted by the throat's bone. Vivid green blood gushed forth, splattering Chen-Yi and nearly obscuring his vision. The sequence of actions was executed with breathtaking speed, devoid of any hesitation or pause. Although his technique was exceedingly clumsy, the element of surprise was overwhelming, and it was only at this moment that the goblin's resistance began to materialize. Chen-Yi first felt a tremendous force emanating from his left hand, rendering him unable to restrain the creature's head. Then, the pressure from his knee against the goblin's chest was forcefully dislodged by its thrashing. Clearly, in terms of strength, Chen-Yi was no match for the goblin. Before he could formulate a subsequent response, a piercing whistle suddenly pierced the air beside him. Caution! A figure surged from the side, pushing Chen-Yi aside, just as a club came hurtling in, striking Auntie viciously on the back. With a resounding thud, Li Roxi's form collided painfully against Chen-Yi, propelling both of them through the air. Auntie! Chen-Yi exclaimed in alarm, having regained his wits. As he quickly turned to support her, an inexplicable wave of panic surged within him, draining the color from his face. Auntie, are you all right? Please say something. His voice quivered with anxiety. At that moment, Li Roxi lay limp in Chen-Yi's embrace, her lips parted as if she wished to utter something. Yet each attempt was thwarted as crimson blood flowed relentlessly from her mouth, silencing her words. Seeing this, Chun-Yi felt darkness encroach upon his vision. As if a heart-wrenching roar echoed deep within him, battering against his consciousness, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Meanwhile, Li Rongxi, struggling to speak, opened her mouth several times, but could only convey through her lips the urgent message, "Run, run." Exhausting her remaining vitality, she languidly closed her eyes, her grip on Chun-Yi's sleeve loosening. This sight ignited a primal roar within Chun-Yi, an invisible force surging into his consciousness, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed. The goblin, clutching its lacerated throat, advanced upon the fallen pair, brandishing its club. The woman, who had been trailing Chun-Yi and his companion, was initially paralyzed by terror. After a moment of stunned inaction, she pivoted to flee. However, after a couple of steps, she faltered, her countenance reflecting inner turmoil. With newfound resolve, she whirled around and charged back, retrieving a discarded dagger. Tremulously, she positioned herself before Chun-Yi and the unconscious woman, brandishing the dagger with a shaking hand. In a voice laced with trepidation, she issued a futile threat. "Halt. Approach, and I shall slay you." Simultaneously, she nudged Chun-Yi with her foot, desperately attempting to rouse him, unwilling to confront the monster alone. Overwhelmed by fear, she yearned to escape, yet she knew that her chances of outrunning the creature were negligible. Her demise was merely a matter of time. However, if she could awaken Chun-Yi, their combined strength might offer a glimmer of hope against the wounded goblin. The goblin, instead of attacking, emitted a series of guttural croaks, seemingly attempting to summon its brethren, but its severed throat rendered it incapable of vocalizing. In truth, had it not been for Chun-Yi's insufficient strength, the creature's throat would have already been severed, rendering it incapable of launching such a ferocious counterattack. Though it could not emit a sound, the goblin's footsteps remained unrelenting, steadily advancing towards the woman. As the monstrous figure drew ever closer, the woman's complexion paled significantly, her chest rising and falling rapidly, until, with a steely resolve, she charged forward. She aimed her dagger at the goblin's exposed throat, propelling herself like an uncontrollable electric scooter into the fray. However, her assault posed little threat, not only to the agile goblin, but even to an average adult. Moreover, the goblin wielded a club several times longer than her dagger. As soon as the woman approached, the goblin swung its club with a whistling sound, targeting her head with astonishing speed and force. Such velocity was beyond the capability of a woman unaccustomed to combat to evade. The inevitable collision of the club and her head would be akin to a watermelon striking the ground. Anticipating her grim fate, the woman despairingly closed her eyes, her heart heavy with resignation. Yet, in the next moment, she felt something grasp her ankle, causing her to crash to the ground. This fall fortuitously spared her from the club's blow, as it whizzed past her head, sending a chill of sweat coursing down her spine, as though she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Chapter 11. Identity Shift. The woman fell heavily to the ground, instinctively thrusting her hands forward to brace herself, narrowly avoiding a collision with her front teeth. However, as she opened her eyes, she discovered a pair of green feet directly before her. Before she could rise, a fierce gust of wind struck the back of her head. She then felt a strong grip around her ankle, pulling her backward. Bang! The descending club crashed violently against the concrete floor, creating a small crater, and the scattering debris stung her cheek painfully. The force of that blow was clearly beyond human endurance. Once she escaped the immediate danger, the woman swiftly turned to look behind her, only to find that the man who had previously been lying on the ground was now awake, and the aura he exuded felt exceedingly menacing, even more so than the creature itself. At that moment, Chun-Yi's eyes glowed a blood red, radiating an icy and brutal presence that created an illusion of annihilation. In truth, this was no mere illusion. Ignoring the woman's terrified gaze, Chun-Yi snatched the dagger from her hand and slowly rose to confront the goblin. The goblin, sensing the imminent threat from Chun-Yi, emitted a series of fearful sounds from its throat, unsure whether it was a desperate intimidation or a call for its companions. As it realized that it could not produce an effective roar, a vicious expression crossed its face, one hand clutching its neck. It brandished its club and charged at Chun-Yi. Despite the severe injury to its neck, the goblin's speed remained swift, and with the distance between them so short, it lunged into the range of attack in the blink of an eye. The club descended mercilessly toward Chun-Yi's head, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. At this moment, Chun-Yi appeared utterly transformed, reminiscent of a seasoned special forces soldier, akin to a finely tuned machine. He stepped back slightly, and it was this mere half-step that allowed the whistling club to barely graze the tip of his nose, while his crimson eyes remained unblinking. In the instant the club passed, Chun Yi surged forward like a bullet shot from a cannon, his terrifying explosive power propelling him almost instantaneously before the goblin, whose weapon had yet to lose its momentum. With a sudden thrust, his dagger descended with precision and ferocity. The blade plunged entirely into the goblin's eye socket, leaving only the hilt protruding, the tip piercing through to emerge from the back of its skull. The immense force slammed the goblin to the ground, where it began to thrash violently. Yet, Chun Yi showed no sign of halting. He pressed his knee against the goblin's chest, bearing down with half a kneel, while his dagger continuously withdrew and struck again. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed in the silence of the alley, and soon the goblin ceased its struggles, lying peacefully on the ground. At that moment, a faint ethereal light surged from the goblin's head and entered Chun Yi's body. Immersed in a frenzied state, he remained oblivious. And even if he had noticed, it would have mattered little. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to utterly obliterate this wretched creature before him. Time lost all meaning, and only when the goblin's head was reduced to a bloody pulp, beyond any semblance of life, did Chun Yi gradually come to a halt. Gazing at the blurred mass of flesh before him, the crimson hue in his eyes seemed to diminish significantly. He slowly rose to his feet and turned toward the ant on the ground. The woman, who had sunk into a stupor, suddenly jolted awake upon seeing Chun Yi approach, her eyes wide with terror as she instinctively recoiled, clearly shaken by the earlier scene. She perceived this man before her as nothing short of an aberration, a lunatic, a tyrant, a madman. Yet, Chun Yi paid her no mind. He walked steadily to her side, lifted the ant in his arms, and proceeded toward the opposite end of the alley. Only the dazed woman remained, at a loss for what to do, until Chun Yi's figure vanished at the mouth of the alley, prompting her to regain her senses. She cast a glance at the grotesque, bloodied creature on the ground, then looked toward the direction Chun Yi had disappeared, a fleeting expression of struggle crossing her face. Soon, she rose unsteadily and began to follow in the direction of his departure. The alley was soon left with nothing but the horrific remains of the creature and a few dark splotches of blood. Time passed, and as dusk settled in, the body in the alley was prodded gently with a stick, eliciting no response. 3 slender, green figures in the alley exchanged glances before they collectively began to advance slowly toward the other end of the passage. Hissa! In a daze, Chun Yi felt a sharp pain in his head, instinctively clutching it with both hands, his eyelids fluttering as he struggled to open his eyes. Where am I? How did I return here? Confused, Chun Yi surveyed his surroundings, the familiar desk, the well-known wardrobe, and the bed where he lay, all arranged in a manner he recognized all too well. Isn't this my own room? Yet, he distinctly remembers struggling desperately against the goblins. And Ant. That's right. Ant. Chun Yi instinctively called out, his panicked voice echoing in the empty room. Everything in the room felt so familiar, yet that familiar figure was conspicuously absent. As his gaze swept across the space, Chun Yi's spirits dimmed slightly, but in the next moment, he inadvertently caught sight of a figure in his peripheral vision. Who is it? Chun Yi was startled, instinctively dropping to the floor and assuming a defensive stance. Upon closer inspection, he saw a somewhat emaciated and familiar figure curled up in the corner by the wardrobe, arms wrapped around its knees, head deeply buried in the crook of its arms. It seemed to cinch Chun Yi's gaze, slowly lifting its head to reveal a gaunt face streaked with tears. As Chun Yi recognized the face, his pupils dilated in shock, revealing a hint of horror. For it was an uncanny likeness of himself, albeit with a more timid demeanor, every feature identical. Who are you? Chun Yi asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. The man, however, provided an unrelated response, his raspy voice tinged with sobs, and is dead. After uttering this, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembling incessantly, his voice gradually lowering as he repeated, and is dead, and is dead, and is dead. Chun Yi, observing the identical attire and the face he had just seen, began to harbor a growing suspicion within his heart. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by the other party, alongside the image of that gentlewoman. His gaze inevitably darkened. Chapter 12. The enclosed mental space after a considerable time. Chun Yi finally suppressed the tumult of emotion swirling within him, allowing his thoughts to gradually return to clarity. He pondered the current situation. As this thought arose, Chun Yi was astonished to find a luminous screen materializing before him. What is this? His pupils constricted slightly. Before him lay the visage of a familiar woman, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pallid. It was his aunt, Li Rongxi. Furthermore, Chun Yi realized that he was perceiving this scene from a first-person perspective, a sensation that was remarkably enchanting, as he could sense the external environment not merely through sight, but through a myriad of sensations, including sound and touch. Is this a form of sensory sharing? Such a peculiar feeling. Chen murmured to himself while once more surveying the familiar room. After a moment, he redirected his gaze toward the figure in the corner. Is this the space you have conjured to enclose yourself? There was no response. Chen-Yi remained silent for a while before continuing. At this moment, I am you. And that fellow outside is also part of us. The three of us are now one. Can we communicate? With a general understanding of the current circumstances, Chen-Yi surmised that this room was a mental realm fashioned by the primary persona to shield itself, while the figure in the corner undoubtedly represented that primary persona. The menacing figure outside, exuding an aura of violence, could only be the negative persona. Upon contemplating this, Chen-Yi found himself momentarily stunned. Had he truly become a? However, he swiftly dismissed these trivial thoughts. Although the current situation was astonishing, the paramount objective was to gather more information, particularly regarding an escape from this place. Now that the three of them shared a single body, he was reluctant to entrust his life to a bloodthirsty negative persona. Hey, how do I get out of here? Speak up. Meanwhile, in the external world, the violent persona of Chen-Yi carried his aunt into an abandoned convenience store. Ascending to the second floor, he settled into a corner by the window. Observing his aunt lying on the floor as if in slumber, his eyes ablaze with crimson, he remained seated in darkness, neglecting even the woman who followed behind him. This woman, evidently intimidated by the current state of Chen-Yi, huddled in the farthest corner, too fearful to utter a sound. The prolonged escape had rendered her both physically and mentally exhausted. Any slight relaxation led to a sensation of stiffness and soreness throughout her body. After sitting for a while, drowsiness began to envelop her, yet she fought to keep her eyes open. Although she had secured the door downstairs, she dared not fully succumb to sleep. Not only did she fear the potential return of those monstrous beings, but the immobile man sitting before her also instilled a sense of dread. She had no desire for her slumber to transform into eternal rest. Thus, within the confines of this modest room, each occupied a corner in silence until darkness fell. The woman was jolted awake by a resounding crash at the door below, prompting her to rise hastily and glance towards the opposite corner. The man, seemingly unaware of the passage of time, stood motionless by the window, a dagger clutched in his hand as he gazed outside. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the air, shattering the last remnants of hope in the woman's heart. She realized that the monsters were closing in. Just then, a cough, heavy with despair and anguish, broke the silence. Chen-Yi, who had been standing still at the window, abruptly turned to the ground, where his aunt lay quietly, now stained with blood seeping from her lips. The sound undoubtedly provoked the creatures below, intensifying the relentless banging on the door. Yet, Chen-Yi paid no heed to the chaos. He knelt beside his aunt, his hands desperately trying to wipe away the blood that continued to flow. No matter how he attempted to stem the tide, the crimson liquid persisted. Sensing something, his aunt's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her clouded eyes. Upon recognizing the familiar face so close to her, she struggled to form a smile, lifting her trembling hand to grasp Chen-Yi's. For fire, when I am gone, you must take care of yourself, and you must survive. Chen-Yi remained silent, yet the crimson glint in his eyes deepened. He promised his aunt, I will live well. Coughing, Li Rongxi expelled a few more droplets of blood. At this sight, Chen-Yi finally spoke, forcing a raspy word from the depths of his throat. Good. A smile once again graced the face of his aunt. But it was as if she had lost all her strength, her hand slowly slipping from Chen-Yi's grasp, her eyes gently closing once more. Yet this time, perhaps, she would never open them again. The crimson light in Chen-Yi's eyes intensified, cascading into two streams of blood tears. He refrained from loud cries, rising silently to descend the stairs. He needed to release his pent-up emotions, otherwise, the overwhelming negativity would consume him entirely. Noticing Chen-Yi's direct path downstairs, the woman in the corner instinctively inquired, Where are you going? Instantly regretting her words, she realized the foolishness of her question. Chen-Yi ignored her, continuing his descent. Upon reaching the ground floor, he heard a ripping sound. The iron gate below was forcefully torn open, and two refrigerators blocking the entrance were overturned. Three diminutive goblins, brandishing clubs, swaggered in, their faces contorting into sinister grins upon spotting Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi's pace momentarily faltered, but in the next heartbeat, the muscles in his legs surged with power, propelling him forward. The goblins reacted swiftly, parting to form a semicircular formation, adeptly preventing any escape while safeguarding against friendly fire. The goblin directly in front of Chen-Yi instinctively swung its club, accompanied by a whistling sound as it struck the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! In the midst of the onslaught, Chen deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Without losing momentum, he raised his dagger, driving it into the goblin's eye socket. Squelch. The dagger effortlessly pierced through the goblin's skull, and Chen twisted the blade with force before swiftly withdrawing it. In the next instant, his entire body lunged to the right. The goblin on that side had just raised its club when it was abruptly knocked off balance by Chen Yi's charge. At that moment, the dagger proved its tremendous advantage. In close quarters, wielding the club became exceedingly difficult, while the dagger remained unhindered. Stab, stab, stab. With a firm grip on the goblin's head, Chen Yi delivered 3 consecutive strikes, causing blood to spurt profusely from its eye sockets and jaw, splattering his body with the creature's green lifeblood. Without the slightest pause in his movements, in the blink of an eye, 2 goblins lay twitching on the ground. Chen Yi turned numbly, his crimson pupils fixating on the last remaining goblin. Chapter 13. Communication. Sensing the aura of brutality emanating from the human before it, the goblin instinctively took a step back. Yet, Chen Yi showed no signs of hesitation, charging forth once more. Unsurprisingly, he dispatched the final goblin with minimal effort. 3 slender wisps of ethereal light surged from the fallen goblins and merged into Chen Yi's being. However, he felt nothing as he turned to ascend the staircase. At the staircase's threshold, a woman who had witnessed Chen Yi dispatch the 3 creatures with the ease of chopping vegetables stood in a daze. It was not until Chen Yi approached her that she snapped back to reality, hurriedly stepping aside to clear the path. Chen Yi paid her no mind, continuing his ascent. The woman cast a glance at the 3 lifeless creatures on the ground, and then at Chen Yi's retreating figure, her heart profoundly shaken. The monstrous entity that slaughters indiscriminately, deriving pleasure from the act of murder, appeared remarkably fragile before this man, as it was vanquished with almost no resistance. This left her profoundly astonished, yet simultaneously solidified her resolve to follow him. Only by adhering to his side could she possibly survive, even if this man himself harbored a perilous nature. While she was momentarily lost in thought, Chen Yi had already shouldered his backpack, cradling his aunt's lifeless form as he descended. Ignoring the still-dazed woman, he strode directly towards the exit. Although Chen Yi's rationality was somewhat clouded in this persona, the instinct to seek safety and avoid danger prevailed. He recognized that this place was no longer secure, compelling him to depart swiftly. Observing Chen Yi's unhesitant exit, the woman resolved to follow him without a moment's hesitation. Upon reaching the doorway, she paused briefly, then seized a shopping bag from a counter, hastily filling it with provisions. After swiftly gathering a selection of high-calorie foods and bottled water, she hurried after Chen Yi. In his mental realm, Chen Yi stared blankly at the unfolding scene outside. It must be said, the combat prowess of this negative persona was astonishing, inhabiting the same body. He had been unable to defeat even a single goblin, even under ambush conditions. Yet, this alter ego faced off against 3 goblins directly, effortlessly annihilating them. The disparity was staggering. The control over the body, the estimation of attack range, the awareness of combat, all were on an entirely different level. At this moment, he was continually absorbing the sensations imparted by the body. Aside from the differing thoughts, every movement resonated within his consciousness. He wished to etch this feeling into his memory, for it was the very essence of survival. After a brief moment, Chen Yi turned once more to the figure in the corner. "Hey, can we communicate?" he inquired. "How do I get out of here?" Yet, he received no response. The figure, a mirror image of himself, remained bowed, repeating a singular phrase, "Aunt has died." Chen Yi's expression darkened as he intoned, "I ask you, can you not be so cowardly? Even for Aunt's sake, you ought to muster some strength. By exhausting our efforts to live, we fulfill Aunt's final wishes, do we not?" Upon hearing this, the timid persona in the corner finally lifted its head, revealing a face marked by tears. With a quavering voice, it said, "You can exit if you open the door." After uttering this, it once again lowered its head, retreating into its own world. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? After a moment's contemplation, he rose and approached the door, grasping the doorknob. He inhaled deeply and twisted it forcefully. However, it did not yield. Chen Yi was momentarily stunned, twisting the knob several times to no avail. He turned to the timid persona, bewildered, and asked, "Why did you lock the door?" The timid persona glanced at him and softly replied, "He does not wish to return. Hence the door remains locked." Chen Yi was left speechless. "How could you tell me to open it if it cannot be opened?" Internally, he scoffed. But outwardly he queried, "Is there any solution?" The timid persona remained silent for a while before finally responding, "You may summon him back, and then you can exit." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi lowered his head in contemplation, pondering whether, should he encounter his ruthless alter ego, the latter would not hesitate to eliminate him. Ultimately, it was his aunt who had suffered the consequences during his temporary loss of control, bravely stepping in to shield him. While the circumstances were not entirely his fault, it remained an undeniable truth. It was clear that the brutal persona would hardly engage in rational discourse with him. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yi inhaled deeply and directed his gaze towards the shimmering screen, solemnly inquiring, "May I invite you in for a conversation?" Meanwhile, outside, the violent persona of Chen Yi had already ushered his aunt away from the previous convenience store, seeking refuge in a nearby clothing boutique. The woman behind him was diligently ensuring their safety, meticulously closing the door and barricading it with clothing racks and other obstacles. Ignoring her efforts, Chen Yi draped several layers of garments over his aunt before retrieving a lighter. At that moment, a peculiar sensation washed over him, causing his movements to momentarily falter. Casting a glance at the woman huddled in the corner, he tightened his grip on the dagger and leaned against the dressing room door, slowly closing his eyes. In the next instant, within the confines of his mental space, the door swung open unexpectedly, startling Chen Yi, who instinctively stepped back. His ruthless persona strode in from the outside, the door sealing shut behind him. In the familiar room, three identical figures stood in separate corners, silently observing one another, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably eerie. Clearing his throat, Chen Yi broke the silence. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, one of the figures suddenly appeared before him, seizing his throat with a firm grip before he could react. "I knew it." Chen Yi inwardly cursed, yet his hands moved with urgency, desperately inserting two fingers into the opponent's tiger mouth, seeking a moment of respite. He hastily added, "Wait, hear me out. We are one entity now. There is no need for bloodshed. Annie would not wish for this, would she?" The violent persona remained unfazed, bloodlust swirling in its gaze, intensifying its grip. Just as Chen Yi felt the air escaping him, the timid persona finally spoke. "Can you let him go?" Upon hearing this, the violent persona slightly relaxed its grip, and Chen Yi seized the opportunity to break free. After several moments of relentless coughing, he gradually regained his composure. He glanced up and, seeing that the violent persona had made no further move, he finally felt a sense of relief. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Yi spoke in a low voice. "Now, the three of us are united. Internal strife would be the height of folly. I hope we can work together to survive in this wretched world." Silence enveloped the room once more, with no one responding. Unfazed, Chen Yi continued, "How about this? I will venture outside, as you both are ill-suited for the world beyond these walls." Noticing their continued silence, he shrugged and added, "If you consent, I shall take my leave. After all, it is not safe out there." With that, Chen Yi slowly approached the door. Noticing that the violent persona did not impede his exit, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. At this critical juncture, he was averse to any conflict. The priority was to find a way to survive. As for the two personas residing within him, that could be addressed another time. Chapter 14. A Bodily Transformation. The moment Chen Yi stepped out of the door, he felt a wave of disorientation, akin to the sensation of wandering between dreams and reality. However, he soon regained control over his body. His eyelashes fluttered, and instinctively, Chen Yi opened his eyes, his gaze transitioning from confusion to profundity. Observing his surroundings, he silently acknowledged, "So it is all true. There truly exist two personalities within me." At that moment, he found himself in a clothing store, the environment mirroring what he had witnessed in the realm of his consciousness. This confirmed that everything he had seen within that space had indeed transpired in reality. With a deep breath, his gaze momentarily fixated on Li Rongxi, who lay enveloped by various garments on the floor, and his heart sank once more. In truth, he already comprehended the grim fate of his aunt. The blow she had received had caused her internal organs to bleed and her spine to fracture. Such injuries, if promptly treated at a hospital, could have been survivable, but under the current circumstances, there was no hope. Within this red circle, not a single legitimate hospital existed, and the small clinics were utterly incapable of addressing such severe wounds. There was simply no means for salvation. After a prolonged moment, Chen Yi managed to suppress the sorrow that his aunt's death had inflicted upon him. He then averted his gaze, beginning to inspect his own body. Though they had spent less than a day together, this woman had provided him with a semblance of warmth in this unfamiliar world. Perhaps influenced by the emotions of the original owner, he found it impossible to regard her demise as that of a stranger. "What is happening?" As Chun-Yi was about to assess his injuries, he was confronted with an astonishing sight. The scabs from his wounds had fallen away, leaving only faint pink traces upon his skin, even where the wounds had previously bled profusely. What had transpired? Just hours ago, the wounds had still been oozing blood. How could they have healed so swiftly? Chun-Yi was utterly astounded, unable to comprehend the phenomenon before him. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon a woman in the corner, who had been observing his condition intently. Upon meeting his eyes, she instinctively averted her gaze, unwilling to maintain eye contact. How long had it been since those monsters had appeared outside? After a moment's contemplation, he posed the question. At his inquiry, a flicker of confusion crossed the woman's eyes, unsure of why he asked such a thing. Nevertheless, she replied truthfully, approximately 8 hours. 8 hours. This meant he had indeed not miscalculated the time. The wounds had healed in a remarkably short span, rather than days having passed. Chun-Yi mulled this over in his mind, searching for the reason behind the rapid healing. Could it be? A possibility flickered in his mind, and his eyes brightened slightly as he abruptly rose to his feet. Ignoring the astonished look from the woman beside him, Chun-Yi began to throw punches, kick, and perform sit-ups. After several minutes of physical testing, he confirmed his suspicions. What emerged in his mind was the scene at the convenience store, where the violent persona had slain 3 goblins, and it seemed as though ethereal energies had entered his body from the fallen creatures. Previously, Chun-Yi was so astonished by the formidable combat prowess of the brutal personality that he overlooked these details. Now, in retrospect, coupled with his significantly enhanced physical condition, both his strength and explosive power surpassed anything he had previously experienced. This meant that slaying those monsters would augment his own abilities. What is this? A game? Leveling up by defeating monsters? Chun-Yi felt an increasing sense of confusion and bewilderment. If this were indeed akin to leveling up, then surely there must be a personal status panel? Yet, there was none. Lacking specialized instruments for assessment, Chun-Yi was unaware of the precise extent of his physical enhancements. Judging by his own sensations, it seemed his physical prowess had roughly doubled, equating to approximately 3 times that of an average adult. He mused that he could likely prevail in an arm wrestling contest against a goblin. Moreover, this enhancement was not merely isolated, it permeated across all facets of his being, resulting in comprehensive augmentation. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chun-Yi's eyes. If this were indeed the case, his chances of survival had undeniably increased. He was no longer powerless against those monsters. He was capable of growth. Provided he maneuvered wisely, he would continue to grow stronger. As he began to contemplate his next steps, he opened his backpack and stuffed a few pieces of chocolate into his mouth. After expending considerable stamina and mental energy throughout the day, his body now protested in hunger. Having replenished a modicum of calories and hydration, Chun-Yi's gaze shifted to the woman in the corner, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hey, why have you been following me? The woman, feeling the gaze of the man who had just exhibited erratic behavior and seemed to harbor violent tendencies, trembled involuntarily. I want to survive, she stammered softly, lowering her head immediately afterwards. Chun-Yi fell silent upon hearing her words. After a prolonged pause, he shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but we are strangers, and you are aware of the current situation. I lack the ability to ensure your survival. At this, the woman lowered her head even further, burying it deeply in her arms. Yet, she still pleaded in a hushed tone, I realize this may be asking too much, but could you allow me to accompany you? I promise not to cause any trouble. I only wish to stay by your side. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow and once more shook his head, saying, If you wish to survive, you must rely on yourself. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you. His refusal was not born of cruelty or indifference. Rather, he was struggling to secure his own safety. Moreover, he had no acquaintance with this woman, rendering trust between them impossible. In such critical circumstances, any misstep could jeopardize his own life. It was wiser to act independently. After Chun-Yi's second refusal, the woman fell silent. After a considerable time, she finally lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her once bright eyes now swollen and red. Looking at Chun-Yi with a hoarse voice, she said, I truly want to be a burden. If you allow me to follow you, I will do anything. Her voice was soft yet imbued with a hint of determination, as though she had resolved to persist. She truly did not wish to traverse this monstrous realm alone. Although she was a resilient and capable woman, regarded as a powerhouse in her profession, she was nonetheless just a woman. Having witnessed the cruel monsters reveling in murder and the formidable strength exhibited by Chun-Yi in vanquishing these beasts, she was reluctant to confront them by herself any longer. She felt that her chances of survival would be maximized by remaining alongside Chun-Yi. Upon hearing the woman's words, Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drawn to the tears cascading down her face, and he fell into silence, his brow furrowed deeply. The two remained in quietude for a protracted period. The darkened shop enveloped in an oppressive stillness, punctuated only by the woman's occasional quiet sobs. After an indeterminate span, Chun-Yi's somber voice broke the silence. "What is your name?" The woman's previously despondent expression brightened instantly at his inquiry, and with a hint of nervousness, she replied, I am Gao Manli." Chun-Yi nodded slightly and introduced himself. "I am Chun-Yi." "Chun-Yi," Gao Manli whispered to herself, before affirmatively stating, "I shall remember that." After a moment's hesitation, Gao Manli tentatively asked, "May I accompany you?" She glanced anxiously in Chun-Yi's direction. He did not respond immediately, lowering his head as if deep in contemplation. The atmosphere once again fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 15. Together. After what felt like an eternity, Chun-Yi took a deep breath, acknowledging that his heart had softened somewhat. Yet, that was not the primary reason for his indecision. The world had irrevocably changed. If fate allowed, it was certain that the future would soon witness a reshuffling of power as class barriers began to crumble. Those who are wealthy and powerful today may find themselves insignificant in the future, perhaps even meeting their demise in some obscure corner. This reality is undoubtedly harsh, yet it is also an era teeming with opportunities. In such times, those who can seize these opportunities will ascend. What constitutes an opportunity? As someone well-versed in countless tales of time travel, Chun-Yi understands that in this moment, those wielding absolute power hold the key to the negotiation table. However, he also recognizes that an individual's strength is inherently limited. One cannot attend to every facet alone. To avoid being beholden to others in the future, it is imperative to surround oneself with capable individuals. This moment presents a clear opportunity. Chun-Yi is certain that few are aware that slaying monsters might yield extraordinary powers. This is not a reflection of his own brilliance, but rather an acknowledgement that the crisis has only just begun to unfold, with many areas yet untouched. The majority remain anchored in a mindset from the civilized era, believing that in times of crisis, one need only wait for rescue. Few will uncover the secret amidst the struggle against monsters. Thus, if he begins to cultivate his own team now, he will undoubtedly gain a strategic advantage. His choice of Gao Manli is not a mere impulse of compassion, but a decision made after careful consideration. Firstly, this woman possesses commendable psychological resilience. She bravely chose to distance herself from the crowd in pursuit of survival as the crisis erupted. In truth, she demonstrates a clear-headedness, refraining from moral coercion and instead negotiating with a tone of supplication. This indicates that Gao Manli possesses a keen understanding of the situation at hand. In simple terms, she is an astute woman. Moreover, it was quite astonishing to Chun-Yi that the woman did not attempt to flee alone in the alley. After careful consideration, he resolved to temporarily accompany her in their endeavors. Should she meet his expectations, he would allow her to take the lead among the throng. Of course, this was merely a preliminary assessment of the future. The most pressing concern at the moment was survival. After all, he himself was rather bewildered by the current situation. Reflecting on this, Chun-Yi spoke softly. "You may accompany me, but you must adhere strictly to my commands. If you cannot comply, I will not hesitate to abandon you. Do you understand?" This was a necessity for Chun-Yi. He had no desire to be hindered by an ill-fated companion. Upon hearing this, Gao Manli did not hesitate and promptly nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand. I promise to follow your lead." Having witnessed Chun-Yi's prowess, she recognized that aligning with him was undoubtedly the wisest choice at present. Moreover, from their interactions over the past few hours, it was evident that Chun-Yi was not a reckless fool, and following his directives did not seem like a daunting task. In response, Chun-Yi nodded and declared, "Then let us proceed thus. We shall rest here for the night and devise our plans at dawn." "Very well," Gao Manli replied obediently, wiping away her tears while gathering nearby clothing to create a makeshift mattress on the ground. Chun-Yi chose to ignore her for the moment, finding a comfortable spot to lie down as he began to contemplate their actions for the morrow. He was certain that chaos reigned outside, with an unknown number of lives lost. The absence of commotion in their vicinity was solely due to the fact that the monsters had yet to sweep through this area. Remaining here is undoubtedly impractical, as this place will eventually be scrutinized. Yet, where can one go now? It is likely that many crowded areas have already been swept clean. Those who remain have either perished or fled, leaving the outside world in utter chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to discern where safety lies. Contemplating this, Chun-Yi furrowed his brow deeply. After a day of relentless flight, both individuals were profoundly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and soon succumbed to slumber. In a state of hazy consciousness, Chun-Yi opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar room. A moment of surprise struck him. Had he entered here again? Raising his gaze to survey the surroundings, he soon spotted a figure radiating an aura of fierce aggression, relentlessly striking at the desk, while in the corner, a somewhat frail silhouette remained curled up. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of his violent persona and his timid self. As if sensing the disturbance, both figures glanced in Chun-Yi's direction before turning away, ignoring him once more. Embarrassed, Chun-Yi rose from the bed and awkwardly touched his nose, then said, "Hello again." This exceedingly awkward greeting was met with an even more uncomfortable silence. After a moment's thought, Chun-Yi approached the timid persona, crouching beside him and whispering, "We are all in the same boat, and I believe we ought to have an open-hearted discussion. What do you think?" The timid persona looked up at Chun-Yi and softly responded, "What do you wish to say?" Chun-Yi's eyes brightened slightly as he pointed at the room and quickly inquired, "What is the meaning of this place? You must know, right?" The timid persona pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "I am not entirely certain. It's just that every time I am bullied, I retreat to this place, and then he exits." He gestured towards the ferocious persona, who was incessantly throwing punches. Chun-Yi nodded, confirming his suspicions. This was a realm conjured by the original self, a space of self-imposed isolation belonging to the domain of the mind. Although he did not fully comprehend it, he grasped the general idea. After a moment's contemplation, Chun-Yi inquired, "So, can you leave at any time?" The timid persona considered this and replied, "I prefer to stay here. It is quiet, undisturbed, and I am not subjected to bullying. Moreover, Auntie is no longer here." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi fell silent for a while before breaking into a gentle smile, saying, "Very well, from now on, I will be outside while you remain here. I assure you that no one will dare to bully us again. After all, we are one." The timid persona lowered his head and softly acknowledged. Chun-Yi chuckled and declared, "Then it is settled. I shall handle the outside while you manage the interior, and the tempestuous one will take care of the fighting." At this, the previously relentless punching of the ferocious persona momentarily paused. His crimson eyes glanced at Chun-Yi, yet he remained silent and resumed his actions. Noticing the absence of dissent, Chun-Yi turned to the ferocious Chun-Yi and tentatively asked, "Could you teach me how to fight?" The ferocious Chun-Yi halted his movements again, fixating his gaze on Chun-Yi for a considerable time before turning away, ignoring him. Chun-Yi felt a hint of embarrassment. Before his arrival in this realm, he was merely a student of physical education, proficient in a couple of basic fighting techniques, yet clearly inferior when compared to the ferocity of the violent one. Merely possessing physical prowess was insufficient. One must also know how to wield it effectively. A truth that Chun-Yi comprehended well. Would you be willing to teach him? Just as Chun-Yi pondered how to broach the subject, the timid voice of the violent one broke the silence. Chapter 16. I Will Survive. At the break of dawn the following day, Chun-Yi sensed a gentle pressure upon his shoulder. He abruptly opened his eyes, leaping to his feet with a swift motion, his right hand instinctively gripping a dagger before him. This sudden and intense reaction startled Gao Monli, causing her complexion to pale. She nearly mistook him for the merciless and ferocious individual he had once been. Had it not been for her semblance of self-control, she might have screamed in fright. "I merely noticed that dawn had arrived and thought to awaken you," Gao Monli explained with an innocent demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi managed to muster an awkward yet courteous smile, replying, It's nothing. That was merely an instinctive reaction. Last night, after his consciousness entered the realm of the mind, under the timid guidance of the violent one, Chun-Yi had endured a relentless beating for the better part of the night. Yes, he had been struck for half the night. The instruction was simple: we shall spar. You must glean the lessons yourself. Thus, Chun-Yi found himself on the receiving end of a barrage of strikes. The sensation was peculiar. As the three of them were intertwined, it felt as though he were battling against himself, creating an extraordinary experience akin to being beaten in a dream. In summary, the body experiences no pain or discomfort, merely a sense of mental fatigue, akin to the feeling of insufficient rest. However, there is a semblance of achievement. At the very least, Chun-Yi perceives a degree of progress, having grasped the brutal strategy of attack. In essence, it can be distilled into a simple phrase: strike at the enemy's vital points using the most straightforward movements and routes. This seemingly uncomplicated statement conceals the countless hours of arduous practice behind it. In any case, Chen finds himself utterly incapable of executing it at present. Taking a deep breath, he sets down the dagger and softly declares, "Let us gather our things. It's time to leave." "All right." Gao Monli refrains from inquiring about their destination, obediently beginning to organize her belongings. After securing his backpack, Chen Yi gazes silently at his aunt, wrapped in clothing on the floor. After a moment of hesitation, he spreads all the flammable garments from the shop over her. He then picks up a lighter and ignites it. Watching the flames rise fiercely, Chen Yi murmurs, "Rest assured, Aunt, I will survive and thrive. No one shall bully Sihuat again." With that, he turns and departs, clearing away the clutter of hangers and other items at the entrance. Chen Yi leads Gao Monli out of the clothing store. By this time, the fire within the shop has taken hold. And Chen Yi glances back for a moment before stating, "Let us go." Gao Monli remains silent, sensing Chen Yi's troubled mood, and follows quietly. After they have walked a fair distance, Gao Monli gradually feels that something is amiss. Although they have been navigating through alleys and avoiding main roads, she realizes they are heading towards the abandoned building. Gazing at Chen Yi's tranquil profile, she could no longer restrain herself and softly inquired, "Where are we headed? Are we going to the abandoned building?" Chen Yi turned to glance at her and replied in a hushed tone, "Yes." Gao Monli, perplexed yet hesitant to press further, fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, appearing quite conflicted. Chen Yi assessed her companion and couldn't help but acknowledge the woman's sharp intellect. Unlike the cumbersome professional attire she wore yesterday, she had donned a sleek black tracksuit from a clothing store. The provisions they acquired from the convenience store were neatly stowed in a single shoulder bag, rendering her appearance notably agile and competent. This was all accomplished without any prompting from Chen Yi, clearly indicating she was not one to jeopardize her allies. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi quietly elucidated, "The creature likely emerged from that direction, so we must proceed there." Upon hearing this, Gao Monli's large eyes sparkled with understanding, instantly grasping Chen Yi's implication. Indeed, the site of the creature's emergence was undoubtedly the safest place at present. After all, the creature would certainly scour the vicinity for prey, and the area of its origin would be the first to be ravaged. Once the vicinity of the abandoned building had been thoroughly investigated, the creature would then radiate outward. Thus, for the time being, the abandoned building, as the creature's birthplace, was indeed the safest refuge. At least until the creature had completely swept through the entire red-lit area. The surroundings of the abandoned building would remain secure. However, Gao Monli's finely arched brows soon furrowed again as she quietly posed another question. "I noticed that those creatures possess considerable intelligence. They are likely to conduct an extensive search. How shall we proceed?" Upon hearing his words, Chen Yi cast a fleeting glance at her and calmly declared, "Eliminate them." At this, Guan Monli's heart quivered. Recalling the brutal and bloody methods Chen Yi had employed the previous day, causing her complexion to pale slightly, Chen Yi ceased speaking, instead remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Ever wary of an unforeseen encounter, their pace was deliberately measured, primarily to avoid generating excessive noise. They were entirely unaware of the monster's distribution, and any misstep could attract unwanted attention. After approximately half an hour of cautious progress, the duo finally discerned some commotion. Bang, bang, bang. "Hush." Chen Yi raised a hand, signaling Guan Monli to remain silent as he crouched down to peer around their cover towards the source of the sound. They were still a couple of streets away from the abandoned building, and encountering monsters at this juncture did not strike Chen Yi as particularly surprising. The noise suggested a group of goblins was attempting to break down a door. Whether they had detected human presence was uncertain, as it was possible they were merely conducting a sweep. Chen Yi cautiously scanned the area but saw no sign of the goblins, likely obstructed from view by the structure. The banging persisted. Contemplating his next move, he gestured for Guan Monli to follow him as he stealthily approached the source of the noise. Guan Monli, her palms clammy with anxiety, nonetheless trailed behind him. Chen Yi's strategy was straightforward. They would inevitably encounter monsters on their journey to the abandoned building. But it was unlikely they would face multiple monsters along the same path, as goblins would not trail behind their companions, kicking up dust. Thus, by dispatching the goblins along this route, they could ensure a much safer passage ahead. However, Chen Yi needed to first ascertain the number of adversaries. If there were more than 3, the situation could become exceedingly troublesome. The sounds drew ever closer as Chen Yi tightened his grip on the dagger, gradually peering out onto the street. To his dismay, he spotted 3 goblins, approximately 100 meters away. relentlessly battering an iron gate with their clubs in front of a roadside shop. In the stillness of the environment, the jarring clamor of metal striking metal resonated over a considerable distance. 3. A wave of unease washed over Chen. He lacked the brutal prowess required to easily dispatch 3 goblins. If he could not swiftly resolve this encounter, allowing them to summon reinforcements could spell disaster. Unfortunately, these goblins obstructed their path forward. Although Chen Yi's physical capabilities had significantly improved, this merely instilled confidence to confront the goblins rather than grant him the strength to eliminate all 3 in an instant. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly turned to Gao Monli behind him, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint. Chapter 17. Lure, Kill, Escape. Gao Monli noticed the intensity of Chen Yi's gaze, her complexion paling further as she stammered, What do you intend to do? 2 minutes later, Gao Monli emerged from the alley alone, moving with great caution, her steps tremulous, as if she might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, the 3 goblins had succeeded in breaking through the door and were now rummaging through the shop. Completely oblivious to Gao Monli's gradual approach, she clutched the dagger Chen Yi had given her tightly. It was originally intended for her aunt, but now served as her means of self-defense. Her face was etched with tension and panic, yet her steps gradually quickened, for she sensed that the monsters were about to emerge, and once they did, her escape would be jeopardized. The distance of 100 meters swiftly diminished, and Gao Monli peeked around the corner of the shop, her gaze landing upon 3 goblins making their way towards the exit. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Monli let out a sharp cry, and without a backward glance, she darted in the direction of Chen Yi. Inside the shop, the goblins, initially ambling towards the door, froze in surprise at the sudden sound. Regaining their composure, sinister smiles crept across their faces as they swiftly advanced outside, wielding their clubs menacingly in the air. This was precisely the outcome Chen Yi had anticipated, although he lacked the confidence to confront all 3 simultaneously. Eliminating one through a sneak attack before facing the remaining 2 would undoubtedly alleviate much of the pressure. Gao Monli's task was to draw the monster's attention, ensuring she could maintain the distance without being caught. Though Chen Yi could have seized the opportunity to make a discreet exit, that was not his intention. He yearned for greater strength, and slaying these creatures would undoubtedly augment his prowess. Gripping his dagger tightly, he inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with determination. Here they come. At the very moment Gao Monli sprinted past him, Chen Yi's top body sprang forth like a coiled spring released. The 3 goblins, their faces twisted in malicious glee, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of his form, their movements faltering. In that instant, Chen Yi's speed and strength were vastly superior to what they had previously encountered. Before the goblins could fully comprehend the situation, he had already swung his dagger with precision. With a sudden thrust, the nearest goblin at the mouth of the alley was caught completely off guard as a sharp blade pierced its throat. Yet the onslaught did not cease. Chen Yi swiftly withdrew the dagger, pressing down on its head, and plunged the blade once more into its temple. In a seamless flurry of motions, the goblin collapsed to the ground. However, Chen Yi dared not relent for a moment. He swiftly seized a stick from the ground and hurled it at another goblin, then charged toward it with an expression of fierce determination. At this juncture, the remaining 2 goblins had finally reacted, preparing to launch their own attack. Suddenly, they were met with the swift approach of the stick, forcing them to dodge out of the way. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Chen Yi closed in, hastening toward the nearest goblin, his dagger poised to strike its throat. The goblin, however, was not slow to respond. Sensing the impending peril of the dagger, a fierce expression emerged on its face. Just as the dagger was about to pierce its throat, it raised its childlike hand to grasp the blade, using the momentum to create some distance. In retaliation, the goblin swung its stick, whistling through the air toward Chen Yi's head. A wave of alarm surged within him, not from the imminent strike, but from the fear of not achieving a decisive blow. Indeed, the moment he sidestepped the attack and withdrew his dagger, the assaulted goblin emitted a piercing shriek. The sound was shrill, echoing across the open street, and faintly, in the distance, a similar cry responded in kind. Chen Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could make any further moves, he felt a gust of wind behind him, signaling the approach of another goblin's attack. Without hesitation, Chen Yi instinctively leaped to the side to create distance. Thud. The club struck the concrete floor with tremendous force, sending fragments of stone flying. Once he steadied himself, a fierce look emerged on Chen Yi's face. He understood that if he did not eliminate these 2 goblins soon, he would meet his end today. With a fierce determination, Chun-Yi unleashed the full force of this body and charged at his adversaries. The two goblins, clearly undeterred by Chun-Yi, advanced instead, swinging their clubs menacingly toward him. Though anxiety churned within him, his mind remained clear. He recalled the scenes of battling goblins with a brutal persona while constantly calculating the distance of their club attacks in his mind. The trajectories of the two clubs slicing through the air became increasingly vivid to Chun-Yi, as if time had slowed. At a pivotal moment, he suddenly halted his steps. The immense force caused his shoes to leave a white mark on the concrete. Bang! Bang! Two heavy thuds resonated almost simultaneously, striking the ground less than 5 centimeters from Chun-Yi's feet. He could feel the rush of air from the clubs as they grazed his cheek, causing a sharp sting. Success! A glint flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes as he seized the opportunity amidst the goblin's attack. Stepping forward and piercing the air with his dagger aimed at the throat of the left goblin. Squelch! Unsurprisingly, with the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, the dagger plunged directly into the goblin's throat, severing its windpipe. Without the slightest pause, Chun-Yi swiftly drew his dagger and thrust it towards the temple of the goblin on his right. The goblin, clearly having anticipated the attack, stepped back just in time to evade the strike, simultaneously swinging its club towards Chun-Yi's head. However, Chun-Yi was undeterred, having prepared for a potential miss. He advanced with renewed vigor, using his arm to brace against the goblin's limb before it could deliver a blow, thereby rendering the creature incapable of exerting force. In that instant, his dagger found its mark, piercing the goblin's temple with precision. A gurgling sound echoed as green blood splattered forth, with a forceful kick. He sent the creature flying. Without hesitation, he pivoted towards another goblin whose throat had been slashed, delivering 2 swift strikes to its forehead before it could react. Having completed these actions, Chun-Yi crouched down, panting heavily. He had maintained an acute level of mental focus throughout the ordeal, his body taut with tension, and the surge of adrenaline coursing through him had masked any sense of fatigue. Yet, the moment he paused, an overwhelming weariness washed over him. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced. Otherwise, he might have struggled to maintain his grip on the dagger. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught his eye as he observed 3 ethereal glows emanating from the goblin's corpse, merging into his being. In that instant, he felt a remarkable transformation within himself. Not only had the fatigue dissipated, but he also sensed a renewed surge of strength. However, Chun-Yi had no time to dwell on these physical changes. He called out a quick remark behind him and swiftly chose a direction to make his exit. Stop hiding. Follow me. Chapter 18. A Rift in Space. Soon, Chun-Yi and Gao Monli fled the scene of the incident. During their deliberate evasion, they encountered no other goblins along the way, though they did take a slight detour from their destination. At the mouth of an alley, they paused to catch their breath. Gao Monli, displaying little regard for her image, plopped down onto the ground, gasping for air. As a city white-collar worker, she rarely found time to exercise, and the frantic escape left her feeling somewhat breathless. In contrast, Chun-Yi felt nothing amiss. After experiencing the enhancement from that mysterious energy, he sensed that his physical capabilities had at least doubled. Not only could he endure a 10-minute sprint, but he felt confident he could maintain a steady pace for several hours. As he quietly contemplated the changes within him, Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Having absorbed the mysterious energy from 7 goblins, his physique had roughly quadrupled in strength. He wondered if further accumulation would yield different transformations or merely enhance his physical prowess. After a moment of reflection, he turned his gaze back to the seated Gao Monli. Once they found a suitable place to rest, it would be time to enhance her combat abilities as well. With this thought in mind, Chun-Yi softly inquired, "Have you caught your breath? It's about time we moved on." Gao Monli steadied her breathing, slowly rising from the ground, and replied gently, "I'm ready. Let us go." Chun-Yi glanced at her, nodded in acknowledgement, and stepped out of the alley first. At this point, they were nearing the abandoned building, and from a clear vantage point, they could even glimpse part of its dilapidated structure. They were now intent on approaching the edge of the crimson light, seeking a refuge near the abandoned building. As the two emerged from the alleyway, they were momentarily taken aback upon turning the corner. Before them lay a vast expanse of land that was part of the abandoned construction project. Yet what should have been an empty lot was now marred by an inexplicable and astonishing phenomenon. A deep crimson fissure, stretching over 10 meters in length and approximately 3 meters in width, had appeared, seemingly cleaving the very fabric of this space. This astonishing sight rendered the pair momentarily speechless, their ability to think completely paralyzed. However, Chun-Yi's reaction was relatively swift. Regaining his composure, He quickly pulled Gao Monli into a sheltered corner, shielding them from view. They crouched silently against the wall, neither uttering a word. Gao Monli remained in a state of stupor, unable to shake off her shock. In contrast, Chun Yi seemed to fare better. After the initial astonishment, he gradually accepted this bizarre reality. Though it was indeed surreal, he was, after all, a traverser, steeped in the lore of countless science fiction narratives from his previous life. Moreover, wasn't there an even larger fissure hanging in the sky above? It wasn't too difficult to grasp. What on earth is that? Gao Monli's voice trembled as she inquired. Chun Yi glanced at her, contemplating briefly before he murmured. Before the monster appeared, there was a tremendous roar. I suspect that the sound was caused by the emergence of that fissure, and the monster likely emerged from there. In other words, behind that fissure may lie its lair. At this juncture, Chun Yi did not cast a glance at Gao Monli's countenance. Instead, he leaned forward to scrutinize the immense crimson fissure once more. This time, he observed with meticulous attention, surveying the surrounding environment thoroughly. Once he confirmed that no monsters remained on guard, his previously anxious heart began to settle. The reality aligned closely with his conjectures after emerging from the chasm. The creatures had initially ravaged the nearby abandoned buildings, subsequently pursuing fleeing crowds, while some began to spread out after a brief rampage. They had arrived at this location, where they were relatively safe for the time being. However, should more monsters continue to emerge from the fissure, this so-called safety would be rendered void. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yi addressed Gao Monli, stating, "We must find a place to take refuge. I observed earlier that the buildings in this vicinity bear signs of destruction, likely remnants of the monster's rampage. Therefore, my hypothesis should hold true. There should not be any monsters returning here in the short term. So there is no need for you to be overly frightened." Upon hearing this, Gao Monli's trembling form began to relax slightly. She shakily rose to her feet, her voice quivering as she said, "Then, shall we proceed?" Chun Yi refrained from further dialogue, nodding in affirmation before stepping out first. Although he felt that the area posed little immediate danger, he still circumvented the spatial fissure. After all, nothing in life is absolute. Who could tell if a horde of monsters might suddenly emerge from within? If that were to occur, their predicament would be dire, and summoning reinforcements would be futile. The two proceeded with utmost caution, and after approximately 10 minutes, they finally reached the edge of the red glow. Gazing at the crimson light barrier before him, Chun Yi hesitated for a moment before declaring, "You stay here. I shall investigate." Gao Monli nodded in agreement, cautioning him, "Be careful." Without uttering another word, Chun Yi moved forward with a light step, casually picking up a small stone along the way. Upon reaching the proximity of the red barrier, he hurled the stone forcefully ahead. With a crisp sound, the stone shattered into several pieces, yet the barrier remained undisturbed, not even rippling. Chun Yi's expression darkened. It was indeed impossible to escape. What puzzled him further was the absence of anyone outside the barrier. Logically, the officials should have surrounded this area long ago. As he had seen in the news yesterday, although interference was impossible from either side of the barrier, one could still observe a semblance of the situation. Unable to comprehend this anomaly, Chun Yi resolved to set it aside for the moment, keeping the question locked within his mind. Now, another pressing concern weighed heavily on him. When would this barrier dissipate? Or did it signify that this red barrier would gradually envelop the entire world, dragging all living beings into a realm teeming with monsters? Lacking any corroborating information, Chun Yi found it impossible to fathom such a notion. However, he soon ceased to dwell on these uncertainties. Regardless, if he possessed formidable strength, survival would undoubtedly be within his grasp. Should he perish, it would merely signify that his power was insufficiently robust. Thus, upon finding a secure refuge, the next step would be to seek the augmentation of his strength. With this thought, Chun Yi began to survey his surroundings. Indeed, while the notion of a refuge aptly suited a dilapidated site, that very location had become a coveted prize, rendering it perilous instead. After scanning the surroundings, Chun Yi's gaze subtly shifted. He gestured towards Gao Monli, signaling her to follow him. Soon, the duo arrived at the base of a 7-story residential building. Upon glancing upward, Chun Yi nodded slightly. The location was quite favorable, being in close proximity to the light screen and not too distant from the abandoned building, with a commendable view. From the top floor, one could not only observe the movements of the derelict structure, but also notice the peculiarities of the fissure, a rather advantageous spot, indeed. After examining the entrance, without further hesitation, Chun Yi swiftly entered the alley behind the residential building. The entrances to these buildings were secured, and ascending was only feasible by climbing, unless one possessed a key. Fortunately, This location had evidently not been ravaged by monsters. The door remained intact, leaving climbing as the sole option. Noticing the vertical pipe leading to the rooftop, Chen-Yi gestured for Gao Monli to ascend first, while he provided support from below. Chapter 19. Exploring the floors. With Chen-Yi's current physical prowess, scaling such a large pipe posed little challenge, whereas Gao Monli struggled even to reach the second floor, let alone the seventh. Consequently, Chen-Yi primarily supported her ascent, with Gao Monli stepping on his shoulders as she climbed. Nevertheless, upon reaching the rooftop, Gao Monli collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Although Chen-Yi had carried her weight up 7 flights, he did not feel utterly exhausted. Rather, he sensed a mild fatigue in his limbs. Once atop the rooftop, he paid no heed to Gao Monli sprawled on the ground, instead advancing to the rooftop door and pulling on the handle. In the next moment, his brow arched. The door was unlocked. After Chen-Yi opened the door to the rooftop, he did not hasten to descend, but instead took a moment to survey his surroundings. It was evident that this rooftop seldom saw visitors. With various clutter piled on either side, and a clothes rack fashioned from bamboo poles. After a brief inspection, Chen-Yi turned to Gao Monli, who had just risen from the ground, and said, "Let us go down and take a look. Be a bit quieter." After a moment's contemplation, he offered this caution. At his words, Gao Monli's gaze flickered, and she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The two then proceeded down the staircase, one after the other, their steps light and deliberately measured. Upon reaching the 6th-floor corridor, Chen-Yi raised his hand to signal Gao Monli to halt. He strained his ears, then turned his head toward the left corridor, his eyes narrowing slightly. Gao Monli, noticing the change in his demeanor, inquired in a hushed tone, "What is it?" Chen-Yi remained silent, moving directly toward the left corridor until he stood before the door of room 602. After a moment's hesitation, he bypassed 602 and approached 601 instead. In contrast to the tightly shut door of 602, the door to 601 stood wide open, revealing an interior in disarray, marked by signs of a thorough search. Gao Monli, observing this scene, felt a flicker of concern in her eyes but chose not to voice her thoughts. The apartment was a 2-bedroom layout, approximately 70 square meters, offering a spacious environment. Chen-Yi inspected both rooms but found no hidden individuals, although the wardrobes bore signs of having been rummaged through. Soon, the two exited room 601 and paused briefly before the doors of rooms 603 and 604 on their right. Both rooms were locked, and Chen-Yi did not knock but lingered in front of each door for approximately 3 minutes. Subsequently, he escorted Gao Monli back to room 601, casually shutting the door behind them, indicating no intention to proceed further. After tidying up a bit, they decided to settle here for the time being. Gao Monli hesitated, contemplating her words, but ultimately chose to assist in organizing the space without further inquiries. Meanwhile, Chen-Yi entered the master bedroom, retrieved bedding from the wardrobe, and spread it across the bed, taking a moment to arrange the room. Soon, he found himself seated on the bed, lost in thought. With his heightened senses, he had discerned upon descending the stairs that someone occupied room 602. However, he opted against any interaction, deeming it unnecessary. The occupant, hidden away, could not grasp the situation and would likely require explanations about the events outside, a task he was not inclined to undertake. As for rooms 603 and 604, they remained silent, likely uninhabited. His choice to remain here was straightforward. Its proximity to the rooftop facilitated observation, and the open door eliminated the need for forced entry. "May I come in?" Gao Monli's soft voice broke the silence as she peeked in. Chen-Yi, momentarily disrupted from his reverie, lifted his gaze to meet her anxious expression, clearly indicating she had something on her mind. He nodded, granting her permission to enter. Gao Monli stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She settled beside Chen-Yi and whispered, "Is there someone here?" Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi nodded and remarked, 602 has shown some activity, though the number of people is unclear. As for 603 and 604, there has been no noise. It is highly likely that they are unoccupied. Gao Monli was not surprised by this and inquired, "What shall we do next?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen-Yi responded, "Let us first have something to eat, then venture downstairs to ascertain whether others are present." He added, "We need to secure a room on the 3rd floor. This will facilitate our escape. While this 6th floor allows for observation of the outside, it is not conducive to fleeing. After all, jumping from the 6th floor is not an option for me at this moment. However, on the 3rd floor, escape would be feasible. Given Chen-Yi's current physical capabilities, he could easily leap from the window, and then assist Gao Monli in her descent. Gao Monli nodded gently in agreement and remarked, "I checked the refrigerator. It is quite clean. Many items seem to be missing, as if someone has taken them." Chun-Yi glanced towards the direction of 602 and replied, "No matter. We can eat something simple. Let us attend to our primary concerns before addressing the issue of food." At present, sustenance was not a pressing matter, for it was only the second day since the monsters had emerged, and many convenience stores remained untouched. Countless individuals may not have consumed anything since yesterday, and as long as there is water, survival for a short while is assured. Moreover, with so many lives lost, the food within this red light district should suffice for those who remain alive for quite some time. It all depends on one's ability to acquire it. Without further ado, Gao Monli retrieved several packets of instant noodles from her shoulder bag and asked, "Shall we cook them?" Chun-Yi remained silent, tearing open a bag of instant noodles and beginning to eat. Gao Monli, displaying no pretentiousness, followed suit and indulged in the meal. Once they had nearly finished, Chun-Yi stood up and made his way outside, with Gao Monli closely trailing him as they descended the stairs. The two meandered through the residential building, discovering numerous doors ajar. Some appeared to have been left open in the owner's haste to depart, while others bore clear signs of having been forcibly breached. Chun-Yi paid little heed to these findings. What truly captured his attention was the presence of other individuals within the building. However, with only 3 rooms in total, including 602, that had made any noise, namely 403 and 203, the exact number of occupants remained uncertain. Indeed, if there were many, the goblins would have already ravaged the premises. Yet, the main entrance remained unbroken, indicating that the few residents had managed to maintain a low profile, evading the attention of the lurking creatures. In an open room on the 3rd floor, Chun-Yi surveyed the surroundings, confirming his escape route. He then collaborated with Gao Monli to gather bedding, curtains, and other items from the remaining open rooms. They fashioned a makeshift escape rope from the sheets and curtains, after which Chun-Yi cast the rope out of the window, securing the other end to the room's sofa. Assessing the length and testing the knot's sturdiness, Chun-Yi turned to Gao Monli and said softly, "It's time to descend." Gao Monli paused, her expression shifting as she replied, "Where to?" Chapter 20. The Recovery of Corpses? On the street, Chun-Yi and Gao Monli walked in succession, the afternoon sun casting a relentless heat, prompting them to seek refuge in the shadows of the buildings. At this moment, Gao Monli's heart raced uncontrollably. Her face flushed crimson with suppressed anxiety. The tension had rendered her grip on the dagger so tight that her knuckles had begun to turn white. Chun-Yi, walking ahead, could evidently sense her state of distress. After a moment's contemplation, he cautioned, "Regardless of whether you choose to accompany me in the future, if you wish to survive, you must possess the courage to slay monsters. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to endure in this world on the brink of collapse, unless you are willing to forfeit your dignity." Indeed, Chun-Yi intended to lead Gao Monli into the hunt for monsters, aware that vanquishing these creatures could bestow extraordinary powers. He saw no reason to languish in the residential buildings, waiting for death. He must transform his passivity into assertiveness. To seize the initiative, one must wield sufficient strength. Forewarned is forearmed. With a relatively secure haven established, venturing forth to combat monsters and gain experience was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. However, Chun-Yi had no intention of dragging along a woman who was utterly defenseless. If Gao Monli lacked the courage to confront monsters, he would regretfully insist that she no longer accompany him. Such a situation would not benefit either party. Gao Monli fell silent at his words, and after a considerable pause, she spoke softly, "Even if I possess the courage to face those monsters and can slay them as you do, what impact would that have on the situation?" From her perspective, actively seeking to kill monsters seemed an exceedingly imprudent and incomprehensible endeavor. Indeed, for an ordinary person without access to firearms, even with specialized combat training, confronting 3 to 5 goblins simultaneously would be the pinnacle of their capabilities. Their endeavor to seek out the monsters was fraught with peril, should they be encircled upon discovery. Their demise would be both swift and gruesome. Moreover, such a course of action appeared utterly futile. Did they truly believe they could vanquish all the monsters between the two of them? It was evidently an ill-conceived notion. Chun-Yi, upon hearing this, refrained from elaboration and simply stated, "Let us revisit this discussion once you have slain your first monster." Gao Monli inhaled deeply. Although she regarded Chun-Yi's actions as somewhat foolish, she recognized that her own survival in this place was untenable. Thus, she steeled herself to follow his lead. As they traversed the street's edge, they endeavored to conceal their presence, making their way towards the thoroughfare where 3 goblins had previously met their end. At that time, Chun-Yi had noted that one of the goblins had emitted a distress signal, to which other monsters had responded. Consequently, he was inclined to return and ascertain the current circumstances, hoping to find opportunities to eliminate a few isolated goblins. Of course, Chun-Yi was not naive enough to retrace his steps directly. He opted instead to take a circuitous route to observe from another vantage point, which inevitably cost them some time. Upon reaching the opposite end of the earlier street, Chun-Yi observed with dismay that the 3 goblin corpses that had once lain upon the ground were now conspicuously absent. Indeed, it was apparent that other monsters had visited the site and had removed the bodies. After a brief period of surveillance from behind a wall to ensure that no monsters lurked nearby, Chun-Yi led Gao Monli forward. They halted at the spot where the goblins had previously fallen, taking a moment to scrutinize the marks left upon the ground. On the ground, there were traces of vibrant green blood, which now formed 3 faint green streaks. These marks were likely left by a creature dragging a corpse away, clearly indicating that the entity possessed no discernible counter-surveillance awareness. It was understandable if the creature had such intelligence. Chun-Yi mused that it would be highly improbable for anyone to emerge alive from this place, including himself. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi followed the trail on the ground, eager to ascertain how many creatures had arrived and whether he might find an opportunity to strike. However, he soon halted in his tracks upon realizing that the creatures were headed toward the fissure. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he decided to investigate further. After all, any developments on the other side of the fissure could prove invaluable for gathering information. In a situation where darkness obscured all, the worth of such intelligence was undeniably high, warranting a calculated risk. The fissure was not far from their location, and the two soon arrived at the site. After cautiously peering out from behind cover, Chun-Yi's brow furrowed at the sight before him. 4 goblins were stationed outside the crimson fissure. Yet there was no sign of a corpse. Based on the green bloodstains on the ground, it appeared that the body had been discarded into the fissure. What could this action signify? Was it merely a matter of corpse retrieval, or something more sinister? Chun-Yi frowned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Moreover, the behavior of the 4 goblins struck him as peculiar. Having already disposed of the body into the fissure, why did they remain nearby? If their intent was to guard the area, why had they not been present earlier when he had come to investigate? However, Chun-Yi refrained from further action, reluctant to engage near the chasm. Simultaneously confronting 4 goblins would impede a swift resolution, unless brutality were unleashed. Any disturbance could provoke unforeseen consequences from the fissure. Thus, Chun-Yi resolved to observe, ideally awaiting the goblins' departure before discreetly pursuing them for an opportune moment, a more prudent approach. This vigil extended for over an hour. Finally, the quartet of goblins outside the rift stirred, emitting guttural cries into the fissure before selecting a direction and departing, coincidentally, towards Chun-Yi and Gao Monli. Chun-Yi's brow arched. Sensing an opportunity, he turned to Gao Monli, whose pallor betrayed her anxiety, and declared, "They're coming. I'll cripple one for you. You handle the rest. I'll take care of the other 3. Chun-Yi's tone brooked no argument, conveying a direct command. Gao Monli nodded, steeling herself. She understood that remaining in this man's favor necessitated demonstrating her worth. Refusal was not an option, unless she desired to leave. They abandoned their initial ambush, retreating to another street. Prudence dictated distancing themselves from the chasm before engaging. The 4 goblins, oblivious to the human pursuit, ambled along the street, their clubs occasionally brandishing the air, unaware of the impending peril. Once the goblins had traversed the street Chun-Yi had previously occupied, the duo swiftly mobilized. Clutching the dagger in your grasp, it is your lifeline, your means of survival. Under no circumstances should you relinquish your weapon, understand? Chun-Yi said to Gao Monli in a low voice. Gao Monli silently nodded. Chun-Yi, aware of her apprehension, offered a rare word of comfort. There's no need to be afraid. These creatures are merely stronger and faster than ordinary people. They're not as formidable as they seem. Having spoken, Chun-Yi peered out once more, his countenance growing solemn. They're here. Prepare to move. Chapter 21. Physical Evolution. 4 goblins, arrayed in a horizontal line, ambled leisurely down the street, occasionally striking at storefronts with their clubs, probing for any concealed humans. Little did they know that a human awaited them at the intersection ahead, eyeing their lives with predatory intent. As the foremost goblin stepped into the intersection, a shadowy figure darted out from the side street with incredible swiftness, seizing the goblin by the head before it could react. Simultaneously, a dagger plunged into its throat. Thwack! As the dagger was withdrawn, a jet of green blood sprayed into the air. Chen Yi's movements were exceptionally swift, enhanced by his physical attributes, which had doubled since his previous encounter. Both his speed and the force of his strikes had reached new heights. Furthermore, with experience on his side, this attack was even more precise and efficient. In the instant he extracted the dagger, Chen Yi seized the goblin's club-wielding hand and twisted it with brutal force. Crack! A sickening sound of bone grinding filled the air, and the goblin's club clattered to the ground. Chen Yi seized the goblin's wrist, flinging it backward with considerable force, and then disregarded the creature, instead turning his attention to the remaining three. He relegated the task of dealing with the incapacitated goblin to Gao Manli, expressing that he would be greatly disappointed if she were unable to manage the situation. By this juncture, the remaining goblins had regained their composure. One of them had already poised its club above Chen Yi's head, ready to strike. However, Chen Yi perceived their movements as sluggish. Compared to his initial encounter with these creatures, their speed now seemed to him as if it were in slow motion. Evading the onrushing club with a sidestep, Chen Yi surged directly into the midst of the three goblins. Despite being surrounded, the goblins' clubs, disproportionately long compared to their bodies, rendered them incapable of launching an unrestrained assault on Chen Yi within their encirclement, unless they were entirely indifferent to the safety of their comrades. If that were the case, Chen Yi would be delighted. Indeed, upon entering the encirclement, Chen Yi distinctly sensed a restraint in the goblins' attacks, with both the force and frequency of their blows being tempered. An opening, Chen Yi thought, fixating his gaze on one of the goblins. Chen Yi propelled himself forward with a forceful push from his rear foot. With an explosive force 4 times greater than normal, he burst forth with suddenness, nearly instantaneously exiting the encirclement and positioning himself behind the goblin. Securing the creature's head with his left hand, he plunged the dagger in his right hand forcefully into its neck. Thwack! 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 With a series of 3 swift strikes, the goblin's head was nearly severed from its body. In the next instant, Chen Yi delivered a kick, sending the goblin hurtling forward. A muffled thud resounded. The goblin's head was violently struck away by an incoming club, akin to a green ball being struck by a baseball bat, soaring far into the distance. The attacking goblin was momentarily taken aback, yet it swiftly charged towards Chen Yi once more, displaying no semblance of grief for its fallen companion. Chen Yi disregarded the advancing goblin and instead sidestepped to confront another, having noticed that the latter had retreated 2 steps, evidently attempting to summon assistance. The proximity of both parties, coupled with Chen Yi's extraordinary explosive power, rendered the distance negligible, almost instantaneous. The goblin, about to unleash a cry, was startled as a shadow swiftly appeared before it. Chen Yi had already positioned himself directly in front, attempting to swing its weapon. The goblin found its club firmly grasped by Chen Yi, rendering it immobile. In the next moment, a gaping wound appeared on its neck and temple, green blood gushing forth. Chen Yi then turned his gaze towards the final goblin, which had just rushed up behind him, its club already descending towards the back of his head. Given Chen Yi's current physical prowess, confronting a single goblin posed no challenge. The adversary was swiftly dealt with before it could even utter a sound. As 3 ethereal lights merged with his being, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he intended to check on the situation with Gao Manli, his expression shifted abruptly, becoming unnaturally pale. At that moment, he felt a surging, unruly force coursing through his body, washing over his limbs and bones. This sensation was excruciating, akin to a small knife incessantly slicing through his flesh from within. However, the remnants of rationality prevented Chen Yi from crying out, for he understood that any loud noise would quickly attract the monsters, plunging him into a situation from which there would be no escape. He could only grit his teeth so hard that blood began to seep from his gums. Soon, the energy within him surged through every corner of his body, ultimately converging upon his brain. With a resonating hum, he felt something shatter in his mind, and an exhilarating wave of coolness washed over him, alleviating much of the pain he had endured. At that moment, he experienced an extraordinary clarity, as if every part of his being had been cleansed. This sensation was utterly enchanting. His senses sharpened to an astonishing degree. He could hear the labored breaths and rapid heartbeat of Gao Manli from several meters away. This remarkable awareness gave Chen Yi an uncanny feeling of transcending his corporeal form. Rising slowly from the ground, he turned his gaze toward Gao Manli. There she was, slumped on the ground, her left arm's athletic jacket torn, revealing crimson blood seeping from her wounds, accompanied by numerous other injuries scattered across her body. Not far from her lay a goblin, lifeless and motionless, its body riddled with stab wounds, while two fatal injuries marred its neck and temple. Clearly, Galmonli had realized that a dagger alone could not inflict mortal wounds upon a goblin, so she had emulated Chen-Yi in targeting its vital spots. It seemed she had learned well, for at least she had survived. As for her injuries, Chen-Yi paid them no heed. These wounds are not fatal, and he believes they will soon heal spontaneously. During the observation period, Chen-Yi had approached Galmonli, extending his hand toward her. Galmonli's dazed pupils gradually focused, and she lifted her gaze to meet Chen-Yi's eyes before reaching out to grasp his broad palm. Chen-Yi pulled Galmonli up from the ground, remarking lightly, "Well done, you have not disappointed me." Galmonli nodded numbly, remaining silent. Chen-Yi continued, "Do you feel it?" Galmonli was taken aback and then looked at Chen-Yi, her eyes filled with confusion. Without further elaboration, Chen-Yi simply stated, "Take a moment to truly sense the changes in your body." Although Galmonli was perplexed, she attentively began to perceive the transformations within herself. Gradually, her expression shifted from one of numbness and bewilderment to astonishment and disbelief. After a prolonged silence, she turned to Chen-Yi and asked, "Is this the reason you persist in hunting monsters?" Chapter 22. The Power of Thunder. A subtle smile played at the corners of Chen-Yi's mouth. "What did you think? Am I doing this for the sake of societal progress?" The changes in his body lifted his spirits, dispelling the earlier oppressive emotions, and he began to jest. Galmonli remained silent, still enveloped in a surreal sense of having survived a calamity. Moments ago, she had nearly believed she was facing death. Although the monster was gravely injured and disarmed, its inherent strength and agility were far beyond her capabilities. The two parties exchanged injuries almost equally, and in the end, Galmonli triumphed, relying on her advantage in weaponry and her ruthless spirit in the face of life and death. However, she found herself utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. The man before her, astonishingly, offered no assistance, remaining idle even as she hovered on the brink of death. Faced with his jest, Galmonli could only respond with silence. Feeling unjustly wronged by Chen-Yi, after dispatching 3 goblins, Chen-Yi had initially intended to check on Galmonli's situation, wanting to ensure her safety since he had brought her along. Unexpectedly, a sudden change in his own condition demanded his attention, leaving him unable to assist her. Yet, even if he were aware of her thoughts, he would remain indifferent. He did not compel her to make a choice. Since she opted to accompany him, she must take responsibility for her decisions as an adult. Noticing her silence, Chen-Yi understood that her mind was likely tumultuous. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "Let us call it a day for now and head back." He too wished to return and thoroughly assess the changes within his own body. Sensing that this enhancement was not merely physical but perhaps encompassed other transformations as well, Galmonli nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." With that, the two made their way towards the residential building where they were staying, stopping along the streets to gather some supplies. Although injured, the mysterious energy from the monsters was not only altering her physique, but also accelerating her recovery. By the time they returned to the residential building, her wounds had healed significantly. Even the deeper cut on her left arm had begun to scab over, likely to heal completely within a few days. The two individuals surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no monsters were in pursuit, before ascending to the 3rd floor via the safety rope. After retracting the rope, they returned to room 601. Upon closing the door, Chen-Yi glanced at Galmonli and softly said, "You should rest for a moment. I will take a shower." After 2 days without bathing, compounded by the blood and sweat accumulated from their encounters, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. This was an opportune moment for him to carefully examine his own physique. Without further ado, Chen-Yi retrieved a towel and toothbrush from the bag he had brought back, and made his way to the bathroom, disregarding Galmonli, who sat on the couch with her head bowed, lost in thought. The cool water cascaded from the showerhead, washing away Chen-Yi's fatigue, not merely physical or mental, but largely psychological. After all, he was just a college student accustomed to physical training. The events of the past 2 days had left him feeling utterly drained. As the refreshing water flowed over him, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. Oh, the definition of his muscles was striking, radiating sheer power. And his pectorals, goodness, were his abdominal muscles really that pronounced? He had not anticipated that this mysterious energy could also sculpt his physique. As he cleansed himself, Chen-Yi marveled at his transformation. His body, once lean and frail, was a result of prolonged psychological strain and dietary issues. Despite the rigorous training of his brutal persona, the lack of proper nutrition had hindered the visibility of his muscle definition. Now, however, the situation has changed. though devoid of the massive biceps and exaggerated pectorals. The contours of his muscles are remarkably defined, akin to a sculpture meticulously crafted by an artist. Overall, while his physique may still appear somewhat lean, it exudes an undeniable explosive power. Chen Yi feels an immense sense of satisfaction as he takes a moment to appreciate the strength residing within his body. It comes as no surprise that his physical capabilities have doubled, now reaching 5 times that of an average adult. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Chen Yi can sense within him an enigmatic energy, a potent and incomprehensible force. After spending nearly half an hour in the shower, thoroughly cleansing himself, he stepped out of the bathroom, disregarding Gao Monli, who was still lost in thought in the living room, and made his way directly to his room. Closing the door behind him, sitting on his bed, Chen Yi gazed at his right hand. After a brief moment, he gently closed his eyes. Meticulously attuning himself to the ethereal energy within, he endeavored to gather this energy in his palm. This process lasted approximately 3 minutes, during which he finally discerned the presence of this force. He then allowed the energy to circulate within his body, gradually concentrating it in the center of his palm. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. From the previously empty space of his palm, strands of blue-white lightning erupted, appearing as if conjured from thin air. Accompanied by a piercing crackle, the lightning danced with an exhilarating brilliance. With a sudden jolt, Chen Yi opened his eyes, his face alight with astonishment as he beheld the arcs of electricity pulsating in his hand. Is this truly my power? Lightning. It appears to be an extraordinary ability. Chen Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, it is lightning, a force of nature imbued with terrifying destructive power. And he could wield it. Just the thought sent waves of exhilaration through his heart. However, he quickly quelled his excitement and began to experiment with this energy for an offensive purpose. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the flickering arc of electricity dancing in his palm, gradually intensifying the infusion of energy while meticulously controlling the arc to prevent it from expanding. Instead, he focused on gathering and compressing it within his palm. Zizz. Crackle. Under Chen Yi's relentless compression, a sphere of lightning, roughly the size of a fist, materialized in his hand. With arcs of electricity radiating outward and a palpable aura of destruction permeating the air. At that moment, Chen Yi sensed an impending loss of control over the lightning sphere. As if the energy within his grasp could erupt at any moment, his expression shifted, and he hastily grasped his right wrist with his left hand to reinforce his control. Then raised his arm, palm directed toward the window. Zizz, boom, a low rumble resounded as the lightning sphere, compressed to its utmost limit, launched forward like a coiled springs, manifesting as a bolt of electricity the width of 3 fingers. It struck the wall outside the window, creating a crater the size of a basin several meters away. Chen Yi gazed at his handiwork outside the window, then glanced at his palm, now marred with scorch marks, utterly astonished. With a sudden creak, the door swung open. Gao Monli rushed in, her expression fraught with concern as she questioned, "What happened? Is everything all right?" Chen Yi turned to respond, but was abruptly seized by a wave of dizziness in his mind. Then, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly unconscious. Chapter 23. I want to beat this guy up. In a daze, Chen Yi opened his eyes, immediately feeling a sharp pain radiating from his head, prompting him to instinctively clutch it. What on earth is happening? Shaking his head to alleviate the discomfort, he finally raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. In the next moment, he spotted a figure striking a sandbag and another small figure lost in thought at the desk, coupled with the familiar decor of the room. He quickly realized where he was. Am I back here again? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Yi slowly rose from the bed. The violent persona and the timid persona both glanced at him momentarily before returning to their respective activities, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. This reaction was entirely within Chen Yi's expectations. After all, one was a tyrant and the other a mute, so it was unrealistic to hope for them to initiate dialogue. Unfazed, he took the initiative to speak. I've come back to see you both. How are you doing? The room was enveloped in silence, save for the muffled sounds of the sandbag being struck. Both individuals ignored Chen Yi's presence. He rubbed his nose, internally cursing. These two are truly difficult to communicate with. How long have I been here? What's happening outside? Chen Yi inquired again. At that moment, the timid persona at the desk turned to glance at him and softly replied, You've been here for nearly 8 hours. As for the situation outside, we haven't ventured out, so we are unaware of what is occurring. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was taken aback, and he meticulously recalled the events preceding his arrival. His countenance darkened as he remembered experimenting with his newly acquired lightning powers, which he had likely overexerted, resulting in his internal energy being depleted and leading to his unconsciousness. 8 hours had elapsed since then, and the commotion had been considerable. Surely, there wouldn't be any dire consequences? With this thought, Chun Yi's expression grew even more somber, and he inquired in a grave tone, "Why haven't you all ventured outside to assess the situation? Given the perilous circumstances out there, how can you remain at ease after being blindfolded for 8 hours?" As soon as these words left his lips, even the ferocious persona, who had been relentlessly striking the sandbag, glanced over. Chun Yi met the gaze without flinching. After all, this body was not solely his responsibility. Everyone shared the duty to strive for survival. A prolonged silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered by a somewhat timid voice. "Wasn't it agreed that you would handle things outside while I stayed here?" The cowardly persona, while casting a fleeting glance at Chun Yi, quickly turned away. Chun Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. The ferocious persona also diverted his attention back to the sandbag, the thudding sounds echoing like a series of resounding slaps against Chun Yi's face, igniting a fiery sensation that made him long for a refuge. Perhaps a 3-bedroom apartment to hide within. After a considerable pause, Chun Yi inhaled deeply, first glancing at the ferocious persona before softly addressing the cowardly persona. "Could you please step outside for a moment to check the situation? I have a desire to teach this fellow a lesson." He gestured towards the ferocious persona. Upon hearing this, the brutal persona halted its actions once more, a flash of crimson fury igniting in its gaze as it turned to fixate intently on Chun Yi. It then cast a glance at the timid persona, its meaning unmistakable. "You should step outside and assess the situation. We shall resolve our grievances here." The timid persona recoiled slightly, surveying the two figures before ultimately resting its gaze on Chun Yi, its voice still tinged with trepidation. "You cannot defeat him." Unfazed and expressionless, Chun Yi replied calmly, "Fear not. I am no longer the person I once was. I have grown significantly stronger." The timid persona, wishing to protest further, was abruptly interrupted by the brutal persona, its voice a harsh rasp, seemingly perpetually stifled by a torrent of suppressed rage. "Leave." The low, gravelly command sent a shiver through the timid persona, which dared not utter another word and bowed its head as it exited the room. Chun Yi rose from the bed, his gaze ablaze with determination as he focused intently on the brutal persona. At this moment, having harnessed the power of lightning, he brimmed with confidence and felt an overwhelming desire to test the depths of this brutal entity. The brutal persona's eyes gradually turned a deep crimson, staring unwaveringly at Chun Yi, yet remained motionless, exuding an increasingly chaotic aura. The two stood in a prolonged, tense silence, locked in mutual scrutiny. Suddenly, Chun Yi sprang into action. With a powerful leap, he surged forward at an astonishing speed, 5 times that of a normal person, transforming his hand into a blade aimed directly at the brutal persona's neck. Given the proximity between them, Chun Yi reached the brutal entity in the blink of an eye. However, the next moment, a resounding thud echoed through the air as Chun Yi was propelled backward with a velocity surpassing his initial charge, crashing violently into the bed and embedding himself into the wall. In a fit of rage, the figure maintained a poised stance, gradually retracting his fists, his blood-red eyes fixed disdainfully upon Chun Yi, who was internally crumbling. Chun Yi realized, to his dismay, that he could barely discern his opponent's movements, let alone evade them, as time was not on his side. The adversary had mastered the art of stillness to counteract motion, only at the last moment. Just as Chun Yi's strike was about to connect, did he deftly sidestep the blow and retaliate with a powerful punch. Consequently, Chun Yi found himself devoid of any opportunity to react. This displayed an absolute confidence, for had the rage even faltered slightly, he would have been struck by Chun Yi's precise hand strike to the neck. At that moment, Chun Yi was acutely aware of the chasm that separated him from his adversary. It was a profound disparity in combat awareness, independent of physical prowess or other tangible factors. He was utterly overwhelmed in technique. Were they true enemies, Chun Yi could scarcely fathom how many times he would have perished by now. Gradually, he withdrew his body from the wall, landing with a serious gaze locked onto the embodiment of wrath, determined to engage earnestly. He was eager to discover whether this embodiment of brutality could surpass the speed of lightning. A fierce glint flickered in Chun Yi's eyes. Within this mental arena, neither party would sustain real injuries. Thus, he harbored no intentions of holding back. Crackling sounds erupted as vibrant blue and white arcs of electricity surged and coalesced in Chun Yi's hands, swiftly forming a fist-sized sphere of lightning, emanating an aura of annihilation. With his power fully charged, Chun Yi hesitated not for a moment, raising his hand to aim directly at his opponent. Simultaneously, a series of scarlet arcs of electricity materialized around the embodiment of rage, resembling blood-red serpents that coiled across his entire being. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the room as a bolt of blue-white energy as thick as 3 fingers erupted from Chen Yi's hand, vanishing in an instant and leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Chen Yi, however, was left in a state of shock. The once formidable figure of Bao Yue had already disappeared from sight, now lurking in the corner of the room. Observing Bao Yue, enveloped in a crimson glow of lightning, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, you can dodge that too?" Bao Yue remained silent, merely extending his index finger towards Chen Yi, where a concentrated mass of scarlet lightning began to gather. Chen Yi. Chapter 24. A fresh introduction. In the outside world, Chen Yi gradually opened his eyes, first testing the movement of his fingers, confirming his ability to move before slowly rising. His gaze, somewhat unfocused, scanned the surroundings. This room, having been previously encountered by his timid persona, was not entirely unfamiliar. However, he found himself at a loss when he noticed a woman lying beside the bed. He recognized her. Her name was Gao Monli, without a doubt. Yet to him, she felt like a stranger, and he was distinctly uncomfortable and unwilling to engage with unfamiliar faces. As if sensing movement nearby, Gao Monli suddenly lifted her head, her eyes fixed intently on the timid persona. Startled, he instinctively averted his gaze and lowered his head. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Gao Monli's eyes as she quickly whispered, "You're awake? What happened this afternoon? Why did you suddenly faint?" The barrage of questions left the timid persona bewildered, unsure of how to respond. His expression was somewhat flustered, his hands tightly clutching the bedding as he stammered, I'm fine. This afternoon, I was testing a new ability and accidentally fainted." Gao Monli regarded the timid man with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, she sensed something peculiar about him, as if he harbored a degree of social anxiety. She reflected on Chen Yi's persona in her mind. Calm, rational, meticulous, ferocious, bloodthirsty. Yet, not once did she associate him with social awkwardness. She swiftly shook her head and voiced her lingering doubts. Testing a new ability? What ability? How did it create such a commotion? In Gao Monli's perception, Chen Yi had always been a man of calculated action. It was unfathomable for him to cause such a disturbance, especially one that led to him fainting. Was he not disregarding his own well-being? The timid man hesitated, his discomfort growing palpable. If it were not for the late hour and the absence of light in the room, his expression might have terrified Gao Monli. Observing his silence, she assumed he still harbored distrust towards her, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. "If you don't wish to share, that's fine. Since you're awake, I'll take my leave," she declared, rising to exit. The timid man, acutely sensitive, could distinctly sense her despondency, and he was aware that this woman was on his side. Gao Monli turned, softly inquiring, "Is there something else?" Her voice unmistakably carried an emotional weight. Timid, unsure of how to articulate his newfound abilities, contemplated for a moment before slowly raising his hand. He gazed at his palm for an extended period, then extended his hand towards Gao Monli at the doorway, applying a gentle yet firm grip. Instantly, Gao Monli felt a constriction around her body, as if an unseen force was compressing her, rendering her immobile, while simultaneously pulling her towards Chen Yi. In the next moment, she found herself lifted half a meter off the ground, as if an invisible hand had drawn her in front of Chen Yi. Meanwhile, a weak voice echoed softly in her ears. This is the new ability." Gao Monli stood there, utterly astonished, her mouth agape. Beads of sweat formed on Timid's forehead, indicating that wielding this power exacted a considerable toll on him. He gently lowered Gao Monli and silently calculated the time. It should be about right. Time to return. With that thought, Timid closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. He was simply not accustomed to interacting with others. It was better to let that fellow handle it. Approximately 10 seconds later, Chen Yi opened his eyes again, now devoid of any timorous demeanor, replaced instead with fatigue and a profound sense of existential doubt. After Timid had left, Chen Yi, who had been left in a state of utter defeat, quickly emerged, desperate to escape the cruelty of the torment. He had initially believed that with his newfound extraordinary abilities, he could adequately teach the tyrant a lesson, making it clear who was in charge. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. Everyone ultimately claims to be the same person, inhabiting the same body, and the abilities one possesses are undoubtedly mirrored in the other. To disregard this notion may result in a severe reckoning. Fortunately, such encounters are not devoid of purpose. At the very least, he has gained a deeper understanding of his own capabilities, and has also gleaned new methods of utilizing his powers from the hands of brutality. Chen Yi chuckled bitterly to himself, resolving to maintain a lower profile in the future. After all, he simply could not hold his ground. As he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, he realized he had been too preoccupied with enduring his punishment to pay attention to the external circumstances. It was only then that he remembered to assess the situation. However, upon raising his eyes, he was met with the sight of Gao Manli, still lost in thought at the bedside, prompting him to arch an eyebrow and inquire, "What are you doing? Why are you in such a daze?" Gao Manli was instantly roused from her reverie, her gaze drifting towards Chen Yi as she softly asked, "How did you do that just now? Was it a superpower?" Chen Yi furrowed his brow at her words, questioning when he had ever demonstrated anything for her to witness. Yet, he quickly recalled his earlier display of timidity. Sighing inwardly, he mused, "What a naive child. Such matters should not be divulged so freely." After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is a superpower, or one might also refer to it as an extraordinary ability." He had initially intended to keep this a secret from Gao Manli, especially since she was already aware that slaying monsters could enhance one's strength. It was only a matter of time before she awakened her own abilities. Moreover, having witnessed her independently defeat a goblin, Chen Yi had already begun to contemplate nurturing her as an ally. Well, once you have vanquished 10 monsters, you too should awaken extraordinary powers. The specific principles elude my understanding, yet this appears to belong to the realm of evolution, does it not? Such is my conjecture. Chen Yi spoke with a hint of uncertainty, his assertions merely speculative, drawn from the novels he had perused in a past life, devoid of any substantial foundation. Meanwhile, Gao Manli was evidently too preoccupied to ponder these nuances. Her voice tinged with excitement. She inquired, "Is that truly the case? Are you suggesting that I too could possess such extraordinary powers?" Her tone was fervent, her large eyes wide with anticipation. Chen Yi nodded affirmatively, stating it should be accurate. However, it necessitates the evolution of one's body to a certain degree. I estimate that one must vanquish 10 monsters to achieve this. His reasoning stemmed from his own experience, having acquired abilities only after defeating a similar number of foes. Upon receiving this confirmation, Gao Manli felt an overwhelming urge to seize Chen Yi and embark on a monster hunting expedition immediately, striving to quell her inner excitement. She gazed at Chen Yi earnestly and expressed, "I appreciate your trust in me and your willingness to share this information." Gao Manli, being an astute woman, was acutely aware of the significance of such information at this juncture. It is no exaggeration to assert that this knowledge could be the difference between life and death for many. Observing her earnest demeanor, Chen Yi suddenly chuckled. In this fractured world, survival is a daunting challenge. Since you possess the resolve and awareness to confront monsters, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Chen Yi. As he extended his hand, Gao Manli momentarily paused, taken aback by the breadth of his palm, but soon a smile graced her face. She reciprocated the gesture with sincerity, stating, "Greetings, I am Gao Manli." Chapter 25 The beginning of human degradation. A faint smile curved on Chen Yi's lips as he released his hand and inquired, "All right. I didn't have the chance to ask earlier. Please tell me if anything significant occurred while I was unconscious." Gao Manli withdrew her hand and shook her head, responding, "Nothing particularly noteworthy happened. After you fell unconscious, I observed the rooftop several times, and no creatures gathered. However, it seems there was some activity in room 602. They may have opened the door but did not come over. As for the situation downstairs, I am not certain, as I did not venture down to investigate." Gao Manli actually harbored a desire to check downstairs, for there were still 2 occupied rooms. Nevertheless, with Chen Yi in a state of unconsciousness and the presence of others next door, she felt uneasy about going down. The rooftop was a more convenient option, allowing her to return swiftly while also not taking too much time to survey the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi let out a small sigh of relief. It was truly a close call, and he realized he must exercise restraint in the use of his abilities in the future. It was indeed his own excitement that led to such a precarious situation, as he had not considered the consequences at that moment. Nodding slightly, Chen Yi murmured, "It's quite late now. You should return to rest." At that moment, Chen Yi felt immensely fatigued and wished to have a proper rest in preparation for the hunting activities of the following day. Gao Manli, upon hearing this, said nothing further. After a nod, she exited the room. Before long, as Chen Yi had just settled down, he heard the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. It was evident that Gao Manli was taking a shower. Indeed, The other party had not bathed for 2 days, having engaged in combat with a monster, their body reeking of blood and sweat. It was undoubtedly uncomfortable to remain unwashed. In any case, the commotion should not attract the creature's attention, thus, Chun-Yi chose to disregard it and slowly closed his eyes. However, before long, he reopened them, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. The individual next door had emerged, now standing at the entrance of room 601. It was already past 1 in the morning. This person had known of the presence next door since the afternoon, yet chose this moment to approach, undoubtedly with ill intentions. Contemplating this, Chun-Yi rose silently, moving with deliberate slowness to the door, where he remained utterly still, even lowering his breath. He was curious to see what the other party intended. The individual lingered at the door for approximately 2 minutes, likely straining to listen for any sounds from within. At that moment, Gao Monli was in the shower, the sound of running water echoing far into the stillness of the night, which the intruder must have heard. Suddenly, Chun-Yi's ears perked up, surprise flickering across his face. He discerned the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Remarkably, the other party possessed a key to this place. With a click, the lock turned, and the door swung open. The intruder moved with utmost caution, pushing the door gently to avoid making any noise. Meanwhile, Gao Monli remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. As the door opened to a narrow gap, the figure stepped inside. Yet, in the next moment, the intruder froze, confronted by the sight of an expressionless figure standing before him. Simultaneously, Chun-Yi discerned the stranger's appearance, his eyesight markedly superior to that of an average person. The man, approximately 178 centimeters tall and around 35 or 36 years of age, possessed a robust physique that suggested a regular commitment to fitness. His square face was adorned with a crew cut, giving him an intimidating presence. Clearly caught off guard by the situation, he momentarily found himself at a loss for action. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi remained silent, his arms crossed, coldly observing the man before him. After a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, the man could no longer contain himself. A fierce glint gradually appeared in his eyes. He drew a fruit knife from behind him, brandishing it at Chun-Yi while growling, "You better behave, or I'll make you pay dearly." Chun-Yi continued to maintain his silence, fixating his icy gaze upon the man. Misinterpreting Chun-Yi's quietness as fear, the man escalated his aggression, barking, "Get back inside now." After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Yi complied and retreated into the living room. He was curious to discern the man's intentions, which would also guide his own approach. Oblivious to the gravity of his next actions, the man began to survey the living room upon entering, eventually fixing his gaze on the bathroom. Inside, the sounds of running water had ceased, indicating that Gao Monli had sensed the commotion outside. She casually donned a t-shirt and shorts, her hair still damp, and stepped out. Upon witnessing the scene in the living room, she paused in surprise and turned to Chun-Yi, ignoring the knife-wielding man, and inquired, "What is going on? Who is this?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Chun-Yi replied, "He's from next door." Nodding in understanding, Gao Monli glanced at the man before asking, "What should we do about this?" "Chun-Yi, it depends on the situation." "Enough. Do you think I am invisible? Do you dare to believe I could end your lives?" The man, seeing that Chun-Yi and Gao Monli dismissed him entirely, was immediately filled with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. He brandished a knife at Chun-Yi, commanding, "You, enter the room. The moment you come out, I shall end you." With that, he turned his gaze towards Gao Monli, who had just emerged from the bathroom, his eyes glimmering with greed and desire. Earlier that afternoon, he had heard a commotion next door, but uncertainty had restrained him from recklessly opening the door to investigate. Instead, he had concealed himself by the entrance, peering through the crack. There, he observed a voluptuous woman pacing back and forth, her alluring figure lingering in his mind, igniting his imagination. As night fell, those thoughts festered, compounded by the grim reality of their circumstances, a meager existence, monsters lurking outside, the ever-present specter of death, and the authorities utterly indifferent to their plight. Gradually, his nefarious intentions spiraled out of control. By midnight, he resolved to stealthily intrude upon the woman, knowing that the neighboring tenant had a penchant for concealing keys beneath the carpet, thus alleviating his concerns about awakening anyone. Little did he anticipate that another man inhabited the room. However, this man appeared to be a coward, which only heightened his excitement. At that moment, Chun-Yi remained blissfully unaware of the man's sinister intentions, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Turning to glance at Gao Monli, one cannot help but acknowledge her striking beauty. Standing at approximately 168 centimeters, she possesses a delicate, oval face and a figure that is both alluring and well-defined. Her long, slender legs are particularly captivating. Furthermore, Chun-Yi observed that she appeared to be somewhat unadorned, likely having sensed a disturbance outside and lacking the time to dress appropriately. He could even discern the subtle protrusions on her blouse. This sight momentarily startled Chun-Yi, who had been so preoccupied with the constant threat of peril that he had not fully realized the extent of her allure. The man, noticing Chun-Yi's lack of response, was immediately consumed by rage. "You seek death, do you?" he barked, taking a couple of steps forward as if to strike Chun-Yi. In a flash, Chun-Yi raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Brother, please, don't. I'll go in right now." He then made his way into the room, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "Let us do it, even if it leads to death." His words held a double entendre, leaving one to ponder to whom they were directed. Chapter 26, The First Lesson of the Apocalypse. The man, interpreting Chun-Yi's sudden compliance as a sign of fear, grinned maniacally, a smile tinged with malice. "Well, it seems you have some sense, kid. Don't worry, I won't harm your woman as long as she cooperates." Meanwhile, Gao Manli gazed at Chun-Yi's retreating figure, momentarily silent. She understood the implications of his words and recognized the man's intentions, yet after a brief contemplation, she turned to the man approaching her with a lewd grin and calmly inquired, "Can we have a conversation? Talk." "Certainly. How about you wait underneath me while we discuss?" Before the echoes of his words could dissipate, the man lunged at Gao Manli with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. Gao Manli, having confronted monstrosities in direct combat and undergone a mystical evolution of her physical form, was not one to be easily subdued. With a subtle shift of her feet, she gracefully sidestepped his assault. "What's this? The little vixen dares to evade me, does she? Your man has forsaken you. Do you doubt that I would dare violate you before his very eyes?" The man's countenance twisted with malice as he spoke, his body once more hurtling towards Gao Manli. She continued to evade him, her movements lithe and agile, navigating the living room with remarkable ease, utilizing the sofa and coffee table as aids in her effortless avoidance. After several attempts, the man's rage ignited, his words escalating in vulgarity. "I'll make you regret this, you little wench. You think you can keep dodging me? I'll mince your man into pieces and feed him to the dogs if you persist." The color drained from Gao Manli's face, her beautiful eyes hardening with a frigid resolve. At that moment, Chun-Yi's voice resonated from the room. "What exactly are you doing? Attempting the cha-cha?" Interpreting this as mockery, the man's immediate impulse was to unleash a torrent of abuse. "I'll make you." His words were abruptly cut short by a strangled groan of agony as a foot propelled him through the air, sending him crashing against the wall. Upon landing, he clutched at his chest, the immense force robbing him of breath, rendering him speechless, his face flushed crimson. Gao Manli retrieved the fallen fruit knife and approached the man with measured steps, standing over him, her gaze fixed downward. As he attempted to raise his head, a foot slammed down upon it with brutal force. The impact of his skull against the floor reverberated through the room with a sickening thud. The air was thick with tension as the man pressed his face against the ground, gritting his teeth and uttering a defiant challenge. Gao Manli's expression grew increasingly frigid. After a moment's contemplation, she seized a cushion from the sofa. Without hesitation, she struck decisively, plunging a knife into the inner thigh of the man. A piercing scream threatened to escape his lips, but it was swiftly muffled by the cushion pressed firmly against his mouth, leaving him to emit only stifled whimpers of pain. With one hand firmly clutching the cushion and the other wielding the knife, Gao Manli's demeanor remained unchanged as her actions persisted. A twist of her wrist sent the man into a frantic struggle beneath her, his resistance intensifying to the point where she nearly lost her grip. In a swift motion, she withdrew the knife and delivered a powerful stab to each of his limbs, the blade making contact with bone. His struggles began to wane, replaced by a series of pitiful whines that seemed to plead for mercy. Gao Manli refrained from further strikes, yet her grip on the cushion tightened with resolve. Only when she sensed he was on the brink of asphyxiation did she finally relinquish the cushion, discarding it aside. The man lay motionless on the ground, gasping for breath and coughing intermittently. At that moment, Chun-Yi emerged from the room, surveying the scene with discontent, his lips curling in disdain. The commotion had been excessive, the bloodied aftermath too pronounced, and far too much time had elapsed. Gao Manli stood in silence, her head turned away, absorbed in her thoughts. Chun-Yi approached and cast a glance at her, chuckling lightly. "Oh, are you dissatisfied with me?" Gao Manli remained silent. Chun-Yi paid it no mind. After all, it is quite natural for a woman to experience a range of emotions. I am merely providing you with a lesson in advance. In today's world, one must be ruthless to survive, especially women. Do you understand? These are challenges you will inevitably encounter. Consider tonight a rehearsal. As he spoke, Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the man on the ground, and a chill crept into his heart, though his words were soothing. The distortion of humanity in this apocalyptic era was something he had only read about in novels from his past life. It was far from easy to maintain a tranquil heart. It was only 2 days since the upheaval began, and already fear and cowardice had laid bare humanity's inherent flaws. One could only imagine what would become of the world given more time. Power. It all boiled down to power. Only by possessing sufficient strength could one cultivate a sense of assurance and face the perils of the future unflinchingly. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi took the fruit knife from Gao Monli's hand and slowly crouched down. From now on, you will answer my questions, understood? The man, staring at the knife swaying before him, dared not utter a single word of dissent. Why, yes, I understand. Please, ask your questions. What brought you here so suddenly? The man, compelled by the situation, recounted how he had seen Gao Monli through the crack in the door and had subsequently entertained malicious thoughts. After listening, Chen Yi nodded slightly, his expression impassive as he regarded Gao Monli. She bit her crimson lip and said, I apologize, it was my oversight. Chen Yi did not respond, but remarked, since he is here for you, you shall handle it yourself. Upon hearing this, Gao Monli fell silent, remaining quiet for an extended period. Chen Yi, not urging her, settled into a nearby sofa, his gaze drifting towards the window. The man on the floor, now realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that the outcome hinged entirely on the decision of this woman before him. With this thought, he endured the excruciating pain and rose to his knees before Gao Monli, pleading desperately, esteemed lady, I acknowledge my wrongs. Look at my current plight. I implore you, spare me this once. I was momentarily bewitched. I assure you it will not happen again. I beseech you, kind lady, grant me mercy just this once. I bow before you. With that, the man repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, the sound echoing with significant force. Observing the man kneeling before her, persistently pleading and bowing, Gao Monli's icy demeanor began to soften, a flicker of hesitation and compassion crossing her eyes. Unconsciously, she turned her gaze towards Chen Yi, aware of his stance. Yet she found herself grappling with her own resolve. After all, her upbringing had instilled in her the principle that one should not harm others, let alone take a life. Meanwhile, Chen Yi pretended not to notice her gaze, continuing to stare out the window. The only sound that filled the living room was the man's incessant pleas. In Chapter 27, Class Dismissed, Execute. The man on the ground soon broke into tears, his head relentlessly striking the floor. Yet his eyes began to harden with a newfound ferocity. He realized that regardless of his entreaties, he was unlikely to escape the calamity awaiting him that night. Ordinarily, he would have dismissed the notion that anyone would dare harm him. However, given the present circumstances, he realized that his life was hanging by a thread. Should he meet an untimely end, his demise could easily be attributed to unknown causes, and no one would likely investigate his fate. It was this very line of reasoning that had led him to this precarious situation in the first place. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and save himself. Please, fair lady, he whimpered, I beg you spare me. As he pleaded, his hand stealthily crept towards the fruit knife that Chen Yi had carelessly tossed aside. I implore you, I swear I won't repeat this mistake. Before he could finish his entreaty, he unleashed a torrent of vulgarities. You goddamn bitch. Hesitating no more, the man lunged forward, embracing Gao Monli's legs. The sudden impact caused her to lose her balance and fall backward onto the ground. Ignoring the pain, his adrenaline surging, he wrapped his arm around her neck while holding the knife against her throat. Get up, he roared. You stinking bitch, I begged you to let me go. But you wouldn't, would you? Well, then we'll all die together. As he continued to hurl insults, he forcefully dragged Gao Monli to her feet. Gao Monli dared not resist, for she could feel the sharp point of the knife piercing her skin, a trickle of liquid tracing its path down her neck. It was at this moment that Chen Yi finally turned around, his face devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the enraged man. Listen, kid, the man said. Let me go, and I'll return your woman to you, understand? Despite his threats of mutual destruction, the man knew that his survival depended on Chen Yi's consent. Though he wielded a knife, he had just failed to overpower the woman before him, let alone the calm man standing nearby. Engaging in a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome for him. Chen Yi disregarded the man and directed his gaze towards Gao Monli, who lowered her head slightly, feeling a tinge of shame. Do you comprehend now? He queried. While you hesitate to afford the other party an opportunity, they are already plotting your demise. Such is human nature. Such is the world we inhabit today. Gao Monli listened to Chun Yi's admonishment without retort, softly replying, I understand. It won't happen again. Chun Yi, his expression devoid of emotion, stated, there will be no next time. Class is dismissed. The man, incensed, felt utterly disrespected by the two individuals before him. He pointed the knife at Chun Yi and cursed, damn it, you won't let me have it easy, will you? Then we shall perish together. With that, he lunged the knife towards Gao Monli's neck, but Chun Yi's reflexes were swifter. In an instant, he extended his index finger towards the man, unleashing a slender blue-white arc of electricity that shot forth from his fingertip. The sound crackled in the stillness of the night, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, returning everything to tranquility. Thud! The man's body collapsed to the ground, a charred hole the size of a thumb marking his forehead. Throughout the ordeal, Gao Monli remained largely unperturbed, for she understood that as long as Chun Yi wished for her safety, she would be unharmed. Feeling the grip around her neck dissipate, she slightly raised her head to meet Chun Yi's gaze, softly saying, I apologize. There will be no next time, I promise. Chun Yi cast a brief glance at her, replying, there is no need for promises. Your life is your own. As Chun Yi returned to the room, Gao Monli remained silent for a few moments before giving a slight nod, just as she was about to attend to the scene. Chun Yi unexpectedly emerged from the room once more. He approached Gao Monli, raised his hand, and placed a pill into her mouth. Subsequently, he took a cotton swab soaked in iodine and gently cleaned the wound on her neck, finally applying a bandage to staunch the bleeding. After completing these tasks, Chun Yi turned and re-entered the room, this time closing the door behind him without uttering a single word. Gao Monli gazed at the firmly shut door, her fingers brushing against the bandage on her neck. The tension in her expression gradually softened, and an inexplicable meaning began to blossom in her heart. As a thought crossed her mind, a flicker of confusion appeared in her beautiful eyes. How could it have been lightning? What she had witnessed earlier should have been a different ability altogether. The following day, around 10 o'clock, Chun Yi finally awoke. After spending the night in a mental space battling fiercely, it was only natural for him to rise later in the morning. Exiting his room, he found the living room had been tidied, the body was gone, and the blood had been meticulously cleaned. He glanced around, but did not spot Gao Monli, surmising that she still had not risen. After a moment's consideration, Chun Yi chose not to call out to her and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. When he emerged, Gao Monli had just stepped out of her room. She appeared to have had a restless night, with noticeable dark circles beneath her large eyes. Chun Yi nodded towards her and said, freshen up, have something to eat, and then we shall head out. Upon hearing Chun Yi speak to her, Gao Monli's lips curled into a gentle smile. All right, give me a moment. It won't take long. After partaking in a meal and engaging in some light physical activity to invigorate their bodies, the clock struck 11. Following their customary routine, Chun Yi and Gao Monli descended and proceeded towards the northern part of the city. Today marked the third day since the outbreak of the Crimson phenomenon. Based on Chun Yi's assessment, many individuals who had previously sought refuge in abandoned buildings had already fled north on the first day. Additionally, those who had been hiding there would have likely been swept away by the monstrous presence. Consequently, it was probable that the area would not be overrun with creatures. Thus, Chun Yi resolved to focus their hunting efforts near the logistics warehouse on Huabei Road, a decision to which Gao Monli readily acquiesced. Today, Gao Monli had donned a more form-fitting outfit, featuring a black bandeau top paired with a sporty jacket, her slender waist exposed to the air, accentuating her graceful silhouette. She wore black yoga pants that perfectly delineated the elegant curve of her long legs. Perhaps due to the experiences of the past few days, her demeanor had subtly transformed, rendering her even more radiant and captivating. Chun Yi, on the other hand, remained clad in his usual black athletic attire, with a leather sheath containing a dagger strapped to the outer thigh. Perhaps influenced by the events of the previous night, he appeared less naive and more formidable. The two walked steadily through the eerie silence of the area, keeping close to the street corners to minimize their visibility. They did not rush their journey, even taking a detour to glance at the ominous Crimson Fissure. As a result, by the time they reached the vicinity of Huabei Road, more than half an hour had already elapsed. Upon entering this area, both individuals noticeably softened their footsteps, their expressions turning cautious, for they could encounter wandering monsters at any moment. After carefully surveying the surroundings for over 10 minutes, Chun Yi and his companion finally identified a suitable target. 300 meters ahead, two small, Green figures were frantically striking a security door, clearly having discovered their prey. "Have you remembered everything I told you on the way?" Chen-Yi asked softly, glancing at the two goblins ahead. "I've remembered," Gao Monli replied solemnly, nodding her head. "We must not panic. We must think. This is the advantage of being human." With that, Chen-Yi pointed toward the goblins and declared, "It's time to strike." Chapter 28. The Rescue. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy thuds echoed ominously through the desolate street, and the goblins wore sinister grins, their expressions filled with uncontainable excitement. Inside the security door, a man and a woman huddled together tightly in the corner of the room, their bodies trembling from overwhelming fear. "Brother Su, what should we do? Are we going to die?" The woman's voice quivered, her complexion pale. Whether from fear or hunger, it was impossible to tell. The man, known as Su Lekong, responded solemnly, We might die, but if I must die, I would rather die alongside you. I have no regrets." The woman, named Lu Xian, sobbed softly. "But I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I truly don't want to die." Wu Su Lekong fell silent. Indeed, who would wish for death when given the chance to live? Yet, what recourse remains in this dire moment? As Su Lekong gazed down at the trembling figure of the petite girl nestled in his embrace, a fierce glint gradually manifested in his eyes. He rose slowly, surveying the room, before grasping a stainless steel stool and weighing it thoughtfully in his hands. In a low, resolute tone, he instructed, "Shiner, when the door opens, seize the opportunity to dash outside without looking back. You must survive, do you understand?" "What about you, Sugo?" Lu Xian inquired, concern etching her features. Su Lekong's gaze fell upon the severely dented security door as he growled, "Do not concern yourself with me. Your survival is all that matters." Tears welled in Lu Xian's eyes, blurring her vision, yet she refrained from arguing, seemingly acquiescing to his proposal. Just as Su Lekong braced himself for a desperate bid to carve out an escape for his beloved, the cacophony of banging from outside abruptly ceased. This unexpected silence momentarily stilled the ferocity brewing within him, rendering his thoughts disjointed. Outside, two goblins, previously intent on battering the door, appeared to sense a shift in the atmosphere. In unison, they halted their assault and turned their attention to a narrow path on the left. There, a man and a woman emerged, advancing steadily towards them, their demeanor calm and devoid of fear, their eyes fixed intently upon the goblins. Upon spotting these new prey, the expressions of the goblins twisted into more malevolent grins. They swiftly abandoned their initial quarry, redirecting their aggression towards the approaching couple. Little did they know, the line between predator and prey is often perilously indistinct. In moments when one believes themselves to be the hunter, they may merely be the hunted. Observing the two green figures racing towards him with incredible speed, Chen-Yi calmly advised Gao Monli beside him, "Let us settle this swiftly and strive to avoid injury." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than he propelled himself forward, his physical prowess rendering the confrontation with one or two goblins exceedingly effortless. The swiftly swinging clubs appeared to him as though time had slowed, allowing him to elegantly sidestep their assault. In a fluid motion, he executed a whip kick that struck one goblin at its waist, sending it hurtling through the air, its diminutive frame tracing a graceful parabolic arc towards Gao Monli. As it landed, Chen-Yi swiftly pivoted to face the other goblin, his hand already grasping the dagger at his thigh. This goblin, evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to swing its club at Chen-Yi. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air as he drew the dagger with remarkable speed, the blade cleaving the atmosphere and releasing a splash of green liquid. The goblin, still poised to strike, bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl on its neck, its head rolling several meters away. With Chen-Yi's current strength, even a dagger was sufficient to sever a goblin's neck. Casting a glance back at Gao Monli, who remained engaged in combat, he chose to avert his gaze. Previously, he had incapacitated a goblin for her to eliminate. This time, it was her own battle to win. Fortunately, her body had undergone enhancement, granting her a fair chance of victory. Fixing his gaze upon the nearly shattered security door, Chen-Yi deduced that there must be someone inside, for he could faintly hear the sound of weeping emanating from within. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the door with measured steps, observing its dilapidated state. He chose not to knock, aware that those inside were incapable of opening it. With a sudden movement, he delivered a forceful kick. Bang! The door, already on the brink of collapse, fell to the ground, taking with it the furniture that had been positioned nearby, which shifted over half a meter. As the door swung open, a stainless steel chair hurtled towards Chen-Yi. "You little rascal, I shall not hold back." Chun Yi's brow arched, his spirit commendable indeed. He swiftly seized the descending chair, his arm remaining steadfast, clearly indicating a disparity in strength between the two parties. Compose yourself and refrain from shouting. Chun Yi's icy voice resonated calmly. This sudden shift in tone startled Su Lekong, who had been prepared to fight to the death, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he regarded Chun Yi. Where are the monsters? Chun Yi sidestepped, gesturing behind him and speaking softly. Are you searching for them? At that moment, Gao Monli had just dispatched the last goblin, her dagger slowly withdrawing from the creature's neck. Compared to Chun Yi, she appeared considerably more disheveled, although uninjured. She was splattered with green blood. Fortunately, her dark attire concealed the stains. Su Lekong stared, agape, at the two lifeless bodies of the monsters on the ground, one of which was even missing its head. Were this man and woman truly so ruthless? Engaging in close combat with monsters wielding cold steel? Coming back to his senses, Su Lekong instinctively took a couple of steps back, gazing at Chun Yi with a mix of astonishment and fear. At this moment, Lu Xin, hearing the voices from within, rushed out, asking, "What is the matter, Su Gu? Has someone come to rescue us?" Upon seeing Lu Xin emerge, Su Lekong's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly pulled the girl aside, shielding her behind him, his gaze towards Chun Yi turning vigilant. Chun Yi was momentarily taken aback, then his lips twitched. Did he truly appear so villainous? After all, he had saved their lives. Was this necessary? Lu Xin, perplexed, dared not speak further. Just then, Gao Monli approached and inquired, "What is going on?" Noticing the unusual tension between the two parties, she found it puzzling. Logically, they should be grateful for the rescue. So why the defensive stance? Chun Yi, with a dark expression, asked, "Do I look like a bad person?" Gao Monli, understanding the situation, glanced at Su Lekong, who was protecting the girl, a mysterious smile creeping onto her lips. "He didn't appear particularly villainous, just a bit fierce," she teased. Chun Yi chose to ignore her remarks and turned to Su Lekong, stating, "You needn't guard your food. I have no interest in coercing others. I merely wish to ask you something, which could be considered a repayment for saving your lives." "What do you say?" Su Lekong, upon hearing this, scrutinized Chun Yi and Gao Monli closely, realizing they did not resemble bullies at all, which eased his mind. Simultaneously, a flush crept onto his face, as his earlier behavior had indeed reflected a rather petty suspicion. My apologies. What is it you wish to inquire?" "I shall certainly share whatever I know," Su Lekong said sincerely, his tone imbued with genuine remorse. Chun Yi, naturally indifferent to trivial matters, calmly inquired, "How have you managed to survive these past few days?" His intention was not to pry into the personal lives of others, but rather to ascertain that the individual before him likely possessed limited information. Thus, eliciting a recount of recent events would enable him to better gauge the current situation. Su Lekong, taken aback by the unexpected question, nonetheless responded honestly, On the day the monsters appeared, I was preparing to confess my feelings." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Xin beside him before continuing. "At that time, I was unaware of the information circulating online regarding the monsters, so when they emerged, I was stationed downstairs at her residence, ready to express my sentiments." Su Lekong scratched his head in embarrassment but pressed on. "Upon hearing distant screams, I realized that a monster had appeared, prompting me to seek refuge in Xin's home, where I remained until today. After 2 days of silence outside, coupled with the depletion of food supplies, I decided it was time to venture out. That's when I encountered the monsters and was subsequently cornered. The rest, as you are aware, unfolded from there. Thank you for rescuing us. We are immensely grateful." As he spoke, Su Lekong bowed deeply to Chun Yi and his companion. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "While you were hiding in the house, did you observe the monsters' movements?" "I did," Su Lekong quickly affirmed. Anticipating the necessity to search for food eventually, I discreetly monitored the monsters' paths. It appears that most of them headed southward toward the city. As for the number of monsters elsewhere, we remain uncertain. Chun Yi nodded upon hearing this. The situation was becoming clearer. The two had been hiding at home, fortunate enough to evade the monsters' rampage, but they ventured out due to food shortages, only to be confronted by the very monsters they sought to escape. One must admit, their luck was remarkable. They had not been discovered while sheltered, and upon venturing out, they encountered Chun Yi. It could only be said that fate had not abandoned them. Fortunately, this man was not entirely oblivious. He was astute enough to observe the movements of the monsters. Most of the creatures had already gathered towards the southern part of the city. Chun Yi reflected, This aligned with his previous assessment. Earlier, while at the clothing store in the south, he had surmised that the monsters would converge there soon, which was why he had been anxious to depart. This indicated a high degree of credibility in the information received. After a moment, Chen Yi nodded at Su Lekong and said, "Thank you. We shall part ways here. And I hope you survive." Chen Yi held this man in high regard. In a critical moment, he displayed courage and did not forget to protect his female companion, demonstrating both character and bravery. Having said this, Chen Yi prepared to leave with Gao Manli, but Su Lekong hastily called out, "Wait." Chen Yi paused, raising an eyebrow. "What is it? Is there something else? How about we go together? In times like these, having more people means more strength. What do you think?" Su Lekong scratched his head as he spoke. He was no fool. If Chen Yi and his companion could so easily vanquish two monsters, then their safety would be significantly enhanced by accompanying them. Chen Yi turned to glance at him, then at the woman behind him, and shook his head, stating, "The adage that unity is strength does not apply in this situation, for you lack the equal prowess to accompany me. Bringing you along would merely be a burden." Chen Yi's words were blunt, showing little regard for the other's feelings. Since he held a favorable impression of this individual, he felt compelled to offer a reminder. After all, we are all human. If you wish to survive, you must first possess the courage to slay the monsters. This is the initial and most crucial step. Su Lekong fell silent upon hearing this. He did not contest Chen Yi's assertions nor resort to moral coercion by demanding assistance in the face of danger. He was acutely aware that Chen Yi's words were indeed accurate. The other was not beholden to him, so why should he be encumbered by two liabilities? Although it seemed somewhat harsh, he recognized he was not in a position to engage in an equal dialogue. However, upon seeing Lu Xian by his side, he mustered the courage to speak. "I acknowledge your point, yet I can also partake in the fight. I fear not. While Xianer may not be able to combat, she can assist with logistics, such as laundry and cooking. In any case, we shall not impede your progress. Would you consider this?" By the end, Su Lekong's tone bore a hint of desperation. At that moment, Lu Xian interjected, her voice soft and delicate, evoking sympathy. "Dear sir, please take us along. We assure you we will not complicate matters for you. Can you truly bear to let us perish like this?" As she spoke, her large eyes shimmered with unshed tears. This scene caused Gao Manli to furrow her brow, yet she chose to remain silent. Chen Yi gazed at Su Lekong, who wore a somewhat pleading expression, feeling a twinge of hesitation in his heart. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lu Xian beside him, his demeanor gradually grew indifferent. Were it only Su Lekong, he would not have minded accompanying him. After all, a person who dared to fight and possessed a commendable character was worth nurturing. Yet, the presence of a woman, who clearly lacked the courage to confront monsters and would likely cower behind him, was a significant deterrent. Moreover, it was evident that Su Lekong harbored deep feelings for her and would not easily abandon her. Chen Yi was unwilling to bear the burden of a potential liability, and thus, he reluctantly forfeited the chance to gain a potentially admirable ally. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi retrieved 2 bottles of water and 2 packets of chocolate from his backpack and handed them to Su Lekong, stating, "You are quite commendable. But the tasks I must undertake are perilous, and I cannot bring you along. If we happen to meet again, and you have developed the capability to confront monsters independently, we may consider joining forces then." Su Lekong fell silent. Observing his quietude, Chen Yi nodded slightly and added, "We shall take our leave." Without further hesitation, Chen Yi and Gao Manli turned to depart. Lu Xian, still wishing to voice something, was abruptly restrained by Su Lekong. He shook his head and said, "It's all right, Xianer. They are under no obligation to accompany us. We must rely on ourselves." With that, Su Lekong watched Chen Yi's receding figure and called out, "What is your name?" Chen Yi paused momentarily. Without turning around, he replied, "Chen Yi. I am Su Lekong. When we meet again, I shall ensure you invite me to join your ranks." Su Lekong clenched his fists, his expression resolutely firm as he spoke. Upon hearing this, even Gao Manli couldn't help but glance back at him. Chen Yi, still not turning around, continued walking and remarked, "I look forward to it, but for now, focus on surviving." Chapter 30. Encounter with the Evolved as they traverse the path. Gao Manli softly remarked to Chen Yi, "I think he's quite remarkable." Chen Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but she is not." A subtle smile graced Gao Manli's lips, and she chose not to pursue the conversation further. From the information gathered from Su Lekong, it appeared that this area still harbored numerous scattered monsters. Therefore, Chen Yi decided against heading directly south towards the city. Instead, He opted to fortify their position in this region, mindful that impatience could yield dire consequences. Gao Monli naturally had no objections, as she remained quite weak. Even facing a single goblin proved to be a challenge for her, having already slain 2 monsters. Her physical prowess had doubled that of an ordinary person, yet her combat experience remained scant. With a general understanding of their surroundings, Chen Yi and Gao Monli became less cautious. They commenced a systematic search through the streets for monsters, heading towards any signs of movement. Given their current strength, even if confronted by 7 or 8 goblins, they would be capable of managing the situation. Consequently, their pace quickened significantly, and within 2 hours, they had scoured several nearby streets, successfully eliminating 5 wandering goblins. Among them, 4 had fallen to Gao Monli's skill, while Chen Yi consistently took on the role of her protector to foster her growth. Thus, Gao Monli's overall prowess has been significantly enhanced, both in physical capabilities and combat awareness, radiating an increasingly confident and fierce aura. Conversely, Chen Yi has observed that after his awakening, the mysterious energy derived from the goblin within has provided him with diminishing returns, no longer as pronounced as it once was. He estimates that he must vanquish at least 10 goblins to achieve the same level of enhancement he previously obtained from a single kill, which primarily explains why he has been leaving the monsters for Gao Monli to confront. As the two engaged in monster hunting, they stumbled upon an alarming number of human corpses, an unprecedented sight of such density. It was evident that this area had recently suffered a brutal onslaught. The bodies were nearly all in a state of disrepair, many with shattered skulls and limbs severed into multiple segments, with blood and entrails strewn about, creating a scene of utter carnage. This ghastly tableau elicited a visceral reaction from Chen Yi, who felt a surge of nausea, as it was indeed his first encounter with such grotesque brutality, starkly differing from the sight of monstrous remains. Gao Monli, overwhelmed, retched once but found subsequent encounters much easier to bear, although her complexion remained somewhat pallid. With a swift motion, Chen Yi severed a goblin's head with his blade. Sheathing his dagger afterward, he turned to Gao Monli, inquiring, "Are you all right?" The pale-faced Gao Monli shook her head and replied, "I am fine now. Let us proceed." Chen Yi gazed at her for a considerable time before looking up at the sky and thoughtfully suggesting, "Let us call it a day for now. The nearby areas have been thoroughly searched. Venturing further south would leave us with insufficient time." Gao Monli glanced at the sky before turning to Chen Yi. After a moment of silence, she nodded without uttering a word. She was well aware of Chen Yi's intention to look after her. Yet the current twilight was indeed not conducive for further exploration southward. They needed to return to the residential building before dark, as nighttime operations were both inconvenient and perilous. "Let us proceed," Chen Yi declared upon seeing Gao Monli nod in agreement, and he turned towards the direction of the residential building, with Gao Monli quietly trailing behind. However, after a few steps, Chen Yi abruptly halted, pivoting his head towards the left, where the southern part of the city lay. "What is it?" Gao Monli tightened her grip on the dagger, her expression grave. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, responding in a low voice, "There's a disturbance, and it seems not merely the creatures at play." Gao Monli's heart stirred at his words. "Are you suggesting that someone is fighting the monsters? Let us investigate." Without providing a direct answer, Chen Yi began to jog towards the source of the noise. Gao Monli swiftly followed suit, and soon she too began to hear the commotion, accompanied by distant shouts and expletives. They maintained their pace and soon found themselves near the source of the ruckus, where they beheld a striking scene. 3 men wielding fire axes, dripping with a deep green liquid, stood over the lifeless bodies of 2 disfigured goblins sprawled on the ground. "Curse you, little wretches! Die!" one of the men shouted. The fire axe described a swift arc in the air, impacting brutally upon the last goblin's head, the sheer force cleaving away a significant portion of its skull. Cerebral matter intermingled with viridescent ichor erupted in a ghastly spectacle. Simultaneously, as Chen Yi and his companion observed the trio, the most statuesque of the men whirled around, his gaze feral and menacing. "Who's there?" the man bellowed, drawing the attention of his comrades. Upon discerning the interlopers to be human, their taut muscles relaxed slightly, their eyes raking over Chen Yi and Gao Monli with undisguised appraisal, ultimately lingering on Gao Monli. Exchanging significant glances, a peculiar glint ignited in their eyes, and they advanced towards Chen Yi and Gao Monli. "Greetings, friends. Are you also venturing forth to slay monsters?" the towering man exclaimed, waving in Chen Yi's direction. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, recognizing the implicit implications within the query. Remaining stoic, Chen Yi nodded curtly, refraining from speech or movement, awaiting their approach. Halting a mere 3 meters away, they offered a perfunctory nod to Chun-Yi before fixating their attention on Gao Monli, their gaze lingering with blatant lechery and avarice. Chun-Yi's brow furrowed, lamenting inwardly, women. Such a complication. Gao Monli, visibly discomfited by their brazen scrutiny, frowned imperceptibly, a glint of icy disdain flickering in her eyes. She retreated a step, subtly concealing her alluring form behind Chun-Yi. Their line of sight was obstructed, and only then did the three begin to scrutinize Chun-Yi. Standing at around 1.8 meters tall, he appeared neither robust nor particularly strong, his physique even slightly frail. In his early 20s, he resembled a university student, exuding an air of naivety untouched by the harsh realities of life. This prompted a subtle smirk to form at the corners of their mouths. Little brother, you possess quite the audacity. How dare you roam the streets with a woman? The tall man was the first to shatter the silence. Indeed, it seems our young friend here is quite capable. His courage is commendable. They laughed heartily. Surviving until now certainly requires some skill, yet one must remain vigilant. The outside world is fraught with peril. The other two chimed in, their words feigning goodwill, yet their tone resounded with mockery, their expressions gradually morphing into amusement. Chun-Yi instantly discerned their intentions. They saw him as a mere lamb. A cold chuckle echoed within him, though his countenance remained impassive. Well, it seems you gentlemen are not without your own abilities. Chapter 31. Engage in meaningful dialogue. Chun-Yi's nonchalant tone momentarily stunned the trio, their mocking expressions freezing upon their faces. At that moment, Chun-Yi's thoughts were straightforward. Although he recognized the ill intentions of these three, their survival and ability to hunt monsters indicated they possessed considerable knowledge. He did not mind engaging in further conversation. The trio quickly regained their composure. And after a brief silence, the tall man was the first to react, grinning widely. Ah, young people are indeed full of vigor. It seems you've slain some monsters and reaped significant rewards, haven't you? Upon hearing this, the other two individuals responded, their expressions shifting to one of mockery as they jested. Young lad, how many monsters have you slain? You seem rather self-assured. One of them continued, our leader, Wang, has already vanquished 6 monsters. Why not join us? I assure you, a life of luxury awaits. In their eyes, Chun-Yi was merely a reckless youth who fortuitously killed a single monster, thus gaining a boost in power, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world, which explained his composed demeanor before them. They felt compelled to flex their muscles a bit. 6. Chun-Yi remarked, casting a discerning glance at the towering figure known as Wang, and promptly inquired, did you slay them all in this vicinity? The trio paused, taken aback. This young man's reaction was not what they had anticipated. Shouldn't he be trembling with fear and greeting them with a smile? Why was he so composed? Wang maintained his stoic expression and replied with an air of profundity, we have traversed from the southern part of the city, slaying monsters along the way. One of his companions added, young man, you may not be aware of the current situation in the south, where monsters roam in packs. If you were to witness such a scene, you would likely soil your trousers. Ah ha ha. At this point, Chun-Yi was beginning to grasp the situation. These three were likely hiding in some corner of the southern city, fleeing after a monster onslaught, and upon discovering their ability to enhance their strength through slaying monsters, they had journeyed northward. That seems about right, doesn't it? Contemplating this, Chun-Yi inquired once more, are you aware of the circumstances in the southern region? May I ask? Upon hearing this, Wang Laoda's face broke into a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of ambiguity and amusement. He replied, of course, but the three of us have just come from battle and are rather parched. Chun-Yi remained silent, his expression impassive as he glanced behind him. Gao Monli, catching on, retrieved 2 bottles of water from her backpack and handed them to Chun-Yi. They hadn't brought much with them, so after giving 2 bottles to Su Lekong, only 1 bottle remained for each of them. Chun-Yi offered the water, saying, let us quench our thirst before continuing. Wang Laodao accepted the water with a smile. Yet at that moment, uncertainty began to creep into his mind. This young man before him was unnaturally calm. Even when they began to demand supplies, the other remained unruffled. Was this confidence genuine, or was he merely inexperienced? Such thoughts flitted through his mind, only to be forgotten as he beheld Gao Monli's graceful figure. The accumulated stress and negative emotions of recent days had begun to warp their personalities, coupled with an overwhelming sense of superiority born from their newfound powers. This had led them to act with reckless abandon. Though merely 3 days had passed, many with impure intentions had begun their transformation. The darker facets of human nature, once suppressed by the law, started to surface. Wang Laoda opened a bottle and took a sip, his gaze greedily fixed on Gao Monli as he exclaimed, "Little brother, is this your girlfriend? She is absolutely stunning." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other two men sparkled with interest. Their initial request for water was merely a feint, while the true intrigue lay elsewhere. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his expression cooling. He replied candidly, "No, not so." The trio's eyes glimmered even more brightly. They reasoned that if the woman were indeed the young man's girlfriend, he might be driven to defend her fiercely. However, if she was not, the slender man among them spoke up. "Young man, since that's the case, we shall not conceal our intentions. We have taken a liking to this woman, and our tempers have been rather volatile lately. How about allowing us to engage in a more profound exchange with her?" He added reassuringly, "Rest assured, my brothers will not shortchange you. Afterward, we shall divulge anything you wish to know, and provisions can be arranged as well." In response, Chen Yi's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "Can you first answer my question? Then you may proceed with your exchange." Gao Monli cast a discreet glance at Chen Yi, her lips curling slightly. At last, the leader of the trio displayed signs of impatience, retorting coldly, "Young brother, you speak too much. Do not disturb our amusement. Matters can be addressed afterward. Step aside." Chen Yi regarded the leader with a penetrating gaze before turning to the other two. "What about you? What about us? You would do well to step aside, young man. Or else." As he spoke, the slender man revealed a menacing expression, brandishing a fire axe. "Or else we shall cleave you." Chen Yi nodded, replying coolly, "Understood. Then please, carry on with your exchange." After speaking, he stepped aside and quietly observed the unfolding drama. Gao Monli glanced at Chen Yi and asked, "Aren't you going to intervene on my behalf? You engage with them, and I shall keep watch." Chen Yi remained unmoved. Gao Monli rolled her eyes and then turned her attention to the three men who were gradually encroaching upon her, tightening her grip on the dagger and drawing in a deep breath. "Ah, this little vixen thinks she can resist." The frail man's words were abruptly cut short as a shadow darted before him at lightning speed. His expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he raised the fire axe to strike. But it was too late. The dagger was far more agile than the cumbersome axe, and his speed paled in comparison to Gao Monli's. With a swift motion, a jet of crimson erupted from his neck, the fire axe clattering to the ground as he fell to his knees, clutching his throat. The remainder of his words forever silenced. The remaining two, led by Big Wang, were momentarily stunned. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly voluptuous woman possessed such formidable prowess. Seizing the opportunity of their momentary distraction, Gao Monli ruthlessly eliminated one adversary, slicing his throat without any mercy. She was no longer the timid girl unaccustomed to blood. At this moment, to show mercy would be a betrayal of her own life. "How dare you, you filthy bitch! You're seeking death." The other man, regaining his senses, roared in fury, brandishing the fire axe as he prepared to charge. However, Big Wang grasped him firmly, shaking his head. "Boss," the man queried, bewildered. Big Wang did not respond to him, nor did he glance at Gao Monli. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Chen Yi, his expression dark. "Brother, we concede. Will you allow us to leave?" At this juncture, he could no longer deny the gravity of their predicament. The woman's explosive power appeared to be no less formidable than his, which implied that the man's strength would be even more terrifying. If the battle were to continue, the odds of victory would scarcely reach even 10%. Capitulation seemed the only viable option. Chapter 32. Unusual. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. The fact that this individual had survived until now was not without reason. At the very least, he possessed a keen understanding of the situation, demonstrating both flexibility and resilience. "Very well. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall let you go. What say you?" Chen Yi stated calmly. Having already encountered discord, Chen Yi believed it prudent to resolve the matter swiftly, particularly when dealing with such a petty individual. Boss Wang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and trepidation as he hesitated for a considerable time before mustering the courage to reply, "All right, bring it on." Despite the lack of confidence that gnawed at him, he felt that, given his recently augmented strength, it would not be so easy for Chen Yi to eliminate him with just one blow. Chen Yi wasted no words, raising his right hand and inquiring, "Are you ready?" Boss Wang, fully concentrated and acutely aware of Chen Yi's every move, did not have time to respond before he beheld the brilliant blue-white lightning crackling in the man's hand. His pupils constricted in shock. Zizi. In the next moment, the lightning flashed past, and Boss Wong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. Yet he could utter not a single word. Thud. With the sound of Boss Wong collapsing to the ground, Chun-Yi turned his gaze toward the last remaining man. His expression chillingly cold. The man trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the charred, bloodied hole in Boss Wong's forehead, his heart racing with terror. He questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him. Was this truly a power that could be wielded by humanity? As Chun-Yi's gaze settled upon him, a chill coursed through his body, his face drained of color. Now, can you enlighten me on the situation in the Southern District? The emotionless voice of Chun-Yi resonated in his ears, akin to the whisper of death itself, captivating and soul-stirring. The man immediately shivered, nodding fervently as if striking garlic. I will speak. I will say anything. Please do not kill me. Having barely survived the clutches of those savage monsters, he truly wished to live. At that moment, his inner trepidation had reached its zenith. Chun-Yi nodded, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the man. You may speak now. Without a moment's hesitation, the man began to recount his tale, trembling as he spoke. Before long, through his narrative, Chun-Yi gleaned the current state of affairs in the southern part of the city. Around 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, monsters descended upon the Southern District, mercilessly slaying many humans who had sought refuge within. Realizing the dire circumstances, the three individuals had banded together to flee. Along the way, they encountered a monster and, through their combined efforts, vanquished a goblin, thus discovering that slaying these creatures could yield mysterious energy to enhance their bodies. Consequently, the trio embarked on a journey of hunting, effectively making their way through the southern region. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi nodded expressionlessly, uttering not a word before turning to depart. The man felt a wave of relief wash over him, elated that his life had been spared. However, before he could revel in his fortune for long, a dagger suddenly pierced through his chest without warning. With a swift motion, Gao Monli withdrew the dagger, seamlessly following in Chun-Yi's footsteps, not casting a glance back at the man, as he slowly collapsed to the ground. His gaze fixated on the receding figure of Gao Monli, his eyes filled with malice and resentment, which gradually dimmed into oblivion. Chun-Yi and the other person walked in silence, each seemingly harboring their own thoughts. On the way back, Chun-Yi stole another glance at the rift in space. Reassured by its unchanged state, he finally relaxed and proceeded towards the residential building. However, just as they reached the foot of the building, Chun-Yi suddenly came to a halt, casting his gaze to the left, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Gao Monli sensed something amiss and followed his line of sight, discovering a red luminescent curtain that appeared unchanged from before. Before Gao Monli could inquire, Chun-Yi sprang forward towards the curtain. Alarmed, she hastened to follow him. Though the situation was unclear, his reaction suggested it was anything but ordinary. Chun-Yi swiftly approached the curtain, refraining from touching it, instead fixating his gaze upon it, his eyes darting around as if seeking confirmation of something. After a considerable pause, Gao Monli could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What's wrong? Have you discovered something?" Chun-Yi slowly closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Huh, have you not noticed that the curtain has expanded? Upon hearing this, Gao Monli's pupils constricted, and she abruptly turned her attention back to the curtain, her gaze mirroring Chun-Yi's as it roamed the surroundings while her mind replayed the scene from her first visit. Gradually, the expression on her face darkened, for she realized that two shops had appeared about 200 meters to the right, which had previously been obscured by the red light. This indicated that the curtain's reach was indeed extending. But why? Soon, Gao Monli contemplated a chilling possibility: slaughter, or perhaps blood. In recent days, no significant changes have occurred, aside from the continuous slaughter of numerous humans. Thus, as the number of deceased within the region increases, the luminous barrier expands accordingly, does it not? What would transpire if all the humans within perished? Or rather, what would happen if the barrier expanded to a certain extent? Gradually, Gao Monli felt a chilling numbness enveloping her heart, and the color drained from her face. As she was lost in thought, a large, warm hand landed upon her shoulder, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice that urged, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Let us return." Gao Monli collected herself, nodded slightly, yet remained silent. Upon descending to the residential building with Chun-Yi, an unexpected sight momentarily stunned them both. The safety rope that had been lowered from the third-floor window had vanished. and the window itself was firmly shut. Chun-Yi's gaze turned icy in an instant. A surge of murderous impulse coursed through him, his anger igniting a crimson hue within his eyes. Beside him, Gao Monli, previously agitated, immediately sensed something amiss and grasped Chun-Yi's arm. "Chun-Yi, are you all right?" Chun-Yi snapped back to reality, the bloodlust in his eyes dissipating as his inner fury gradually subsided. He furrowed his brow tightly, taking a moment before shaking his head. "I'm fine." However, an unsettling weight settled in his heart. In that fleeting moment, he had felt an overwhelming urge driven by rage, and for an instant, he feared the emergence of his violent persona. What was happening? Surely, he would not so easily succumb to such emotions. Chun-Yi buried these thoughts deep within, resolving to address the immediate issue before contemplating further. After a moment of contemplation, he turned towards the entrance of the residential building. This vicinity had already been thoroughly cleared by him and Gao Monli, ensuring that no monsters would emerge for the foreseeable future. Therefore, even if a slight commotion ensued, it would not pose any significant issue. Originally, Chun-Yi had no intention of involving himself with the occupants of the building. He preferred a state of mutual indifference. However, the unexpected obstruction of their retreat compelled him to engage in a dialogue with the adversary. Arriving at the front door, Chun-Yi hesitated not for an instant. With a decisive kick, he struck the door lock. Chapter 33, Uncontrollable. Bang! With a resounding thud, the lock of the security door was forcefully smashed open, and the door swung violently backward. With an impassive expression, Chun-Yi ascended the staircase, followed silently by Gao Monli. The duo reached the door of room 203, where Chun-Yi, without uttering a word, delivered another forceful kick to the door. Bang! Another loud crash reverberated as the door yielded to his might, allowing Chun-Yi to step inside. His gaze swept across the living room before he proceeded directly to the bedroom door. Without any superfluous words, Chun-Yi kicked the bedroom door open once more. At last, he encountered another person, a man with thick glasses, of average build, who appeared somewhat pallid. The man was huddled in a corner by the bed, trembling in fear, evidently startled by the commotion outside, suspecting that a monster had come for him. Upon realizing that a man stood at the threshold, he exhaled slightly in relief, only for his expression to shift to one of anger. He opened his mouth to unleash a tirade, but before he could utter a word, the man swiftly approached and hoisted him off the ground. The rotund man, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses as he struggled, found himself abruptly ensnared by a hand gripping his throat. In an instant, all strength ebbed from his body, and he clawed at the iron-like fingers encircling his neck. As the pressure intensified, his desperate struggles weakened, his eyes rolling back in a macabre display. At that moment, Chun-Yi unceremoniously hurled him to the ground, coughing violently. The rotund man gasped for the fresh air that was denied to him moments before, his pallor gradually regaining a hint of color. In that fleeting instant, he had experienced the palpable terror of death, an indescribable sensation. Gao Monli, observing the liquid seeping from beneath the rotund man, furrowed her brows and averted her gaze. Once the man had sufficiently caught his breath, Chun-Yi spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. "You closed the window on the third floor, did you not?" The rotund man instinctively recoiled, his voice trembling as he replied, "Yes, it was me. But I had no idea you would return. The window was open, and there was a safety rope below. I feared those monsters might ascend, so I truly did not mean it. Please spare me." In that moment, he began to plead shamelessly, though his dignity had long since evaporated. "You didn't mean to?" Chun-Yi scoffed, recognizing that this was not their first encounter. The man was certainly aware of their repeated visits, and his claim of ignorance was utterly implausible. His actions, ostensibly for his own safety, revealed a far graver issue upon deeper reflection. The safety rope was a lifeline that Chun-Yi and his companion had left for themselves. Yet their adversary severed this escape route. If Chun-Yi and his companion were ordinary individuals, pursued by a monstrous foe to this very spot, the disappearance of the safety rope would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. While considering one's own safety is not inherently wrong, the true error lies in the sacrifice of another's security, particularly when that individual is far more formidable. When a powerful figure declares your mistake, it is indeed a mistake. As Chun-Yi gazed upon the pleading, corpulent man, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, an unsettling surge of anger swelling within him as he gradually lifted his foot. Beside him, Gao Monli felt a sudden jolt, her expression tinged with hesitation. Just as Chun-Yi was about to crush the man's leg beneath his foot, A slender hand gently pulled him back, causing his foot to veer slightly, landing with a thud upon the floor. A muffled sound echoed, sending a thin layer of dust swirling into the air. Chun-Yi turned his gaze towards Gao Monli, his expression gradually turning icy. She quickly released her grip and stepped back, locking eyes with him, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Do not misunderstand. I do not wish to protect him, nor do I intend to oppose your will. I merely sense something amiss with your current state and fear you might act irrationally. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi furrowed his brow deeply, casting a cold glance at the man on the floor before turning away. Gao Monli exhaled in relief and followed closely behind him. Once they returned to room 601, Chun-Yi sank into the sofa in the living room, his gaze contemplative. Observing this, Gao Monli took a seat across from him. Remaining silent, the room fell into a profound stillness. After an indeterminate period, Chun-Yi slowly exhaled, lifting his gaze to speak softly. Thank you for earlier. Gao Monli nodded slightly and inquired gently, what troubles you? Moments ago, Chun-Yi's demeanor evoked memories of a figure exuding malevolence, and although she appeared composed, she was drenched in cold sweat. She feared that Chun-Yi might transform into a state devoid of familial ties, potentially endangering even her life. Yet, reason urged her to intervene, for if she did not, Chun-Yi would succumb to that state and become irretrievably lost, placing herself in jeopardy as well. Upon hearing her concerns, Chun-Yi shook his head, stating, I'm not entirely certain. It seems to be a physical issue. Gao Monli nodded, discerning the unspoken cue to refrain from further inquiries. After a prolonged silence, she shifted the conversation, asking, do you have any insights regarding that light screen? Chun-Yi pressed his fingers to his temples and replied, I wish to take a nap first. Let us discuss this matter upon my awakening. With that, he rose and walked towards his room, leaving Gao Monli alone in the living room, her brow slightly furrowed as she observed his retreating figure. Once in his room, Chun-Yi lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Deep within, he harbored a suspicion regarding his earlier abnormal state, likely connected to his violent persona. Thus, he felt an urgent need to delve into his mental space to ascertain the situation, for this was a matter of personal significance. And he could not afford to ponder other issues until it was clarified. 5 minutes later, Chun-Yi's consciousness faded into tranquility, and he felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar setting. Just as he turned to inquire about the situation, the scene before him caused him to pause in surprise. The room, once meticulously organized, was now in utter disarray, with books strewn about and a fallen desk, while the walls bore several deep gouges. The cowardly persona has retreated into the corner, trembling in fear, while the violent persona is relentlessly pummeling the sandbag, tearing it apart and causing it to crash against the walls, emanating suffocating waves of negativity. Has it lost control? This was the first thought that flickered in Chun-Yi's mind, only to be swiftly followed by the violent gaze shifting towards him. Chun-Yi's heart raced. In the next instant, he sprang to the side. Bang! Just as Chun-Yi moved away, the bed was abruptly reduced to splinters, with the violent figure taking the place of where the bed once stood. Chun-Yi quickly steadied himself, casting a wary glance at the fury. His voice urgent, what's happening to him? In response, the cowardly persona, huddled in the corner, lifted his head slightly and whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. He has lost control. Your recent sprees of killing have been excessive, and you have taken lives. Upon hearing this, a weight settled in Chun-Yi's heart as he finally grasped the situation. Chapter 34, Liberation. Chun-Yi realized that he had been overly optimistic, believing that the multiple personalities within him would not pose a severe threat, even thinking they could sharpen his combat instincts. It was only now that he comprehended the simplicity of his previous assumptions. Currently, the cowardly persona posed no significant threat, but the violent persona was a different matter entirely. It was born from negative emotions, and it appeared that during this process, it had undergone further mutations, absorbing all the negativity generated by the three personas. Emotions are uncontrollable, particularly those of a negative nature. As the negativity intensifies, the violent persona will gradually spiral out of control. Even though he did not wish for such turmoil, he found himself unable to completely suppress the tempestuous emotions that surged within him. A primal need for release beckoned. Chun-Yi's gaze darkened as he grappled with the predicament, uncertain of how to resolve it. This was not merely a matter of emotional outburst. If it were that simple, he could simply allow himself to be struck. Yet, it was far more complex. It was a desire for release, a manifestation of inner ferocity and turbulence, one that could only be quelled through bloodshed. Merely confining it within the recesses of his mind offered no solace. It could only be restrained. The tighter the suppression, the more uncontrollable the eventual eruption would be. As he observed the relentless assault on the wall by the savage persona, Chun Yi's gaze flickered restlessly, his thoughts racing. This could not continue. In such a state of fury, I am unable to act freely. Should a peculiar situation arise, resulting in the death of a monster or a person, the wrath would likely spiral out of control in an instant, posing significant danger. What should I do? It is imperative to allow some form of emotional release. Suppression is not an option, but how can I achieve that? Just as the fury threatened to overwhelm him once more, Chun Yi's eyes sparked with determination. He dashed toward the door, exclaiming, "Please, calm him for a moment. I will find a way to resolve this." With that, he opened the door and departed. A familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and the world before him blurred as if swept away by a gust of wind. When Chun Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself on the bed in a residential room. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from the bed and rushed outside. "Gao Manli, we must leave." At this moment, he had to bring along Gao Manli, for he was uncertain about how events would unfold. Gao Manli immediately emerged from her room. Having not even had time to dress properly, she was clad only in a black lace bra, clutching the t-shirt she had just discarded. Sensing the urgency in Chun Yi's voice, she hastily rushed out. Chun Yi, however, was oblivious to her delicate figure and dashed down the stairs. Initially taken aback, Gao Manli hastily donned her clothes while hurrying after him. "Where are we going? You seem a bit off," she inquired as they ran through the streets. Chun Yi nodded, acknowledging her concern. "Indeed, something is amiss, and I must address it. Please refrain from asking further. Your sole responsibility is to ensure my safety. You must maintain your own condition until I can no longer proceed." Gao Manli's expression shifted subtly, though she did not fully grasp the gravity of Chun Yi's words. She could discern the seriousness of the situation. Their lives were at stake. She chose not to press further, instead taking deep breaths to steady herself as she kept pace behind Chun Yi. This time, they did not hold back their speed. They surged forward at a velocity several times that of an ordinary human, leaving only two indistinct shadows racing through the streets. Their pace was so swift it seemed almost inhuman. Soon, they burst onto the southern streets of the city, and Gao Manli's complexion grew pale. Although she was unaware of Chun Yi's intentions, she instinctively understood that such commotion in the southern streets could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, it was not long after the two entered the southern street that several diminutive goblins charged forth, brandishing clubs and wearing expressions of ferocious menace. Chun Yi abruptly halted, a fierce glint in his eyes, and whispered, "Gao Manli, you must hide now. If I fall, find a way to drag me away. If all else fails, then flee on your own." Chun Yi was uncertain how the ensuing events would unfold, for he would no longer hold dominion over them. As he beheld the encroaching goblins and heard the distant, eerie howls, he took a deep breath and growled, "You seek to unleash your fury? Very well, let the slaughter commence." As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura of brutality erupted from him, his eyes turning crimson, and his visage contorting with raw aggression. Gao Manli, who had retreated some distance, trembled at this familiar presence, which evoked unpleasant memories. This was Chun Yi's method to unleash savagery for a bout of carnage, venting the pent-up negativity within. Once the rage had been sufficiently expended, he would seize control of his body again and make his escape. He had brought Gao Manli along out of concern that his own physical limits might be exceeded, rendering him incapable of flight. Before the goblins could encircle him, Chun Yi, now entirely under the sway of his brutal persona, erupted forth like an arrow released from a bow, dissolving into a blur and vanishing from sight. He was driven by an insatiable eagerness. With a swift motion, a goblin barely had time to react before its head was sent flying, leaving the surrounding goblins in a state of bewilderment. However, these goblins were not mere fodder. They quickly reacted, spreading out their formation while tightly gripping their clubs and incessantly howling to summon their companions. Brutality paid them no heed, his crimson gaze shifting menacingly across the goblins' throats, foreheads, and temples, akin to a serpent fixated on its prey. In the next moment, brutality surged into action. He deftly sidestepped to the left, evading an incoming club, then leaned back to dodge a lateral strike from behind, simultaneously plunging his dagger with precision into the throat of the nearest goblin, using its body to collide with a third assailant. amidst the onslaught of several goblins. Brutality moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the monsters and delivering fatal blows at every opportunity. This was a stark contrast to Chun Yi's reliance solely on physical prowess. It was a supreme manifestation of combat technique, an art of battle. Faced with the assault of 7 or 8 goblins, Brutality dispatched 3 in mere moments, sustaining not a scratch himself. Yet, from a distance, Gao Monli felt no joy. Her astonishment at Brutality's combat prowess was eclipsed by her growing concern. She noticed a number of green silhouettes emerging from nearby streets, all rushing toward their location. A cursory glance revealed at least 20 to 30 of them. And this was certainly not the entirety. More monsters would inevitably arrive in droves. How many could Chun Yi possibly slay? Chapter 35. The Might of Brutality. As the goblin horde encircled, Gao Monli could no longer see Chun Yi. She could only ascertain his survival through the incessantly flying severed heads. The human body possesses its limits. In the present moment, the formidable warrior, relying on his physical prowess and combat awareness, can evade attacks from 3 or 4 directions simultaneously. Yet he finds himself unable to dodge the onslaught of 7 or 8, or even more than 10 assailants wielding clubs. As the monstrous horde envelopes him like a relentless tide, he finally sustains injuries. His arms, shoulders, and back endure several blows. Although, given his current physical condition, these wounds are not life-threatening. The crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth signifies that enduring such assaults is no trivial matter. However, the wounded warrior becomes increasingly ferocious, with faint crimson arcs of electricity crackling across his body, small tendrils of energy dancing across his form, as if he is cloaked in a garment woven from lightning. In the next moment, a flash of blood-red light ignites in his eyes, and he surges forth like a bolt of crimson lightning, shattering the encirclement in an instant. Goblins are sent sprawling in his wake. These sanguine arcs seem to provide him with an extraordinary enhancement, elevating his speed, reflexes, and ferocity to unprecedented levels, allowing him to navigate through the throng of monsters with effortless grace. Gao Monli can merely observe a flicker of blood-red electricity darting through the horde, and with each flash, at least one goblin collapses lifelessly to the ground. Gradually, as more and more monsters fall, she begins to discern the scene at the heart of the battle. There stands Chun Yi, his entire form drenched in a green liquid, with blood-red arcs of electricity pulsating around him, moving with the swiftness of lightning, each movement leaving a trail of the viscous fluid in its wake. Gao Monli's pupils constrict sharply, her heart quaking with trepidation. She understands that Chun Yi's strength is formidable, especially now that he has mastered his supernatural abilities. Yet she could hardly fathom that Chun Yi's prowess had surged to such an astounding degree, effortlessly navigating through the throngs of monsters, regarding them as mere trifles, and indiscriminately reaping their lives. Soon, the monsters sensed a disquieting shift. They realized they were utterly powerless against the human before them. Their agitation began to manifest, and their attacks descended into chaos. Simultaneously, they emitted piercing shrieks, attempting to summon reinforcements. The cacophony of over a dozen monsters' roars resonated far and wide, beckoning others of their kind to converge upon the scene. However, the brutal figure remained unfazed, continuing his relentless slaughter. With each flick of his dagger, a goblin fell, his form darting nimbly to evade the incoming clubs, remaining unscathed. Moreover, as the monsters continued to perish, tendrils of dark energy seeped into his being, healing his previous injuries and enhancing his overall capabilities, including physical attributes and electrical energy. This enabled him to grow stronger with each battle, provided that his recuperation kept pace with his exertions. In the realm of his mind, Chun Yi observed this scene in sheer astonishment. It was his first visceral realization of the chasm that lay between him and the brutal entity. Both wielded the same body. Yet had he taken the reins, he would have likely succumbed to a flurry of blows long ago. In contrast, the brutal figure maneuvered with ease, firmly maintaining the upper hand as he mercilessly slaughtered the goblins. The disparity between them could only be described as an entirely different magnitude. It turns out that the power of lightning can be utilized in such a manner, stimulating bodily cells to enhance physical prowess. One cannot help but acknowledge that witnessing the brutal combat provides him with profound insights. His opponent's combat awareness, mastery over their physique, control of the battlefield, and the application of their own abilities are all invaluable lessons for him. However, a growing weight of concern settles within Chun Yi, for the number of monsters remains unknown. and his own body possesses its limits. While it may appear that the brutal force is mercilessly slaughtering the monsters, should his body falter, the outcome is all too predictable. Such a commotion is likely to attract the attention of every monster in the vicinity. The battle concluded swiftly, with 30 or so monsters succumbing to the brutal force in a mere 10 minutes. After a brief pause, the brutal warrior gasped for breath, the crimson lightning gradually fading, leaving no wounds upon his body. It felt as if he had merely endured a long-distance run rather than a fierce slaughter. Of course, this impression would only hold if one deliberately overlooked the green blood adorning him. Gao Monli considered approaching, but hesitated upon sensing that Chun-Yi was not in the right state, her heart heavy with worry. As Chun-Yi had drawn the gaze of all the monsters, the goblins failed to notice Gao Monli lurking in the corner. Yet, she was acutely aware that the battle was far from over. This was the southern part of the city, where the majority of the monsters resided, and soon, a new wave of them would undoubtedly arrive. At this moment, the tyrant's crimson eyes sparkled with a thrilling light. The intoxication of slaughter enveloped him, the sensation of sharp blades piercing flesh captivated him, and the continuous enhancement of his power felt utterly sublime. Originally contorted by negative emotions, the tyrant now donned an evil grin, his aura growing increasingly sinister and frenzied. Just then, a slight tremor coursed through the establishment, hinting at a multitude of monsters converging upon their location. Sensing the commotion, the tyrant's smile became ever more menacing, his excitement unabashed. Meanwhile, Gao Monli's complexion drained of color. The disturbance suggested nearly 100 monsters were approaching. As the sounds drew nearer, green figures surged forth from the surrounding streets, brandishing clubs as they hastened toward them. However, this time, the green figures were accompanied by fiery red silhouettes, as well as blue ones, and some bore no clubs but carried baskets on their backs. Something felt amiss. Had a new variety of monsters emerged? Gao Monli was alarmed, fighting the urge to flee as she glanced at Chun-Yi, questioning whether they should escape. Chun-Yi's expression also shifted. If it were up to him, he would certainly run. Yet the predicament was that his body was no longer under his control. What was happening? There were other types of goblins now, which posed a significant threat. Even the tyrant might struggle against this. As one who had traversed realms, Chun-Yi understood well the capabilities of these newly emerged goblins. They were all ranged attackers, fire goblins, ice goblins, and throwing goblins. Under the siege, with distant support from the adversary, even Chun-Yi, who had witnessed the brutal strength, felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the number of foes was no less than 70 or 80. It was likely that the main force had arrived. Could one individual truly pierce through such a multitude? Soon, a swarm of goblins surged from the streets towards the motionless figure of the brute, launching their attacks before even closing the distance. A fire goblin, with flames dancing in its grasp, raised its hand in a throwing motion, unleashing a fireball the size of a fist, hurtling towards the brute. A new round of battle commenced. In this instance, the brute opted not to engage directly amidst the encircling monsters. Instead, instinct guided him to alter his approach, evading the fireball while creating space. It appeared that he too felt an intense threat, abandoning his former reckless demeanor. Yet, the streets were filled with monsters rushing in from all directions, leaving little room for escape. He could not completely break free from the encirclement, but there was enough space to maneuver. For the brute, this was already sufficient. Crackling crimson arcs of electricity once again coursed across the brute's form, as his cells erupted with a power intrinsic to their nature under the stimulation of the lightning. With a swift motion, the brute turned and swung his arm, the dagger tracing a semicircle through the air, resulting in two heads soaring high, grasping one of the corpses. A frenzied gleam flashed in the brute's eyes as he spun twice, repelling the encroaching monsters while simultaneously releasing the body, which crashed down upon several goblins. Before he could steady himself, the fierce warrior skillfully sheathed his dagger into the leather scabbard on the outer side of his thigh. He then seized two sticks from the ground, one in each hand, his expression gradually transforming into one of terrifying ferocity. In the next instant, instead of retreating, he surged forward, charging towards the distant flame goblin that was preparing to unleash another fireball. As he advanced, his arms swung with precision, his movements fluid. With each powerful strike, goblins were sent flying through the air. In such chaotic circumstances, the over a meter-long sticks evidently possessed greater lethality and intimidation than the dagger. He no longer needed to engage in close combat. With the extension of his reach, he commanded an attack radius of 3 meters around him, a zone that swiftly became a moving vacuum of danger. In less than a minute, having evaded 2 fireball attacks, he drew closer to the flame goblin. A sinister grin spread across his face as he crouched and propelled himself forward, resembling a streak of crimson lightning aimed at his target. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as he was unexpectedly hurled through the air. A stone, propelled from an unknown source, struck him with unerring accuracy, sending him crashing down. Upon landing, he swiftly regained his footing, his gaze sweeping over the throng of monsters, eventually lifting his eyes to lock onto the creature that had assaulted him. 50 meters away, atop a 2-story building, a cluster of 5 or 6 goblins, each bearing a wicker basket, wore expressions of malicious delight, clutching fist-sized stones and fixating their gazes upon him. Initially, these throwing goblins struggled to pinpoint the warrior's location due to his rapid movements amidst the horde, compelling them to seek a prime position for their assault. Undoubtedly, a higher vantage point was the optimal choice for ranged attackers. The visage of the tyrant contorted with a frenzied rage, yet before he could launch an assault, he found himself once again ensnared by a throng of goblins. His earlier efforts to break free had been in vain, returning him to square one. This time, the interference from the throwing goblins escalated the challenge of his escape, demanding his attention to several directions of ranged attacks. Under such circumstances, he quickly endured several strikes, fortunately evading critical injuries to vital areas and limbs. Due to his failure to break through the blockade and create distance, the tyrant soon became encircled by the goblins, rendering even the ranged attackers impotent, as their targets were too densely packed to lock onto. Amidst this turmoil, no one noticed a lithe figure stealthily ascend to the second floor of a small building, maneuvering behind several throwing goblins, a gleaming dagger firmly gripped in hand. This individual was none other than Jao Manley. In the midst of such chaos, the monsters remained oblivious to her deliberate concealment. Observing the tyrant being successfully ambushed by the throwing goblins, a plan began to form in her mind. These throwing goblins, lacking clubs, were presumably inept in close combat. If she could stealthily approach them, given her current prowess, Jao Manley was not a woman prone to hesitation. She acted upon her thoughts. With the tyrant drawing all attention to himself, her approach was remarkably smooth, without any obstructions, allowing her to reach the rear of several throwing goblins. Gripping her dagger with a reverse hold, Jao Manley stealthily advanced towards her targets. Several goblins clutched stones in their hands, their gazes fixed on the surging horde of monsters in the distance, preparing to deliver a ruthless blow to the oncoming chaos, utterly oblivious to the situation behind them. Jao Manley held her breath, stretching her body to minimize friction with her clothing, inching closer to the adversaries, within a mere 2 meters. Suddenly, she sprang into action. With a powerful push against the ground, she unleashed her full physical potential, her eyes locked onto the target's occiput. With a swift motion, her dagger plunged mercilessly into the back of a goblin's head. In that fleeting moment, the remaining goblins finally reacted, instinctively hurling their stones at Jao Manley. Anticipating this, she did not withdraw immediately or continue her assault. Instead, she crouched low, using the goblin's lifeless body to shield herself from view. Amidst a series of dull thuds, the corpse bore several new indentations. Now was the moment. Jao Manley silently counted the number of attacks the body had endured, and once she confirmed the first wave of assaults had passed, she swiftly discarded the corpse. Taking advantage of the goblin's momentary distraction, she darted forth, her gaze locking onto one of them, her dagger striking with the precision of a viper, sinking into the creature's throat. With 2 swift strokes, yet another goblin fell silent. Undeterred, Jao Manley continued to employ the goblin as a shield, bracing herself against another barrage of stones. In this manner, she could evade the distractions of dodging stones while maintaining her distance, avoiding unforeseen complications. The commotion swiftly drew the attention of other goblins, prompting many of them to charge forward, brandishing their clubs. At that moment, a brilliant flash of crimson lightning erupted from the epicenter of the monstrous throng, transforming an area of 3 to 4 meters into a vacuum. The terrifying current rendered the nearby goblins completely paralyzed, while those within the 3-meter radius were reduced to charred remains, wisps of white smoke curling from their scorched heads. In the very center, the tyrant was on all fours, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he gasped for breath. It was evident that this powerful strike had taken a significant toll on him, leaving him fatigued. After a brief moment of stillness, several flame goblins seized the opportunity, raising their arms toward the tyrant, flames dancing in their palms. The crouching tyrant seemed to sense the impending danger and suddenly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes sweeping over the distant flame goblins with a savage, bloodthirsty glare. Almost simultaneously, 5 or 6 fireballs surged through the air, creating scorching shockwaves as they hurtled toward his position. Just as the fireballs were about to collide with him, they abruptly halted, as if an invisible force had grasped them, leaving them suspended in midair without warning. Chapter 37, Wartime, Part 2. The tyrant then lowered his head sharply, his breathing growing heavier, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his body trembling slightly. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and waved his hand before him. In an instant, the fireballs seemed to have conspired, launching themselves with precision to strike the heads of the nearest goblins. As a surge of enigmatic energy coursed through his body, the brutal sensation began to dissipate, and a new stream of vitality seemed to emanate from his very cells, revitalizing him. He gradually rose to his feet and cast a glance at the distant 2-story building, where Gao Monli was entangled in combat, seemingly secure for the time being. His gaze then shifted to several fiery goblins, their presence eliciting unrestrained fury and a palpable desire to kill. The blood-red lightning surrounding him vanished, and once more, the monsters encircled him, yet this time, the scenario unfolded differently. Those goblins that ventured too close to him found themselves immobilized, as if ensnared by an invisible force, their elongated eyes darting about in sheer terror. Unhurriedly, he drew his dagger, methodically dispatching the incapacitated goblins one by one. With each spectral glow that entered his being, he maintained his condition at a stable level. As the goblins in front fell, their comrades surged forward to fill the void, yet the space around him was limited, allowing only 7 or 8 goblins to attack simultaneously. This threshold remained within his capacity to endure. The flailing clubs and rushing bodies abruptly froze midair, as if subjected to a spell of paralysis. And in sync with his relentless harvesting, they toppled one after another. Each time he wielded his dagger, it was a deliberate motion, as though he bore an insurmountable weight upon him. Only when waves of mysterious energy flowed into him did he experience a momentary relief. Nonetheless, his movements remained sluggish, beads of sweat increasingly cascading down his forehead, and the expression on his face grew ever more feral. The scene did not last long. Sensing the looming threat, the goblins swiftly altered their strategy. The goblins surrounding the area ceased their advance and began to retreat slowly. Simultaneously, a frost began to emerge within a 3-meter radius around the violent entity. From another direction, several ice goblins summoned dense icy mist, their gazes fixated intently on the raging figure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shards of ice flew toward the furious entity almost in unison, yet, as before, the ice crystals halted midair upon nearing their target. However, unlike the previous encounter, these suspended ice crystals erupted explosively. Tiny shards of ice sliced through the air, unleashing a chilling gust that obscured vision. Following this, a series of fireballs, scorching the air, struck fiercely against the invisible barrier surrounding the furious figure. Yet they too remained suspended in the air. Nonetheless, these attacks did not rebound immediately. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the ice crystals and fireballs alternated their onslaught against the furious entity, leaving it no respite, while no goblins remained to replenish their energy. After merely a few exchanges of attacks, the furious figure once again crouched low, gasping for breath, his complexion paling. Suddenly, another fireball surged toward him, and this time it was unimpeded, hurtling directly toward the crouched figure. Anticipating the assault, he rolled away just in time to evade the fireball's impact. The fireball struck the ground, its searing heat singeing several strands of his hair. He swiftly regained his footing, his body slightly bent, resembling a cannonball as he charged towards the position of the flame goblin. The retreat of the nearby goblins provided him a critical opportunity to surge forward. The distance between both parties was not considerable. At his current speed, he could reach the destination in less than 3 breaths. Along the way, he effortlessly dealt with 2 obstructive goblins, totaling no more than 5 breaths. Upon reaching several fiery goblins, Fury instinctively dropped to the ground, feeling waves of searing air sweep over him. Every muscle in his body tensed in anticipation. In the next moment, he exerted his limbs with tremendous force, leaving indents on the concrete surface as he propelled himself forward. With a swift motion, he drew his dagger, its blade gleaming coldly as it carved a deep, bone-revealing gash across the throat of the nearest fiery goblin. Following this, he executed a sudden roll. Boom! As he evaded, several fireballs erupted at the spot he had just vacated, reducing the goblin to charred remains. Concurrently, a spectral glow, larger than before, surged into Fury's body. The physical might of these fiery goblins was akin to that of their ordinary counterparts. Once Fury closed the distance, their fate was sealed. However, the other goblins were not sluggish in their response, quickly encircling him, including several fiery goblins within their ranks. Yet, Fury seemed disinclined to engage them in close combat. Opting instead for a more efficient approach, he raised both hands, targeting two goblins, as crimson lightning danced at his fingertips. Crackle! Two slender bolts of lightning flickered through the air, leaving charred, bloodied holes in the heads of the two fiery goblins. As a pair of larger, mysterious energies surged into him. Crimson serpentine electricity enveloped his form once more, transforming him into a streak of lightning as he surged forth. He deftly evaded the encirclement and the onslaught of fiery ice crystals while continually gathering and compressing the lightning in his hands. A series of slender, blood-red lightning bolts erupted from the tyrant's fingers, piercing the skulls of the fire goblins as if they were charged bullets. After dispatching several of these fiery foes, the tyrant pivoted and charged toward the icy goblins, his intent clear: to eliminate these bothersome ranged attackers first. However, approaching the icy goblins proved to be a formidable challenge, as dozens of goblins obstructed his path. Feeling the surge of an even more potent energy within him, the tyrant paused, raising his hands. His left hand clasped around his right wrist, and a blinding blood-red lightning surged forth from his palm. The crimson arcs danced, converging and compressing, until a blood-red lightning sphere the size of a football materialized, flickering with serpentine electric currents. An aura of devastation emanated from the tyrant, coupled with his ever-present violent energy, causing the surrounding goblins to instinctively retreat a few steps. The terrifying electrical energy scorched the surface of his palm, yet the expression on the tyrant's face grew increasingly frenzied. He aimed his hand at the distant icy goblin, who immediately sensed the impending threat of death and sought refuge among the throng of monsters. Alas, it was too late. With a resounding crackle and a thunderous boom, a robust blood-red lightning bolt erupted from the tyrant's hand, resembling a lightning dragon. The flash vanished almost instantaneously from sight. Yet it left behind a harrowing mark. A scorched fissure spanning over 50 meters appeared on the ground before him, as if it had been struck by the very wrath of thunder itself. All the goblins along the path were reduced to mere cinders, utterly devoid of life, including 4 ice goblins. At that moment, Brutality knelt partially on the ground, his body trembling incessantly, breath quickening, a portrait of exhaustion. However, this state gradually improved as ethereal light surged into him, restoring his vitality and bringing his breath back to a steady rhythm. He slowly lifted his head, a grotesque smile of exhilaration contorting his features, seemingly quite pleased with his handiwork. Chapter 38, The Boss Room. As his physical prowess gradually returned, Brutality rose from the ground, his eyes glimmering with an intensified bloodlust. Suddenly, it appeared that the powerful, thunderous energy had awakened some entity within the shimmering barrier. As a sharp, eerie cry reverberated throughout the crimson space. Simultaneously, arcs of blue-white lightning flickered in the distant sky. That direction was the west of the city. At that moment, all the goblins present abandoned their assault on Brutality, turning towards the western direction, their previously ferocious countenances now betraying a hint of fear and panic, nearly bowing in submission. Yet, within Brutality's blood-red gaze, a spark ignited. He sensed a formidable aura that exhilarated him, stirring his murderous instincts anew. In the next instant, he ceased to engage with the goblins, lightning crackling around him as he surged into the distance. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, the hidden Gomanli's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to pursue Brutality as well. The goblins, albeit a moment slow to react, swiftly followed in his wake. Gao Manli found herself encircled by a small group of goblins after dispatching several throwing goblins. However, her increased strength allowed her to cope, preventing her from being overwhelmed in the short term. As the ferocious creature gathered a sphere of lightning that captivated the attention of all the monsters, she swiftly eliminated one goblin and seized the opportunity to conceal herself once more. To her astonishment, the ferocity seemed to forget her presence and darted away. With no other choice, she decided to follow. Remaining behind was hardly a wise option. The creature moved with remarkable speed, leaving only a fleeting crimson flash of lightning in its wake, obscuring its form from view. Yet, Gao Monli managed to trail behind at a distance. Though it required immense effort, she did not lose sight of it. Evidently, she had gained quite a bit from the preceding battle. The goblins, however, lacked such swiftness and soon lost track of the two figures. Nevertheless, they continued their advance towards the western part of the city, while numerous scattered goblins began to converge towards that direction. In less than 10 minutes, the ferocity halted before a rift suspended in midair. Sensing that the earlier presence emanated from this very location, the rift still pulsated with a faint yet powerful energy, confirming that exhilarating aura. Without hesitation, the creature extended a hand into the spatial rift, ensuring it was safe before stepping through, its form vanishing within that space. This scene was witnessed by Gao Monli, who had been pursuing from behind. Her expression changed drastically as she anxiously shouted, "Chen-Yi, come back." Yet it was too late. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the ferocity had already disappeared. Gao Monli rushed forward, halting before the rift, her face a canvas of struggle and hesitation. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, her uncertainty transformed into resolute determination. She stepped boldly into the fray, embodying a fierce demeanor. Within the confines of the mental realm, Chen-Yi was desperately tugging at the door, his face flushed from exertion, yet the door remained impervious to his efforts. In exasperation, he resorted to pounding and kicking it, his impotent fury spilling forth in a torrent of curses. "I am utterly exasperated by this dim-witted fool. What is he attempting? To conquer another world? We are far too weak. Can we not simply endure for the time being? Let us address this matter later, shall we? Brother? I am calling you brother. Will you not return and let me out? Damn it, I am truly at my wit's end with your madness." Despite his frantic pleas, there was no response from the fierce entity, and the door remained steadfastly shut. Resigned, he turned to his timid counterpart and spoke in a somber tone. "You see the dire situation we are in. Our lives are at stake. Is there any way you can assist me in escaping?" The timid persona gazed at the door for an extended period before finally shaking his head. "He does not wish to return, and I am powerless to change that." Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi found himself utterly devoid of options. He ceased his futile attempts to pull at the door and slowly returned to the bedside, surrendering to despair. "Very well, I shall leave it to fate." Chen-Yi could never have anticipated the extent of the fierce entity's combat prowess, nor could he comprehend that it possessed abilities beyond mere lightning. Yet, such intricacies were not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern was that the fierce entity had plunged into the rift of space. What lies within remains an enigma to all. Yet it is highly likely that behind the fissure dwells a lair of monsters, the perilous nature of which is self-evident. One cannot help but ponder the potential presence of formidable, boss-level creatures. What if one is unable to prevail against them? Engaging in fierce combat may lead to demise. An escape may be utterly impossible. Nevertheless, as exit seems unattainable, Chen-Yi can only resign himself to his fate, while his mind fervently concocts various strategies to confront the impending challenges. In the external realm, the violent behemoth feels a sudden shift in his surroundings, as if the very environment ripples like water, gradually transforming into a new visage. His blood-red pupils scan the vicinity, revealing a desolate expanse spanning the size of 3 or 4 football fields, at the center of which is a peculiar formation inscribed with enigmatic patterns. A formation? At the heart of this arrangement, a beam of light ascends skyward, the blue-white radiance resembling a sword, piercing through the dark red heavens. Beneath this luminous cascade stands the silhouette of a goblin, albeit one much smaller in stature, its entire form glistening like white jade, with delicate blue-white arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. Clutched in its right hand is an oddly shaped weapon, akin to a scythe, gleaming silver and measuring half a meter in length, intermittently emitting flashes of lightning. As the violent behemoth scrutinizes the creature, the white jade goblin slowly raises its gaze towards him, its eyes brimming with excitement and ferocity, mirroring the expression of the behemoth himself. "You are the first human to arrive here. Splendid. Speak your name." A voice unexpectedly resonates within the behemoth's mind, causing a fleeting pause in his expression, which soon gives way to a surge of exhilaration as he grins menacingly, exclaiming, "Ha! Marvelous, you can even speak." The expression of brutality on his face grew increasingly frenzied, and this marked the first occasion he spoke since emerging. One could only imagine the extent of his exhilaration at this moment. The voice resonating in his mind was not only perceived by the brutal one, but also distinctly heard by Chun-Yi and the feeble one in the recesses of his mental space. Chun-Yi's complexion shifted dramatically. He comprehended that he had indeed encountered a formidable boss-level creature. The brutal one licked his parched, cracked lips, refraining from responding to the boss's inquiry. Instead, he suddenly darted forth, enveloped in a tempest of lightning towards the diminutive figure at the center of the formation. "How dare you, wretched human, ignore my presence? You seek your own demise." The voice reverberated within the brutal one's mind, yet his form showed no signs of hesitation, propelling him forward with even greater velocity. Meanwhile, the alabaster goblin remained motionless, until the moment the brutal one crossed into the bounds of the formation, when the scene abruptly shifted. The luminous column at the center of the formation vanished, and the previously inert alabaster goblin began to stir slightly, raising its peculiar weapon to aim at the swiftly approaching figure. "Human, remember my name. I am Raynor." Upon uttering these words, the weapon came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, the dark red sky erupted with lightning, as thick bolts of blue and white electricity surged forth from the clouds, accompanied by a deafening roar. An awe-inspiring spectacle. Chapter 39. The Abilities of Galmonli. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of blue and white lightning, as thick as a human arm, descended from the clouds, targeting the rapidly advancing brutal one. The brutal one's crimson pupils constricted, a chill coursing through him, as the blood-red lightning enveloped him, intensifying in brilliance. And his speed surged once more. Crackle! A bolt of lightning struck the ground, nearly grazing the back of the Fury, who remained unfazed. In the instant his feet touched down, he lunged to the left and deftly evaded several subsequent strikes. From above, 5 bolts of lightning descended, each nearly colliding with his form. A moment's hesitation would result in being engulfed by the thunderous force. Once Fury steadied himself, he refrained from advancing further, instead fixating intently on the diminutive figure of Reno not far away, specifically the peculiar weapon clutched in his grasp. This weapon appeared to possess the ability to summon thunder. An extraordinary marvel. Reno's eyes flickered with surprise, not expecting this human to evade his thunderous onslaught. However, upon witnessing Fury's pause, a smirk of mockery and malice spread across his face as he raised his weapon once more, preparing to launch another attack. Just then, Fury moved with swiftness that belied Reno's own. He suddenly pointed at Reno, crimson lightning swirling at his fingertips. With a crackling sound, 2 blood-red serpents of lightning shot forth, reaching Reno in an instant. Reno reacted with astonishing speed, sensing imminent danger as the lightning gathered at Fury's fingertip. His body instinctively executed an evasive maneuver. When the lightning serpents surged towards him, he swiftly veered to the side, his speed rivaling that of a fully unleashed Fury, perhaps even surpassing it by a fraction. As Reno regained his footing and looked up, his pupils constricted slightly. Fury's figure had vanished from view. Almost simultaneously, a flash of blood-red lightning appeared in the corner of his eye. Instinctively, Reno swung his scythe-like weapon sideways, arcs of lightning dancing upon its surface. The attack fell short, as blue and white arcs of electricity danced through the air, creating ripples of energy. Reno's pupils constricted sharply, just as he prepared to act. A chilling sensation gripped his neck, followed by a searing pain that rendered his body rigid and immobile, as crimson lightning coursed over his skin. The dagger, enshrouded in fury and enveloped by the blood-red arcs, had pierced Reno's neck, with the electric current surging through the blade, trapping him in a state of paralysis. However, brutality furrowed his brow, sensing that the dagger was hindered by some unseen force, preventing it from penetrating deeply. It merely grazed the surface, insufficient to inflict a fatal wound. In the next instant, a flicker of agitation crossed Brutality's face. He swiftly withdrew the dagger and retreated. Crack! At the very moment of his retreat, a blue-white lightning bolt enveloped his previous position, scorching the ground into charred blackness. "Damn human, you dare injure me. I shall reduce you to ashes." A roar echoed in his mind, yet Brutality remained unfazed, tightening his grip on the dagger, the crimson arcs of electricity intensifying around him. In the following moment, both combatants paused in unison, instinctively turning their gazes toward the rift in space. From the distant tear, in reality, a graceful figure emerged, her gaze shifting from a daze to focus, her body tensing with purpose. It was none other than Galmonli, who had followed closely behind. Another human, You all shall perish. Reno bellowed in fury. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he began to swing his weapon with reckless abandon, arcs of electricity trailing in his wake. Thunder rumbled ominously as the sky became a tumultuous spectacle, with streaks of blue and white lightning surging through the clouds, threatening to break free and descend to the earth at any moment. In a flash, Balu rushed out, arcs of electricity dancing across his skin, propelling his speed to its zenith as he began to circle around Reno. Almost immediately, bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, pursuing Chun-Yi relentlessly, leaving charred craters in their wake. While Chun-Yi could not possibly outrun the lightning, he merely needed to outpace Reno's targeting speed. Thus, during Reno's assault, he had to maintain a state of rapid movement to evade being locked onto. Die, 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 damned human, Reno bellowed, his expression transforming into a grotesque mask of rage. With a cacophony of thunder, his hands moved ceaselessly, and the sky continued to unleash its fury, with bolts as thick as a man's arm descending like rain, bombarding Balu mercilessly. Gao Monli, observing the frantic evasions of Balu, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What should I do? To charge into such a fray would be tantamount to suicide. How can I assist him? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her powers. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she slowly closed them, silently attuning herself to the strength she had yet to fully experience. She had undergone her first bodily evolution during the previous battle, yet had not taken the time to comprehend the newfound abilities she had acquired. As she concentrated, a certain power seemed to imprint itself within her very cells, ready to manifest at the slightest thought, as effortless as raising her hand. Before long, Gao Monli slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at the distant Reno, who was fervently wielding his weapon, and gradually raised her hand to aim at him. In the next instant, her slender fingers clenched into a fist, binding. At the same moment, a translucent chain, as thick as an arm, abruptly manifested around Reno, tightening decisively as Gao Monli's palm gripped firmly. With Reno ensnared, the tumultuous storm clouds in the sky came to an abrupt halt, gradually dissipating. Hurry! I can't hold on much longer. Gao Monli's suppressed cry resonated, her furious eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. She shifted her stance and lunged towards the immobilized Reno. At that moment, Reno was frantically struggling, his diminutive form rippling with muscle as the translucent chains constricted around him, producing a cacophony of metallic friction that rendered him increasingly ethereal, as if they might snap at any moment. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi had approached Reno, a dagger in his hand crackling with vibrant crimson lightning, the explosive arcs of energy spreading into the air. The sheer sharpness of the dagger alone was insufficient to inflict a fatal wound upon Reno, necessitating the infusion of potent electrical energy. Zzz crackle. The dagger, suffused with a rich luminescence of lightning, plunged into Reno's forehead, yet halted after merely 3 centimeters, the vibrant energy coursing through his body significantly diminishing his struggles. A frenzied glint flickered in his violent eyes as energy surged from within him into the dagger, causing the blood-red lightning to swell once more, inch by inch embedding itself deeper into Reno's brow. Crack! At that very moment, confronted with the specter of death, Raynor unleashed his latent potential, astonishingly breaking free from the chains that bound him. Simultaneously, in the distance, Gao Monli let out a piercing scream, collapsing to her knees. A fierce light flickered in Raynor's eyes as he brandished his weapon and aimed it at Chun-Yi. Yet, in the next instant, his body froze once more, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile, albeit trembling slightly. Die! A savage roar erupted, as crimson lightning surged throughout his form, muscles bulging and veins taut. With a swift motion, a dagger, glimmering with blood-red lightning, plunged into Raynor's forehead, the blade piercing through the back of his skull. Chapter 40. The disappearance of the light screen. As the blood-red lightning coursed over his body, Raynor, who had been writhing in desperation, gradually succumbed to stillness, his life force swiftly ebbing away. With a thud, the intangible energy dissipated, and Raynor's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Human, I shall remember you. We shall meet again. A voice, imbued with authority, resonated within his mind. A glimmer of excitement returned to the weary visage of the savage as he gazed down at Raynor's form. To his astonishment, Raynor's body began to dissolve, transforming into luminous particles that vanished from sight, along with the peculiar weapon he wielded. Soon, all that remained was a thumb-sized hexagonal crystal and a ping-pong ball-sized orb of white jade. The exhilaration in the savage's eyes dimmed as he shifted his gaze towards Gao Monli. who was now half kneeling on the ground, seemingly suffering from the backlash of her own powers, crimson oozing from the corners of her eyes and nostrils. Her expression wrought with agony. The ferocity seemed to sense something, a flicker of excitement passing through its eyes as it gazed towards the rift in space. "Come back." A timid voice echoed from the depths of its heart. The ferocity's steps faltered momentarily, a struggle etched upon its face, before gradually succumbing to calmness. It slowly closed its eyes, and after a span of 10 seconds, reopened them. The blood-red hue vanished, replaced by the lingering dread of survival. Yes, it was indeed a sense of trepidation. At this moment, Chun-Yi had reclaimed control over the body. He had emerged. Simultaneously, he resolved that under no circumstances would he allow the ferocity to surface again unless faced with a life-or-death situation. It was far too reckless, resembling a mindless killing machine. The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated it became, reveling in the slaughter. It had brazenly invaded the lair of the monsters. Chun-Yi felt that his very life might hang in the balance, for the ferocity evidently could not swiftly eliminate the adversary. Once those goblin reinforcements arrived, the outcome was all too predictable. Moreover, Gao Monli's ambush had proven immensely effective. Ah, the reinforcements. A jolt surged through Chun-Yi's mind. He was about to dash towards Gao Monli to assist her escape. Yet, the moment he moved, a sensation of tearing coursed through his entire being. And the searing pain caught him off guard, causing him to collapse to the ground. What on earth is happening? Chun-Yi gritted his teeth, whispering as he lay on the ground, too fearful to move even an inch. The slightest motion would unleash that unbearable tearing sensation throughout his body. He recognized this as an injury stemming from intense combat, yet he couldn't recall the ferocity being so severely wounded. However, upon seeing the densely packed burn marks on his arm, he understood that this was the backlash from his lightning abilities. The relentless torment of violent lightning incessantly stimulated his cellular structure, compelling a desperate eruption of power, which resulted in a counterattack from every cell within his body, piercing him with excruciating pain. What the hell? I wonder why I was suddenly forced out. Did you bring me forth to shoulder your burden because you couldn't endure it any longer? Truly remarkable. Chun-Yi cursed under his breath, while rapidly contemplating his next course of action. The goblins would soon arrive, and in their current state, both he and Gao Monli were utterly incapable of fighting. Staying put would only lead to their demise. No, wait. Had he overlooked something crucial? His mind raced, and eventually, his gaze fell upon two crystals not far in front of him. He realized what he had neglected. The annihilation of this boss should have bestowed upon him a surge of potent, mysterious energy to fortify his body. Yet, in his present condition, he felt nothing. The demise of the boss yielded merely two crystals, one a hexagonal gem, the other a pearl. Was this truly the reward for vanquishing the boss? As Chun-Yi pondered this, he gritted his teeth and grasped the two crystals, scrutinizing them intently. The pearl, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, seemed to harbor some latent energy, its surface intermittently shimmering with arcs of lightning. In contrast, the hexagonal crystal was pitch black, and upon holding it, Chun-Yi was inexplicably overcome by an urge to consume it. His eyes narrowed in realization. The hexagonal crystal had emerged after Reno's form dissipated, while the weapon's disappearance had left behind the pearl. With this thought, Chun-Yi struggled to swallow the diamond crystal whole, choosing to heed the call of his instincts. For he had no alternative left. In the fleeting moment when the crystal penetrated his throat, it transformed into a surge of familiar energy. This sensation was one that Chun-Yi had experienced numerous times before, nearly identical to the previous baptism by mysterious energy. However, this particular force was grander and purer, akin to a refined product of that enigmatic energy. As this energy enveloped his entire being, Chun-Yi involuntarily emitted a soothing groan, while simultaneously sensing the rapid restoration of his damaged cells. Not only that, he felt his physical constitution being further enhanced as his genetic sequence began to reorganize, and the energy within him capable of summoning the power of lightning expanded. Before long, Chun-Yi perceived that the changes within him had reached a critical point, and the tumultuous energy within gradually subsided. He hastily rose to his feet, gazing at his hands, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. The increase in strength led him to a delusion that a single punch could obliterate a planet. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began to move his body. The previously agonizing pain had vanished, leaving only a faint tingling sensation. It felt as though his body had reached a certain threshold, reminiscent of the feelings experienced prior to his evolution. After unleashing his fury, he had embarked on a relentless slaughter, venting his pent-up emotions. During this fray, he had slain no less than 60 to 70 goblins, including several unique variants and a formidable goblin boss. Thus, Chun-Yi was on the verge of his second physical metamorphosis. All that remained was a catalyst. He required but one more infusion of that pure energy, or a peculiar cry pierced the air, prompting Chun-Yi to turn his gaze. Before him, a horde of goblins surged forth from a rift in space, their malevolent eyes fixed intently on Chun-Yi and Gao Monli. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow and glanced at his palm before relaxing his expression. In a flash, lightning crackled around him. In a mere breath, Chun-Yi had arrived before Gao Monli, assisting her to her feet as he calmly stated, "We can only fight our way out. Stay close behind me." Unbeknownst to Chun-Yi and Gao Monli, as they resumed their fierce battle, the world outside had undergone a transformation. The crimson veil that had shrouded the sky had vanished, and numerous survivors in various regions observed this phenomenon, frantically fleeing for their lives. Even the monsters seemed to pose no threat to them, as their minds were consumed solely by the singular thought of escaping this area. Simultaneously, official personnel who had been monitoring the expanse of red light reacted promptly, dispatching 3 fully armed teams for a rescue operation. A multitude of drones soared through the skies, swiftly locating the survivors. With the monsters drawn into the spatial rift by Chun-Yi and his companion, the rescue efforts proceeded smoothly, encountering little resistance. Chapter 41. Major General Hua Xiaoyuan. While the rescue team searched for survivors, a helicopter hovered above the spatial rift. Is this the boundary? Given its size, the Lord must have reached the second tier, hasn't he? To have been resolved so swiftly? A sturdy young man in military attire voiced his astonishment from the back of the helicopter. Beside him sat a middle-aged officer, exuding an aura of authority and the weight of experience from holding a high position for an extended period. The middle-aged officer remained silent, his sharp eyes fixated on the spatial rift. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply and remarked, "It appears there are indeed capable individuals here." The young officer, his expression serious, nodded and responded, "To resolve a second-tier forbidden ruin in less than 4 days is no small feat. This skill rivals that of the 2 who emerged yesterday." The middle-aged officer pondered for a while before calmly saying, "You may proceed." The young officer hesitated, as if contemplating his words, but ultimately nodded and called out, "Lower the rope." Soon, the helicopter began its descent, and a rope dangled down to the ground. The 2 men slid down the rope with an elegance and proficiency that indicated they were well versed in such activities. After disembarking from the helicopter, the young officer waved a signal it could depart. Turning to the middle-aged officer, he inquired, "General Hua, this area is unsafe. Should we summon the escort team?" He understood that once the Lord was dealt with, the barrier of the forbidden ruin would dissipate, yet it did not imply the eradication of all monsters. General Hua shook his head and suddenly asked, "Xiaosong, you are nearing the second tier, are you not?" Upon hearing this, a confident gleam appeared on the young man's resolute face as he affirmed, "If we eliminate the remaining monsters here, I should be close." "Then you may find your opportunity slipping away," General Hua replied with a chuckle. The young officer's expression faltered momentarily as he glanced at the spatial rift without uttering a word. Since their rescue team had been dispatched, no signals of monster sightings had been received. Thus, the whereabouts of the remaining creatures were all too evident. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, and the last rays of sunlight faded behind the mountains, a faint crescent moon emerged. At that moment, a stir was felt within the spatial rift. A tall, young man slowly emerged from the fissure, bearing the exquisite figure of a woman upon his back. It was, of course, Chun-Yi and Gao Monli. The 2 had been ensnared within the rift, and with his significantly enhanced power, Chun-Yi resolved to eliminate the monstrous foes. For him, dealing with those ordinary goblins posed little challenge, unless their numbers multiplied tenfold, which would then exhaust him. Gao Monli, having suffered backlash from her own abilities, was finally worn out after a fierce battle and was carried out by Chun-Yi. As they stepped out of the rift, Chun-Yi momentarily paused, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. 2 upright figures clad in military attire stood at a distance, silently observing. The young officer, sensing Chun-Yi's penetrating stare, felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shielded General Hua behind him. This young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, emanated an aura of formidable danger. In contrast, General Hua remained unperturbed, his expression stern and devoid of discernible emotion, his keen eyes scrutinizing Chun-Yi intently. Upon recognizing the uniforms adorning the 2 figures, Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly recollect something, instinctively glancing upwards. Utilizing the still dimming sunlight, he discerned the hues of the sky. Had it truly dissipated? Chun-Yi pondered, This aligned with his suspicions, for with the monsters, including the boss, vanquished, it was improbable that the Crimson Barrier still enveloped this place. Indeed, the barrier of the Forbidden Ruins will dissipate at the very moment you slay the Lord. Seemingly aware of Chun Yi's thoughts, General Hua spoke first. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the unique magnetism characteristic of a middle-aged man, which in Chun Yi's past life would surely have captivated many young maidens. May I inquire your identities? Chun Yi refrained from responding directly and instead posed a question regarding their identities. General Hua stepped out from behind the young officer and advanced toward Chun Yi, whose expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly matched the general's pace. Upon reaching Chun Yi, General Hua extended his hand and introduced himself. I am Major General Hua Xiaoyuan of the 3rd Military District. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi's pupils constricted. This individual appeared to be in his early 40s yet held the rank of a general. Both men were clad in standard military uniforms, devoid of any insignia, leaving Chun Yi unable to discern their ranks. Suppressing the astonishment within, he removed his right hand from the voluptuous thigh of Gao Monli and grasped the general's hand, saying, Greetings, sir. My name is Chun Yi. Chun Yi then turned his gaze toward the young man beside him, who was only a few years his senior, emanating an elusive sense of threat. This individual was not to be underestimated, Chun Yi mused. The young officer, noticing Chun Yi's attention, also extended his hand in introduction. I am First Lieutenant Song Boyan of the 3rd Military District. As Chun Yi shook hands with him, the earlier impact of General Hua's presence left him with little astonishment regarding this young lieutenant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chun Yi took the initiative to inquire. What exactly is the barrier of the Forbidden Ruins that General Hua mentioned? In response, Song Boyan elucidated, it is thus. The area that has been sealed off is referred to as the Forbidden Ruins. And the Crimson Barrier enclosing it is known as the Barrier of the Forbidden Ruins. Chun Yi was naturally able to discern this information. His inquiry was, in truth, aimed at uncovering further details. For instance, are you not aware? During the days you have been confined within this forbidden zone, similar zones have emerged across the globe, and their numbers are staggering. At present, merely safeguarding these forbidden zones has expended an immense amount of the nation's resources and manpower, not to mention the need to maintain social order. Is it that severe? Chun Yi feigned casual curiosity, his gaze brightening. How many forbidden zones does our country have? Song Boyan's eyes flickered as he glanced at Hua Xiaoyuan, who gave a slight nod. Noticing this, Song Boyan's expression turned grave as he replied, Our nation is considered a major disaster area on the world stage due to our vast territory and dense population. Currently, the level of damage we have sustained is nearly the highest globally. As you might surmise, once the barrier of a forbidden zone descends, no external technological means can intervene within it. Aside from nuclear weapons, we have tried virtually every other method, all to no avail. At this moment, there are over 1,000 forbidden zones, both large and small, across our nation, yet to date, only 10 have been breached, including the one you managed to conquer. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi's pupils constricted sharply. Over 1,000 forbidden zones had descended upon Longhua, yet only 10 had been breached. However, he quickly grasped the situation. Without external intervention, the individuals trapped within the forbidden zones could not acquire crucial information and, consequently, were unaware that they needed to enter the spatial rift to slay the Lord to escape. He himself had stumbled upon this revelation by chance. It was implausible for everyone to be as fortunate as he had been. Moreover, prior to this, one must possess the strength to breach the Lord's chamber, otherwise, knowing the details would be futile. Chapter 42, The Invitation from the 3rd Military District. Chun Yi swiftly composed himself, merely nodding silently without interrupting. After outlining the general situation, Song Boyan ceased his discourse, shifting his gaze towards General Hua. General Hua's attention remained fixed on Chun Yi, and at last, he spoke. With the emergence of the Forbidden Ruins, numerous extraordinary individuals have surfaced among humanity. You are likely aware of this. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi's eyes momentarily flickered, and he nodded. These individuals would ultimately become the beacon of hope for humanity, the ember left in this rapidly deteriorating world. General Hua's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke in a steady tone. Chun Yi remained silent, listening intently, aware that the general had yet to conclude. After a brief pause, General Hua regarded Chun Yi's impassive face, his brows subtly furrowing before he continued. There are also such individuals within the official ranks. We refer to them as the Walkers of the Ruins. Walkers of the Ruins? Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. General Hua replied solemnly. As Lieutenant Song mentioned earlier, No technological means from the outside world can affect the barrier of the Forbidden Ruins, but individuals like you possess that capability. Hence the designation Walkers of the Ruins, signifying those who traverse the Forbidden Ruins. Chun-Yi felt a stir within, his voice slightly urgent as he inquired, "Does that mean we can enter the Forbidden Ruins freely, sir?" General Hua shook his head, clarifying, "It is free entry, not unrestricted passage." Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, murmuring, "I see." Although his expression remained unchanged, his mind was already racing with possibilities. He had previously contemplated how to enhance his strength, for he could not simply wait for the Forbidden Ruins to draw him in. If fortune did not favor him, he might never encounter such opportunities again, rendering his plans futile. However, the situation had shifted. Those who had experienced evolution could indeed enter the Forbidden Ruins. As for the means of exit, Chun-Yi could readily deduce that defeating the Lord within the ruins would facilitate his escape. Thus, he realized that his previously crafted rhetoric would require some modification. General Hua observed Chun-Yi's silence and continued, "There are far too few ruins walkers among the officials, utterly insufficient to address the current issues. Therefore, we must enlist those from the civilian sector, particularly those of exceptional capability." As he spoke, General Hua's gaze towards Chun-Yi transformed, imbued with admiration and a hint of fervor. A spark ignited within Chun-Yi. Although his face remained inscrutable, he had anticipated such a development. It was improbable that the official would linger here without purpose, especially given his high-ranking position and vast knowledge. Thus, the intent behind this encounter was not difficult to surmise. Chun-Yi refrained from responding, choosing instead to await further elaboration. Observing Chun-Yi's reticence, General Hua boldly articulated his proposal, speaking earnestly. "On behalf of the official 3rd Military District, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Should you have any conditions in mind, feel free to express them, provided they fall within the scope of my authority." He did not utter grandiose words about saving humanity or rescuing more individuals, nor did he resort to moral coercion in his conversation with Chun-Yi. Instead, he extended a sincere invitation, allowing for any conditions to be proposed. Chun-Yi remained silent, his head slightly bowed in contemplation, though internally he was calculating what conditions he might suggest. Initially, he had no intention of acquiescing, as he held his own reservations. Joining an official organization would impose too many restrictions, hindering his future endeavors. However, upon realizing that he could freely enter the Forbidden Ruins, his perspective shifted, and he began to consider what stipulations he might propose to ensure his future autonomy, all while concealing this from his interlocutors. "Comrade Chun-Yi, we truly require individuals like you to join us. With your assistance, we can save countless lives and swiftly stabilize societal order." Thus, the 3rd Military District extends this invitation with utmost sincerity, urged Song Boyan, noticing Chun-Yi's silence. He did not intend to adopt a position of superiority. His words stemmed purely from his convictions as a soldier. Chun-Yi glanced up at him, his expression revealing a flicker of hesitation. Observing this, General Hua's eyes flickered with interest. Could this young man possess a sense of patriotism? As Song Boyan prepared to speak again, sensing Chun-Yi's uncertainty, General Hua raised his hand to halt him. Song Boyan wore an expression of unvoiced thoughts, reluctantly swallowing his words. After a silence that stretched for approximately 3 minutes, Chun-Yi finally broke the stillness. "Is it true that any evolver can join the official ranks?" This was Chun-Yi's first inquiry. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared for the first time on General Hua's face. He retrieved an encrypted phone from his pocket, opened a document, and handed it to Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi accepted the phone with a hint of confusion, but as he discerned the content on the screen, his eyelids twitched slightly. It was not something that any individual could be officially absorbed into. If there were any criminal activities or risks to societal safety, we would implement appropriate stringent measures, even against an evolved individual. General Hua's tone turned grave, emanating a sharp aura befitting one who has long held power. Chun-Yi nodded slightly and returned the phone to him. The device contained an intricate dossier of Chun-Yi's personal information, including details about his family members and his academic experiences, revealing an astonishing level of detail. Within merely 10 minutes of conversation, they had managed to conduct such a thorough investigation. Truly, one must commend the prowess of the authorities. Chun-Yi fell silent for a moment before continuing. "I am accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and am not fond of the official style of governance." Upon hearing this, General Hua furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief pause, his deep voice resonated. "I can grant you the utmost freedom of movement. Yet you must fulfill the tasks assigned by higher authorities. That is the bottom line. Chun-Yi was not surprised by this response. With a stoic expression, he inquired, to what extent does this utmost freedom extend? General Hua pondered for a moment before replying, I can bestow upon you the title of a small team leader with 10 members. You may freely select the team members or apply to the organization for them, primarily tasked with addressing the Forbidden Ruins. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself with other matters. Naturally, this is merely a title for the time being, without any official rank, which you will need to earn through merit. Beside him, Song Boyan hesitated several times, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Chun-Yi, on the other hand, descended into contemplation. Although General Hua's words were couched in delicacy, their essence was unequivocal. A nominal position within an official 10-member framework would be granted, freeing one from the constraints of official directives, allowing for autonomous action. One would merely be required to execute tasks as they arose, with no need to ponder other matters. To put it succinctly, one would heed the call, yet disregard the proclamation. Chun-Yi refrained from expressing an opinion, instead inquiring, what are the benefits? General Hua responded with succinct clarity. You will enjoy the support of official intelligence and resources, the extent of which will depend on your contributions, or rather, your merits. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi inhaled deeply and stated, one final condition. Speak. Chun-Yi slightly raised his gaze, locking eyes with General Hua, his voice calm and earnest. Sir, I shall heed only your commands. Chapter 43, Headquarters, Ruins. First and foremost, Chun-Yi's demand was straightforward. He sought the support of official intelligence and resources. It was anticipated that the majority of domestic Forbidden Ruins would be predominantly controlled by the authorities, and to access these sites freely in order to enhance his strength. Collaboration and backing from the official channels were indispensable. Furthermore, information regarding the danger levels and general conditions of each Forbidden Ruin could only be provided by the authorities, as he lacked the capacity to procure such knowledge independently. Additionally, if Chun-Yi were to assemble his own team, there must be a binding of interests. It would be implausible for others to risk life and death alongside him merely because of his burgeoning dominance. The interests at play here undoubtedly require external provision, as he is presently incapable of offering any, given his weak foundation, or rather, the complete absence of one. In light of this, joining the official ranks indeed appears to be a commendable choice. However, Chun-Yi is reluctant to engage in political strife, and this must be clearly articulated. He will heed only the directives of Hua Xiaoyuan, disregarding others. This approach will help him evade numerous complications and enhance the security of his own mission. For instance, if a relative of a senior organization member becomes embroiled in the Forbidden Wasteland and requests his assistance, would he comply? Rescuing someone and breaching the Forbidden Wasteland are two entirely distinct concepts. The latter simply requires the elimination of the Lord, while the former necessitates navigating the chaotic wasteland to locate an ordinary individual whose whereabouts are unknown, a situation Chun-Yi wishes to avoid. Moreover, with Chun-Yi having made his stance clear, he is now regarded as an ally by Hua Xiaoyuan. Would one send an ally into certain peril? The answer is unequivocally affirmative. Consequently, he becomes a sharp blade in General Hua Xiaoyuan's hand, remaining uninvolved in political conflicts. Those capable of negotiating with Hua Xiaoyuan would not fixate on him as a weapon to wield. Rather, they would contemplate how to overthrow Hua and seize that weapon for themselves. General Hua and Chun-Yi exchanged prolonged gazes, the former's lips curling into a subtle smile as he softly remarked, You are quite astute. I appreciate intelligent subordinates. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi also manifested a gentle smile and saluted, saying, Greetings, Chief. I hope you will continue to guide me in the future. Hua Xiaoyuan slightly nodded, his expression turning serious as he stated, I have high hopes for you, and I trust you will not let me down. The subsequent matters will be handed over to Captain Song. I must return to attend to my official duties, so I shall take my leave for now. 10 minutes later, Chun-Yi gazed at the helicopter receding into the pitch-black night sky, a flicker of emotion shimmering in his eyes. Chun-Yi, do you have any other matters to address? If not, shall we find a place to sit and converse? Song Boyan inquired at an opportune moment. Chun-Yi nodded, replying, There are a few things to discuss. Let us go to my home. It's not far from here. As he spoke, he turned his head slightly and remarked, Must we continue to pretend for much longer? After a brief silence enveloped the air, Gao Manli, who had been resting against Chun-Yi's shoulder, suddenly stirred, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. Have we arrived? How did I fall asleep? Chun-Yi refrained from revealing the truth, simply stating, We have arrived. Now that you are awake, might you consider dismounting from my back? Gao Monli, unfazed and entirely composed, replied, "Very well, thank you." After descending from Chunyi's back, she turned to Song Boyan and asked, "And you are?" A strange glimmer crossed Song Boyan's eyes. He was well aware of Gao Monli's feigned slumber. After all, he was no ordinary individual. He could sense her heartbeat and breathing had been notably irregular while she listened to their conversation. "Greetings, I am Song Boyan, a colleague of Chun-Yi," he replied, playing along with the charade. "Oh, hello, I am Gao Monli," she responded, naturally extending her hand for a handshake. Chun-Yi. The three of them first went to the residential building to retrieve the backpack that had been left there, containing his phone and other belongings that he could not afford to discard. They then arrived at a charred building in the southern part of the city. After a prolonged silence, Chun-Yi finally spoke. "Captain Song, there is a very important relative of mine on the first floor. Could I trouble you to have someone collect her ashes?" Song Boyan, understanding the gravity of the request, nodded in agreement without further inquiry. Gao Monli's gaze shifted, her desire to speak evident, yet words eluded her, and ultimately, she remained silent. The three then proceeded to Chun-Yi's home. Upon opening the door, a familiar scent enveloped him, and Chun-Yi observed that everything remained unchanged, the warm layout and furnishings still evoking a sense of comfort, which deepened his melancholy. An indescribable emotion surged within him, a reminder of the cowardice that plagued his spirit. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall fetch you some water," he said, changing his shoes at the entrance before retrieving slippers for his guests and heading to the kitchen. Gao Monli and Song Boyan noticed Chun-Yi's unease, exchanging glances before making their way to the living room and settling onto the sofa. Soon, Chun-Yi returned with 2 glasses of water. Placing them before his companions and apologizing, "I apologize for the lack of hospitality." "It's quite all right. Water will suffice," Gao Monli and Song Boyan replied in unison. Shaking their heads, Chun-Yi nodded, falling into a contemplative silence as he surveyed his surroundings. After an extended pause, Song Boyan could no longer contain himself. "Ahem, Chun-Yi. Shall we discuss the matter at hand?" Chun-Yi regained his composure, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and nodded, saying, "Lieutenant Song, please proceed." Song Boyan, noticing Chun-Yi's return to focus, adopted a serious demeanor. He retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to Chun-Yi, stating, "In recent days, the authorities have established a new agency named Paksu, which, as the name suggests, aims to dismantle the barriers of the prohibited zones. All personnel involved are evolvers, also referred to as Su travelers. You shall henceforth be a member of this department, specifically as the leader of the Special Task Force within the 3rd Military Region S Action Group." He continued, "The department comprises 12 action groups, named after the 12 zodiac signs. However, due to personnel constraints, most have yet to be officially constituted. Currently, only 3 groups are operational: Dragon, Tiger, and Rat. Within the Dragon Group, 2 teams are already engaged in missions, yet you do not fall under the standard roster, as you belong to the Special Task Force. At present, the Dragon Group lacks a formal leader, with General Hua serving as the direct overseer." At this point, Song Boyan paused, gazing at Chun-Yi and inquiring, "Do you have any objections to this?" Chun-Yi directly posed a question. "If a leader is appointed for the Dragon Group in the future," Song Boyan replied calmly, "as I mentioned, you are part of the Special Task Force." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi nodded, "Understood. Should there be no issues, you may proceed to sign the document. You possess the authority to independently select your team members. Of course, you may also apply for additional members from the organization." After reviewing the contents of the document and confirming its accuracy, Chun-Yi signed without hesitation. "I shall begin my search. If that proves futile, I will consider applying for more members through the organization. By the way, to which group does Lieutenant Song belong?" Song Boyan received the document handed over by Chun-Yi and stored it away before calmly responding, "I am part of General Hua's personal guard, not within the headquarters structure." Chapter 44. Information Integration. Approximately half an hour later, Song Boyan departed from Chun-Yi's residence. The two had engaged in extensive discussions regarding internal organizational matters. Once their conversation reached a natural conclusion, Song Boyan voluntarily excused himself, awaiting the completion of Chun-Yi's team formation before embarking on their mission. It is noteworthy that the team need not be fully staffed. As long as there are 3 members, they can undertake the mission and enter the Forbidden Ruins. This arrangement primarily aims to safeguard the Evolvers, while also guarding against their unchecked actions within the ruins, thereby fostering an environment of mutual oversight. Chun-Yi did not place much emphasis on this. After all, he held complete autonomy over his team, and would not allow anyone else to dictate personnel assignments. Now, let us discuss you. What are your plans moving forward? After taking a sip of water, Chen Yi turned to the ever-attentive Gao Monli and inquired in a gentle tone. Neither Chun Yi nor Song Boyan, including Hua Xiaoyuan, consciously avoided discussing the content of their conversation with Gao Monli. The former deemed it unnecessary, while the latter two recognized her as Chun Ye's associate, who would undoubtedly become a member of the Dragon team. Thus, there was no deliberate evasion. Gao Monli fell into a brief silence upon hearing this, before responding with a hint of melancholy. I have actually been waiting for your invitation to join your team. Chun Ye's expression remained inscrutable, yet his tone grew more severe as he replied, Have you truly considered this? Previously, you had no choice but to follow me for the sake of survival, which I understand. However, now you have a choice. You can still live the life you desire. You have heard what I intend to do next. This is a perilous endeavor, not the path of a human hero. Gao Monli's lips curled into a slight smile as she remarked, Do you truly believe I can still live the life I wish for? This world has irrevocably changed. Has it not? This time, it was Chen Yi's turn to fall silent. After a prolonged pause, he inquired once more, I ask you again. Have you truly made your decision? Gao Monli remained silent, simply gazing at Chen Yi. They held each other's gaze for what felt like an eternity. And then he picked up a document left by Song Boyan, sliding it across the table towards Gao Monli. He rose and said, Complete the form and leave it on the table, then you may depart. I am weary and intend to bathe and retire. With that, he made his way to the bathroom. About 15 minutes later, as Chun Yi emerged, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the striking figure in the living room, and he frowned, asking, Why haven't you left? Gao Monli gathered her hair and replied in a calm tone, My home is not nearby, and it's impossible to hail a cab at this hour. Surely, you wouldn't suggest I walk back? Chen Yi considered this and realized the logic in her reasoning, but where would she stay if she didn't leave? Dear? Noticing his silence, a flicker of annoyance crossed Gao Monli's eyes. Did she, as a young woman, show no concern, yet he was apprehensive? Was she truly that inadequate? She voiced her dissatisfaction, Captain. Is it too much to ask to stay at your place for one night? I, a mere girl, am unafraid. Why should you fear what I might do? Chen Yi turned to her, catching the underlying discontent in her words. Silently, he entered his aunt's room, retrieving storage boxes and bags to begin tidying up. Despite the abundance of items in the room, they were well organized, making the process relatively straightforward. In approximately 20 minutes, Chen Yi had completed the task. He exited the room and addressed Gao Monli, stating, You will be staying in my aunt's room tonight. It has been arranged. Please refrain from disturbing the belongings inside. As he spoke, Chen Yi handed Gao Monli a set of toiletries and pajamas, all untouched by his aunt. Aware of her misunderstanding, Gao Monli blushed slightly and murmured, I'm sorry, Chen Yi. Stop. Chen Yi interjected, Since you've referred to me as captain, it would indeed be inappropriate to push a team member out. Let it be as it is. I shall return to my room. With that, he retreated to his quarters. Casually locking the door behind him, Gao Monli gazed at his departing figure, lost in thought, and upon hearing the click of the lock, she pouted and muttered. He even locks the door. What does he think he is doing? Am I to be taken for granted? With that, she sashayed into the bathroom. In his room, Chun Yi lay on his bed, mentally reviewing the events of the day, organizing the information he had gathered. First, the Forbidden Ruins can be dismantled from within. Provided the Lord is slain, other methods remain unknown. Second, Evolvers can enter the Forbidden Ruins, but must defeat the Lord to escape. Third, the emergence of Forbidden Ruins is occurring on a large scale globally, alongside a significant rise in Evolvers. The official response from the Dragon Kingdom is to establish departments comprising Evolvers, a strategy likely mirrored by other nations. Due to the current number of Evolvers at headquarters, there are insufficient personnel to breach the Forbidden Ruins, leading to a temporary focus on sealing off the area. This presents an opportunity. Furthermore, the random emergence of the Forbidden Ruins means that most Evolvers are independent individuals, many of whom may never join official ranks, such as fugitives or those with criminal tendencies. Consequently, these individuals are likely to form their own organizations. The involvement of capital, both domestically and internationally, is significant. Those with wealth and resources in this era are unlikely to comply with official directives. Therefore, it is inevitable that numerous grassroots organizations or families will rise, and the handling of this situation will depend on the official stance. However, in the interest of stability, it is probable that the authorities will grant more autonomy. As for the team members and avenues for strength enhancement, Chen Yi contemplated various potential developments, including personal arrangements and plans. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in the spiritual realm. With familiarity, Chen Yi rose from his bed and glanced at the still training brutality, whose condition had markedly improved. Although he still radiated an intimidating aura, he refrained from attacking upon sight. Meanwhile, Coward was engrossed in reading at the desk, surprisingly studying A Quick Guide to Combat. Chen Yi, unfazed by their indifference, initiated a casual conversation. "Hello again. How are you both?" Ignoring him, they continued with their respective tasks, unbothered by their response. He settled beside Coward and inquired, "Is he doing all right?" Weakness seems to be unaccustomed to others drawing too close, even if that individual is oneself. He shifted back slightly and murmured, "It's manageable, yet you must rapidly enhance your strength. Otherwise, your mental fortitude will falter against the rising hostility, and it will spiral out of control." Now it makes sense. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder the state of rage had improved significantly. It was due to the enhancement of strength. This implies that if one wishes to avert losing control, one must possess a stable power to suppress the animosity. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to a violent outburst. Having grasped this notion, Chen Yi gazed at Weakness for a prolonged moment and inquired, "Is there something you have not disclosed to me? For instance, concerning our abilities?" Chapter 45. Too dull? Weakness. Upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to meet Chen Yi's and replied, still in a gentle tone, "After the evolution of my body, I sensed the emergence of a certain ability within my mind, akin to the control of my limbs. It can be manifested with merely a thought." He then directed his glance towards Fury and added, "He should be experiencing something similar. We are one entity, yet we harbor three personalities. Or perhaps it can be interpreted as three consciousnesses, with mental power far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. This evolution must pertain to the spiritual realm. We possess three spiritual entities, hence three distinct abilities. You are a part of me, thus I can wield your capabilities, and Fury can do likewise. These are my conjectures." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi instinctively nodded. This hypothesis appeared quite plausible, and the reality likely bore a close resemblance. Yet, he soon sensed that something was amiss. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally responded, bewildered, "If that's the case, why am I unable to harness your abilities?" The timid one tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Is that not possible?" Chen Yi shook his head. He had experienced his own abilities numerous times and had never sensed the presence of any other powers during those instances. After a prolonged silence, the timid one finally murmured, "Could it be that you are simply not bright enough?" The room immediately fell into a hush. Even the brutal one, who had been striking the sandbag, paused to glance over, his gaze laced with mockery. The timid one seemed to realize his mistake and quickly added, "I apologize, that's not what I meant. I was wondering if it's possible that your talent in this area is rather lacking?" Chen Yi responded, "Perhaps." He endeavored to keep his tone calm as he inquired, "Then what is your ability?" The timid one pondered for a moment before gesturing with his hand. The sandbag in front of the brutal one was suddenly drawn towards him by an unseen force. It appeared to be a space-related ability. When I activated my power, I felt the surrounding space like an intangible liquid, which I could manipulate. For instance, I could compress space to bring an object closer to me. Although this ability was still quite weak and using it excessively would induce dizziness. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was left utterly astonished. A spatial ability? How extraordinary. He finally began to comprehend the scene where the brutal one had suspended fireballs and ice crystals in midair. It was entirely the result of spatial confinement. Moreover, this merely represents the most superficial application of the abilities at hand. Many formidable techniques, such as spatial slicing, remain utterly beyond reach. Yet, if such powers elude us now, what of the future? What if he could harness this ability in conjunction with his own electric prowess? Chen Yi envisioned a scene of ruthless devastation. And what of himself? He inquired of the brutal figure, "What is your capability?" The timid one shook his head in response, stating, "I am uncertain. It seems he has never utilized it, though it likely pertains to a state-related ability." Upon reflection, Chen Yi recognized that indeed, the brutal figure had not demonstrated a third ability. Without hesitation, he directly posed the question to the brute, "What is your power?" The brute, however, turned his head and resumed his training, disregarding Chen Yi entirely. A grimace flickered across Chen Yi's lips, yet he felt powerless to act, for he was no match for the brute. In truth, he began to doubt his ability to even contend with the timid one, should the latter choose to fight earnestly. In an instant, a wave of despair washed over Chen Yi. as a transmigrator, to find himself as a secondary personality and the weakest among them, was indeed a source of embarrassment for those illustrious figures of transmigration. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, until finally, he could no longer contain himself. With a sudden burst of movement, he charged toward the brute, initiating a night of relentless thrashing. The following day, it was not until the sun's rays filtered through the window, casting light upon Chen Yi's face, that he slowly awoke. He glanced at his phone, which had charged throughout the night, revealing it was nearly 11 o'clock. Rising from his slumber, he stepped outside his room, only to be greeted by an enticing aroma. Hearing the commotion, Gao Monli's head peeked out from the kitchen, her face radiating a broad smile as she exclaimed, "You're awake. I surmised that you would rise late. Thus I prepared a meal, yet the only sustenance available in the refrigerator were frozen dumplings, which will have to suffice. Please proceed with your morning routine. It will be ready shortly." Chen Yi gazed somewhat dazedly at Gao Monli, who peeked her head from the kitchen, momentarily convinced that his aunt had not passed, but was instead preparing a meal for him. Noticing Chen Yi's absent-minded stare, Gao Monli's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly inquired, "Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Regaining his composure, Chen Yi suppressed the tumult of emotions swirling within him and shook his head, replying, "No, I shall wash up first." As Chen Yi entered the bathroom, Gao Monli hurried back to the kitchen to serve the dumplings and prepare the sauce. By the time Chen Yi emerged, the dining table was already set with dumplings and utensils. He approached and took a seat, casting a glance at Gao Monli, asking, "Why haven't you changed your clothes?" At that moment, she was clad in a loose silk nightgown, her lustrous black hair cascading untamed, and her round, flawless face devoid of any makeup, exuding a unique allure. Particularly, the loose neckline subtly revealed glimpses of her porcelain skin, capable of igniting fervor in countless men. In fact, she was not wearing anything underneath. Gao Monli shyly adjusted her neckline and explained, "I perspired quite a bit during last night's exertions, and I've washed my clothes. Since you forbade me from touching anything in the room, I didn't change." Chen Yi averted his gaze, nodding, "Let us eat first." With that, he picked up his chopsticks, selected a dumpling, dipped it into the sauce, and after a brief chew, he quietly remarked under Gao Monli's expectant gaze, "Not bad." Gao Monli's face blossomed with a sweet smile as she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Both of them were evolved beings, and naturally, their appetites had increased significantly. Moreover, having subsisted on dry rations for the past few days, they were now indulging without concern for appearances. Fortunately, Gao Monli had the foresight to cook an extra bag, otherwise, it would have barely sufficed to fill their gaps. After they finished their meal, Gao Monli took the initiative to tidy up the dishes, while Chen Yi suddenly remembered something as he reached for his phone. With the dissolution of the forbidden domain barrier, mobile signals and internet connectivity had naturally been restored. He realized he had yet to check the state of the online world. Glancing at his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar number and swiped to answer. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yi?" A magnetic male voice resonated from the other end. Chen Yi nodded, stating, "Yes, this is I. Who am I speaking with?" "Oh, I am from Captain Song's office, instructed to deliver something to your residence. May I ask if you are available at the moment?" The man replied courteously. Understanding dawned on Chen Yi, and he replied softly, "Yes, please come over now." "Just bring a set of women's clothing," one said. The man on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded politely, "Of course, Mr. Chen. May I inquire about the size of the women's clothing? Are there any specific requirements?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yi answered, "Approximately 168 centimeters in height, with measurements around 92, 58, and 98, without any particular specifications." The line fell silent for a while, then a somewhat sardonic voice replied, "Understood, Mr. Chen. Please hold on." The call was then abruptly terminated. Chen Yi stared at his phone, perplexed, sensing an unexpected shift in the man's tone. Chapter 46. How did he know my size? At that moment, Gao Monli glanced out from the kitchen, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Whose call was that? Was it Song Boyan? Chen Yi shook his head and replied, "No, it's just a delivery." As he spoke, Chen Yi rose and made his way to the kitchen, where the two of them washed the dishes together. Upon their return, a knock echoed at the door. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yi's eyes. Indeed, the efficiency was remarkable. He strolled to the door and opened it, revealing a tall, slender young man dressed in formal attire, cradling a box in his left arm while carrying a bag in his right. "Is this Mr. Chen Yi?" the young man inquired, his voice mirroring that of the phone call. Chen Yi nodded, affirming, "That's me." Here is the item you requested. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The young man did not step inside. Instead, he handed over the items and turned to depart. "All right," Chun-Yi replied, harboring no intention of inviting the young man in, as he closed the door behind him. Seeing Chun-Yi return with a box in hand, Gao Monli refrained from asking any questions, her perceptive nature already piecing together the situation. Chun-Yi cast a glance at Gao Monli before extending the bag towards her, saying, "These are the clothes you wanted. Please change into them." With that, Chun-Yi turned and retreated to his room, leaving Gao Monli alone with the bag in her hands, lost in her thoughts. Once he was back in his room, Chun-Yi placed the box on his desk. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped out again, arranging a table to bring into his room, where he carefully positioned his aunt's urn. He then retrieved a photograph of her, placing it gently on the table as well. Gazing at the gentle smile of my aunt in the photograph, emotions within me began to surge once more. "I apologize. Dear aunt, it was my failure to safeguard you." Chun-Yi's whisper reverberated through the room, his voice suddenly tinged with an indescribable hoarseness. After a prolonged silence at the table, he finally turned and exited the room. Upon his emergence, Gao Monli had already changed into a new outfit, seated in the living room awaiting his return. She had been presented with a casual ensemble, a white blouse paired with tailored black trousers, exuding both professionalism and grace. "Does it fit well?" Chun-Yi inquired. Gao Monli's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Yes, it fits perfectly." The outfit delivered was a complete set, including a two-piece underneath, and the size was impeccable. Yet, how did he know my measurements? The more she pondered, the more she felt something amiss. Chun-Yi, unfazed by her wandering thoughts, remarked coolly, "What are your thoughts on finding teammates?" Gao Monli was jolted back to reality by his words. After a brief moment of bewilderment, she responded, "I don't know anyone in that regard. You should decide this yourself. I'm here to follow your lead." Then, as if a thought crossed her mind, she added, "Do you remember someone named Su Lekong? I think he might be a good candidate. If he is an evolved one, we could try to recruit him." At her mention, an image of a man standing protectively in front of a fragile girl flashed in Chun-Yi's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, "Putting aside whether he has become an evolved one, I wouldn't even know how to locate him." Gao Monli contemplated for a moment and continued, "He is a survivor of this forbidden wasteland. Should he be rescued or manage to escape, there will surely be records on the official side. You might inquire with Song Boyan." Chun-Yi lowered his head, lost in thought. The individual named Su Lekong left a favorable impression on him. Indeed, he seemed a commendable candidate, provided he was an evolved being. After a moment's hesitation, Chun-Yi retrieved his phone and dialed Song Boyan's number. The phone rang for less than 5 seconds before it was answered. "Chun-Yi? What is it?" Chun-Yi got straight to the point. "Is there someone named Su Lekong on the list of individuals you rescued last night?" "Su Lekong?" Song Boyan responded, somewhat taken aback. "Why?" Chun-Yi asked, puzzled. "Do you know him?" 4 evolved beings emerged from the E38 Forbidden Wasteland, and Su Lekong was one of them. "Weren't you acquainted?" "Last night. He even requested your phone number, stating that he would be in touch with you." The E38 Forbidden Wasteland was the designation under which Chun-Yi entered the area, a fact he had learned just the previous night. Chun-Yi paused. "He asked for my phone number?" "Yes. We met once in the forbidden area. I suppose I saved his life," Chun-Yi replied candidly. "Are you considering adding him to your team?" Song Boyan quickly grasped the purpose of Chun-Yi's call. Chun-Yi neither confirmed nor denied. "Not necessarily. I merely wished to observe." "No wonder he declined my invitation last night without hesitation and inquired about your situation. I had thought you two were acquainted." Song Boyan continued. "In that case, let us not prolong this conversation. Please give him my number, but refrain from mentioning anything else." After Chun-Yi finished speaking, he ended the call. On the other end, Song Boyan glanced at the disconnected phone, curling his lips in disdain. Did he not realize the rarity of evolvers these days? Especially from the official perspective. Although every forbidden ruin tends to give birth to numerous evolvers, it was perplexing that the E38 ruin had only 4. He speculated that it was primarily due to Chun-Yi's solitary efforts in defeating the Lord. And the brief duration of the conflict meant that many had not yet reached the point of desperation to fight the monsters. Consequently, while the number of survivors increased, the number of evolvers dwindled. However, among those willing to join the official ranks, only a scant few were inclined, as anyone with sense understood the responsibilities that came with it, an industry where one's life hung by a thread. Although the benefits were substantial, was life not more precious? Had Song Boyan known that the scarcity of evolvers in the E38 ruins stemmed from being slaughtered by Chin-Yi, he would have been left in astonishment. Song Boyan searched for a number on his phone and dialed. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" A cheerful male voice greeted him upon connection. "This is Song Boyan. We met last night," he replied coolly. In the living room, Chun-Yi stared at his phone, lost in thought. Beside him, Gao Monli observed his contemplative expression and could not help but inquire, "What's wrong? He hasn't met his demise, has he?" "No," Chun-Yi shook his head. Then continued, "He has become an evolver and seems eager to align himself with me." Suddenly, the words of the young man echoed in Chun-Yi's mind. The hesitation still reverberating in his ears. "I will ensure you invite me to join your ranks." Chun-Yi chuckled softly. "In that case, I suppose I shall refrain from calling you." He settled into the living room, retrieving his mobile device to log into various websites and peruse the trending news. Since emerging from the Forbidden Ruins, he had yet to catch up on online happenings. It was an opportune moment to do so. Gao Monli, observing Chun-Yi's abrupt shift from conversation to engrossment in his phone, was momentarily taken aback. A flash of irritation crossed her face. How infuriating it was when someone left a sentence hanging. Chapter 47. Returning home to fetch his parents. After browsing through various sites on his phone, a flicker of surprise crossed Chun-Yi's eyes. He had anticipated that the internet would be ablaze with activity by now, yet it remained astonishingly subdued. Each website displayed a pinned post from the authorities, but there were no discussions related to the Forbidden Ruins. Had the official channels intervened? Their response was remarkably swift. It was quite unusual for them to engage in online matters under such circumstances. However, given the current precarious situation, it was prudent to prevent the spread of fear and panic online, lest the situation become even more unmanageable. That said, the authorities could only intervene on major legitimate platforms. They possessed no means to control many of the already illicit sites. Chun-Yi held no particular interest in seeking out those sites to examine the netizens' discourse. He merely skimmed through the content of the official post. The information was succinct, perhaps overly so, and undeniably formal. It directly outlined the circumstances surrounding the emergence of the Forbidden Ruins, methods for resolution, the criteria for becoming an evolved being, and finally, a call to action for civilian evolutionists. Chun-Yi was hardly surprised by this. In fact, he could have predicted it with a fair degree of accuracy. The matter of the Forbidden Ruins and the Evolvers is surely not something that can remain concealed, nor is there a necessity to do so. Thus, it will undoubtedly be made public. The methods to unravel the mysteries of the Forbidden Ruins could significantly reduce the number of casualties, and certainly, such information will not be hidden. As for additional details, one may join the official channels for further insights. These matters hold little significance for Chun-Yi. Rather, it is the lively discussions in the comment section that captivate him. Is this truly the apocalypse? When the sky last split open, I proclaimed it as such. Yet many were skeptical. And now, what do they see? They witnessed my transformation into an evolver. An evolver? Is it akin to the superhumans portrayed in films? How many monsters can one vanquish? Can they withstand my singular strike? Must one slay a monster to embark on the path of evolution? How then can I enter the Forbidden Ruins to hunt monsters? I am in urgent need of answers, waiting anxiously. To the individual above, perhaps one might consider lighting incense and praying. It must be noted that through the barrier of the internet, many individuals lack the visceral experience of such terror. Deep down, they harbor little genuine fear. Moreover, due to the inability of external technological means to interfere within the Forbidden Ruins, those who emerge will be promptly scrutinized by the authorities, ensuring that no photographs or videos escape. Those who truly become evolvers would not be so trivial as to disseminate information detrimental to themselves, which could also attract official scrutiny. Thus, for many who have not experienced it firsthand, the plethora of information online resembles a real-life film, thrilling to watch, yet not genuinely fear-inducing afterward. Some might even casually leave a comment. Chun-Yi set down his phone, a peculiar expression gracing his face. He found himself rather eager to witness the reactions of these keyboard warriors once they enter the Forbidden Ruins. He slightly raised his head and noticed Gao Monli gazing at him with an expression steeped in profound sorrow. He was taken aback for a moment. Is there something wrong? Chun-Yi inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Gao Monli, hearing this, pouted and replied with dissatisfaction, nothing. Chun-Yi felt a sense of bewilderment and, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, now that you are out, why not visit home? Don't your family worry? In response, Gao Monli maintained a neutral expression and said, my family resides in our hometown. I have no relatives in this city. I spoke with them on the phone last night, and they are all well. Chen Yi nodded in understanding, realizing why this woman seemed unconcerned about returning home. She was an independent woman living alone, with her family absent from the vicinity. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yi added, "In that case, you should return home for a visit. Arrange for your parents to stay in the family quarters of the 3rd Military District. It's one of the benefits afforded to the team members." Gao Monli paused in surprise before asking with curiosity, "Has our roster been finalized? Aren't we still short on members?" "The candidates have been determined. Once you bring your parents over, it should be settled," Chen Yi replied. After a moment's thought, Gao Monli nodded and said, "All right. I will return as soon as possible." She indeed longed to see her parents, especially after having faced life-and-death trials. At this juncture, she truly needed their care and affection. After bidding farewell to Gao Monli, Chen Yi cast a glance at the phone resting on the table, his gaze filled with perplexity. Why hadn't the call come yet? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Chen Yi's eyes brightened. He picked it up to find an unfamiliar number, and his expression grew even more animated. "Hello, who is this?" Chen Yi restrained his emotions, his voice calm yet tinged with indifference. "Hello, is this Chen Yi?" A bright male voice resonated from the other end. "It is I. Who are you?" Chen Yi's tone remained aloof, devoid of any discernible emotion. Su Lekong on the line felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes before replying, "I am Su Lekong. Do you remember me?" Upon hearing the voice, Chen Yi had already recognized him. Yet he feigned recollection, responding, "I have a vague impression. Were you not the one from the Forbidden Ruins?" Su Lekong's eyes sparkled with joy. He was indeed remembered. "It's me. I didn't expect you to recall me. How did you acquire my phone number?" Chen Yi inquired, perplexed. Su Lekong seemed reluctant to delve further into that topic, shifting the conversation instead. "Could we discuss this in person? I have matters I wish to converse with you about. By the way, I am also an evolver now." Perhaps fearing a rejection from Chen Yi, he added this detail at the end. Chen Yi pondered for a moment, appearing to hesitate, before finally nodding, "Very well." Su Lekong's expression softened, and he spoke with ease. "Let us meet at the Simba CAF in Times Square." "Do you have time now?" "I am available," Chen Yi replied. "Then I shall wait for you there." With that, Su Lekong ended the call. Chen Yi gazed at his phone, now disconnected, a subtle smile gracing his lips. 10 minutes later, clad in a light blue tracksuit, Chen Yi stepped out, locating his aunt's car in the underground parking lot. Once inside, he set off towards the bustling heart of Times Square. Throughout the journey, Chen Yi remained observant, taking in the sights beyond the window. The number of people in this vicinity has dwindled significantly, and the shops lining the streets are largely shuttered. Many adorned with seals, evidence of the struggling proprietors who could not endure. The surviving businesses and residents, too, exhibit an aversion to remaining here, opting instead to relocate or prepare for departure, rendering the streets a desolate expanse. The fissure in space remains unresolved, currently cordoned off by a contingent of fully armed officials. And as Chen Yi traverses the nearby streets, he observes the barricade, proceeding towards the city's center. Chen Yi notes the stark reduction in both pedestrians and vehicles along the thoroughfares, with only a scant few individuals and cars traversing the outdoors. The online revelry pales in comparison. Now, it is more wretched than a dog, he mutters, his brow arched. Upon entering the underground parking lot of Times Square, Chen Yi relishes the convenience of finding a parking spot without effort, swiftly ascending to the first floor via the elevator, without even a moment's wait. Upon locating the prearranged CAF, he immediately spots a familiar figure nestled in a corner. Given the CAF's sparse clientele, a mere glance reveals all. Chapter 48. A mission may be afoot. Chen Yi strides directly towards the corner. The young man seated there seems to sense the entry of another, instinctively glancing up. Upon recognizing Chen Yi, his eyes brighten momentarily, and he gestures for him to approach. Chen Yi takes a seat across from the youth, his tone unembellished as he states, "What brings you to seek me? I recall we are not particularly acquainted." Su Lekong exhibits no surprise at Chen Yi's demeanor and tone, having encountered him on previous occasions. He reined in his expression, adopting a serious demeanor as he remarked, "I have heard that you have joined the official ranks and have become the captain of a special team, with the authority to recruit members at your discretion." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze instantly turned frigid, an aura emanating from him that exuded an intimidating presence. He coldly replied, "And so?" Su Lekong suddenly felt enveloped by a formidable aura, an overwhelming sense of danger coursing through him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. His complexion shifted, and he hurriedly gestured, "Please don't misunderstand. I mean no offense." I simply wish to join your team. At this, Chen Yi's imposing presence receded slightly, though his expression remained icy as he stated, "Join my team?" As he spoke, Chen Yi began to scrutinize Su Lekong. Under the weight of his gaze, Su Lekong instinctively straightened his posture, striving to maintain an air of composure. Even as anxiety gripped him, his heart pounding fiercely, Chen Yi's expression gradually settled into a calm demeanor as he coldly inquired, "On what grounds?" Taken aback by the question, Su Lekong quickly responded, "I am now an evolver as well." Chen Yi raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, "I am aware, but on what grounds? You are not the only evolver. Why should I permit you to join my team?" Su Lekong was momentarily stunned, then the realization struck him. Indeed, on what grounds could he expect to be accepted? He felt somewhat bewildered, as since becoming an evolver, even the official ranks had sought to recruit him, offering exceedingly generous terms. He believed that the status of an evolver was quite rare, and rarity equated to value. Therefore, he thought Chen Yi would not dismiss his self-recommendation so easily. Little did Chen Yi anticipate the question of why. He had never contemplated this matter at all. Noticing Su Lekong's stunned silence, Chen Yi furrowed his brow, wondering if his assertive demeanor had overwhelmed the other party. Shaking his head, Chen Yi rose and remarked, "You must have received intelligence about me from official sources, correct? I am unaware of your intentions, but my team will not accept an individual of ambiguous origins and unclear allegiance." With that, Chen Yi began to stride towards the exit. At that moment, Su Lekong finally regained his composure and hastily called out, "Chen Yi, wait." Chen Yi halted and turned to face him. Su Lekong, feeling a sense of relief, quickly continued, "You misunderstood. I am not affiliated with the authorities, nor have I joined them. I wish to join your team because you saved me, and I want to assist you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and hesitated before taking a seat once more. "If your desire to join us stems solely from that incident, then it is unnecessary. I merely acted out of convenience that day, and your intelligence in return sufficed as compensation." That is not the case. As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, Su Lekong hurriedly interjected, "This is merely my rationale for choosing you over the official channels. What I truly seek is to become part of an organization to enhance my chances of survival in the future, as well as to ensure my family's safety." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes gleamed subtly, yet he inquired, "What do you mean?" Su Lekong glanced up at Chen Yi, now fully aware that he was being tested. He let out a bitter laugh and then remarked, "The world has already begun to unravel. The existing order cannot endure. Great turmoil is bound to arise in the future. A truth you must also recognize, otherwise you would not have affiliated yourself with the authorities." Chen Yi nodded, not contesting this assertion. And then, Su Lekong said earnestly, "Thus, I must align myself with a sufficiently powerful organization for protection, ensuring that my family is also adequately settled. Under the current circumstances, the authorities undoubtedly represent the best option. Regardless of how tumultuous the future may be, as long as the world does not face annihilation, the authorities will undoubtedly remain one of the most formidable organizations in existence. Moreover, I have heard that you too have joined the authorities and possess considerable autonomy, not to mention that you have saved my life. In whose service one labors is irrelevant. Why not choose a knowledgeable and trustworthy individual by becoming your teammate? I can similarly avoid the myriad troubles inherent within the bureaucratic system of the authorities." Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, Su Lekong took a deep breath and gazed at Chen Yi with a hint of tension in his demeanor. Chen Yi, however, lowered his head, lost in contemplation. He realized he had somewhat underestimated Su Lekong. The ability to formulate such thoughts immediately upon emerging from the Forbidden Ruins was certainly indicative of intelligence. It seemed that he had indeed rescued a promising talent. Chen Yi did not deliberate for long before raising his head and stating, "I too am affiliated with the authorities. You should understand what joining them entails." Su Lekong nodded, responding calmly, "Given the state of the world, evasion serves no purpose. Joining the authorities entails risks. Yet it also grants access to their formidable resources. Who can definitively say whether this is a crisis or an opportunity? Moreover, did you not join the official ranks as well? I firmly believe that someone capable of penetrating the forbidden abyss with a single strike would not make frivolous decisions. Thus, I wish to accompany you." Chen Yi pondered for a moment, then slowly rose from his seat and extended his hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yi, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the Dragon Group." Su Lekong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stood up to grasp Chen Yi's hand. "Su Lekong, a member of the Special Operations Team of the Dragon Group?" This time, It was Chun Yi's turn to be surprised as he scrutinized Su Lekong anew, realizing that his understanding of this individual was still rather superficial. Upon opening the door, Su Lekong peered into the layout of the house and promptly inquired, "Captain, why have you brought me to your home?" Chun Yi, leisurely changing his shoes in the foyer, replied nonchalantly, "To sign the admission documents. I forgot to bring them." Su Lekong cast a somewhat awkward glance at Chun Yi, sensing an urgency in him that seemed to surpass his own. Though he could not tell if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Chun Yi feigned ignorance of Su Lekong's gaze, tossing a pair of slippers at him before striding into the living room. Seated on the sofa, Chun Yi retrieved a stack of documents from the table, slid one across to the opposite side, and placed a signature pen atop it. He then took out his phone and dialed Song Boyan's number. This time, the phone rang for an extended period, nearly reaching the point of disconnection before it was finally answered. "What is it?" "I'm in a meeting." Song Boyan's voice carried a weighty tone. Chun Yi was momentarily taken aback. He discerned the gravity in Song Boyan's voice and could not help but ask, "What has transpired?" Song Boyan did not conceal the gravity of the situation, stating solemnly, "In Taisheng City, 3 forbidden zones have emerged. Aside from the one you have dispelled, the remaining 2 have remained silent. However, just moments ago, one of the forbidden zones suddenly began to expand." Upon hearing this, Chun Yi's expression sharpened. He understood all too well what the expansion of a forbidden zone signified. It meant that humanity within was being subjected to a large-scale massacre. "What is it that you require of me?" "If it is not of utmost importance, I shall end the call," Chun Yi declared. Noting Chun Yi's silence, Song Boyan proceeded, "I see you have nothing to say." Chun Yi's gaze shifted to Su Lekong, who was still engrossed in filling out information. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "I have located the 3rd team member. He is currently completing his documentation." Song Boyan's words trailed off abruptly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Understood. I shall come to meet you shortly." With that, he terminated the call. Chun Yi stared at his phone, enveloped in silence. Just then, Su Lekong finished his paperwork and looked up at Chun Yi, asking, "What does the official side have to say? I should be receiving my appointment soon, correct?" He had naturally overheard Chun Yi's previous remarks, prompting his inquiry, for once his appointment was finalized, he could arrange accommodation for his family. A point that Song Boyan had previously mentioned. Chun Yi nodded, his gaze towards Su Lekong imbued with complexity, and replied softly, "Yes, your appointment should be forthcoming shortly." Su Lekong, taken aback, exclaimed, "So soon? Why had I not realized the efficiency of the officials before?" "Indeed, their efficiency is notable. We are likely to receive our first mission soon as well," Chun Yi stated in a tone of calm assurance. Upon hearing the words, Su Lekong was momentarily taken aback. He stared blankly at Chun Yi, seemingly trying to ascertain whether the latter was jesting. Chun Yi met his gaze with calmness. After a lengthy pause, Su Lekong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "I wondered why the efficiency was so high. It turns out there are no formal arrangements for task assignments." Although he spoke thus, he felt little agitation, for he had long been mentally prepared for such undertakings. Moreover, with Chun Yi leading the way, he believed the safety factor would significantly increase. Primarily, entering the Forbidden Ruins to enhance his strength was indeed his aspiration. He remembered Chun Yi's words, "Only by becoming powerful could one protect those around them." This also fueled his courage and conviction to slay his first monster. Chun Yi cast a sympathetic glance at Su Lekong, feeling that the young man was rather unfortunate. Having just signed the documents, a mission was immediately thrust upon him. It made Chun Yi wonder if this individual possessed some sort of special buff. Seemingly recalling something, Chun Yi swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed the number left by Gao Monli. After ringing for over 10 seconds, the call connected. "What is it, Chun Yi?" Gao Monli's voice bore a heavy tone, clearly aware that Chun Yi's call at this hour could not bode well. They had only parted ways shortly before, during which she was instructed to return home to fetch her parents. The sudden call suggested he was not simply missing her. "Where are you now?" Chun Yi inquired calmly. Gao Monli hesitated for a moment before responding truthfully, "At the airport. Do not return home just yet. Come to my house instead. There may be a task at hand." Chapter 49, The First Mission. 2 hours later, Song Boyan knocked on Chun Yi's door. The door swung open, and Chun Yi stood within, softly uttering, "Please, come in. Remember to change into slippers." By the time Song Boyan had changed his shoes and made his way to the living room, 3 familiar faces were already seated on the reception sofa. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary chatter, retrieving 3 identification cards from his briefcase and presenting them to each individual, stating, Here are your credentials. With these, you possess the authority to mobilize departments within the official system to assist you in your endeavors. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi and the others examined the documents with keen interest. The appearance of the credentials resembled that of standard police identification, sleek and entirely black, yet adorned with a blood-red dragon emblem on the front. Inside, there was a photograph, along with the name, position, and affiliated department. The trio exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to accept the credentials. This was, in fact, a significant motivation for their integration into the official ranks, the ability to summon support from various official departments, such as law enforcement and national defense, wielding influence that would elude the average person. Once the three had stowed away their credentials, Song Boyan's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he regarded Chun-Yi, stating coldly, "Chun-Yi, your team now meets the criteria for action. Therefore, a mission will be dispatched shortly from above. Be prepared." He then produced 3 encrypted phones from his briefcase, handing them over with the explanation, "These phones are secure. The mission directives will be transmitted through these devices, and the organization will also use them to contact you in the future." With that, Song Boyan rose, declaring, "I have other matters to attend to. The specifics of the mission will be coordinated with you by the higher-ups. I must take my leave." After his departure, Chun-Yi and the others sat in silence on the sofa for an extended moment. After a while, Su Lekong, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "He traveled such a long distance merely to deliver something? Could he not have brought the mission directly?" Gao Manli, glancing at him, remained silent. She was well aware of the reason why Song Boyan had not issued any tasks. It was due to the inadequacy of the other's rank. The purpose of this visit was quite straightforward. Delivering documents and other items was merely secondary. The primary objective was to assess the readiness of the 3 of them for the impending mission. Upon arriving and observing the trio gathered with serious expressions, it was evident they had anticipated a task from above. Thus he refrained from elaborating further. Chun-Yi turned to Su Lekong and inquired calmly, "How many more monsters must you slay to evolve to the first tier?" Su Lekong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "I still need to kill 4 more monsters to reach 10. Chun-Yi nodded slightly. When they had met in the Forbidden Ruins, Su Lekong was merely an ordinary person. In less than a day apart, he had already dispatched 6 monsters, which was indeed commendable and indicative of good fortune. There was no longer any need to worry about him possessing any special buffs. "Once this mission commences, we will first elevate you to the first tier, after which we shall proceed with our actions," Chun-Yi stated in a calm tone. Their venture into the Forbidden Ruins was not primarily for rescue, but to eliminate the Lord. Insufficient strength would be of no aid. At the very least, one must awaken their abilities to the first tier to be effective in the battle against the Lord. Su Lekong instantly grasped Chun-Yi's intent and nodded solemnly. Less than 10 minutes after Song Boyan's departure, Chun-Yi's encrypted phone suddenly rang. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, and Chun-Yi reached for his phone to take a quick look. The screen displayed no numbers, only a dragon motif identical to that on his identification. His gaze shifted slightly as he connected the call, saying, "Hello? This is Hua Xiaoyuan." On the other end, the calm yet magnetic voice of General Hua resonated. "Good day, sir." Chun-Yi's expression turned serious, for he understood that an official mission was imminent. Hua Xiaoyuan responded with a simple acknowledgement, maintaining his even tone. "Make your way to the Guotong building. I will be waiting there for you." That is all. With that, the call ended abruptly. Chun-Yi stared at his phone in silence for a moment before turning to Gao Manli and Su Lekong, his gaze suddenly sharp. "Let us go." Half an hour later, Chun-Yi exited his vehicle in the open-air parking lot at the Guotong building, lifting his gaze towards the top floor, where the sound of whirring helicopter blades filled the air. Gao Manli and Su Lekong similarly looked up at the building's summit. At that moment, a staff member in a suit hurried over, casting a brief glance at the trio before approaching Chun-Yi with a respectful demeanor. "Hello, are you Captain Shin?" Chun-Yi met the staff member's eyes and nodded in affirmation. The staff member quickly gestured for them to follow, stating, "Please come with me. General Hua is waiting for you upstairs." The 3 remained silent, simply following the staff member into the elevator. Upon reaching the rooftop, the staff member said, "Captain Chun, you may proceed. I will take my leave now." Hearing this, Chun-Yi and his companions exited the elevator and walked towards the whirring armed helicopter. This is an 8-seat armed helicopter, and within the open door at the rear, one can discern a poised and distinguished middle-aged man. Upon noticing Chun-Yi and his companions, Hua Xiaoyuan gestured for them to approach. Once Chun-Yi and the others boarded the helicopter, Hua Xiaoyuan's resonant voice emanated softly, "Let us proceed to the mission site." At his command, the pilot began to maneuver the helicopter into the air. Once the helicopter stabilized and achieved a uniform speed, Hua Xiaoyuan turned to Chun-Yi and declared, "This marks your team's inaugural mission, and to demonstrate my regard for you, I have come personally to see you off." Chun-Yi nodded in gratitude, replying, "Thank you for your esteem, Commander." Hua Xiaoyuan's expression remained stern, yet his tone bore a weightier gravity as he remarked, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then return alive." A flicker of concern crossed Chun-Yi's eyes as a sense of foreboding settled within him. Before he could pose any inquiries, his encrypted phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. Chun-Yi glanced at Hua Xiaoyuan, who gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. He promptly retrieved his phone to discover an encrypted message requiring facial recognition for access. Upon unlocking the message with a scan of his face, Chun-Yi meticulously reviewed the task details, his countenance shifting to one of solemnity, even bordering on distress. Observing the change in Chun-Yi's demeanor, Hua Xiaoyuan's voice turned serious as he cautioned, "Do not overthink this. The reason for assigning you to this mission is that headquarters is truly at a loss for personnel. The other teams are primarily concentrated in major cities like Beijing and Shanghai. The sudden anomaly at this forbidden expanse necessitates intervention, and it falls under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Military District. You are the only team under my command capable of undertaking this operation. This is your first task, and it is of utmost importance. Do not disappoint me." Chun-Yi inhaled deeply upon hearing this and replied, "I understand. I will do my utmost." Hua Xiaoyuan nodded slightly, and then said, "Do you see the box at your feet? Open it." Hearing this, Chun-Yi and his companions were momentarily taken aback, glancing at the metal box, which was over a meter in length. After exchanging looks, they slowly opened it. In the next moment, their eyes lit up. Chapter 50. Are gentlemen also on guard? Inside the box lay a silver Desert Eagle, a large-caliber handgun known for its formidable recoil, if one were careless. A single shot could dislocate the wrist. However, for an evolved individual, this force was not insurmountable. Chun-Yi lifted the first compartment, revealing a straight knife in the second layer. The blade, 3 fingers wide and 1.3 meters long, boasted a handle approximately 20 centimeters in length, shining brilliantly in silver. The handle was wrapped in black nylon cord to enhance grip, and the blade's guard was shaped like a blood-red dragon's head. Additionally, there was a triangular military dagger, around 40 centimeters in length, with a blade measuring 32 centimeters. Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled even more, lingering on the straight knife and the triangular dagger before he opened the final compartment. There, at the bottom, lay a set of black multifunctional combat attire. As Chun-Yi reached out to touch it, he could not discern the material, but it felt incredibly lightweight and of exceptional quality, adorned with a dragon head pattern on the back. At that moment, Hua Xiaoyuan's voice resounded once more. "These are the standard equipment of the Dragon Group, and every member will be provided with a set. Bullets can be requested free of charge, but any other damages will require merit points for replacement. These 2 cold weapons are crafted from the finest steel found on Earth, a material so rare that even the headquarters reserves are limited, rendering it quite precious." They hastened to familiarize themselves with the weapons and firearms, while also changing into their combat uniforms, which were quite commendable. Upon donning their attire, Chun-Yi and Su Lekang engaged in some light movements, feeling a sense of comfort that was devoid of any stuffiness. Suddenly, they noticed Gao Manli, who was intently gazing at them, holding her combat uniform. Su Lekang, aware of the situation, discreetly turned his gaze outward, reminding himself that he had a girlfriend. Chun-Yi, observing Gao Manli, furrowed his brow slightly and expressed his discontent. "What does this mean? Is a gentleman to be on guard as well?" Gao Manli's eyes narrowed as she retorted through gritted teeth, "Have you no shame?" Ultimately, with reluctance, Chun-Yi turned away. Noticing that everyone in the cabin had averted their eyes, even the pilot had turned off the rearview mirror. It was only then that Gao Manli began to remove her clothing. Her movements were swift, and in less than a minute, she was fully changed. "All done," she stated nonchalantly. At her words, Chun-Yi turned his attention to the Desert Eagle in his hands, which was evidently not standard issue, having been modified for increased magazine capacity. While a typical Desert Eagle holds 7 rounds, this one boasted a capacity of 10, an increase of 3 rounds that should not be underestimated, especially in critical moments. However, it was clear that none of the 3 had prior experience with firearms, prompting Hua Xiaoyuan to commence a tutorial on gun handling. The armed helicopter traveled with great speed, and before long, they arrived at their mission's destination, Coldwater Town. At this moment, the entire Coldwater Town was completely isolated, surrounded by a multitude of law enforcement personnel on duty. while the town itself was enveloped in a crimson luminescent barrier. Amidst the drone of helicopter blades, an armed helicopter descended onto an open space beyond the cordon. Immediately, a team of uniformed armed police approached to greet the arrival. Upon seeing General Hua Xiaoyuan disembark, the police captain promptly saluted, exclaiming, "Greetings, General Hua." Hua Xiaoyuan returned the salute and inquired, "What is the current situation?" The police captain's expression darkened instantly as he replied gravely, "The situation is dire. The entirety of Coldwater Town is now shrouded by the barrier, which is continuously expanding, albeit at a significantly slower pace than before." Hua Xiaoyuan's countenance also shifted slightly, for he understood the implications of such news. It indicated that a considerable portion of the town's populace had been mercilessly slaughtered, leading to the rapid expansion of the barrier. Yet, he found himself powerless in the face of such calamity, for he was merely an ordinary man. Turning his gaze towards Chun Yi and the other two behind him, he solemnly remarked, "The next steps rely on you." Chun Yi nodded and replied calmly, "Lead the way. I will do my utmost." He had already briefed Gao Manli and Su Lekong on the situation during the helicopter flight, although there had been some slight changes. The mission report stated, "A significant portion of Coldwater Town has been engulfed by the Forbidden Ruins. The Lord is at least of the second tier, with unknown types, quantities, and distributions of monsters." Furthermore, while Coldwater Town is not particularly large, it is densely populated. Should the inhabitants perish, the barrier will extend to surrounding towns, thereby creating a cycle of death. To my surprise, the entirety of Coldwater Town has already been enveloped. The situation has undoubtedly become more intricate. With such an expansive area, merely locating the Lord's chamber proves to be a formidable challenge. Chun Yi and his companions followed the armed police squad past the barricade, arriving at the crimson luminescent barrier. "We appreciate your assistance," the squad members collectively saluted. Chun Yi and his companions returned the gesture in silence, their expressions grave as they approached the red barrier, the dragon emblem on their backs seeming to emit a silent roar. Upon reaching the forefront, Chun Yi extended his hand tentatively, and indeed, there was no obstruction. His palm passed seamlessly through the boundary. Without further hesitation, he stepped inside, followed by Gao Manli and Su Lekong, who exchanged a glance before also crossing into the luminescence. As the trio's figures vanished, Hua Xiaoyuan squinted, murmuring, "I hope you returned safely. Captain, what shall we do next?" Su Lekong inquired, surveying the desolate architecture around them, his gaze tinged with confusion. The twilight sun filtered through the crimson barrier, bestowing an eerie ambience upon the surroundings. Before Chun Yi could respond, Gao Manli pondered aloud, "At this hour, I believe we should first seek a place to settle. We can strategize our actions en route tomorrow morning. What does the captain think?" In the presence of others, Gao Manli would address Chun Yi as captain, reserving his name for private moments. Chun Yi, reflecting on her words, replied, "We still have approximately 3 hours until darkness falls. Let us proceed along the street and look for a suitable refuge along the way. Should fortune favor us, we may yet encounter survivors, thus sparing us the darkness of ignorance." Presently, their foremost challenge lies in their utter lack of knowledge regarding the circumstances here, such as the locations where monsters congregate, the strength and types of these creatures, and the whereabouts of the Lord's spatial rift. Without such understanding, reckless actions could easily lead to encirclement by monsters. However, as they stand at the edge of the barrier, venturing inward for a short distance should pose no significant issue. Upon hearing this, Gao Manli nodded gently in agreement. Su Lekong's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Indeed, if we were to encounter survivors now, our subsequent endeavors would be considerably safer. We might even ascertain the Lord's location directly." No sooner had he spoken than Chun Yi stepped forward, only to suddenly notice a peculiar movement in his ear, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. He cast Su Lekong a curious glance and inquired, "You don't happen to possess some strange buff, do you?" Su Lekong was taken aback, about to respond when a distant cry pierced the air. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" Chapter 51. The Minotaur. Su Lekong was momentarily stunned by the shout, and he stammered, "If I said I was merely speaking offhandedly, would you believe me?" Chun Yi chose to disregard him, instead propelling himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow rushing towards the source of the voice. Upon encountering a survivor, Chun Yi could not allow the individual to perish before their eyes. "Follow me," Gao Manli commanded sharply, dashing forth as well. Su Lekong hurriedly pursued them. "Help! Who will come to my rescue?" A tall, slender youth, bespectacled with heavy lenses and clad in a cheap suit, was frantically sprinting down the street, as if pursued by some horrifying entity. The thudding sound of heavy footsteps echoed in his ears, rendering his complexion increasingly pallid. In the next moment, the ominous cadence of footsteps quickened, causing the ground beneath him to tremble. Instinctively, he turned to glance behind, a fleeting look that nearly shattered his composure. The despair emanating from him palpable even through the thick lenses. Behold, an enormous creature, towering over 3 meters, with a massive bull's head and a body reminiscent of a human, was barreling towards him, brandishing a colossal axe in its right hand. The creature's 2 formidable horns were already aimed directly at him. In the span of 100 meters, the moment the youth beheld the bull-headed monster, its horns seemed poised to pierce his body. At that instant, a blinding flash of blue-white lightning streaked past the horns, causing the charging bull-headed figure to miss its target and crash violently into a nearby building, creating a gaping hole over 3 meters wide in the sturdy wall. With a resounding crash, Chun-Yi grasped the youth's belt, lifting him entirely off the ground, his gaze fixed on the newly formed opening, a grave expression crossing his face. "Are you all right?" he softly inquired as he set the youth down. The young man stood there, dazed and unresponsive, his eyes vacant as they lingered on Chun-Yi. Frowning, Chun-Yi was about to speak again when a figure swiftly appeared beside him. What was that sound just now? Where is the monster? Having arrived beside Chun-Yi, Gao Monli cast a wary glance around, her gaze ultimately settling upon the gaping hole. Inside, Chun-Yi indicated, it's formidable, over 3 meters tall, a minotaur, with immense destructive power. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gao Monli's eyes. For Chun-Yi to describe it as formidable, it was surely a far cry from mere goblins. As she was about to speak, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the hole, the sound deafening. In the wake of the roar, a minotaur, its skin ebony and its form towering over 3 meters, emerged from the cavern. Fresh, crimson blood trickled from several impact wounds upon its brow, evidence of the violent collision it had just endured. Yet, this seemed to be the extent of its suffering. Stepping out, its bloodshot, saucer-sized eyes locked onto Chun-Yi and his companions, its gaze terrifying. Gao Monli, observing the towering minotaur, couldn't help but regard it with solemnity, her body instinctively recoiling slightly as she adopted a defensive stance. You ran too fast. Why didn't you wait? Su Lekong, arriving belatedly, began to grumble. But upon seeing the minotaur confronting Chun-Yi and the others, his voice faltered. Hastening behind Chun-Yi, he stared at the minotaur in awe, exclaiming, "Good heavens! What is that thing? It's so huge. How are we supposed to fight it?" Su Lekong, comparing his own physique to the minotaur's exaggerated musculature, wore an expression of dismay. Chun-Yi, slowly drawing the straight blade from his waist, commanded in a chilling tone, "Su Lekong, watch over the survivors. Gao Monli, seize any opportunity to provide support. I'll test its mettle." Without waiting for a response from the two, Chun-Yi was suddenly enveloped by a surge of blue and white electric arcs, which slithered across his body like slender serpents. In the next moment, the ground beneath him erupted, and he transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the minotaur. In the blink of an eye, Chun-Yi found himself before the creature, gripping his blade with resolve, channeling power into his waist and abdomen, the blade slicing upwards at an angle. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing resonated as the minotaur's colossal axe, which had somehow appeared before his chest, intercepted the blow, leaving a deep groove on the axe's surface. Such a sharp blade. Chun-Yi's eyes gleamed with determination, yet his assault did not waver. He swiftly darted to the left, evading the downward swing of the massive axe. Boom! The axe struck the concrete ground, sending fragments of stone flying, the tremendous force causing the earth to tremble. Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened as he reversed the blade, delivering a powerful strike to the minotaur's Achilles tendon. With a swift motion, the gleaming blade sliced through, drawing forth a stream of crimson blood. A pained bellow erupted from the minotaur as it half knelt, its axe sweeping horizontally towards Chun-Yi. With a flash of insight, Chun-Yi crouched low, allowing the axe to pass harmlessly overhead, the force of its passage whipping his hair back. In that instant, Chun-Yi propelled himself forward, his foot striking the ground with such force that it shattered beneath him, reappearing before the half-kneeling minotaur. His blade now enveloped in a delicate layer of blue and white electric light. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning arced through the air, as Chun-Yi's form shot several meters away. The minotaur, half kneeling on the ground, suddenly froze, causing the massive axe in its grasp to clatter to the earth. It instinctively reached for its neck, but its formidable head fell first, hitting the ground with a dull thud, followed by a surge of dark energy that instantaneously coursed into Chun-Yi's body. The wound was already charred and showed no signs of copious blood spraying forth. Chenyi first glanced at the blade in his hand, still gleaming with a silvery sheen, nodded in satisfaction, and slowly sheathed it. He then turned to Gao Monli and Su Lekong, stating, "It's dealt with." The commotion was rather loud. We must evacuate swiftly. At this moment, Su Lekong appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Such a colossal creature was dispatched in mere moments? How formidable! Captain, you are truly remarkable. In contrast, Gao Monli maintained a calm demeanor, having witnessed Chenyi's ferocity before. Though her eyes sparkled with intrigue, Chun-Yi replied nonchalantly, "Let us take him and leave this place." "Understood, Captain," Su Lekong responded, hoisting the still-dazed youth onto his shoulders, and quickly followed Chenyi's lead to evacuate the area. The ruckus from the earlier battle had been considerable. It was prudent to depart before any Minotaur legion might converge upon them. Approximately 20 minutes later, they found themselves in an underground parking lot. They had distanced themselves from the site of the conflict, and since they had traversed along the periphery of the barrier, they encountered no further monsters along the way. After all, the barrier had only recently expanded, and it would take time for creatures to approach its edges unless they followed humans. "Is this a suitable location, Captain?" Su Lekong inquired, surveying their surroundings. Chapter 52, Coldwater Town. In the subterranean parking lot, Chenyi cast a glance at the desolate surroundings before leading the group to a corner near the exit, where he halted and proclaimed, "This shall suffice." Upon uttering these words, Chenyi turned his gaze towards the young man slung across Su Lekong's back and instructed, "Set him down." Su Lekong complied, gently lowering the youth to the ground while offering a few reassuring words. "Do not fear. We are officials and shall not harm you." At this, Chenyi furrowed his brow, sensing trouble brewing. Indeed, upon hearing the term official, the tall, slender youth's eyes instantly ignited with a glimmer of hope and a fervent desire for life. "Officers, you must save me. Please, I do not wish to die. I truly do not want to perish." The young man clutched Su Lekong's hand tightly, his voice quivering with a sob, tears and snot streaming down his face. Su Lekong, bewildered, could not fathom why someone who moments ago appeared so lost was now in such despair. The emotional shift was stark. Silence. At that moment, Chun-Yi's abrupt command reverberated through the air, accompanied by an intangible aura that seemed to lower the temperature around them. Instantly, the youth's wails ceased, his gaze shifting to Chun-Yi with a mix of trepidation as he instinctively retreated behind Su Lekong. He had not forgotten the terror exuded by this man, who had effortlessly slain a bull-headed creature towering over 3 meters tall, truly more monstrous than any beast. Su Lekong and Gao Monli regarded Chun-Yi with confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden chill in his demeanor, particularly towards an ordinary civilian. Chun-Yi, without any intention of explanation, cast a frigid gaze upon the youth behind Su Lekong. His tone exuded an undeniable authority as he stated, "Now, you shall answer my questions without hesitation. Do you comprehend?" The youth, trembling under the weight of his stare, clung tightly to Su Lekong's garments, his eyes filled with terror as he nodded frantically. Observing this, Su Lekong hastily reassured him, "Fear not, we merely seek some information from you." He then turned to Chun-Yi, intending to voice a complaint. "Captain, you..." However, Su Lekong's words were abruptly silenced as he caught a glimpse of Chun-Yi's icy gaze directed at him, sending a shiver down his spine. In that moment, he realized he must have misspoken, provoking such a strong reaction from Chun-Yi, though he could not pinpoint which words were inappropriate. After a moment of silence, he slowly stepped aside, furrowing his brow in contemplation, choosing to remain silent. Chun-Yi regarded the trembling youth and inquired calmly, "Your name?" The youth stammered, Ho-Ji. Ho-Ji." Chun-Yi's cold demeanor faltered momentarily, and he regarded the young man with a perplexed expression before continuing. "Have you encountered any other monsters aside from the Minotaurs?" Ho-Ji shook his head, his eyes brimming with fear as he replied, "I have only seen the Minotaurs." After a red light enveloped the area for half an hour, those creatures emerged, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. They are exceedingly brutal. Their destructive power is terrifying. Even hiding indoors is futile, as they can easily smash through crumbling walls. Chun-Yi pondered briefly. The absence of other monsters suggested that only the Minotaur inhabited this forbidden wasteland. However, he could not dismiss the possibility that there might be other types of troops among the Minotaurs, akin to the fire and ice goblins within their kind. After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Yi continued to inquire, "How did you find yourself out here alone?" Upon hearing this, Ho-Ji seemed to recall a horrifying memory, his entire body trembling slightly. "At that time, I was hiding in a small garment factory in the town with 6 other colleagues. When we were discovered, They all fled in different directions while I remained concealed in the restroom. Once the noise outside subsided, I ventured out to assess the situation and seek a new hiding place. To my horror, as soon as I emerged, I witnessed one of my colleagues being smashed into pulp by a minotaur. I was paralyzed with fear and fled without knowing where I was going, just running incessantly. Perhaps the commotion alerted the minotaur, for it pursued me relentlessly. However, I took refuge in narrow alleys where it could not follow, forcing it to take longer routes or crash into walls. That delay allowed me to escape temporarily. Listening to this, Chinny nodded. It was likely that the other colleagues had perished, yet Hoji demonstrated some wit by diverting the threat on to others while seeking sanctuary for himself. One final question. Chun-Yi queried, his expression remaining icy. Prior to the monster's appearance, did you notice anything unusual, perhaps a deafening roar or similar disturbance? Hao-ji nodded repeatedly, stating, yes. Indeed. At that moment, I heard a sound akin to a thunderous roar, exceedingly loud. I thought perhaps the sky had split open once more. Shortly thereafter, I was met with the cacophony of destruction wrought by the monster. Chun-Yi's eyes glimmered with intent as he inquired, can you ascertain the direction of the sound? A fleeting glimmer of contemplation crossed Hao-ji's terrified gaze, and he replied thoughtfully, it should be near the People's Hospital, though I cannot specify the exact location. Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi retrieved a map from his backpack, a detailed chart of Longshui Town provided by the captain of the armed police. Longshui Town is situated in a somewhat remote area, characterized by a solitary road that traverses the entire town. Flanking this thoroughfare are various connecting roads leading to scattered villages, with the mountains stretching behind them. The previously mentioned small area refers to the residential space. However, when considering the mountainous terrain, the total area is quite expansive, at least over 200 square kilometers. Now that Chen-Yi had discerned the general direction of the Lord's chamber, he naturally would not venture toward the mountains. He examined the map closely, while Gao Monli and Su Lekong gathered behind him, scrutinizing it as well. Before long, Chen-Yi pinpointed the location of the People's Hospital on the map. There were no notable structures nearby, only a few scattered three-story buildings, with the remainder comprising an intricate network of roads. In other words, the vicinity of the hospital lacked obstructions, offering a clear and unobstructed view. The nearest building to the hospital was a secondary school, named Longshui Middle School. Further east, beyond the road, lay the town's central marketplace, the most bustling area in all of Longshui Town, especially on market days, when it could be described as utterly congested. Chen-Yi furrowed his brows, recalling that the Forbidden Ruins had manifested on September 9th, which appeared to be a Saturday. He lifted his gaze toward Hao-ji and inquired, is Saturday the market day? Hao-ji paused momentarily before responding, indeed, market days fall on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. A shadow crossed Chen-Yi's face as the realization dawned upon him regarding the rapid expansion of the Forbidden Ruins. That day was indeed a market day, and moreover, it was a Saturday, when students were all on break. The spatial rift had opened near the hospital, approximately 3 kilometers from the market. It could very well be right in the midst of the bustling crowd. With such a dense population, there would be nowhere for them to flee. A single charge from those minotaurs could potentially claim the lives of dozens. The thought of this rendered Chen-Yi's expression grave. Chapter 53. The Mission. If that were indeed the case, Chen-Yi could almost envision the bloody scene currently unfolding in the market. Taking a deep breath, he meticulously examined the various routes between the hospital and the market over a dozen times before finally folding the map away. He largely dismissed the school area, as it was Saturday and hardly anyone would be present there. In his estimation, the spatial rift was likely to manifest in a densely populated area, such as the vicinity of the abandoned building within the E38 Forbidden Ruins. It was reasonable to assume that this scenario would be similar. Thus, Chen-Yi surmised that the Lord's chamber was likely situated near either the hospital or the market. By thoroughly searching these two locations, there was a high probability of locating the spatial rift. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen-Yi exhaled deeply and regarded Hao-ji, saying, I appreciate your cooperation. However, our forthcoming actions will be perilous, and therefore, you cannot accompany us. Remain here and await further news. Upon uttering these words, Hao-ji, who had previously been quite cooperative, suddenly became agitated. He exclaimed, What do you mean? Aren't you officials? How can you abandon the people? This is unacceptable. I must accompany you, or I shall perish. Chen-Yi's brow twitched violently, and he cast a fierce glare at Su Lekong. Su Lekong immediately understood his misstep and lowered his head in silence. Chen-Yi growled, Silence. Hao-ji faltered, Recalling the terror that this man inspired, his tone softened as he implored, "Commander, I beg you to take me with you. I am truly frightened. Moreover, I have been so cooperative, providing you with information, which should count as a contribution, right? Therefore, you should take me along." Unmoved by his pleas, Chen-Yi replied coldly, "Do you believe we are heading somewhere benign? We are going to hunt monsters. Are you seeking death by following us?" Hoji hastily shook his head, insisting, "Commander, you are so formidable. Surely you can protect me, can't you? As long as I am with you, I will survive. And I can also guide you to your destination. Am I not of service?" At this point, Chen-Yi found himself genuinely vexed. Given his position, he could not simply eliminate Hoji. The latter was acutely aware of this fact, which emboldened his persistence. After all, officials of Longguo had never indiscriminately harmed civilians. However, taking Hoji along posed its own challenges. An ordinary individual could merely hinder their progress. Although Hoji could indeed provide directions, they possessed maps as well, rendering the potential convenience of his guidance negligible compared to the risks he presented. Chen-Yi contemplated for a moment before stating, "In 3 days, at most, we shall resolve this light barrier, and then you will be able to leave. Therefore, I kindly request you to remain here for 3 days. With that, disregarding whether the other party agreed, Chen-Yi swiftly moved behind Hoji and rendered him unconscious with a precise chop. "Captain, what have you done?" Su Lekang exclaimed. Alarmed by the scene, fearing Chen-Yi had harmed the individual, Chen-Yi shot him a cold glance, silencing him instantly. "What are you staring at? Hurry and fetch some compressed biscuits and water. Do you wish for him to perish from hunger here?" Su Lekang, realizing the urgency, nodded and quickly retrieved some compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his backpack. These biscuits, prepared by Ho Xiaoyuan, were rich in carbohydrates and protein, highly sustaining. He placed the provisions beside Hoji and then turned to Chen-Yi, saying, "Captain, I apologize. I did not think it through and merely intended to offer him some comfort." Chen-Yi remained silent for a moment, choosing not to respond, and simply remarked, "Let us proceed. We have delayed somewhat. We likely have 2 hours of operational time remaining." Initially, their actions may have seemed aimless. But now Chen-Yi and his team had a clearer sense of direction and thus needed to act swiftly. Every moment of delay could cost many lives. Su Lekang nodded, dragging Hoji to a corner before hastening to follow in the footsteps of Chen-Yi and Gao Manli. "Captain," Su Lekang meant well. "Please do not hold it against him," Gao Manli gently interjected, observing Chen-Yi's softened demeanor. Chen-Yi glanced at her and then said indifferently, "I do not hold any grudges against him. I merely wish for him to remember this lesson. Sometimes, an official identity offers no assistance in a task. Rather, it can serve as a shackle." Gao Manli nodded, having observed the preceding events with clarity. Had Su Lekang not mentioned their official status, the other party would never have dared to engage with them and would have preferred for them to depart promptly. After all, Chen-Yi had casually severed the head of a minotaur before their eyes. No one wishes to linger near someone capable of taking their life at any moment. However, the situation was different when it came to official personnel. "Captain, wait for me," came Su Lekang's voice from behind. Chen-Yi and Gao Manli tacitly chose not to discuss the matter further. On the secluded path, the trio hastened onward, following the main road. They could reach the town market in 20 minutes given their speed, but that was not feasible. If they did so, they would likely find themselves encircled before they even arrived at the market. Thus, Chen-Yi opted for the back roads, which were paths through various villages, connecting each settlement directly to the town market. These routes were not particularly difficult to traverse, but they required navigating through each village, necessitating a slower pace due to the limited visibility, making it easier for the roaming monsters within the villages to spot them. Currently, nearly every village was inhabited by monsters in search of humans. Many villagers residing in mountainous areas had fled upwards, making it exceedingly difficult for the monsters to trace their whereabouts. Therefore, Chen-Yi chose to traverse villages that were primarily situated near the mountains, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering both humans and monsters. After all, they were not there to save lives. There were merely 3 of them. How many souls could they possibly rescue? Only by vanquishing the Lord could they allow the rescue teams from outside to come in and provide aid. This was a truth they understood profoundly. The trio maintained a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, navigating the narrow paths of the village. Due to their unfamiliarity with the terrain, they misjudged their direction several times, necessitating a return to find alternative routes. As darkness began to envelop the sky, Chen-Yi and his companions encountered neither monsters nor humans. Suddenly, Chen-Yi halted, prompting Gao Manli and Su Lekang to stop in unison behind him. "What is it, Captain?" Su Lekang inquired. Chen lifted his gaze to the heavens and scanned the surrounding houses, lacking any reference points. He was uncertain of which village he was in or how far they were from the market. Nightfall approaches. Let us seek a place to rest for the night and resume our journey come morning. It was not that Chen was unwilling to travel through the night. Rather, the villages were shrouded in darkness without streetlights. Their unfamiliarity with the paths rendered night travel inefficient and perilous, increasing the likelihood of getting lost. Chapter 54. The Plan. Practicing the blade. Gao Monli and Su Lekong exchanged glances, both in agreement. The trio then commenced their search for a suitable resting place nearby. In truth, the surroundings were filled with empty houses. They could choose any to pass the night. However, they sought a location with a broad view, preferably on a higher floor. Most of the village's structures were self-built, 2 to 3 stories tall, and taller buildings were scarce. Consequently, they could only find a relatively open space. Soon, they settled upon a 4-story building, which, based on its decor, indicated that the household was in a favorable economic position. Upon reaching the entrance, the trio tentatively knocked on the door, straining to discern any sounds from within. Detecting no response, they forcefully breached the door and proceeded with unwavering determination to the top floor. One of them settled against a corner, thereby maximizing their field of vision, ensuring that they could promptly detect any disturbance from any direction. Once seated, they retrieved compressed biscuits from their backpacks to replenish their energy and began deliberating the operational plan for the following day. Captain, at this pace, we should locate the People's Hospital before noon tomorrow. What shall be our next course of action? Chen inquired, taking a sip of water to wash down the parched biscuit. He continued, the vicinity of the hospital is characterized by a labyrinth of roads, which should render it relatively open. We can easily ascertain the presence of spatial rifts in the area, but we must enter the hospital to confirm whether any such rifts exist within its confines. If they are absent, our only recourse will be to proceed along the road towards the marketplace. Prepare yourselves. Once we approach the hospital, a confrontation is inevitable. While the expansive view aids us in searching for spatial rifts, it simultaneously allows the monsters to spot us. At these words, Su Lekong and Gao Monli felt a chill run through them, acutely aware that a fierce battle was unavoidable, their hearts tightening with anxiety. Although Chen appeared to engage in combat with relative ease, the prospect of facing a 3-meter-tall minotaur alone instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Gao Monli, however, remained somewhat composed, as she too had undergone the first stage of evolution. Su Lekong was in a different situation. He had not yet reached the first tier. If it came to a one-on-one confrontation, the likelihood of him being felled by the minotaur was considerably high. Chen seemed to sense the thoughts of both individuals and remarked calmly, the minotaur appears fearsome, yet if one can exploit its vulnerabilities, defeating it is not insurmountable. First and foremost, the minotaur's considerable size renders it somewhat clumsy. Despite its immense strength, its frequency of attack is relatively low. However, do not attempt to strike at its massive body, as its substantial physique grants it formidable vitality. Targeting the body holds little significance. To swiftly conclude the battle, one must sever its head. As for how to achieve this, that depends on your individual capabilities. As he spoke, Chen turned to Su Lekong and continued. The dark energy within a single minotaur is equivalent to that of 2 goblins. If you eliminate 2 more, you should be able to evolve to the first tier. Once awakened, your abilities will experience a dramatic surge in power. I shall prioritize your evolution. Upon hearing this, Su Lekong exhaled deeply and nodded, saying, Thank you, Captain. Chen then advised, Well then, after you've eaten, close your eyes and rest. Tomorrow is likely to be challenging. As Chen gazed at the stars painted red by the barrier in the sky, his voice remained tranquil. Gao Monli and Su Lekong ceased their conversation, finishing their compressed biscuits before beginning to meditate. Chen, lost in thought while observing the sky, eventually closed his eyes as well. Seizing this moment, he considered entering the mental realm to engage in combat with the savage. After all, he had yet to become thoroughly acquainted with his new weapon. Surely, the savage was well-versed in swordsmanship? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chen's consciousness swiftly began to blur, akin to the surface of a lake torn asunder by the wind, creating ripples that soon subsided. Within the confines of his mental realm, Chen gradually opened his eyes and adeptly rose from the bed. He gazed at his empty palms, sinking into contemplation. How could he conjure a straight blade within this mental space? He began to vividly envision the blade's form, weight, length, color, and various details within his mind. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A straight blade materialized in Chun Yi's hand, identical in appearance to the one bestowed upon him by Hua Xiaoyuan. A spark of realization ignited within him. Indeed, it was possible. This was the realm of the mind, where everything was birthed from Chun Yi's imagination, including this very room. It was akin to the phenomenon of dreaming, where whatever one desires can manifest. Having discovered a viable method, Chun Yi wasted no time. He envisioned another straight blade and casually hurled it towards the imposing figure of Baolu. Whoosh! Clang! As Baolu, engrossed in his relentless assault on the sandbag, suddenly tilted his head back, a straight blade almost grazed his neck before embedding itself into the wall. Baolu turned, his bloodshot eyes glimmering with a murderous aura as they fixated on Chun Yi. Chun Yi, well accustomed to such intensity, calmly remarked, "Pick up that blade. Let us engage in some earnest practice." Baolu scrutinized Chun Yi for a prolonged moment before slowly extending his hand to retrieve the blade from the wall. In an instant, his entire being shimmered with crimson lightning, and he vanished from sight. Chun Yi's pupils constricted as he too felt the surge of lightning coursing through him. The next moment, goosebumps erupted along his neck. Without a trace of hesitation, Chun Yi gripped the blade with both hands, positioning it defensively before him, prepared to thwart Baolu's imminent assault. Clash! A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, causing Chun Yi's expression to shift dramatically. The ferocious blade, slicing horizontally, made contact with Chun Yi's edge, only to glide upward at an astonishing speed. As the blade swept past Chun Yi's head, it suddenly reversed direction, and with a swift twist of his wrist, the assailant brought his sword down once more. In that critical moment, Chun Yi found himself unable to defend. His only option was to evade. However, retreating meant forsaking any chance of seizing the initiative or mounting a counterattack. In a contest where both combatants were evenly matched in strength, skill became paramount. It appeared that the assailant had anticipated Chun Yi's next move. As soon as Chun Yi shifted his stance, the next strike was already unleashed. In an instant, Chun Yi was overwhelmed, forced to merely dodge and parry, with no opportunity to retaliate. Had it not been for the assailant's restraint, the outcome might have been fatal for him. After all, Chun Yi was merely an ordinary college student who had recently gained strength, yet his application of that power remained rather unrefined, despite rigorous training with the assailant each day. Reaching such a level of proficiency was not something that could be achieved in a short span of time. Meanwhile, as Chun Yi endured the relentless assault in the mental realm, Gao Monli, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a cold glimmer flashing in her beautiful gaze. She turned her head towards the stairway leading to the rooftop, her brow furrowing slightly. Rising gracefully, Gao Monli cast a fleeting glance at Chun Yi, who remained in a meditative state, before shifting her attention to Su Lekong. Su Lekong, startled by her movements, looked at her with a puzzled expression, but said nothing. Gao Monli shook her head, proceeding with deliberate silence towards the stairway, her steps remarkably light. Chapter 55, Whispers from the Second Floor. Gao Monli descended the staircase with gentle footsteps and paused on the third floor, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, indistinct murmurs reached her ears. However, due to the distance and the deliberate lowering of voices, she could not discern their words. The second floor, perhaps? A flicker of intrigue stirred within her as she quietly made her way toward the second floor. Upon her arrival, she could finally make out fragments of the conversation. "Mom, I'm hungry. Be patient, Xing Just wait until tomorrow when Dad returns. We will have something to eat. Xing it's time to sleep. Isn't it? If you fall asleep, you won't feel hungry, all right? But, Mom, we haven't eaten anything for almost 2 days. I'm really very hungry. But Dad hasn't come back yet. When he does, will you please help me scold him for making us go hungry?" "No, please don't scold Dad, Mom. He might have gotten drunk and lost track of time. When he returns, I will talk to him." All right. But you must be a good girl and go to sleep, okay?" Gao Monli stood at the threshold of her room, the dialogue within growing increasingly audible. She could even sense the forced laughter of the woman, masking a suppressed sob, and the child's innocent voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Mom, is someone coming into our house? Shoo, quickly, go to sleep. Xing be quiet, will you?" The woman's voice was clearly laced with panic. After a moment of silence, Gao Monli stealthily retreated to the top floor. Ignoring Su Lekong's puzzled gaze, she cast a glance at the still unconscious Chun Yi. Her expression wavered, as if contemplating whether to rouse him. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Gao Monli chose not to disturb Chun Yi's rest. Instead, she walked to her position, picked up the backpack on the floor, and retrieved some compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from within. Subsequently, amidst Su Lekong's curious stare, she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the door of the second floor once more, Gao Monli regarded the items in her hands. After a brief silence, she raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The sound echoed twice, yet after a considerable wait, no response emanated from the room. However, Gao Monli could distinctly sense 2 heavy breaths within. Contemplating for a moment, she softly spoke. Hello, we mean no harm. We simply wish to spend the night in your abode. I have some food here, which I propose as rent. What do you think? Perhaps it was the fact that Gao Monli was a woman, or perhaps the child inside was genuinely hungry, but the woman, who had been on high alert, descended from the bed and approached the door. After a considerable internal struggle, she steeled herself, gripping the doorknob firmly. Creak. The door opened a crack, revealing half of her head as she cautiously peered outside. Standing at the threshold was a woman clad in a black combat uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail. With an attractive visage and remarkable figure, holding food and smiling warmly. The woman felt a slight sense of relief and managed to muster a hesitant smile in return, saying, Hello. Gao Monli introduced herself gracefully. Greetings, I am Gao Monli. My friend and I happened upon this place as night fell and decided to seek shelter, unaware that others were inside. I apologize for the intrusion. I have here some specially made compressed biscuits, which shall serve as our contribution towards your rent. What do you think? The woman, gazing upon Gao Monli's radiant smile, hesitated for a moment before accepting the biscuits and water, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your generosity. You are free to choose any room to stay in. It is of no concern. By the way, where is your friend? As she spoke, the woman peered outside, seemingly eager to ascertain how many were present with Gao Monli. The smile on Gao Monli's face remained unchanged as she gently replied, Oh, they are enjoying the breeze on the rooftop. Rest assured, we shall depart early tomorrow morning. With a wave of her hand, she continued, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will take my leave now. As she turned, Gao Monli caught a glimpse through the door crack, revealing a warmly lit bed with a small head peeking out, curious eyes gazing towards the entrance. It was a girl of just over 10 years, her bright and lively eyes suggesting she was cherished by her family. This was Gao Monli's first impression of the child. However, after a fleeting glance, she turned away and departed without lingering. The woman, observing from the doorway for a considerable time, waited until she was certain no one else would approach before slowly closing the door and returning to the bedside. She placed the fruit knife she had tightly clutched onto the nightstand, a smile gracing her face as she said, Xinger, an older sister, just brought us some food. You should eat a bit before sleeping. All right. Xinger instantly sat up in bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she focused intently on the biscuits in the woman's hand. The woman smiled as she opened a bag of compressed biscuits, intending to hand one to Xinger. Suddenly, she paused, bringing the biscuit to her own lips to take a bite. Mommy is a bit hungry too. May I have a bite first? She inquired, taking a sip from her water bottle and swallowing the mixture of biscuit and water. It's all right, Mommy. If you're hungry, please eat first. Once you're satisfied, I can have some, Xinger reassured her. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled slightly, reaching out to stroke Xinger's head, praising her. Xinger is so well-behaved. When Daddy comes back, shall we go to the amusement park together? Sure. Daddy should be back tomorrow, right? Xinger replied with her innocent, sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. The woman beamed with maternal affection but remained silent. A few minutes later, seeing that nothing alarming was occurring, the woman offered the partially eaten biscuit to Xinger, gently stating, Mommy is full now. You may have it. Xinger's eyes brightened as she nodded. Then I'll eat it now? Yes, but take your time. You must chew it well before swallowing, all right? Mix it with water as you eat, the woman advised, handing her the water as well. Understanding and obedient, Xinger followed her mother's instructions, alternating between bites of biscuit and sips of water, savoring each morsel at a leisurely pace. Watching her daughter eat so dutifully, the woman's expression of love and tenderness deepened, though unbeknownst to her. 2 streams of tears silently traced down her gentle face, marking her cheeks. On the top floor, upon seeing Gao Monli return once more, Su Lekang could no longer contain his curiosity and softly inquired, Is someone downstairs? Although he lacked the strength of Chun Yi and Gao Monli, he could still hear the voices coming from below. Gao Monli nodded, though she said, It is nothing. A mother and daughter, they are the owners of this house. Having spoken, she reclined in her corner and closed her eyes to rest. Su Lekang, observing this, refrained from asking further questions and quietly shut his eyes. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke the following day, Chen Yi and his companions simultaneously opened their eyes and glanced at the sky. Chani was the first to rise and descend the stairs, followed by a soft voice. Let us go. As the trio made their way down, they reached the second floor when suddenly, a door swung open. A woman emerged, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Then, with a thud, knelt before Chun-Yi and his companions. I beg you, please help us. Chapter 56. A Reunion with the Minotaur. Upon seeing the woman step out of the room, Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback. He was utterly bewildered as she knelt before him. Last night, he had submerged into a realm of mental training and brutality, completely oblivious to the subtle stirrings of the outside world, leaving him perplexed about the current situation. He discreetly surveyed the expressions on Gao Monli and Su Lekang's faces. The latter exhibited surprise, yet not an overwhelming sense of astonishment. In contrast, the former's expression was far more intricate, a tapestry woven with compassion, heartache, and pity, an amalgamation of complex emotions. Realizing this, Chani understood that Gao Monli was likely aware of the circumstances at hand. He turned to her, remaining silent. Upon meeting Chun-Yi's gaze, Gao Monli's eyes flickered with empathy, yet she stepped forward, intent on assisting the woman to rise. Please, stand and speak. The woman raised her hand to press down on the palm of Gao Monli resting on her shoulder, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs as she recounted. That day, my husband went out to work, and before long, I heard a loud explosion, followed by screams and the sounds of impact. I was terrified. So I hid with my daughter in the room on the second floor, afraid to go anywhere, waiting for my husband to return. But it has been 3 days, and he has not come back. With such a catastrophic event outside, it is impossible for him not to check on us, unless he can no longer return. As she spoke the last words, her tears flowed uncontrollably, and her voice began to falter. Chani furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, What does this have to do with us? Gao Monli's eyelashes trembled at his words, yet she remained silent. Su Lekang, standing nearby, also chose to remain quiet, observing intently. The woman first glanced up at Gao Monli, who averted her gaze and slightly bowed her head. The woman then turned her attention to Chun-Yi. Realizing that this strikingly handsome and formidable man was likely the one in charge among the three, she shook her head in response, saying, This does not concern you. But I have a daughter. She is only 10 years old, so small and obedient. She cannot survive without me. Therefore, I implore you. Could you take my daughter with you? Just for the sake of compassion for us, mother and daughter, please? My daughter is very well behaved. She will not cause you any trouble, and I assure you, you will come to like her. The woman's voice was laden with a plea, as crystalline tears streamed down her parched cheeks, rendering her appearance utterly forlorn. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed at the woman kneeling before him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. His tone devoid of its earlier chill. What I intend to undertake is perilous. It is impossible to bring along a young girl, for we cannot ensure her safety. A shadow passed over the woman's eyes, her face taking on a pallor of despair. Yet, Chun-Yi's subsequent words sparked a flicker of hope within her, dispelling the gloom from her countenance. We will address this barrier. Within 2 days, a rescue team will arrive. Until then, your only task is to survive. Is that true? Can you really resolve this? She inquired, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, assuring her, We will strive to expedite our efforts. Thank you. Thank you so much, the woman exclaimed, her gratitude overflowing, nearly bowing in thanks, only to be halted by Gao Monli's firm grasp. When one finds oneself engulfed in despair, even the faintest glimmer of hope can be clutched with fervor, regardless of its perceived reliability. She was entirely unaware of who Chun-Yi and his companions were, how they would confront such supernatural occurrences, or how they would contend with the multitude of monsters. All she comprehended was that these individuals, daring to venture outside, must possess considerable capability. Thus, she chose to place her faith in them. Otherwise, she would face certain death alongside her daughter. After Chun-Yi and the others departed, they swiftly proceeded towards the People's Hospital, seemingly eager to resolve the matter at hand. However, the weight of the recent events concerning the mother and daughter cast a pall over their journey, leaving the three in contemplative silence. After traversing through 2 villages, they finally encountered the second creature since entering the Forbidden Wasteland. It was yet another Minotaur, though this one was markedly smaller than the previous encounter, standing at approximately 2.5 meters tall. Despite its robust physique, it was evidently weaker than its predecessor. Ah, so it is. Chun-Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the Minotaur relentlessly battering against the nearby structures, a cold smirk forming on his face. As he had surmised, these Minotaurs, akin to goblins, were indeed categorized by strength. This particular specimen's size betrayed its lesser capabilities, lacking any special abilities. Captain. Su Lekong's gaze sharpened the moment he laid eyes on the Minotaur, convinced that this size posed no challenge. Go. Chen Yi affirmed with a nod. In an instant, Su Lekong transformed into a shadow, launching himself towards the Minotaur, leaving only his backpack behind. He unleashed his utmost speed, his right hand gripping the knife at his waist, his expression growing increasingly fierce. The Minotaur, alerted by the commotion, turned its head to see a dark figure hurtling towards it, instinctively raising its massive axe to deliver a downward strike. Clang! A piercing sound of a blade sliced through the air, followed by a sudden flash of silvery white that vanished instantly. Then, two thunderous crashes echoed as the Minotaur's colossal axe struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shards of stone flying. In the next moment, a massive gash opened across its chest, cutting diagonally through its shoulder, exposing its innards, with crimson blood erupting from the wound. Meanwhile, Su Lekong stood several meters away, knife in hand. The Minotaur's speed paled in comparison to his, as he had deftly drawn his blade and delivered a lethal strike during a fleeting moment of evasion. This was the lesson imparted by Chen Yi. Seize the opportunity amid the opponent's assault. Su Lekong pushed off the ground with great force, propelling himself forward once more. He understood the principle of striking when the enemy was vulnerable, especially since Chen Yi had advised that to swiftly conclude a battle, one must sever the opponent's head. The severely wounded Minotaur, unable to steady itself, sensed a rush of wind at its side. It managed only to turn and glare before its head was sent soaring through the air. With a sharp hiss, the keen blade left a streak of crimson in its wake, as Su Lekong quickly retreated to avoid staining his garments. Chen Yi, who had been observing the confrontation, nodded slightly. He was not assessing the foe's combat prowess. They were all ordinary individuals who had evolved, and combat skills could only be honed through experience. However, the capacity for strategic thinking during battle and unwavering courage were of paramount importance. Su Lekong had clearly absorbed his teachings, demonstrating ample strategic insight, while his decisive and efficient actions reflected his extraordinary bravery, for not everyone could remain composed in the face of a massive beast. Chapter 57, De-Evolver. With a burgeoning sense of elation, Su Lekong slowly sheathed his straight blade. He could discern the augmentation of his strength, estimating that he would soon be entering the first tier. Subsequently, he pivoted his gaze towards the edifice impacted by the Minotaur. The wall was visibly concave, with a substantial portion of the cement stones having detached, revealing the fractured red bricks within. Through the fissure, Su Lekong could perceive a figure, a woman perhaps. At that moment, Chen Yi and Gao Monli arrived behind Su Lekong, casting their eyes upon the breach as well. Captain, there seems to be a woman inside, apparently injured, Su Lekong remarked. Turning his head, Chen Yi, observing the scene within the crevice, furrowed his brow slightly and then directed his attention to Gao Monli, saying, ascertain the situation. Gao Monli nodded and promptly hastened to the rear entrance, where she forcefully kicked the door open and entered. Having deduced the location of the room, Gao Monli dispensed with any notion of knocking and instead breached the door with brute force. The moment the door swung inward, a dark silhouette flashed before Gao Monli's eyes. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she instinctively retreated half a step. Instantly, several translucent chains materialized, immobilizing the shadowy figure in midair. Gao Monli, noting the blades tip a mere 2 centimeters from her nose, experienced a subtle easing of tension. Careless. I almost capsized in the gutter. A glint of coldness flickered in Gao Monli's beautiful eyes as she lifted her gaze. She beheld a woman in a black tracksuit, hooded, suspended helplessly in the air, ensnared by the ethereal chains. The woman's left arm was contorted in an unnatural manner, and blood trickled incessantly from her fingertips. Gao Monli's captivating eyes narrowed slightly as she slowly set aside the fruit knife before stepping forward to pull down the hood of the individual before her. A finely crafted oval face emerged, momentarily leaving her taken aback. The woman possessed an exquisitely delicate visage, her short hair neatly styled, and her features were strikingly refined. Her slightly reddened phoenix eyes scrutinized Gao Monli in return, a tear mole adorning her left eye, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Gao Monli swiftly regained her composure. Her voice icy as she inquired, "Why did you attack me?" The woman fell silent for a moment before responding in a hushed tone, "It was a misunderstanding. I thought you were one of those monsters." Her voice was melodious yet tinged with a rasp, hinting at suppressed anguish. Observing the injury on the woman's left arm, Gao Monli raised an eyebrow and gestured with her hand. Instantly, the chains in the air vanished, and the woman, previously restrained, began to fall. only to be caught by Gao Monli, who steadied her by the right shoulder. What is happening? Chen Yibing's cold voice resonated from the entrance. He and Su Lekong had limited visibility from outside, witnessing only the figure that had been seated suddenly rise, followed by 2 loud knocks on the door. After which silence ensued. They then heard Gao Monli's probing voice, prompting them to rush in with concern. Gao Monli glanced back momentarily before stating, "It's nothing, Captain. It seems I've encountered an evolved individual." Upon the sudden appearance of the 2 men, the woman hastily pulled her hood back over her head, obscuring the upper half of her face and casting her lower visage into shadow. Chen Yi observed the woman's actions but refrained from showing any overt reaction, merely inquiring, "Are you an evolver?" Almost immediately, he noticed the injury on her left hand, causing him to subtly furrow his brow. Such an injury would necessitate orthopedic correction, and it remained uncertain whether it was indeed a fracture. Manual realignment alone might prove insufficient, possibly requiring surgical intervention. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the woman slightly nodded, acknowledging her identity as an evolver. However, she began to retreat slightly, distancing herself from Gao Monli, who stood nearby. The 3 of them perceived her movements, exchanging glances that conveyed a sense of perplexity. It was apparent that this woman exuded an air of strangeness. She exhibited no curiosity regarding the identities of Chen Yi and his companions, nor did she engage in conversation, maintaining an ever-watchful demeanor, despite her obvious injuries. This behavior was decidedly abnormal. After all, Chen Yi and his companions had effectively saved her life, and as a fellow evolver, shouldn't she inquire about something? Yet, Chen Yi remained indifferent to her attitude. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "You need not feel anxious. We mean you no harm. May I pose a few questions?" The woman halted her retreat and slowly nodded in response. Chen Yi then asked, "How far are we from the People's Hospital?" The woman fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, pondering the meaning behind her gesture. Did it imply reluctance to answer? Or was she simply unaware? Surely, the people of Lingshui Town would know of the People's Hospital. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Yi's gaze as he remarked coolly, "You are not from Lingshui Town, are you?" At this, the woman finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, "No, I am not." The response left Chen Yi and the others somewhat astonished. It was somewhat illogical for someone not from the Coldwater Town to appear here. After all, Coldwater Town is a remote locality, typically devoid of tourists, save for the occasional taxi driver or spirited young men from nearby towns. Even if someone were to visit a friend, one would expect them to be somewhat familiar with the area. Nevertheless, Chen Yi chose not to press further and merely stated, "If you don't know, then let it be. Let us depart." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, signaling that he had no intention of inquiring further. Su Lekong and Gao Monli exchanged glances. The former immediately turned to follow Chen Yi, while the latter remained rooted in place. Once Chen Yi and Su Lekong had departed, the room was left with only the 2 women silently gazing at each other. After a prolonged silence, Gao Monli finally spoke, "Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. Could you share with me what you know?" As the woman noticed Chen Yi and Su Lekong's exit, her previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly, and she replied, "I do not know much. Since the appearance of the monster, I have been hiding in this village. During this time, I managed to slay 1 monster and gain some evolutionary power. Today, while foraging for food, I encountered 2 monsters. After killing one, I was injured and pursued here." Gao Monli's beautiful eyes flickered with disbelief as she exclaimed, "You mean to say that you have only killed 2 monsters?" The woman nodded slightly, then, with curiosity, asked, "Is there a problem?" "No," Gao Monli replied, striving to maintain a calm tone, though her heart was tumultuous. This woman had only managed to slay 2 monsters, yet just moments ago, she had nearly met her own downfall. To know that she is a first-tier evolver, it is indeed a remarkable skill of the adversary to launch a surprise attack on her. As her thoughts surged, Gao Monli swiftly rummaged through her backpack and presented a business card to the other party. It was a card from her professional life. It bore my contact information. "And should you manage to survive and ascertain the circumstances, I hope you will reach out to me." After a prolonged silence, the woman finally extended her hand to accept the card, then nodded slightly, saying, "I will remember." Gao Monli offered a faint smile, then retrieved some anti-inflammatory medication, bandages, and 2 packets of compressed biscuits from her bag. "These are for you. I hope you can make it out alive. Once outside, do remember to contact me. Farewell." With that, Gao Monli turned and departed, not pausing this time. Chapter 58. Absorption? Arrival. What do you think? Chen Yi sensed that Gao Monli had followed him closely behind, and, without turning around, inquired, Gao Monli shook her head and replied, "She probably does not possess much information. This forbidden ruin is only a day behind us, and at that time, much information had yet to reach the outside world." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi nodded and chose to remain silent. Just as he contemplated quickening his pace, he heard Gao Monli's voice again. "Captain, I believe this woman is extraordinary." Chun-Yi halted his steps momentarily, tilting his head slightly to glance back. "Oh, do elaborate." After a moment of contemplation, Gao Monli articulated her thoughts. This woman became an evolver without any prior knowledge of the information. The monsters here are far beyond mere goblins. The fact that she, an ordinary person, could engage in combat with a minotaur is quite alarming. I believe that even as a leader, it is quite a challenge to accomplish this when one is still an ordinary person, isn't it? What does it mean to say it is difficult? In truth, it is utterly impossible to achieve. It would require someone as ruthless as that fellow. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Chun-Yi maintained a neutral expression, merely nodding slightly. Gao Monli continued, "Furthermore, she has only slain 2 Tauren up to now, yet just moments ago, she nearly posed a threat to me. Moreover, she is severely injured." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's eyelids twitched slightly, and Su Lekong, unable to contain himself, inquired with skepticism, "A threat to you? How is that even possible? You are a first-tier evolver. Is she certain she has only killed 2 monsters?" Gao Monli replied with utmost seriousness, "This is indeed the case. There is no need for me to exaggerate." Chun-Yi nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "So what are your thoughts?" Gao Monli cast a glance at Chun-Yi and pondered before responding. "Our small team currently consists of only the 3 of us, and I believe she would be a valuable addition. What do you think, Captain?" Chun-Yi did not respond immediately but lowered his gaze, deep in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly shook his head and said, "According to your account, she is indeed a rare talent, yet she harbors significant issues." Upon hearing this, Gao Monli did not dispute but remarked, "Does it truly matter what her issues are? As long as she is not a psychopathic killer indiscriminately taking lives, I believe we should consider her." Su Lekong, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean? I don't quite understand. What issues does she have?" Chun-Yi glanced at him but remained silent, continuing to contemplate his thoughts. Gao Monli gazed at Su Lekong and elucidated, "This individual exhibits a markedly different reaction upon encountering us, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. Moreover, when she first encountered me, her immediate inclination was to attack rather than to communicate or engage in any other form of interaction. Coupled with her numerous behaviors that starkly deviate from those of a typical individual, as well as her extraordinary combat prowess, these factors collectively suggest something amiss. Although we remain unaware of the exact nature of her issues, it is evident that she is far from ordinary." Su Lekong nodded in understanding, but soon expressed his confusion. "But what does this have to do with her joining our team?" Gao Monli refrained from answering, instead turning her head to glance at Chun-Yi. Observing her gesture, Su Lekong also directed his attention towards the pensive captain, seemingly eager to glean his perspective. Chun-Yi, sensing their gaze, slightly lifted his head and replied with a measured tone, "While we possess the autonomy to recruit team members, we are, after all, part of an official organization. It is not appropriate to admit just anyone. To proceed in such a manner would undoubtedly invite trouble for General Hua. Do you comprehend?" Su Lekong nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, while Gao Monli chose not to elaborate further. She grasped the implications of Chun-Yi's words, yet it mattered little. Whether the woman wished to join them was up for debate. They would address that matter when the time came for her to reach out. As their conversation concluded, the trio quickened their pace, for the pressing concern at hand was to resolve the predicament of the Forbidden Ruins. After navigating the village path for an hour, they finally emerged onto a highway where their surroundings opened up before them. "Is that the place?" Su Lekong pointed towards a distant red cross. His voice barely above a whisper, his expression devoid of any joy, instead marked by tension and gravity. Chun-Yi and Gao Monli gazed at the far-off structure in silence. After a prolonged observation, Chun-Yi spoke softly. "There are no buildings obstructing our path, so we need not slow down. We shall charge straight through. If we encounter any spatial fissures, do not act recklessly. Instead, memorize their locations. Should we fail to locate them and find ourselves besieged, you two must break towards the school while I cover the rear. Do you understand?" "Understood." Gao Monli and Su Lekong nodded in unison. "Now, let's move." As soon as Chun-Yi's command fell from his lips, he surged forward, becoming a blurred shadow along the roadside. Gao Monli and Su Lekong simultaneously unleashed their utmost speed in pursuit. The trio spread out, forming a moving triangle that raced towards the People's Hospital with remarkable swiftness. As they reached the midpoint of their journey, a thunderous bellow resonated from the direction of the hospital, and in the next instant, a colossal figure emerged from the entrance. Chen Yi's expression darkened. This minotaur stood over 4 meters tall, far larger than any they had previously encountered. Its skin was not the typical dark hue, but rather a lustrous white, adorned with sinewy purple patterns across its muscular arms. This must be a commander, Chen Yi mused. Observing the imposing alabaster figure and the minotaurs that followed in its wake, his eyes narrowing slightly. Leave the one with leukemia to me. You two hold off the rest as best as you can. I will strive to finish swiftly. Gao Monli's gaze swept across the group of bull-headed creatures. Her expression grave as she stated, "There are 9 in total. We cannot hold them off for long. You must act swiftly." Turning to Su Lekong, she added, "I will control the situation while you focus on the offense. It is imperative that we expedite our actions." Su Lekong pressed his hand against the hilt of his blade, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, his tone remained resolute. Understood. The trio maintained their speed, nearing the hospital entrance in less than a minute. At that moment, the white jade bull-headed creature let out another thunderous bellow. Upon hearing its roar, the other bull-headed beings lowered their heads, directing their massive horns towards Chen Yi and his companions. In the next instant, 9 towering bull-headed creatures charged forward, their hooves crashing into the ground and creating a multitude of deep craters, as if the earth itself could scarcely bear the force, beginning to tremble slightly. Chen Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted, "Scatter!" As his voice resonated, he propelled himself off the ground, leaping high into the air, where arcs of blue and white electricity surged around him. Gao Monli dodged diagonally forward, already gripping a straight blade in her hand. Su Lekong, adhering to their earlier strategy, closely followed Gao Monli, deliberately avoiding a straight line in their formation. Chapter 59, Thunder Garb. The 9 formidable bulls charged simultaneously, akin to a colossal bulldozer, raising clouds of dust and scattering debris in their wake, their pace astonishingly swift. The sole drawback was their inability to turn. The ground trembled beneath their weight, producing ominous rumblings as the terrifying force surged directly toward the trio. Chen Yi slightly adjusted his balance in midair before plummeting downwards with incredible speed, targeting the charging minotaur. Just as he was about to collide with one of the beasts, he suddenly extended a foot and forcefully stomped on the back of its head. With a resounding thud, the tremendous force descended, causing the minotaur to instantaneously lose its balance and bury its head deep into the ground. Almost its entire skull was embedded in the earth. Seizing this recoil, Chen Yi propelled himself forward, hurtling towards the white jade figure at the hospital entrance. Gao Monli was not far behind, her speed commendable as she narrowly evaded the lateral range of the bull charge. Although the minotaurs launched their attacks with remarkable speed, their movements were linear, providing ample opportunity for evasion. However, Su Lekong was not as swift. Just as he was about to escape the danger zone, one of the minotaur's massive horns loomed before him. Su Lekong's expression changed, and he swiftly unsheathed his blade from his waist. Simultaneously, 2 semi-transparent chains mysteriously wrapped around the minotaur's shoulders. With a swift motion, a flash of white light sliced through the air, severing the enormous head and spilling crimson blood. After delivering the strike, Su Lekong quickly retreated, while the minotaur, now unbound, slowly collapsed to the ground. "Hurry over here," Gao Monli called out sharply from a distance. Her voice snapped the still-dazed Su Lekong back to reality, prompting him to hasten towards her position. He had narrowly avoided being struck by those massive horns. Such an impact, even if it did not prove fatal, would undoubtedly cripple him. In a situation like this, losing the ability to act was tantamount to death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the minotaur was ensnared by Gao Monli. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to exchange blows with the beast. "Are you all right?" Gao Monli inquired, casting a glance at Su Lekong, who had approached her. Su Lekong shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. It's just, if you're fine, prepare for battle. Here they come." Gao Monli interrupted coldly. Su Lekong's expression hardened as he turned his gaze towards the 7 minotaurs, which had initially charged forward but were now halted, their attention fixed on the 2 of them. Their enormous, bull-like eyes bore down on them, creating an utterly terrifying scene. "Follow closely behind me and strike swiftly," Gao Monli commanded with icy determination, propelling herself forward. She understood the necessity of taking the offensive. Any further charges from the enemy would prove challenging to counter, so she aimed to close the distance and deny them the opportunity to strike. Seeing this, Su Lekong hurriedly trailed her, gripping his dagger tightly, a fierce intensity surging in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, amidst the fray, stole a glance at Jiao Manli and Su Lekong, reassured for the moment that they could manage. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened. Blue and white arcs of electricity crackled wildly around him. Over the past few days, he had engaged in brutal training every night, becoming increasingly adept at harnessing his lightning abilities, particularly the technique of stimulating his muscle cells through electricity to unleash greater strength. Chen Yi had now mastered this skill to a significant extent, though not with the precision of his mentor, and he could sustain it for a shorter duration, enduring greater physical toll. Nevertheless, maintaining it for 5 to 10 minutes was well within his capabilities. As this technique was unleashed, a layer of electric arcs enveloped his entire body, resembling a garment woven from lightning. Thus, Chen Yi aptly named it Thunder Garb. As the blue and white arcs spread across him, a faint glimmer of lightning adorned the straight blade in his hand. In the next instant, he surged towards the towering 4-meter-tall figure of the Minotaur commander with unparalleled speed, akin to a flickering arc of electricity. With a swift motion, the blade, infused with the brilliance of thunder, lunged upwards, aimed directly at the chest of the Minotaur leader. The commander, however, was not slow to react. He raised his colossal axe before him like a shield. With a resounding clash, the sharp blade, augmented by the electric energy, carved a dent into the surface of the massive axe. Without a moment's pause, Chen Yi deftly twisted his wrist, redirecting the blade towards the Minotaur's thigh. This time, the commander disregarded the descending blade aimed at his leg, opting instead to swing his arm and bring the axe crashing down towards Chen Yi's face. The gargantuan axe, nearly the same size as Chen Yi, whistled through the air, generating a fierce wind that caused his garments to flutter wildly, a testament to the tremendous force behind it. Yet, Chen Yi's expression remained unfaltering. He could clearly perceive the opponent's movements, calculating that his strike would arrive faster, while also allowing himself ample time and space to evade. In fact, he had already envisioned an escape route following a successful strike. However, in an unexpected turn of events, a transformation occurred. The purple veins on the Minotaur commander's arms glowed with an eerie luminescence, while the already sinewy muscles swelled further, forcing forth bulging, bluish-purple veins. Chen Yi's expression suddenly changed as he sensed the opponent's abrupt surge in speed and power. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the blade that was initially aimed at the opponent's thigh, bringing it back to his front. He braced his left arm against the back of the sword, slightly lifting his feet to avoid bearing any weight. Clang! The massive axe struck the straight sword with a piercing metallic wail, the immense force propelling Chen Yi through the air, his form becoming a mere shadow. Bang! With a muffled thud, Chen Yi crashed through the hospital's surrounding wall, rolling several meters on the ground before gradually coming to a halt. In an instant, he sprang up from the ground, gripping his sword before him, panting heavily as he gazed towards the direction of the bull-headed commander. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. He beheld a white figure hurtling towards him like a freight truck, moving at a speed so great that he could only discern a fleeting white shadow. Instinctively, Chen Yi leaped to the side. Thunderous roars echoed as the bull-headed commander brushed past him, crashing into the hospital's front lobby, causing a cacophony of destruction. After rolling once more on the ground, Chen Yi rose, his gaze fixed upon the now chaotic interior of the lobby, his brow furrowing deeply. The bull-headed commander's strength was evidently at the peak of the first tier, akin to his own. The purple markings on the opponent's arm seemed to signify some form of enhanced strength, which had caught him off guard. Observing his trembling arms, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, that strike could have severely injured him. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi resolved to no longer hold back his mental prowess, opting for a swift and decisive resolution. His grip on the straight blade intensified, and immediately, tendrils of azure and white electricity surged into the blade's edge. As the lightning converged, the entire sword seemed to be forged from pure thunder, with unrestrained arcs of electricity crackling about it. Chapter 60, Tier 2. Simultaneously, a glint of frigidity flashed across Chen Yi's face. His eyes remained fixated on the hospital lobby, awaiting the emergence of that alabaster figure. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds elapsed. Yet the lobby remained devoid of movement. Chen Yi's brow furrowed, and as he was about to act, the windows on the second floor shattered abruptly, and a 4-meter-tall alabaster figure burst through the wall, plummeting directly towards him, its arms shimmering with violet light. "It's here." Chen Yi's eyes flashed, his stance lowered slightly. His hips twisted, and his arm lashed out with the force of his lower body's rotation. Crackle! A dazzling azure and white blade of light, like a shooting star in the night, erupted from the blade, and a 4-meter-long arc of lightning cleaved through the air, instantly bisecting the Minotaur Overseer. Thwack! A faint slicing sound echoed, and the Minotaur Overseer's body stiffened abruptly, its ferocious expression froze, and its body crashed towards Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi sidestepped, evading the falling behemoth. Rumble! The lightning blade, undeterred after cleaving through the Minotaur Overseer, blasted a 4-meter-wide gap in the hospital's second floor, the edges scorched by the thunderous impact. The Minotaur Overseer, now lying prone, was cleanly bisected, the wounds revealing charred flesh, with only trickles of blood seeping out. Chun-Yi inhaled deeply, slowly lowered his straight blade, and turned his gaze towards Gao Monli and Su Lukang. Meanwhile, a dark energy, akin to that found within the Goblin Chief, surged forth from the Minotaur leader and penetrated into Chun-Yi's body. As this energy coursed through him, Chun-Yi sensed that a certain shackle within him had been shattered, instantly engulfing him in a wave of excruciating pain. A grimace flashed across his face. Fortunately, his prior experiences prevented him from collapsing on the spot. Yet he found himself unable to move freely, forced to endure the torment in place. As the agony surged, it felt as though his very genes were being fragmented and reconstituted, his muscles torn apart and regenerated. Once the pain gradually subsided, it was replaced by an unprecedented sense of euphoria, as if his senses had been heightened to an extraordinary degree, and he felt an illusion of being capable of obliterating a planet with a mere punch. Simultaneously, his mental strength surged exponentially, invigorating him to the point where even the minor injuries he had sustained moments before had healed completely. Is this the power of the second tier? Chun-Yi mused, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through him. He had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier when he vanquished the Goblin Lord in the E38 Forbidden Ruins, and having nearly exterminated the remaining goblins, he had finally ascended to the second tier. After a brief moment of acclimatization, Chun-Yi's gaze drifted once more to Gao Monli and her companion in the distance. With a flicker of intent, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Gao Monli was gasping for breath, gripping her blade tightly as she focused intently on the remaining 4 Minotaurs before her. Su Lukang lay behind her, writhing in agony and moaning continuously. This was the transformation of a body evolving to the first tier. The initial experience of such pain was often unbearable, yet one would gradually grow accustomed to it over time. Gao Monli furrowed her brows and scolded in a low voice, "Enough with the howling, it's quite bothersome." During her own evolution, she had refrained from uttering a sound, fearing it would attract the goblin's onslaught, especially considering Chun-Yi's state would not have afforded her any assistance. Upon receiving Gao Monli's reprimand, Su Lukang indeed ceased his lamentations, gritting his teeth and rolling back and forth on the ground. The remaining 4 Minotaurs, however, would not merely stand by. After a brief standoff, they charged towards Gao Monli with a ferocious bull rush. Gao Monli's expression shifted dramatically. She could not evade, for doing so would mean Su Lukang would be trampled into a pulp. Gritting her teeth, she plunged her dagger into the ground and clasped her hands before her chest. Bind! With a sharp command from Gao Monli, translucent chains shot forth from the void, ensnaring the 4 Minotaurs. The chains rattled violently as they were instantly tautened by the brute strength of the creatures, emitting a cacophony of strange sounds. Yet, the Minotaurs found themselves forcibly anchored in place, unable to advance, and could only thrash desperately against their bindings. Hurry! Gao Monli's complexion gradually paled as she held her hands together. Being merely at the first tier, she could not recklessly wield her powers, for her mental energy could not keep pace with the consumption. At that moment, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she knew she could not sustain this for long. This was akin to Chun-Yi's predicament. His utilization of lightning abilities merely stimulated his cells internally, and once he unleashed a radioactive attack, his mental energy would deplete swiftly, just as Gao Monli felt she could no longer hold on. Contemplating whether to abandon her bindings on the Minotaurs and flee with Su Lukang, a figure suddenly materialized before her. "Captain!" A glint of elation flickered in Gao Monli's eyes, and her body relaxed, slumping to the ground. The chains that had ensnared the Minotaurs vanished, and they surged toward Chun-Yi, who stood in their path. Observing the onrushing behemoths, Chun-Yi once more experienced that sensation of slow motion, akin to when he faced the goblins. He could distinctly perceive their every action. Everything was under his control. It was a manifestation of an absolute disparity in power. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the blade emitted a flash of cold light. In an instant, he stepped forward, his arm sweeping in a dazzling arc thwack. A series of sounds of tearing flesh echoed as the 4 minotaurs crashed to the ground before Gao Monli's astonished gaze, a crimson pool of blood rapidly forming beneath them. The minotaurs lay writhing in agony, their limbs severed, posing no further threat. They could only emit cries of anguish and desperate pleas for help. Gao Monli's countenance shifted, and she hastily exclaimed, "Captain, why didn't you finish them off? This will quickly attract a multitude of minotaurs." Chen turned slightly, replying in a subdued tone, "I intend to lure those monsters here." Gao Monli was taken aback, but before she could inquire further, Chen had sheathed his straight blade, stating, "Finish them off. Replenish your reserves." Gao Monli regained her composure, grasped her straight blade, and strode forward. Her gaze was unwavering as she brought the blade down, severing the 4 heads. As several streams of energy surged into her, Gao Monli felt her body absorbing the energy like a parched sponge. Her nearly depleted mental strength was replenished. Chen's gaze fell upon Su Lekong, who had just risen from the ground, and he inquired softly, "How are you feeling?" Su Lekong examined his hands, his eyes betraying an unmistakable thrill. He waved his arms exuberantly, exclaiming, "I feel fantastic. Is this the power of a first-tier evolver?" Chen nodded slightly, satisfied that neither of them was seriously harmed. "Let us proceed to the hospital for a brief exploration. If we find nothing, we shall head towards the middle school," he declared. With that, Chen swiftly dashed towards the hospital entrance. Gao Monli and Su Lekong exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 61. Crystals? The trio hastily entered the hospital, just as they were about to step into the disheveled registration hall, when Su Lekong suddenly gasped, "Goodness, Captain, you are astonishingly fierce. Did this giant truly meet its end in such a manner?" At this, Chen and Gao Monli glanced back at the severed corpse of the bullhead leader before promptly resuming their advance. After a few paces, Chen abruptly halted, seemingly struck by a thought, and turned back to regard the body, deep in contemplation. "What is it?" Gao Monli inquired, puzzled. Chen shook his head and slowly approached the bisected corpse. Drawing his knife from his waist, he aimed it at the chest of the upper half and thrust it downward. As the blade pierced the flesh, a stream of blood began to flow forth, leaving Gao Monli and Su Lekong bewildered, uncertain of Chen intentions. Undeterred by their confusion, Chen pulled the knife horizontally, cleaving the bullhead leader's chest open, and began to probe within, as if searching for something elusive. After a while, the blade seemed to have encountered something, feeling the sensation transmitted by the straight blade. Chen's eyes sparkled, and with a flick of his wrist, he thrust the blade upwards. With a squelch, a dark, diamond-shaped crystal, accompanied by a trickle of blood, was lifted. Chen swiftly reached out to grasp the crystal midair. Then with a quick movement, he stepped back several paces to avoid any blood splatter. "What is this?" Gao Monli and Su Lekong hurriedly approached, their eyes filled with curiosity as they fixed their gaze on the crystal in Chen's hand. Indeed, there was something. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and explained, "After I defeated the Goblin Lord, a crystal had dropped from its body, which made me wonder if the bull-headed leader would possess one as well." "So, what is the purpose of this crystal?" Su Lekong asked in confusion. Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "It should be a crystallization of that evolutionary energy, something that can be absorbed." "What?" Both Gao Monli and Su Lekong were taken aback, their faces a picture of astonishment. Their reaction was understandable, as the value of this object was immense. If what Chen claimed was true, and this crystal could be directly absorbed, it would mean that many individuals could become evolutionaries without facing monsters. They could even enhance their abilities without venturing into the perilous Forbidden Ruins. If this object were to spread beyond these confines, it would be far more than just an evolutionary energy crystal. It could indeed be something that countless highborn individuals would vie for. It could even be said to have the potential to alter the current paradigm. Chen's gaze flickered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. After stowing the crystal away, he said calmly, "Let's keep this matter for later. For now, we should focus on the task at hand." He naturally recognized the value of this item. However, he had no intention of surrendering these resources to the organization or reporting them. It would depend on the circumstances. At present, he speculated that such crystals could only be found within monsters of at least first-tier rank, or perhaps only among the elite classes within each monster species, such as the distinctly different Minotaur Commander and Goblin Lord. The specifics would become apparent with time. Upon hearing Chen's remarks, Gao Monli and Su Lekong refrained from further inquiries, suppressing their swirling thoughts as they followed Chen deeper inside. "Let us split up. I will head to the inpatient department. Gao Monli will go to the emergency room, and Su Lekang will take charge of the consultation building. Chen Yi decisively assigned tasks after surveying the hospital's layout. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished, leaving only a voice echoing. Return to the meeting point as swiftly as possible. Gao Manli and Su Lekang nodded in agreement, their forms also disappearing from sight. The local people's hospital was not particularly large, and within a few minutes, the three of them had explored every corner of the establishment. Upon returning to the rendezvous point, they exchanged glances, each understanding the conclusion. Chen Yi pondered briefly before stating, "It appears there is nothing here, so it is highly probable that we will find it at the town market." Gao Manli nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, shall we head there now?" Su Lekang also concurred. "Let us go. The situation here is rather noisy, and it is indeed time to withdraw." However, Chen Yi waved his hand, saying, "Not yet. The moment is not right." At his words, both Gao Manli and Su Lekang were momentarily taken aback. Gao Manli furrowed her brows in contemplation for a moment, and then a glimmer of inspiration flickered in her eyes as she began to speak. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by a subtle tremor from the ground. "It's here," Chen Yi remarked, glancing at Gao Manli with a slight smile playing on his lips. Gao Manli nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is a commendable idea. But breaking through and shaking them off may not be an easy task." "That was before," Chen Yi replied, his smile gradually fading. "I have now attained the second tier." Upon hearing this, Gao Manli was not overly surprised. Rather, she chuckled lightly. "Then please, Captain, allow us to witness your prowess." "What? Captain, you've reached the second tier? And what are you two playing at with these riddles?" "I can hardly follow," Su Lekang exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Yi disregarded his confusion and calmly instructed, "Prepare for battle. Just stay behind me." With that, Chen Yi strode toward the entrance of the hospital. Su Lekang immediately turned his gaze to Gao Manli, who promptly gave him a playful tap on the back of the head. As the trio approached the hospital entrance, the tremors beneath their feet grew increasingly pronounced. The roads and fields before them were teeming with dark figures, each towering 2 to 3 meters high, wielding massive axes, their muscles rippling, crowned with bull-like heads. "My goodness, there must be at least 200 of them." Su Lekang swallowed hard. Even having evolved to the first tier, the sight before him made his legs tremble with apprehension. Gao Manli's expression grew serious as she inquired, "Captain, do you have confidence? If not, we can retreat and find an alternative route." Chen Yi shook his head and remarked, "Most of the monsters are congregated here. Once we break through, our movements will become considerably more convenient. If we are encircled by so many creatures in the narrow alleys of the market, even I would find it difficult to maneuver. Therefore, rest assured, just stay close to me." Observing the approaching minotaurs, Chen Yi slowly raised his sword. A garment woven from lightning gradually enveloped his form, with blue and white arcs of electricity dancing wildly. Simultaneously, sparks of electricity began to surge from the blade, growing increasingly intense. Gao Manli and Su Lekang inhaled deeply, drawing their swords and preparing for the impending clash. As the minotaurs drew nearer, the tremors of the earth became increasingly pronounced. They were now merely 50 meters apart. Su Lekang's voice trembled with anxiety. "Captain, shall we not strike yet?" "Wait a moment longer," Chen Yi replied with a stoic expression. His sword now fully encased in a layer of blue and white lightning, resembling a manifestation of thunder. He fixed his gaze intently on the advancing minotaurs, waiting until they were within a 10-meter range before he finally acted. "Now is the time to strike. Kill." Chen Yi's expression darkened as he issued a sharp command. And with a swift motion, he executed a powerful horizontal slash with his sword. With a crackling sound, a sweeping arc of lightning, stretching 7 to 8 meters, erupted from the blade, nearly engulfing the area in front of the three. The radiant lightning cast a pallor on their faces. With a sudden crackle, lightning illuminated the scene. And in an instant, over a dozen minotaurs were cleaved in half, the shockwave sending another group of them staggering backward, black smoke billowing from their bodies, rendering them momentarily rigid. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yi stepped forth, his form darting forth like a bolt of lightning. The highly focused Gao Manli and Su Lekang also advanced simultaneously, barely registering the devastation wrought by Chen Yi's blade. With a swift flourish, Chen Yi wielded his sword with remarkable speed, each swing inevitably sending forth a spray of crimson, carving a path through the dense underbrush like a streak of lightning. Gao Manli and Su Lekang followed closely behind, delivering finishing blows. Their objective was to pierce through the enemy ranks as swiftly as possible and eliminate these minotaurs. Thus, Chen Yi did not aim for decapitation, Primarily due to his height, from the ground, he could not reach their heads. Instead, he severed their limbs, allowing Gao Monli and Su Lekong to deliver the final strikes. The mantra was clear: eliminate what could be slain, and retreat from what could not. Without a hint of hesitation. Thus, with Chun Yi leading the charge and Gao Monli and Su Lekong providing support, the trio formed a triangular formation, forcefully carving a bloody path through the throng of monsters. Before the encirclement of over 200 to 300 beasts could close in, Chun Yi had already led them to a breach, and the three surged forward, heading towards the direction of the Cold Water Academy, with the Minotaurs hot on their heels. Goodness, this is incredible, Su Lekong exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration as he gazed back at the receding horde of monsters. He could scarcely believe that he had managed to fight his way through such a formidable swarm, and it was impossible not to feel a rush of excitement. Gao Monli gazed at the silhouette of Chun Yi in front of her, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of colors. Without turning back, Chun Yi spoke in a calm tone, urging them to quicken their pace and shake off their pursuers. As he finished speaking, a flash of lightning danced across his thunderous attire, enhancing his speed yet again. Fortunately, both Gao Monli and Su Lekong had attained the first stage of evolution, allowing them to barely keep up with his rapid pace. However, the trio did not vanish from the sight of the Minotaurs. Instead, they maintained a distance just within view, ensuring that the creatures could see them but could not catch up in the short term. Until finally, they dashed into the school grounds under the watchful eyes of the Minotaurs. The three of them wandered through the school, and upon finding no spatial rifts, they made their way to a classroom on the second floor of one of the teaching buildings. Just outside this building lay a major road, and following it for 2 kilometers would lead them to the entrance of the town market. Let us wait a moment. Once they enter, we'll make our escape through the window, Chun Yi declared, already slicing through the window's security bars with a swift motion. Understood. Gao Monli and Su Lekong nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed intently on the school's main entrance. In less than 20 seconds, a tremor echoed outside, accompanied by furious roars, followed by the thunderous sound of footsteps. Let us go. Chun Yi sheathed his straight blade and leaped through the window without hesitation. Gao Monli and Su Lekong followed closely behind. Just as the trio landed on the road outside, a piercing scream reached their ears. Ah, help! Don't come any closer. Ah! Their expressions shifted slightly as they turned towards the source of the cry, which seemed to emanate from the direction of the school's administrative building. Damn it! Chun Yi's face darkened, cursing inwardly. What do we do now? There are people inside the school. Su Lekong's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he spoke, while Gao Monli's expression also turned grim. It was utterly unexpected for anyone to be present in the school. Not only did she fail to foresee this, but Chun Yi was equally taken aback. Firstly, the day the Forbidden Realm descended was a Saturday, and the local middle school did not accommodate boarding students since all the students were residents of the town, living in close proximity to their homes. The same applied to the teachers. Typically, after wrapping up their duties on Friday evening, the educators would return home. Even those teachers from outside the area mostly hailed from the city or the county, and they too would head home after classes on Friday. Considering the journey only took a little over an hour. Furthermore, several days had already passed, even if there were teachers who had not returned home. They would surely venture out in search of sustenance, as the town's middle school lacked a cafeteria, and the small convenience store had also closed. It was precisely on this basis that Chun Yi resolved to lure the monsters into the school. The campus was expansive, with a labyrinth of hallways connecting the various teaching buildings, which meant the creatures would likely take considerable time to scour the premises. This would also afford Chun Yi and his companions greater maneuverability. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that there were indeed individuals hiding within the school. This was not the outcome Chun Yi wished to encounter. While he had no intention of deliberately rescuing anyone, he could not accept the notion of endangering others because of his actions. With a sullen expression, Chun Yi rose to his feet, leapt, and climbed through the second-floor window. Gao Monli and Su Lekong exchanged a glance before hastily following suit. Chun Yi burst from the classroom, his form darting directly toward the administrative building. Fortunately, the office building was connected to this teaching block by a corridor, making it quite close. In the span of 2 breaths, Chun Yi had already reached the source of the anguished cries. Fixing his gaze ahead, a chill flickered in his eyes. A towering minotaur, exceeding 3 meters in height, wielded a massive axe, relentlessly pounding upon a security door. The door, already strained to its limit, was severely contorted. On the floor lay the mangled remains of a woman, her crimson blood pooling into a small stream across the polished surface. With another resounding thud as the Minotaur brought its axe down, the security door finally succumbed, tearing away along with a layer of the adjacent wall. A semblance of a savage grin spread across the Minotaur's face as it began to hack away at the wall beside the door. Its immense size prevented it from entering the room, necessitating the demolition of the wall. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the air, and the Minotaur's body froze. Its axe suspended mid-swing. Then, it collapsed backward, its head rolling to the side with a dull thud. Chun-Yi landed beside the fallen beast, casting nary a glance at the corpse on the ground before striding into the room. Gao Monli and Su Lekong followed closely, taking up positions on either side of the doorway, their gazes fixed upon the gathering horde of Minotaurs. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. This was no open field, and if they were surrounded, their adversaries could overwhelm them with sheer numbers in such a confined space. Chapter 63. Rescue. Chun-Yi entered the office and immediately spotted two figures cowering beneath a desk, trembling with fear. "Come out," Chun-Yi commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. "I'll lead you out of here." Crouching beneath the desk, the two individuals were startled into lifting their heads upon hearing unfamiliar voices. Upon encountering a stranger, a flicker of bewilderment crossed their faces, which were otherwise etched with fear. "Hurry," Chun-Yi barked once more. "Who are you? The outside is teeming with monsters. How can we possibly escape?" A middle-aged man, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, cautiously rose, clearly perceiving that venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death, exhibiting no intention of moving. Another man, seemingly younger, echoed, "Indeed, there are monsters everywhere. We cannot go out." Despite their efforts to suppress their trepidation, their voices trembled with palpable fear. Chun-Yi retorted coldly, "I have no time for idle chatter. Remaining here guarantees your demise. Follow me, and I shall ensure your safe passage out of the school." With that, he swept his hand in a decisive arc, and with a flash of lightning, a desk was cleaved in two, scorched remnants of thunder still smoldering upon its surface. The sight left the two teachers momentarily dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chun-Yi, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Disregarding their astonishment, Chun-Yi turned and strode towards the exit. He had returned to rescue these two, yet if they chose to remain and perish, he would bear no burden of guilt. His primary concern lay with the safety of his own companions. Observing Chun-Yi's departure, the younger teacher sprang to his feet and followed suit, exclaiming, "Director Wang, we should accompany him. He clearly possesses extraordinary capabilities. Staying here will only lead us to our doom." With a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, Director Wang, wearing black-framed glasses, quickly steeled himself and rose to follow Chun-Yi out. This was precisely the intention behind Chun-Yi's decisive action. By demonstrating his formidable prowess, he ensured that his companion would follow him out. Otherwise, remaining indoors would lead to certain doom, rendering it a more prudent choice to step outside. As Chun-Yi exited the office, he was met with the chaos of a fierce battle unfolding in the corridor. Ethereal chains wove through the space, obstructing the advancing Minotaurs. Su Lekong weaved and slashed, his blade piercing through the gaps in the chains to strike the Minotaurs, each blow erupting in a vibrant spray of blood. However, it was evident from Gao Monli's strained expression that their endurance was waning, and the chains restricted Su Lekong's movements, hindering his ability to swiftly eliminate the foes. The situation appeared increasingly dire. Should the chains be removed, the corridor would soon be overwhelmed by the monstrous horde, drastically worsening their predicament. Chun-Yi quickly assessed the situation and coldly inquired of the two behind him, "Are there any others in the school besides you?" After a moment's hesitation, Director Wang replied, "There is a female teacher on the 4th floor." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's gaze swept across the corridor and, spotting the staircase to his left, he stepped forward decisively. His blade crackling with electric energy, released the chains. At the moment his command resonated, Gao Monli relaxed her grip, and the translucent chains that had interlaced the corridor vanished instantly. Freed from their restraint, the Minotaurs surged forward with wild abandon, only to be met by a dazzling arc of lightning. ZZZZT. As Chun-Yi wielded his straight blade, arcs of electricity danced along its edge, slicing through the walls and railings of the corridor, cleaving a dozen or so Minotaurs in half as he commanded. "Take them and head to the 4th floor to find the others." His voice was devoid of warmth as he pivoted and dashed towards the right side of the hallway, where more Minotaurs were charging forth. Gao Monli and Su Lekong, without a moment's hesitation, each seized a teacher and raced towards the staircase. They held no concerns for Chun-Yi's safety. Their primary objective was to rescue everyone within the school so that they could all escape together. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Their expressions darkened further as they glanced downwards. The lower levels of the building were besieged by a menacing throng of minotaurs, who surged upward relentlessly. Damn it! Where are the others? Sulakong cursed, then turned to the two teachers for answers. Director Wong, trembling, pointed towards the door of an office not far away, stammering, She should still be in there. Without hesitation, Gao Monli and Sulakong led the two teachers to the office door, swiftly cleaving it open with a single strike. Looking inside, they indeed spotted a female teacher struggling to dismantle the security bars from the window. However, lacking tools and sufficient strength, her efforts proved futile. Upon their abrupt entrance, the teacher was visibly startled, but upon recognizing their faces, she gradually relaxed. Director Wong, Teacher Chen. What should we do now? Who are they? Her voice trembled with anxiety. Fear not. They reassured her. They are here to rescue us. If we follow them, we will survive. They are formidable. Director Wong comforted with a quivering voice, uncertain whether he was reassuring the other or himself. Gao Monli glanced around before moving to the window, peering down at the scene below. It was not a road, but a vast expanse of fields. With a swift motion, Gao Monli swung her straight knife, and as the blade sliced through the air, the window's protective grid shattered with a resounding clang. After tearing down the broken rebar, Gao Monli coldly commanded, Everyone, come here. Sulakong promptly urged a few individuals to the window, inquiring whether they should descend directly or wait for the captain to arrive. Gao Monli furrowed her brow and replied, You take them down. I will wait for the captain. Sulakong hesitated, then protested, How can I manage alone? With a piercing glare, Gao Monli retorted, Can't you do it in batches? Is that too difficult for you to grasp? With that, she turned her back on the group and strode toward the door. Sulakong awkwardly touched his nose and quickly shifted the conversation, stating, I'll take you down. But one at a time. Without waiting for the others' reactions, he scooped up the female teacher in his arms. Amid her startled exclamations, he leaped out of the window. Witnessing this, Director Wong and the others were left dumbfounded. Director, this is the 4th floor. Is it truly safe? Teacher Chen gulped nervously. Before they could assess the situation below, Sulakong reappeared, climbing back through the window. During their astonishment, he seized Teacher Chen by the shoulder and dragged him out into the void once more, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the hallway was engulfed in a fierce battle as they maneuvered to evacuate the others from the school. Chun-Yi was drenched in blood. His black combat uniform stained a deep crimson. In such a narrow corridor, even he could not evade the splattering gore. As the lightning flashed incessantly, Chun-Yi swiftly ascended to the 4th floor, locking eyes with Gao Monli, who had just exited her office. Where is he? Found him. Sulakong is leading him outside. Chun-Yi nodded and promptly instructed, Delay for a moment longer. Give him some time. Chapter 64, Mission Objective. After Sulakong led 3 individuals down from the 4th floor, they sprinted toward the town market. Perhaps due to the nearby minotaurs being drawn to the school, they encountered no peril along the way. Passing by a convenience store, Sulakong ushered the 3 inside, saying, Stay here and don't wander off. I'll rendezvous with the captain. Just as he was about to exit, his arm was seized by Director Wong. Wait, you can't just leave like this. What will we do if you go? We'll surely perish. Director Wong exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Sulakong glared. Don't push your luck. You've already wasted enough of our time. Don't expect us to safeguard you for eternity. But you've already rescued us. You can't just abandon us halfway, right? They're formidable and surely won't be harmed. If you disregard us, we will truly perish. Director Wong, observing the fierce expression on Sulakong's face, felt a flutter of anxiety but still gritted his teeth and spoke, constantly exchanging glances with the female teacher and Teacher Chen. The female teacher hesitated for a moment before grasping Sulakong's hand, stating, Director Wong is indeed correct. Your 2 teammates are remarkably capable and should be fine. However, leaving us here could result in our untimely demise. Sulakong's gaze turned icy as he forcefully withdrew his hand from theirs, his tone chillingly resolute as he declared, I have said it before. Remain here without moving, and you will be safe. This time, he did not afford them the opportunity to respond, nor did he exhibit any semblance of compassion. With that, he pivoted and vanished into the street. Having endured previous experiences, he recognized that conversing with these individuals was largely futile. Those clinging to hope would not heed his words. Their primary concern lay solely with their own safety, devoid of rational contemplation. Thus, Sulakong harbored no intention of further entangling himself with them and proceeded on his way. Not long after Sulakong had departed, he spotted 2 figures hastening towards him. Upon recognizing them, he exhaled deeply. Captain, are you both unharmed? Chen Yi, supporting Gao Manli, approached Su Lekong and reassured him, I am fine. She is merely fatigued and requires a moment to recuperate. He then scanned the surroundings, inquiring, where are the others? Oh, Su Lekong recalled, responding, I have placed them in the convenience store up ahead. Let us proceed there. Chen Yi nodded, assisting Gao Manli as he urged, lead the way. In no time, the trio followed Su Lekong back to the convenience store, where the anxious trio within breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Chen Yi and company's return. Although uncertain of these individuals' identities, they recognized them as fellow humans. And formidable ones at that. That was sufficient for them. Take a moment to rest, Chen Yi said as he helped Gao Manli settle down. Then cast a frosty glance at Director Wang and the others. Although we have rescued you, do not entertain the thought of taking advantage of us. I do not have the luxury of time to manage your affairs, understood? Chen Yi aimed to leave no impression of amicability, fearing that they might overstep their bounds. Hence he maintained a stern demeanor. The female teacher inquired timidly, what do you mean? Chen Yi's gaze grew even colder as he replied in a hushed tone. What I mean is, we have business to attend to, and you are to remain here, without exception. Is that clear? Why? If a monster comes, we will perish. The previously silent teacher Chen finally spoke up. Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged as he coldly responded, that is unfortunate. Your survival here at least grants you some time. Perhaps by then the situation will have resolved itself. However, if you accompany us, your demise is likely imminent. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed, Chen Yi declared, unwilling to squander any more time or words on them, deeming it unnecessary. As long as they could endure another day, the situation would essentially be resolved. After all, most potential threats had already been eliminated, and it was conceivable that the location of the Lord could be discovered today, bringing this matter to a close. At that point, a rescue team would undoubtedly arrive to conclude the affair. If they could not last even this brief period, it would be a matter of fate. Let us depart, Chen Yi announced, turning away. Please wait a moment. Director Wang still has something to say. Chen Yi suddenly turned around, an unintentional aura emanating from him. He fixed his gaze on Director Wang and said, I mean it. You all stay here. Do you understand? His voice was cold and piercing. Understood. Director Wang swallowed hard, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Chen Yi turned and left directly, followed by Gao Manli and Su Lekong, neither of whom glanced back. It was not that they were heartless, capable yet unwilling to extend help. Rather, they understood the gravity of the situation. Bringing those individuals along would hinder their progress. Their primary objective was to eliminate the Lord. Rescuing people was the responsibility of the rescue team. Due to Gao Manli's still recovering stamina, the trio proceeded at a leisurely pace, showing no urgency to hasten their journey. Captain, will leaving them there be all right? Su Lekong inquired softly, glancing back. Chen Yi cast an impassive look at him and replied coolly, would you prefer to stay and keep an eye on them? Su Lekong fell silent, unable to retort. Gao Manli glanced at him and gently remarked, we are not equipped to conduct rescue operations. Our mission is to eliminate the Lord and dismantle the Forbidden Ruins barrier. Only then can the survivors here be saved. Do you not grasp this yet? Su Lekong lowered his head, saying, I understand. I apologize, Captain. I shall not pose such foolish questions again. Chen Yi remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. After a considerable distance, he finally spoke. Gao Manli, how is your recovery going? Gao Manli responded, moving her limbs, I'm nearly back to normal. I can participate in the battle without issue. Chen Yi nodded and promptly urged, accelerate our pace. We must swiftly locate the spatial rift and confront the Lord of this realm. Understood. Gao Manli and Su Lekong replied in unison. The trio immediately quickened their steps, heading towards the town's marketplace. They chose not to traverse the mainland, but instead weave through the buildings flanking the road. Moreover, since the majority of the Minotaurs were congregated near the school, even if they encountered any, they would be trailing behind them. Thus, they hardly encountered any Minotaurs along the way. When they did come across one or two, Chen Yi and his companions paid them no heed, opting to circumvent them to avoid any complications. The trio had a singular focus, to locate the spatial rift, which Chen Yi surmised would manifest in a densely populated area. Therefore, their primary target was the town's shopping center, Tyran Plaza. Initially, they had intended to search thoroughly, having several alternative destinations in mind. However, to their astonishment, upon arriving at the plaza, they were met with a spatial rift towering over 10 meters high, prominently situated at the center of the plaza, impossible to miss. Chapter 65, The Minotaur Lord. Alongside the striking rift, the devastation surrounding them was equally apparent. overturned carts, shattered storefronts, and a gruesome scene of crimson and mangled corpses littered the ground. An indescribable stench assailed the trio's nostrils. Gao Monli and Su Lekong turned pale, their stomachs churning violently. Their teeth clenched as if enduring some unseen torment. Even Chun Yi furrowed his brow deeply, diverting his gaze while fixating intently on the colossal spatial rift. "Steady yourselves," Chun Yi commanded firmly. Upon hearing this, Gao Monli and Su Lekong similarly shifted their gazes, their eyes imbued with a profound aura of menace and fury as they regarded the spatial rift. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, Chun Yi ascertained that no minotaurs were congregating nearby, and he raised his hand in a gesture signaling the commencement of their mission. Gao Monli and Su Lekong followed Chun Yi closely as they advanced towards the rift, their strides resolute and powerful, each harboring an undeniable intent to kill. Chun Yi continuously adjusted his breathing, for this was his inaugural encounter with a lord-level creature. Previously, he had faced the wrath of a tyrant, but this time, he relied solely on his own strength. Although he had 2 companions by his side, the impending lord was at least of the second tier. He did not possess absolute confidence. Nevertheless, he must forge ahead. As the trio approached the rift, they appeared diminutive before the vast chasm. Yet their resolve remained unwavering as they stepped into its depths. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and in a moment of disorientation, the surroundings seemed to ripple like the surface of a lake disturbed by the wind, only to restore itself to reality in the next instant. However, the scenery had transformed entirely. Before them lay an endless expanse of barren plains. Not far ahead loomed a colossal formation, familiar from Chun Yi's previous encounter, with a crimson beam illuminating its center. As the 3 entered, the beam at the formation's core began to quiver violently, gradually dissipating into luminous specks. "What is that? A formation? Is that how the monsters emerge?" Su Lekong inquired, his eyes reflecting astonishment at this unprecedented sight. With a grave expression, Chun Yi replied, "The monsters likely materialize through that formation. The area enveloped in red light marks the location of the Lord. Once we enter, the red light will begin to fade, and the Lord shall appear. Thus far, this is all that is known." Chun Yi's gaze sharpened gradually as he slowly unsheathed the straight blade from his waist, simultaneously intoning coldly, "Prepare for battle. As per our customary strategy, I shall lead the frontal assault. Gao Monli will focus on control, and Su Lekong's abilities remain uncertain. Hence he is free to engage as he sees fit. We shall adopt a triangular formation, ready to transition between offense and defense." "Understood." Both Gao Monli and Su Lekong responded in unison. At that moment, the crimson light dissipated entirely, revealing a colossal figure at the center of the formation. It was a minotaur standing over 5 meters tall, its physique significantly larger than that of the minotaur captain, its body exuding a dark golden hue, with muscles glinting as if forged from adamantine. The mere sight of it imparted an overwhelming sense of invulnerability. Simultaneously, the creature's form was adorned with peculiar purple patterns, reminiscent of those on the arms of the minotaur captain, albeit the former's markings enveloped its entire body. Chun Yi's focus intensified as he sensed a formidable challenge. This adversary appeared to embody both strength and resilience. This type of foe could be characterized by high offensive capabilities and substantial health. One could strike at them for an eternity without inflicting harm, while a single blow from them could spell doom. The margin for error in such a confrontation is exceedingly slim. Furthermore, the creature's agility remained an enigma. Its imposing stature did not necessarily indicate a lack of swiftness. With a thunderous bellow that echoed like a raging bull, the towering minotaur leader caught sight of Chun Yi and his companions. The terrifying sound waves enveloped them, causing their eardrums to throb painfully and momentarily disorienting their minds. Chun Yi was the first to regain his composure, and as he took in the scene before him, his pupils constricted in alarm. With a crackling sound, blue and white arcs of electricity danced wildly around Chun Yi, as a garment seemingly woven from lightning enveloped him in an instant. He suddenly pivoted, seizing the arms of Gao Monli and Su Lekong, and hurled them to either side. Simultaneously, he leapt high into the air. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. This sequence of movements was completed in a single breath, as the bull-headed leader surged past their previous position like a locomotive, stirring a cloud of dust and gravel. It is difficult to fathom the consequences had they been struck by such a force. In the moment they were propelled backward, Gao Monli and Su Lekong regained their senses. They fought to stabilize their bodies mid-air, and as their feet made contact with the ground, their calves surged with power, propelling them towards Chun Yi like cannonballs. As Chun-Yi landed and steadied himself, Gao Monli and Su Lekang had already positioned themselves behind him, each gripping a straight blade with determination. Be cautious. It possesses the ability to attack spiritual entities. We must engage, Chun-Yi cautioned as he dashed toward the bull-headed leader, who had just regained its stance. Gao Monli and Su Lekang followed closely, establishing a triangular formation, one to the left and one to the right. With a bellow, the bull-headed leader turned and unleashed a furious roar, before bringing its colossal axe crashing down, aimed directly at Chun-Yi. A glint flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes. As his feet struck the ground, he accelerated once more, darting through the creature's legs just before the axe descended. Meanwhile, Gao Monli and Su Lekang, realizing their speed was insufficient, came to an abrupt halt. The axe cleaved through the earth, carving a deep trench that separated Chun-Yi from Gao Monli. In the fleeting moment when the axe swung, Gao Monli and Su Lekang surged forward, accelerating towards Chun-Yi, swiftly regaining their formation. At that instant, Chun-Yi had already positioned himself behind the bull-headed lord. A flicker akin to lightning danced in his gaze as he wielded his straight blade, enveloped in a tempestuous aura of thunder, and struck fiercely at the opponent's knee tendon. The blade sliced through the flesh, emitting a disconcerting sound. Chun-Yi's pupils jolted in disbelief. The razor-sharp blade had failed to inflict any significant damage. It merely grazed the muscle, leaving a wound that, in the face of the opponent's colossal stature, was akin to a mere scratch from a small knife. Gazing at the purple patterns adorning the bull-headed lord's legs, a sense of dread washed over Chun-Yi. He had noticed the faint glow of the patterns when he struck, yet he had not anticipated that they could enhance the opponent's defensive capabilities to such an extent. This was going to be a challenging fight. It was worth noting that his previous strike had been nearly at full force, bolstered by the thunderous armor, the blade's sharpness, and the thunder that enveloped the edge. And yet, it had only resulted in a minor injury. Clang! At that moment, a jarring sound of metal scraping echoed. Chun-Yi turned to see Su Lekang had made his move. Su Lekang's blade struck the bull-headed lord's right calf, and the tremendous recoil split open his palm. Yet the opponent's calf was merely grazed. Stunned by the sight, Su Lekang erupted in exasperation. What the hell? This is utterly ridiculous. Chapter 66. The Edge. Similarly, Gao Monli joined the fray. Observing that Chun-Yi and her attacks had proven ineffective, she refrained from continuing her assault on the opponent's legs. Instead, she pivoted her blade, directing its point toward the robust hooves of the bull lord. Gripping the sword with both hands, she summoned all her strength and the weight of her body, plunging it fiercely downward. With a sharp sound, the blade penetrated 3 inches into flesh. Yet, that was the extent of her success. The hardened bone steadfastly resisted the point of her blade, rendering her efforts futile as she could not drive it any deeper. Reluctantly, she withdrew her weapon. For the bull lord's retaliation was imminent. After the trio had unleashed their barrage of attacks, the bull lord recalibrated the momentum of its axe, stabilizing its center of gravity. In an instant, the violet markings on its arm glimmered with an eerie light. Witnessing this, Chun-Yi's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Be cautious. Scatter." Without needing further urging, Gao Monli and Su Lekang each retreated to the sides as the bull lord raised its axe. In contrast, Chun-Yi advanced rather than retreating, leaping high into the air to land a foot upon the bull lord's hindquarters, utilizing the momentum to propel himself further. At that moment, the bull lord had gathered its strength, yet its target was not Chun-Yi, who remained behind it. It did not turn around but aimed directly at Gao Monli instead. For her prior assault had stung more than Su Lekang's. As the bull lord's axe descended towards her, Gao Monli exhibited no trace of panic. For she had already positioned herself beyond the reach of its swing. The axe could not touch her. With a swift motion, the colossal axe sliced downward, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed to cleave through the air, sending ripples through the very fabric of space itself. Gao Monli's estimation was indeed accurate. The colossal axe could not reach her. However, at the very moment of its descent, an ominous, dark blade of energy cleaved forth from the axe, hurtling directly towards her with astonishing speed. Gao Monli's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, unprepared for such an eventuality. Yet, her reflexes were not sluggish. She propelled herself sideways with a sudden surge of force, evading the impending strike. Concurrently, a dozen translucent energy chains surged from the void around her, weaving together to form a protective shield before her. Clang! The dark energy blade struck the chain shield with tremendous force, sending powerful energy waves rippling outward. The shield erupted violently, yet the residual energy of the blade continued to surge forth. Fortunately, Gao Monli had already maneuvered outside the range of the blade's attack. As long as the blade did not curve, she remained unharmed. Observing this scene, Su Lekong, not far away, exhaled a sigh of relief. But his expression swiftly morphed into one of ferocity as he launched himself towards the recovering Minotaur Lord. Simultaneously, Chen Yi, having leapt over the Minotaur Lord's head, displayed a glint of determination in his gaze. Clutching his straight knife tightly, a thick layer of lightning gathered upon its blade. With a reverse grip, he raised the knife high, its tip pointed downward, arching his body backward like a drawn bow. Harnessing the momentum of his descent, he unleashed a powerful thrust, driving the blade into the Minotaur Lord's neck. The blade pierced with a sickening sound, burrowing deep until it met bone, effectively demonstrating the wisdom gleaned from Gao Monli's assault. When a sweeping strike fails to inflict significant damage, one should concentrate their power at a single point, thus piercing through the surface. The efficacy of such a strategy proved immediate and resounding. Immediately, untamed lightning coursed through the Minotaur chieftain's body, causing its towering 5-meter frame to become rigid and tremble subtly. As a fellow adept of the second tier, Chen Yi's lightning possessed the potency to inflict grievous harm upon the Minotaur chieftain, especially when unleashed from within. Chen Yi amplified the transmission of lightning, turning the straight sword piercing the Minotaur chieftain into a lightning rod, channeling the rampaging electricity throughout its body. The Minotaur chieftain was rendered incapable of even a mournful cry. Chen Yi's gaze was filled with ferocious intent. He gripped the hilt of the straight sword with unwavering resolve, the backs of his hands scalded and peeling, layers of charred flesh flaking away due to the frenzied surge of lightning. Yet, he seemed impervious, his hands exerting a violent twist upon the blade. His feet were firmly planted upon the Minotaur chieftain's shoulders, every muscle and joint in his body straining as the blade commenced its transverse journey across the Minotaur chieftain's neck. The sounds of flesh being rent echoed in Chen Yi's ears, yet he remained oblivious, his teeth clenched, a touch of madness creeping into his countenance, one eye bloodshot. His mind was consumed by the images he had witnessed: shattered streets, ruined buildings, mangled corpses, and the acrid stench of blood. These visions flashed through his mind, igniting boundless ferocity and rage within him. With a deafening bellow, the Minotaur chieftain finally sensed the imminent threat of death. Simultaneously, the purple adorning its body flared with a faint luminescence. In that instant, the Minotaur chieftain regained its mobility. It bore the tempestuous lightning raging within its body, one hand forcefully striking its own shoulder, precisely where Chen Yi stood. Yet, Chen Yi appeared oblivious, relentlessly expanding the gaping wound upon the neck of the bull headlord. Just as the palm was about to descend upon Chen Yi, a flurry of translucent chains erupted from the void, ensnaring the bull headlord's hand with an unyielding grip. These chains seemed to originate from another realm, silently and inescapably binding him, numbering no less than 15. This was the extent of Gao Monli's power at that moment. The chains were rendered taut by the immense force, emitting a jarring clatter as wisps of energy began to dissipate into the air, clearly unable to endure for long. Su Lekong, you worthless fool, cease your attacks. Gao Monli, crouching low to the ground, clasped her hands tightly against her chest, gritting her teeth in frustration. Aren't you at the first tier? What of your abilities? Shouldn't you be saving your strength for us to reclaim the fallen? Su Lekong, who had been relentlessly hacking at the bullhead lord's shins, suddenly froze. Hearing Gao Monli's tirade, he glanced at the numerous wounds he had inflicted upon the creature's leg. How shall I put it? It could be said to have had no effect whatsoever. After a brief silence, he closed his eyes, endeavoring to attune himself to the newfound power coursing through him. Following his ascension to the first tier, he had scarcely taken a moment to comprehend the abilities he had acquired, and thus remained unaware of their nature. Now, he needed to take a moment to feel it out. Seconds later, Su Lekong opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness illuminating them. In the next instant, he raised his blade once more, aiming it fiercely at the bull headlord's calf, and with a swift motion, he struck down. In contrast to before, this time the straight blade was enveloped in a faint white light, imparting an almost disconcerting sensation as though one's eyes might be sliced open merely by gazing at its edge. With a swift thrust, blood erupted forth. A long gash appeared on the calf of the bull-headed lord, deeper than any inflicted by Chen Yi previously. It is noteworthy that Chen Yi had already ascended to the second tier, while Su Lekong was still at the first. This signifies that Su Lekong's prowess bestows the blade with unparalleled sharpness. In Chapter 67, Slaying the Bull-Headed Lord, Su Lekong's eyes glimmered at the sight of the formidable wound he had created. He abruptly turned his gaze toward Chen Yi, fixating on the straight blade embedded in the neck of the bull-headed lord. Gradually, he extended his hand, and a surge of mental energy surged forth. Buzz! Chun-Yi felt a sudden lightness in his grip, as if the blade, previously ensnared by muscle, had been liberated, effortlessly tearing through sinews as resilient as steel. Upon looking down, he beheld a delicate golden radiance undulating across the blade's surface, intertwining with crackling bolts of lightning, which were now tinged with a golden hue. Chun-Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, his arm muscles tensed abruptly, and a fierce cry escaped his lips as he summoned all his strength to draw the blade. Flash! The straight blade cleaved a deep gash into the bull-headed lord's neck, nearly severing it entirely. Blood gushed from the immense wound, and even the power of lightning failed to sear it immediately. Moo! In agony, the bull-headed lord let out a piercing roar, unleashing his latent potential once more. His body adorned with glowing purple patterns. The once translucent chains entwined around his arms could no longer withstand the strain, shattering into luminous fragments that vanished into the ether. With a sudden gasp, Gao Monli coughed up blood as the chains shattered, collapsing to the ground, crimson oozing from her 7 orifices. Thud! The bull lord, unshackled, slammed his palm onto his shoulder, staunching the flow of blood from his gaping wound. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi had already evaded the lethal blade that had grazed his neck. Leaping from the bull lord's shoulder, he swiftly reached Gao Monli's side and helped her up, then retreated hastily. "Are you all right?" Chun-Yi inquired, observing her pallid countenance. "I'm fine," Gao Monli gasped. "Exerting control over a second-tier lord is still somewhat taxing. You should rest. I will handle the remainder." As Chun-Yi spoke, he gently set Gao Monli down and turned to charge at the bull lord. However, his arm was unexpectedly grasped, prompting him to look back in confusion. Gao Monli, her eyes now a vivid crimson, whispered, "Control yourself, please." Taken aback, Chun-Yi nodded, assuring her, "Do not worry, I am in command of myself." With that, he brushed aside her hand and vanished in an instant. On the battlefield, Su Lekong was engaged in a relentless dance with the now frenzied bull lord. The bull lord was utterly deranged, attacking without any semblance of strategy, one hand clutching his wound while the other wielded a massive axe, cleaving wildly. Su Lekong could only evade desperately, his movements appearing rather ragged. "Captain, if you don't arrive soon, I may very well perish," Su Lekong shouted, all the while inflicting gruesome wounds upon the bull lord's legs. Now, his assaults had begun to breach the defenses of the Minotaur Lord, inflicting a measure of harm. Chun-Yi swiftly approached the battlefield, a layer of lightning shimmering around him, causing his speed to surge dramatically. He inhaled deeply, gradually suppressing the tumultuous negative emotions within. Observing the still vibrant Minotaur Lord, his brows unconsciously knitted into a frown. Such creatures are indeed troublesome. Despite the substantial gash across its neck, it appeared unaffected, merely experiencing a slight decline in strength and agility. With its large size, robust vitality, and formidable attack power, a strategy must be devised. Chun-Yi pondered incessantly. Upon witnessing the Minotaur Lord's eyes turn a vivid crimson, his gaze sharpened. Su Lekong, divert its attention. Chun-Yi commanded coldly, and in an instant, he accelerated, resembling a bolt of lightning as he maneuvered to the rear of the Minotaur Lord. Su Lekong found himself at a loss. The Minotaur Lord was already pursuing him relentlessly. How could he possibly attract its focus? Yet, as he noticed the beast's gaze shifting towards Chun-Yi, he gritted his teeth and, after narrowly evading a thunderous stomp, leapt into the air. His straight blade emanated a faint golden glow, and Su Lekong shot forth like an arrow released from the ground, plunging fiercely into the Minotaur Lord's rectum. With a squelch, the blade, over a meter long, was nearly fully embedded within. Just before the foul blood could cascade down, Su Lekong swiftly withdrew his weapon and retreated. He wished to avoid being drenched in that blood, as it might leave an indelible mark on his psyche. Moo, moo, moo. The bull-headed lord let out a series of chilling howls, his blood-red eyes fixated solely on the rapidly fleeing Su Lekong. With a thunderous stomp, he left deep craters in the earth, swiftly pursuing Su Lekong while raising his colossal axe, dark energy gathering around it. Suddenly, Su Lekong felt an icy chill run down his spine. Turning back, he was instantly gripped by terror. He shouted, "Captain, if we don't hurry, I truly cannot hold on any longer." Meanwhile, Chun-Yi had somehow climbed back onto the shoulder of the bull-headed lord, this time on the opposite side. Away from the hand he had pressed against his wound. "Enhance my weapon." Chun-Yi's gaze was intensely fixed on the bull-headed lord's crimson eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Lekong lifted his gaze towards Chun-Yi, and his eyes soon fell upon the straight blade in the latter's hand, which began to shimmer with a golden brilliance. The light in his eyes mirrored the blade, reflecting its glow as if from a polished surface. Sensing the transformation of the blade, Chun-Yi felt the lightning energy within him surge wildly, coalescing and compressing along the blade's edge. In the next moment, Chun-Yi bent his knees, his leg muscles powering up, propelling him like a lightning arrow. With a piercing sound, the straight blade, imbued with intense lightning and sharpness, plunged into the bull-headed lord's eye. The creature halted abruptly, the tremendous impact causing its massive head to tilt back violently. The energy that had gathered in the raised axe began to dissipate, and its head thrashed wildly, the hand that pressed against its neck wound instantly reaching out towards Chun-Yi. Moo! In Chun-Yi's eyes glimmered a fierce ferocity as energy surged into his straight blade, unleashing a tempest of lightning upon it. With a thunderous slash, he gripped the hilt with unwavering determination, expending every ounce of his strength in a horizontal strike. The blade sliced through the bull-headed lord's eye, and a brilliant arc of thunderous energy erupted, sweeping across the entirety of the creature's visage. The bull-headed lord froze momentarily, its hand suspended in midair, before its massive form began to topple backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. In that instant, its head split horizontally from the eye socket, scattering a gruesome array of crimson and charred remnants across the earth. At last, it was done. In the distance, Su Lekong collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, while Gao Monli exhaled a sigh of relief before succumbing to fatigue, her vision fading to black as she fainted. Chapter 68. The 136th Regiment. After his descent, Chun-Yi first assessed the conditions of Gao Monli and Su Lekong before slowly approaching the lifeless body of the bull-headed lord. A hint of perplexity in his gaze. He recalled how the brutal force had caused the goblin lord's corpse to vanish immediately after its demise. And this scenario was evidently different. Moreover, the bull-headed lord's intelligence appeared markedly inferior, lacking the capability to articulate human language, unlike its goblin counterpart. As he pondered, Chun-Yi recalled the goblin lord's final words. "Human, we shall meet again." Frowning slightly, he inhaled deeply and approached the colossal carcass, raising his blade to begin the dissection. After a considerable effort, he extracted a dark crystal, slightly larger than his fist, examining it closely before securing it within his possession. This crystal is likely a second-order energy crystal, which holds significant power even for him. Subsequently, Chun-Yi glanced at the colossal axe dropped by the Minotaur Lord. He recalled that the Goblin Lord's weapon had transformed into motes of light and vanished. Why, then, did this axe remain? He approached the towering axe, pondering briefly before dismissing it and turning towards Gao Monli. The size of this weapon rendered it impractical for transport, and official personnel would likely arrive to handle it. Its value presumably lay in its material composition. Wielding such an axe in combat was not suited to him. After hoisting Gao Monli onto his back, Chun-Yi looked at Su Lekong, who was still panting heavily, and said, "Let us go. Otherwise, it will be difficult to move soon." Upon hearing this, Su Lekong instantly perked up, forcing himself to remain composed. "Then let us be on our way. General Huo might be anxiously awaiting us." With that, he forged ahead, clearing the path. Chun-Yi, expressionless as he carried Gao Monli, followed closely behind. In the outside world, at a certain moment in Coldwater Town, all the Minotaurs experienced a tremor in their bodies, subsequently directing their gazes toward the rift in space. In the next instant, Minotaurs from various locations began to charge frantically toward the rift. From the village, the ravine, and the mountainside, massive figures surged forth, heading towards the town market. Simultaneously, the crimson barrier that had enveloped Coldwater Town began to slowly dissipate. Many survivors within the town noticed this phenomenon. However, due to the chaos instigated by the rampaging Minotaurs outside, they dared not make a single move, cowering in their hiding places, trembling in fear. Outside the perimeter of Coldwater Town, the moment the red light dissipated, the various assembled units sprang into action, all awaiting orders from their superiors. Among them were rescue teams tasked with saving lives, military forces designated for direct combat, and reconnaissance troops responsible for scouting. A makeshift military camp had even been erected, with artillery pieces pivoting to aim at the direction of Coldwater Town. In the rear encampment, upon receiving the news, Hua Xiaoyuan swiftly emerged. Casting a glance at the fading red light before seizing the walkie-talkie and issuing a cold command, "Prepare radar coverage, combat teams ready to breach, rescue teams on standby. Reconnaissance units begin dispersing. I want every monster's location confirmed. I will eradicate these damn creatures." "Yes. Understood. Immediate action." The walkie-talkie crackled with a series of affirmations. and soon the troops that had gathered outside the perimeter began to mobilize, with several convoys hastily entering Coldwater Town. Following closely were the combat teams, with the rescue units trailing behind. Before long, drones began to stream into Coldwater Town from above, resembling a meticulously woven net that gradually enveloped the entire area. Hua Xiaoyuan gazed at the sky, which had returned to its normal state, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. That lad, resolving a second-tier forbidden zone in just 2 days truly brings me pride. I wonder what those old fellows will say now. A flicker of coldness crossed Hua Xiaoyuan's face as he recalled the expressions of certain individuals during the meeting. Suddenly, he retrieved an encrypted phone from his pocket, gliding his fingers across its surface to dial a number. After Chun Yi and Su Lekong emerged from the spatial rift, they swiftly sought refuge in a hidden location. Given the vastness of Lingshui Town, it was improbable that the officials could complete a thorough sweep in a timely manner. Outside, rampant minotaurs roamed, making their escape a formidable challenge. Perhaps it was prudent to wait a while longer. Chun Yi gently placed Gao Monli on the sofa, intending to step outside for a brief assessment of the situation when a sudden ringing emanated from his backpack. His gaze shifted, and he retrieved the vibrating phone. Glancing at the screen, which displayed a flickering dragon emblem, he answered the call and approached the window, gazing towards the distant horizon. Hello? On the other end, Hua Xiaoyuan's voice was devoid of levity. The mission has been executed satisfactorily. The commendation will be dispensed shortly. Chun Yi's expression remained impassive as he replied, evenly, understood. Without further pleasantries, Hua Xiaoyuan continued, I require intelligence on the monsters. Anticipating this, Chun Yi promptly reported, the minotaurs stand between 2 and 3.5 meters tall, with the strongest possessing first-tier capabilities. They exhibit high defense and immense strength, wielding considerable destructive power. The exact numbers are unknown, yet conservatively estimated to be no fewer than 500. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoyuan's tone turned grave. I have dispatched a team to enter Lingshui Town, as you indicated. It seems this extermination mission will necessitate your assistance. Chun Yi remained silent, awaiting further instructions. After a moment of silence, Hua Xiaoyuan spoke coldly. Someone will contact you shortly, and you will assume temporary command of the battle. I shall not concern myself with the process. I merely desire the annihilation of those monsters. Chun Yi did not hesitate but rather replied, Understood, but first, I need to ensure the safe exit of my 2 teammates. That is up to you. Hua Xiaoyuan concluded before abruptly ending the call. Chun Yi pocketed his phone and turned to Su Lekong, instructing, You take her out first. I will remain to eradicate the monsters. Su Lekong expressed his discontent, saying, Captain, there is no need for me to leave. I can still fight. Chun Yi shot him a glance, his tone icy as he commanded, Take good care of Gao Monli, do you understand? Su Lekong was taken aback, but quickly composed himself, responding solemnly, Understood, Captain. Within mere minutes, Chun Yi heard a resounding thud of heavy objects crashing against the ground echoing from the street below. He squinted out the window and beheld enormous figures surging forth from the nearby streets, hastening towards the rift in space. They are coming. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chun Yi's eyes. Simultaneously, his encrypted phone vibrated slightly in his hand. Hello, this is Chun Yi, he answered promptly. Greetings, Captain Chun. I am Shun Yuan, the commander of the 136th Combat Unit, contacting you at General Hua's behest. Please report your location. We are on our way to assist you. Chun Yi replied coolly, No need for that. Where are you? I will come to find you. Chapter 69, The Purging Operation. 10 minutes later, Chun Yi and Su Lekong arrived at the location of the 136th Combat Regiment, situated in a village near the highway entrance. The entire village had been thoroughly searched, with soldiers patrolling every corner. Various armored vehicles and ammunition boxes nearly filled every available space in the village. Chun Yi gently lowered Gao Monli from his back, allowing Su Lekong to assist her before he strode directly toward a military off-road vehicle. Hello, I am Shun Yuan. A middle-aged man in uniform introduced himself as he extended his hand. Chun Yi shook his hand and replied, I have the honor of meeting you, Commander Shin. After a nod of acknowledgement, Shun Yuan promptly stated, General Hua has instructed that all actions are to follow Captain Chen's orders. Where shall we commence our operations? With an expressionless demeanor, Chun Yi responded, I have teammates who are unconscious. We must first send a few individuals to escort them out. Without further ado, Shun Yuan gestured to a nearby soldier, who understood the command and promptly exited the vehicle. Soon, an off-road vehicle arrived to transport Su Lekong and Gao Monli swiftly away from the Coldwater Town. Observing this, Chen-Yi retracted his gaze and stated, "We have dealt with the Lord. Now, the monsters from various villages in Coldwater Town are beginning to gather at the town's marketplace. Given the disparity in individual strength, I do not recommend a direct confrontation, as it would likely result in significant casualties." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Instead of refuting, he inquired, "If we do not act swiftly, the gathered monsters may discover more survivors. What should we do?" Chen-Yi had already formulated a rough plan. He articulated his thoughts with clarity. "Our primary objective is to rescue the survivors, and only then to eradicate the monsters. Therefore, we can disperse our team and conduct search and rescue operations in various villages. I believe rescue teams are already undertaking such efforts, correct?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, so we need not concern ourselves with that." However, Chen-Yi shook his head and replied, "Our focus should not be on the villages, but rather on the streets of the town. I am convinced that numerous survivors are still hiding in those areas. Currently, all the monsters are converging towards the town market, and those individuals cannot remain concealed for long. We must locate them before that happens. Once we ensure there are no survivors in the town market, the situation will become much more manageable. We can directly request heavy artillery strikes." "Heavy artillery strikes?" Shen Yuan's gaze sharpened suddenly, and he furrowed his brow as he asked, "Do you realize the magnitude of the impact such an assault would have on the city? This is a town, not a wilderness." Chen-Yi turned to meet his gaze, enunciating each word deliberately. "I do not know the extent of the consequences, but I am aware that the lives of the soldiers outside are far more significant than the repercussions you speak of, are they not?" Shen Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he remarked, "We are a fully armed combat team. Even in direct confrontation, our chances of success are substantial, are they not?" Chen-Yi nodded in acknowledgement, not disputing this point. A fully equipped combat team, with its array of sophisticated gear, highly skilled soldiers, and various assault vehicles, could indeed forcibly eliminate hundreds of minotaurs. Yet, the truth remains, the disparity in individual strength is immense. A mere few hundred Tauren are sufficient to withstand the firepower of an entire battalion and execute several charges. How many soldiers would perish in the aftermath of such onslaughts? For Chen-Yi, this is entirely unnecessary, as long as he ensures that no survivors remain in the vicinity where the monsters congregate. Would it not be more prudent to request targeted missile strikes? The damage to buildings can be repaired in due course, but lives lost cannot be resurrected. Chen-Yi refrained from elaborating further and stated calmly, "Commander Shun, I now possess the authority to command this operation, thus you are to heed my directives." With that, Chen-Yi opened the car door and alighted, his tone unperturbed as he continued, "I require 200 soldiers, divided into 20 teams, to accompany me into the town market. I kindly ask you, Commander Shen, to arrange this immediately. Concurrently, please submit a request for targeted missile coverage 2 rounds." Having spoken, Chen-Yi turned and departed, not bothering to glance back at Shen Yuan's somewhat grim expression. Shen Yuan gazed at Chan Ye's receding figure for a long moment before exhaling deeply and seizing the radio to relay commands. "1st and 2nd Battalion, heed my orders." Approximately 5 minutes later, 200 soldiers swiftly detached from the combat unit and assembled behind Chen-Yi. He cast a brief glance at the ranks behind him, then issued a direct order. "Ensure your weapons and equipment are in order, and follow me." Before long, Chen-Yi led the contingent of over 200 toward the town market. Upon entering the town center, the formation began to disperse. With teams of 10, Chen-Yi dispatched a squad at nearly every junction to scout ahead. Each team was equipped with thermal imaging devices, enabling them to detect any presence within the buildings they passed. Chen-Yi remained vigilant against the potential discovery by the Minotaurs. Thus their movements throughout the journey were executed with utmost stealth. Whenever the urgent cries for help from encounters with monsters echoed through the earpiece, Chen-Yi would hasten to the battlefield, swiftly resolving the conflict before departing the scene. This continued until dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. Report: Eastern District exploration complete. 10 survivors located. Report: Western District exploration complete. 13 survivors found. Listening intently to the various reconnaissance results transmitted through the earpiece, Chen-Yi gave a solemn command. "All teams, escort the survivors back to the headquarters with utmost urgency." Positioned atop a towering building, Chen-Yi gazed down at the restless minotaurs surrounding the spatial rift, his expression darkening slightly. After an afternoon filled with search operations, during which numerous minotaurs had been vanquished, a considerable commotion had ensued. Now, The congregated minotaurs were beginning to exhibit signs of agitation, threatening to disperse. Hence, the missile strike plan needed to be executed promptly. Fortunately, the surrounding area had been thoroughly searched, and as soon as the soldiers evacuated, pinpoint strikes could commence. Qin Yi retrieved a secure phone and dialed the number for Commander Shin Yuan. Commander Shin, the missile strike can commence. Launch in 3 minutes. At the headquarters. Commander Shin Yuan, staring at the now disconnected phone, remained silent. He quietly picked up a specific communicator and stated, "Report, this is the 136th Regiment, requesting missile assistance. Pinpoint launch in 3 minutes, 2 rounds." 3 minutes later, Qin Yi stood atop the high-rise, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. A few moments later, at the edge of vision, several blinding flames surged forth, approaching with remarkable speed. "They are coming." Qin Yi's gaze sharpened, and in a flash of lightning, his figure vanished from sight. The air was rent with thunderous booms as missiles rained down, enveloping the town center in a fiery embrace. Buildings crumbled and collided, accompanied by the chilling roars of monstrous creatures. In the command center, Shin Yuan surveyed the town center, battered by 2 rounds of relentless bombardment. With a steely glint in his eyes, he commanded, "Assemble. Destination, town center. Depart immediately." Chapter 70, Merits and Forbidden Domain Weapons. Coldwater Town soon fell under the shroud of night, where the air was punctuated by sporadic gunfire and flickering flames, mingled with distant, haunting beastly cries, as if a grand theatrical performance was unfolding. It wasn't until the dawn began to tear apart the veil of night that Coldwater Town gradually succumbed to silence and tranquility. At this moment, Qin Yi was seated in an armed helicopter, with the drowsy Su Lekong to his left and the recently awakened Gao Monli to his right, while an upright middle-aged man occupied the front seat. Huo Yuan turned to Qin Yi, his tone measured. "You performed admirably in this mission. A B-level merit for your squad and a C-level merit for you personally should be well within reach. I will do my utmost to secure additional rewards for you." At these words, Qin Yi's gaze shifted momentarily, but he remained silent, instead turning to Gao Monli beside him. Understanding his intent, a sweet smile graced Gao Monli's round face as she inquired gently, "Chief, may I ask what these merits can be exchanged for?" Huo Yuan was not surprised by this question and replied calmly, "Monsters above the first tier all contain energy crystals within them. I believe you are already aware of this." Gao Monli's beautiful eyes lit up with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Are you saying we can exchange our merits for energy crystals?" The moment she uttered these words, not only was Gao Monli taken aback, but Qin Yi also slightly narrowed his eyes, and even the usually drowsy Su Lekong suddenly widened his eyes. After all, according to their conjectures, energy crystals were undoubtedly strategic resources, and given the current situation, even the entire official body could hardly possess a significant stock. The notion that merits could be exchanged for such resources prompted Qin Yi to reevaluate the worth of merits within the official framework. Observing the trio's reactions, Huo Yuan maintained his steady and composed tone as he continued. "Moreover, certain special lord monsters possess unique weapons. Upon the demise of these lords, their weapons drop, which are also strategic resources. You may not realize the power of these special weapons. Let me put it this way. Even an ordinary person wielding such weapons can exhibit combat prowess exceeding the first tier. The specifics depend on the strength of the weapon itself. I trust you now comprehend the implications." Upon hearing this, Gao Monli appeared to have a revelation, her gaze inadvertently flickering towards Qin Yi. She had not forgotten the formidable power of the weapon wielded by the Goblin Lord, which could summon lightning without restraint, making it impossible for her to approach. It could be said that had it not been for the brutal intervention at that time, neither Gao Monli nor Qin Yi would have stood a chance against the Goblin Lord. Su Lekong was evidently hearing about such things for the first time. His eyes widened in astonishment, completely dispelling any trace of sleepiness. "Is this real, Commander? I've read quite a bit, so you cannot deceive me. Just tell me, how much merit is required to exchange for a weapon like this?" Huo Yuan, unfazed, replied, "Currently, the headquarters does not possess any stock of forbidden weapons. They have all been claimed by those who were entitled to them." Upon hearing this, Su Lekong was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the implication. Clearly, these weapons had been secured by the first batch of individuals who emerged from the Forbidden Ruins, and it was evident that they would not surrender their arms. Furthermore, the headquarters, in an effort to bolster their strength for tackling other Forbidden Ruins, would not confiscate these weapons. Realizing this, Su Lekong feebly remarked, "Commander, are you not jesting at our expense?" Huo Yuan appeared unperturbed by his complaint and continued, "Moreover, The straight blades you possess are forged from weapons wielded by those monsters, combined with the durable metals found on Blue Star. Thus, when the time comes for you to exchange your blades, merit will also be required. Hua Xiaoyuan cast his gaze over the three of them and elaborated. I share this information to convey that the headquarters can indeed provide numerous resources you may require. But all of this necessitates merit. Given the current scarcity, priority will naturally be accorded to those with higher merit. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi finally understood the essence of General Hua's words. The implication was clear. The headquarters had a wealth of resources they needed, but acquiring these resources was contingent upon having sufficient merit. In other words, they were being subtly urged to undertake more missions. Chun Yi chose not to comment further on this matter. The cabin was enveloped in silence. Chun Yi and Su Lekong had scarcely slept throughout the night. Particularly for Chun Yi, who had been occupied until dawn, the stillness now brought upon him a wave of drowsiness, compelling him to close his eyes and drift into a light slumber. It was not until the armed helicopter landed atop the Gutong building that he was roused by Gao Monli beside him. Captain, we have arrived. Chun Yi slowly opened his eyes, surveyed the surroundings, and nodded, saying, Sir, if you have no further instructions, we shall return to rest. Hua Xiaoyuan, his expression inscrutable, nodded in acknowledgement. You may go. I will ensure that the commendations for your squad's accomplishments are duly recorded, and the details will be accessible on your encrypted phones. Chun Yi nodded once more and, accompanied by Su Lekong and Gao Monli, disembarked from the helicopter, making their way towards the elevator. Once they reached the ground floor, Chun Yi turned to the two behind him and said, You both should head home to rest. I too shall return now. With that, he departed alone in his vehicle. After exchanging glances, Gao Monli and Su Lekong also made their way home. Upon returning to the familiar confines of his abode, Chun Yi did not immediately succumb to the allure of his bed. Instead, he first ventured to the bathroom for a cold shower, cleansing himself of the grime and fatigue that clung to him. Only then did he recline slowly onto his bed. It was as though a thought struck him. He abruptly rose from his resting place, approached the wardrobe, and retrieved a backpack from the floor. From within, he extracted a white jade orb, holding it delicately in his hand. This orb had fallen from the Goblin Lord after its demise, seemingly a remnant of the adversary's dissipated weaponry. Initially, Chun Yi had been unaware of the orb's significance, so he had carelessly stowed it away in his backpack. Chun Yi gazed at the flawless white jade orb in his hand, occasionally flickering with ethereal lightning, a sight both extraordinary and enigmatic. The words of General Hua echoed in his mind, speaking of the forbidden weapon wielded by special lords. But how could the seemingly ordinary orb serve as a weapon? A frown gradually creased Chun Yi's brow, laden with confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a straight blade leaning against the wall from his wardrobe and drew it forth, placing it before him. He then held the orb against the blade, as if searching for an appropriate position to affix it. Was he meant to embed the orb into the weapon? However, as the orb made contact with the blade, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. In an instant, the orb transformed into a cascade of blue and white light, vanishing completely. More accurately, it melded into the blade itself. Soon after, the straight blade began to tremble slightly, a blinding blue and white radiance erupting from its surface, accompanied by a flurry of delicate arcs of electricity. Chun Yi's gaze sharpened, his grip on the hilt tightening as the tempestuous power of thunder surged within him. Chapter 71, The Thunderblade. Chun Yi was soon engulfed in a dazzling glow, feeling the force in his hand intensifying to a degree that compelled him to grasp the hilt with both hands to maintain his hold. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating, the blinding light fading until everything returned to its original state. It was only then that Chun Yi could discern the current appearance of the straight blade. Its length remained unchanged, yet it felt considerably heavier in his grasp. The originally pristine silver blade now bore several distinctive patterns resembling lightning, appearing not as if they were carved, but rather as though they had been cleaved from the very clouds themselves. The once immaculate blade resembled the white clouds above, yet now streaks of lightning erupted forth from its core. It was an extraordinary sight. Meanwhile, the formerly crimson dragon-headed hilt had transformed into a striking blue and white hue, with a white jade orb nestled at the center of the dragon's brow, intermittently crackling with arcs of electricity. This blade. A spark of brilliance flickered in Chun Yi's eyes as memories of the Goblin Lord's summoning thunder surged into his mind. He felt a surge of excitement. It is essential to note that he inherently possessed the power of lightning. Thus, if his weapon could also summon thunder, their compatibility would undoubtedly be exceedingly high. significantly amplifying his strength. With this thought, Chun-Yi hastily seized the blade and dashed out of the door, ascending to the rooftop. Gazing at the clear azure sky, he inhaled deeply, gradually raising the blade before him, while the power of thunder surged within, rapidly channeling into the weapon through the focus of his mind. Crackling sounds erupted as wild arcs of electricity suddenly manifested along the blade, and the lightning patterns upon it seemed to come alive, pulsating and flickering like tiny serpentine dragons. Thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, amidst the clear sky, a deafening clap of thunder resonated from the ground. Chun-Yi looked up to see, to his astonishment. A dark mass of ominous clouds had materialized above him, crackling with arcs of electricity. At that moment, Chun-Yi experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the lightning within the ominous clouds above was under his command. The straight blade in his hand resembled a lightning rod, capable of summoning thunder at his whim, moving in accordance with his desires. As this feeling surged within him, a fleeting thought crossed Chun-Yi's mind. Lightning struck a signpost ahead. With a crack, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the clear blue sky, shattering a signpost 200 meters in front of him. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with two flashes of lightning, and an uncontrollable excitement spread across his face. It truly is possible. The validation of his inner speculation filled him with exhilaration and enthusiasm. The thought of the Goblin Lord's ability to summon lightning at will made him eager to challenge the Minotaur Lord, curious to see how many of his attacks the opponent could withstand. With a mere thought, the flickering lightning on his straight blade dissipated, and simultaneously, the ominous clouds in the sky vanished without a trace. Suppressing his excitement, Chun-Yi swiftly descended the stairs, returning to his room. As he beheld the rejuvenated straight blade, he could hardly part with it. This blade possessed not only the power to summon lightning, but also an increase in potency by at least 30% after the earlier surge of electricity coursed through it. Moreover, the energy consumption felt significantly diminished, and the fluidity of the thunder's circulation had greatly improved. Additionally, the blade was undeniably sharper than before. Though he had no direct comparison, Chun-Yi sensed it was not far behind the weapons imbued with sharpness by Su Lekang. This undoubtedly represented a monumental enhancement of his strength. This blade has transcended the realm of ordinary weapons. Does it not deserve a name? Chun-Yi pondered for a moment. This blade possesses the ability to summon thunder for its wielder, and its blade is adorned with surging lightning patterns. Henceforth, it shall be called Thunder Vein. Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of satisfaction at his own naming prowess as he murmured, "From now on, you shall be known as the Thunder Vein Blade. I shall ensure that you do not fade into obscurity." As if in response to Chun-Yi's words, the dragon's eye on the hilt shimmered with a flash of lightning, and the electric patterns on the blade flickered subtly. Chun-Yi paid it no mind, attributing it merely to coincidence, for this blade often exhibited phenomena of thunder. Upon returning to his room, Chun-Yi picked up the fallen sheath and sheathed the Thunder Vein blade, instantly containing all its extraordinary manifestations and brilliance within. To the casual observer, aside from the distinctive hilt, it appeared no different from an ordinary straight sword. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, then leaned the blade against the wall, intent on returning to his bed for some rest. Just as he took a step away, he reconsidered and turned back to retrieve the Thunder Vein blade before finally lying down. He placed the Thunder Vein blade on the inner side of the bed, feeling reassured as he closed his eyes. This blade has become an integral part of his strength to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It is imperative to cultivate the habit of sleeping with the blade nearby. This expedition to the Forbidden Ruins has proven to be immensely rewarding for Chun-Yi. Firstly, he has achieved a breakthrough to the second tier of strength, no longer needing to be frugal with his thunderous power during combat. After all, his mental fortitude has amplified several-fold, significantly enhancing both the quantity and quality of the thunderous energy he can summon. Furthermore, having become aware of the existence of forbidden weapons, he acquired the extraordinary Raven Blade, significantly elevating his prowess. Additionally, his comrade Su Lekang achieved a breakthrough to the first tier and reaped the rewards of their recent mission. Su Lekang's advancement undoubtedly bolstered the overall strength of their team, and the importance of merit, as hinted at by General Hua, is readily apparent. Although it may not greatly benefit Chun-Yi at present, what of the future? It is essential to recognize that the authorities control the majority of human resources in Longhua, and their personnel frequently enter and exit the Forbidden Ruins, thereby accumulating resources at a pace far exceeding that of Chun-Yi's small team. It is conceivable that the headquarters repository will soon contain items that Chun-Yi covets. At that juncture, the significance of merit will become manifest. What one desires Others naturally desire as well. Thus, on what grounds should one be prioritized? It is only fair that those with greater merit receive precedence. Chun-Yi harbors no objections to this. If others contribute more significantly, it is only logical that they should have preferential access to valuable items. Otherwise, what motivation is there to exert oneself? Overall, Chun-Yi is quite satisfied with the gains from this endeavor. Moving forward, aside from contemplating the issues concerning the remaining team members, he must consider whether to proactively undertake missions to earn merit. The stipulations of the agreement he previously signed clearly state that the team will only receive one assignment per month, barring exceptional circumstances. With the current mission completed, unless unforeseen events arise, the next assignment will not occur until a month later. However, the team may voluntarily accept missions, which will also yield additional merit rewards, and even specific resources as compensation. Taking the initiative to accept various tasks is immensely beneficial, both for enhancing one's abilities and for accumulating merits. Additionally, it provides an opportunity to seek suitable companions within the Forbidden Ruins, which is undoubtedly significant. Chapter 72. Good news? Chun-Yi awoke from his slumber at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, abruptly roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Blinking his drowsy eyes, he reached for the device resting on his bedside table, answering without checking the caller's identity. "Hello? Chun-Yi, it's me," came the melodious and pleasant voice of Gao Monli from the other end. Chun-Yi squinted at the time once more and replied, "Oh, is there something you need?" Gao Monli's tone was exceptionally gentle, laced with a hint of mirth as she said, "Captain, it's time to rise. I'm on my way to your house with some delightful news to share. We'll discuss it when I arrive." With that, she ended the call. Gazing at the now silent phone, Chun-Yi wore an expression of mild bewilderment. He tossed the device aside, rubbed his face to shake off the remnants of sleep, and then made his way to the bathroom. After a brief wash-up, he entered the kitchen, intending to prepare something to eat. Having missed both breakfast and lunch and feeling quite hungry, before he could begin his culinary endeavors, a knock at the door resounded. Reluctantly, Chun-Yi exited the kitchen to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Gao Monli, whose cascading, slightly curled black hair framed her face beautifully. Her oval visage, subtly adorned with makeup, appeared strikingly three-dimensional. She wore a light purple, figure-hugging dress that fell to her knees, elegantly showcasing her slender, fair legs. It was evident that she had made a concerted effort to present herself, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Chun-Yi squinted as he scrutinized her and inquired, "Dressed so beautifully, are you off to a blind date?" Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Gao Monli felt a flicker of delight, but the latter half left her momentarily speechless. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "Why on earth would I seek you out for a blind date? To drag you along? Do you fancy being my male friend?" Chun-Yi stepped aside to let her in, responding nonchalantly, "Well, that's not entirely out of the question, but it would require additional compensation." Gao Monli, uninterested in his banter, entered and waved the bag she was holding in front of him, stating, "I brought you some food. Let's eat while we talk." Chun-Yi's eyes lit up as he accepted the bag and headed toward the dining table, reminding her, "Come in quickly. And don't forget to change your shoes." Gao Monli rolled her eyes once more. Once they were seated at the table, Chun-Yi had already unpacked the food, revealing a delightful array of 3 dishes and a soup, all visually appealing and aromatic. With a note of surprise, he asked, "Did you make this?" Gao Monli nodded, replying coolly, "Yes, I made extra, so I brought you some." Ignoring the subtle jab in her words, Chun-Yi eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, mumbling as he chewed, "All right then, share the good news." Gao Monli's expression turned serious as she responded, "She contacted me." Chun-Yi paused mid-action, raising his gaze slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Who?" Gao Monli raised an eyebrow, her tone inquisitive. "Didn't I mention before? It's the woman I encountered in the Forbidden Ruins." Chun-Yi's face shifted to one of realization, and he resumed his meal, urging her to continue. Gao Monli, noticing Chun-Yi's indifferent demeanor, could only purse her lips and continue. "She contacted me at noon, and we arranged to meet at 5. Chun-Yi, still unconcerned, inquired, "What did you discuss?" "It seems she hasn't had any contact with the official forces and wishes to gather intelligence regarding the Forbidden Ruins from us. I expressed my intention to invite her to join our ranks, hence the offline meeting," Gao Monli recounted. Without lifting his gaze, Chun-Yi continued his task, mumbling, "Since you have an appointment, you might as well speak with her." "What do you need me for?" Gao Monli, taken aback, exclaimed, "But you are the captain. Shouldn't you personally assess the potential recruits?" Chun-Yi slightly raised his head, recalling the encounter with the injured woman, and shook his head. I suspect she does not wish to see me. Rest assured, Gao Manli declared, patting her ample chest. I have already informed her that you would accompany me, after all. You are the captain. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi fell silent, swiftly devouring the delicacies on the table. It was only after he finished the last bowl of soup that he wiped his mouth and remarked, "Then let us go see her. I too am eager to uncover the secrets she harbors." His impression of the woman he encountered in the Forbidden Ruins remained vivid. Her peculiar behavior and extraordinary resilience had captured his attention. He vividly recalled the serene calmness in her eyes, reminiscent of a still pool, showing no sign of disturbance even when faced with three individuals far more powerful than herself. Despite her twisted arm, her expression remained unchanged, compelling Chen Yi to take her seriously. Moreover, as Gao Manli remarked, his combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. If such a person could be recruited, Chen Yi naturally wished to include him in the team. However, the individual seems to harbor a strong aversion to engaging with officials, and they are, in essence, considered officials themselves. Regardless, it is prudent to meet first and discuss further. Chen Yi rose, meticulously cleaned the food container, and placed it in a bag, setting it upon the dining table. He then glanced at the time and inquired, "In a little over an hour, where shall we rendezvous?" Gao Manli replied nonchalantly, "At the Cat Ear CAF, a mere 10-minute walk away." Chen Yi nodded in understanding and subsequently settled onto the sofa, retrieving his encrypted phone to explore its features. Since acquiring this device, he had yet to thoroughly examine it, and he was quite intrigued by the merits mentioned by General Hua. The phone's home screen was exceedingly simple, devoid of any extraneous applications, featuring only basic functions such as calls, messages, and contacts. Apart from these, there existed a single application adorned with a dragon emblem, labeled below with the words, "Ruins." Chen Yi's gaze sharpened as he tapped on this application, and the screen dimmed instantly. The front camera activated, entering facial recognition mode. As Chen Yi's visage appeared on the display, the interface transformed once more, presenting a layout reminiscent of a forum. It contained navigation tabs for data queries, storage, tasks, and personal information. Upon selecting the Personal Information tab, Chen Yi's official details swiftly materialized. Name, Chen Yi. Position, Captain of the Dragon Group Special Squad. Rank, 2nd tier. These were fundamental details, alongside information about squad members and the team's merits. Chen Yi opened the merit section and discovered that he had acquired a personal merit of Grade C and a team merit of Grade B, quite swift in action. Chen Yi mused to himself. He then clicked on the Warehouse button, which instantly revealed a plethora of information. Forbidden Ruins weapons, out of stock. First-grade energy crystals, available to teams with Grade B merit or above, can be exchanged for 1 Grade C merit. Second-grade energy crystals, available to teams with Grade A merit or above, can be exchanged for 1 Grade B merit. First-grade domain blade, teams with Grade C merit can apply for 1 each month. This domain blade is essentially a standard straight knife, a staple in every team. Yet it requires merit to claim a replacement upon damage. In addition, Chen Yi also noticed an array of firearms, pistols, rifles, submachine guns, grenades, and so on, leaving him somewhat dazzled. Chapter 73. The Hall of Yama. Before long, Chen Yi had perused the information in task sections. The information query contained various intelligence regarding the Forbidden Ruins. Basic intelligence was accessible to all members of the headquarters, while specific information required a certain level of merit for access. The tasks pertained to unresolved Forbidden Ruins across various cities, each annotated with corresponding tiers and relevant intelligence notes. After a brief overview, Chen Yi set his phone down and lowered his head slightly, lost in contemplation. The intelligence section largely comprised information he was already acquainted with, such as the rules of the Forbidden Ruins and the weapons therein, for he was among the first to breach the Forbidden Ruins, and this information had been brought forth by his cohort. On the taskbar, several assignments piqued Chen Yi's interest, as he himself harbored intentions of proactively accepting tasks. However, for the moment, he decided to observe whether the peculiar woman could potentially join their ranks. After a brief period of contemplation, Chen Yi collected his thoughts and glanced up at the clock adorning the living room wall. "Let us go. The time is nearly upon us," he remarked with a casual tone, then rose to return to his room. After changing into a loose-fitting tracksuit, he made his way towards the door, with Gao Manli silently trailing behind him. Upon exiting, the two of them proceeded directly to their vehicle, heading towards the agreed-upon CAF. It had been a week since the outbreak of the Forbidden Ruins, and the streets were increasingly devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. for no one wished to risk being enveloped by the ominous shroud of the forbidden ruins. After a little over 10 minutes, Chen Yi and Gao Monli arrived at the Kadir CAF. The establishment was notably quiet, yet the decor and arrangement of the seating suggested that it had once been a bustling venue, now sadly diminished. As they exited the CAF, they casually chose a corner table to await the arrival of the woman. "Chen Yi, would you like something to drink?" Gao Monli inquired softly, perusing the beverage menu. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi replied, "Iced Americano, no sugar." Upon hearing this, Gao Monli glanced at him, murmuring something under her breath before scanning the QR code on the table to place the order. Chen Yi then checked the time. There were still 5 minutes until their appointed meeting, yet the other party had yet to arrive. Is she really going to be so punctual? Chen Yi silently scoffed, though he dismissed the thought, recognizing that the time had not yet come. Unbeknownst to them, as the two awaited, a pair of tranquil eyes from the alley across the CAF were intently observing. This figure melded seamlessly into the shadows along the wall, appearing merely as a silhouette from a distance. Standing approximately 1.65 meters, her slender form unmistakably suggested a feminine physique. She gazed at Chen Yi's position for an extended period, ensuring the surroundings were devoid of any anomalies before gracefully making her way towards the CAF. Upon her entrance, Chen Yi sensed a shift and subtly turned his head towards the door. As he recognized the familiar silhouette, he offered a faint thank you to the server before her. The server, having just delivered the coffee, smiled gently and then turned to leave. Chen Yi leisurely took a sip of the coffee on the table, at which point the figure settled into a seat beside him, remaining silent. Gao Monli was the first to shatter the silence, smiling as she said, "This is the cappuccino I ordered for you. I hope it meets your taste." The woman lifted her hand to pull back the hood of her sweatshirt, revealing a delicately shaped face, her expression serene as she replied, "Thank you." Despite her words of gratitude, her calm eyes did not cast a glance at the coffee before her. Gao Monli's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily before she extended her slender hand, introducing herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gao Monli. What do you go by?" The woman hesitated, gazing at Gao Monli's outstretched hand, but ultimately refrained from reciprocating. Instead, she calmly stated, "I apologize. I am not accustomed to physical contact. You may call me Chi-Yu." Gao Monli's smile appeared somewhat rigid as she silently gestured towards Chen Yi, introducing him. "He is the captain of our team, Chen Yi." Chi-Yu inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement, but exhibited no intention of speaking. Gao Monli cast a glance at Chen Yi, who was engrossed in his coffee, and continued, "Miss Chi-Yu, what are your thoughts on the proposal I mentioned over the phone?" This time, Chi-Yu remained silent for a lengthy pause, finally breaking her silence after 3 minutes. "You are affiliated with the authorities, are you not?" Gao Monli glanced at Chen Yi, and seeing no reaction from him, she nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we belong to an official organization." Chi-Yu's expression remained serene, as if she had anticipated this response. In an incredibly calm voice, she inquired, "Have you heard of the organization known as Yanluo Hall?" At her words, a flicker of confusion crossed Gao Monli's eyes, prompting her to look towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi hesitated momentarily before responding with his first words since their arrival, his tone devoid of emotion. "Please elaborate." Chi-Yu's face remained impassive, and after a brief contemplation, she spoke softly. "Yanluo Hall is an assassin organization. Its origins and founder remain shrouded in mystery. They undertake assassination missions internationally. Their presence felt in numerous regions around the globe, with various nations maintaining records about them." Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. Although his expression remained indifferent, turmoil brewed within him. An international assassin organization, one that had previously existed only in television dramas or novels, was indeed real. Moreover, it seemed to wield considerable power. "So what? What are you trying to convey to us?" Chen Yi set down his cup, his face unusually serious as he regarded Chi-Yu intently. His voice was steady as he inquired. Chi-Yu's tone remained calm and unruffled, as though recounting an event unrelated to herself. "There exists a rule in the underworld. Once one enters, they are forever a part of it. Even in death, they can only become a ghost of the underworld. And I am indeed one of its members." Though Chen Yi and Gao Monli had their suspicions, they were still taken aback upon hearing her confession. They had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof woman was, in fact, a killer. Chen Yi, a recent university graduate, and Gao Monli, a young professional with only a few years of experience, found the notion of being a killer to be an unfathomable distance from their previous lives. It was almost mythological. After his initial shock, Chen Yi quickly regained his composure, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, and endeavored to keep his voice neutral. So, what is your purpose in seeking us out? I wish to break free from the underworld. I no longer wish to live that life. Qi Yu's tone wavered for the first time, imbued with a subtle sadness. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened as he solemnly replied, "Are you implying that you want us to oppose this so-called underworld on your behalf?" Qi Yu met Chen Yi's gaze steadily, responding calmly, "Did you not invite me to join you?" Chapter 74. Celestial Steps. As her words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chen Yi held Qi Yu's cold, tranquil gaze for what felt like an eternity before finally diverting his eyes to Gao Manli. It seemed to imply, "This is the person you sought. Resolve it yourself." Gao Manli discerned the meaning behind Chen Yi's gaze, her delicate face involuntarily stiffening. At that moment, she merely regarded Qi Yu as a formidable ally, possessing both exceptional talent and intellect. Little did she know that the individual was, in fact, an assassin, an international one at that, registered in various nations. Gao Manli's mind raced as she processed the information, and after a considerable pause, she turned to Qi Yu and spoke in a low voice, "Assisting you in combating the underworld hall is not out of the question, provided you offer corresponding value." This was not her own conclusion, but rather a judgment based on her observation of Chen Yi's demeanor. He had not outright rejected the notions, suggesting it might indeed align with his thoughts. Qi Yu, having anticipated this, replied softly, "I can assist you in managing the Forbidden Ruins, and I am willing to forego all profits during the process. Since you are an official organization, there must be tasks or evaluations assigned to you from above, which I can help you fulfill." Gao Manli's gaze flickered, then fell upon Qi Yu's noticeably stiff left arm. She remarked coolly, "Your strength is insufficient to accomplish what you claim." Qi Yu, sensing Gao Manli's scrutiny, remained silent, slowly extending her hand to point towards the shadow behind Gao Manli. Instinctively, Gao Manli turned her head in the direction indicated. Just as she did, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind her. Gao Manli's pupils dilated in shock, and she instinctively raised her hand to retaliate, only to find her movement frozen by the chilling sensation at her neck. What now? Enveloped in darkness, Qi Yu stood silently behind Gao Manli, her right hand poised with a dagger against the latter's neck as she calmly inquired. Gazing into the depths of the shadow, Gao Manli noticed the serene eyes peering out, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she chuckled lightly. "Ah, dear sister, such prowess you possess, but would you care to glance behind you?" She gestured towards Qi Yu's rear, her smile blossoming into an even more enchanting radiance. Qi Yu raised an eyebrow, and with a slight turn of her head, she caught sight of two translucent chains that had appeared unbeknownst to her, their cold, glimmering tips mere inches from her nape. Momentarily taken aback, Qi Yu reevaluated Gao Manli, then gradually lowered her hand, uttering softly, "It seems I underestimated you." Gao Manli remained silent, her smile unwavering. Yet the chains that had emerged from the void began to dissipate, as if they had never existed. In an instant, Qi Yu melded back into the shadows beneath her feet, only to re-emerge moments later from the shadow beneath the previous chair, resuming her seat. Observing the elusive tactics of her opponent, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Gao Manli's back. She sensed that had her assailant harbored any intent to kill, she would have surely met her demise in that fleeting moment. Her reaction was largely due to the warning of the impending attack and her honed instincts cultivated through previous skirmishes, which had allowed her to narrowly evade disaster. Yet, her opponent was an assassin. If Qi Yu had truly wished her harm, with the ability to traverse through shadows at will, it was entirely plausible that she could have had her throat slit while walking down the street, never even catching a glimpse of her assailant's face. Truly, a formidable woman indeed. The thought suddenly emerged in both Gao Manli and Chen Yi's minds. When they last met, Qi Yu had clearly just slain two monsters. Yet upon their reunion, she had remarkably reached the first tier, wielding such enigmatic abilities. This revelation was truly astonishing. At that moment, even Chen Yi's gaze towards Qi Yu bore a hint of gravitas. Though she was currently only at the first tier, he was confident in his ability to evade her attacks. But what if she were of the same rank? A sense of uncertainty crept into Chen Yi's heart, leaving him feeling somewhat unsteady. Following this unsettling turn of events, even Gao Manli, who had been striving to ease the atmosphere, fell silent, plunging the surroundings into an eerie stillness. After a considerable pause, Chen Yi finally broke the silence, asking, "Give me a reason." "A reason?" A flicker of confusion passed through Qi Yu's calm eyes. Chen Yi's tone returned to its previous neutrality as he continued, "You are a member of the Yanluo Hall. Do you expect us to trust you simply because you say so?" Qi Yu hesitated for a moment before lowering her head slightly. In the shadows, Unseen by Chen Yi and Gao Monli, a glimmer of sorrow and murderous intent flickered in Qi Yu's eyes. After a prolonged silence, she lifted her gaze and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The Yanluo Hall killed my parents. Is that reason sufficient? Upon hearing this, both Chen Yi and Gao Monli furrowed their brows, their expression shifting to one of perplexity. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Yi exhaled deeply and asked gravely, "How can we identify members of the Yanluo Hall?" Although she was uncertain of the intent behind Chen Yi's question, Qi Yu softly replied, "Members of the Yanluo Hall bear a ghostly visage tattooed on their left shoulders." As they spoke, Qi Yu slowly rolled up the sleeve of her left arm, revealing a bandaged limb adorned with a grotesque face tattoo on her shoulder. The design bore a resemblance to a skull, yet possessed subtle muscular contours, with blood-red pupils that lent it an eerie appearance. Chen Yi examined the tattoo closely before nodding and inquiring, "How are the assassins classified within the Hall of Yama?" Qi Yu furrowed her brows slightly, her voice imbued with a chilling quality as she replied, "The Hall of Yama comprises 10 princes, known as the 10 Yama Lords. Below them, the assassins are categorized into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The identity of the Hall Master remains a mystery to all, at least to me. Even the 10 princes likely do not know the exact number of individuals in the Hall of Yama, so there is no point in asking me." Sensing Chen Yi's potential follow-up question, Qi Yu preemptively addressed it. Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged as he casually questioned, "What rank do you hold within the Hall of Yama?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yu's gaze flickered momentarily before she regained her composure and stated, "Heaven rank. Heaven rank." Both Chen Yi and Gao Monli exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this woman, seemingly only in her mid-20s, was indeed a heaven-ranked assassin within the Hall of Yama. However, they quickly recalled Qi Yu's ghostly prowess, which alleviated their surprise. If every member of the Hall of Yama possessed skills akin to Qi Yu's, then the organization was indeed formidable. Chen Yi, at the very least, had no desire to engage with her. He nodded and declared, "I will give you 2 days to eliminate a heaven-ranked assassin from the Hall of Yama. Then we shall continue our conversation." After Chen Yi finished speaking, he rose and departed without uttering another word. Gao Monli, observing this, also slowly stood up. She glanced at the silent Qi Yu, hesitating as though she wished to say something, but ultimately refrained. Soon, the two exited the CAF, leaving Qi Yu alone at the table, her head bowed in silence. Chapter 75. I have brought the one you desire. Chen Yi, do you truly wish to incorporate her into the team? Is this truly advisable? In the car, Gao Monli regarded Chen Yi, who maintained a serene expression at the wheel, her tone laced with confusion. In her view, although Qi Yu was indeed a formidable ally, they shared little emotional connection upon discovering each other's identities. It would have been prudent to decline the association. After all, without a foundation of trust, was it necessary to offend an entire realm for her sake? Chen Yi, upon hearing her, cast a casual glance her way and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't she the one you invited? Why question me now?" Gao Monli's expression stiffened, her cheeks flushing with indignation. "Chen Yi, how was I to know she was an assassin? Moreover, even if we consent to her joining, will the headquarters approve? She is an assassin. Didn't she mention that the realm has registrations in numerous countries?" Chen Yi remained non-committal, responding coolly, "Let us see how it unfolds. We shall discuss it further when she arrives with the corpse of a heavenly tier assassin." Gao Monli raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Chen Yi's intentions behind such a request. As previously stated, they lacked a foundation of trust. What if she were merely a pawn placed by the realm to infiltrate their ranks? Surely, it would be illogical to accept her claims that the realm had slain her parents without substantial evidence. Should the other party indeed eliminate a celestial tier assassin from the Yama Hall, it would unequivocally confirm their severance with the organization and attest to their formidable prowess. After all, celestial tier assassins are rare even within the Yama Hall. As Chen Yi drove, his gaze remained fixed ahead. Yet a faint glimmer of determination flickered in the depths of his eyes. He harbored certain thoughts about Qi Yu. For a powerful ally can often be a lifeline in dire situations. However, her affiliation posed complications. Despite the Yama Hall undoubtedly feeling the repercussions of the emergence of the Forbidden Ruins, it would be implausible for them to retain their former level of intimidation. As the dawn of the evolutionary era approaches, it is hardly conceivable that the Yama Hall would deploy mere mortals against him. Nevertheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse, should evolutionaries begin to emerge within the Yama Hall and maintain their ranks without disbanding. It could evolve into an even more terrifying assassination organization than during times of peace. although Chen Yi felt little trepidation considering he had now aligned himself with official entities. Could the Yama Hall truly act against him without consequence? Moreover, as a second-tier evolutionary, he pondered the number of evolutionaries currently within the Yama Hall. One step ahead is a step ahead. He resolved to wait until the turmoil within the Yama Hall subsided before addressing any potential confrontations. For it might well be a matter of who finds trouble for whom. Thus, while he found the situation regarding Chiyu somewhat troublesome, it did not instill fear within him. As for the official side, he possessed the authority to recruit team members autonomously, a privilege granted by General Holt himself. And he believed they would assist him in resolving these matters. For now, all eyes were on Chiyu's actions, as her performance would directly influence Chen Yi's forthcoming decisions. After escorting Gao Monli home, Chen Yi returned to his own residence alone, initially intending to drift into slumber and seek refuge from the oppressive training. He was abruptly interrupted by a call from Su Lekong. The purpose of the call was to inquire whether there would be any upcoming missions, as he wished to take his girlfriend away for a few days to unwind. The mere thought of the girl's visage caused Chen Yi to furrow his brow involuntarily, leading him to decline the invitation outright. With the likelihood of receiving a mission at any moment, he could not afford to leave the city. Upon ending the call, Chen Yi exhaled slowly, entering his room to retrieve the Leiwen knife. He then stepped out of the living room to commence his practice of sword techniques. A warrior's prowess is not solely determined by rank. It is equally dependent on practical skills and the development of one's abilities. Chen Yi was merely an ordinary university student, possessing fighting skills that could be likened to rudimentary forms. Currently, the suppression of ranks made him appear formidable. Had he encountered a special forces soldier of equal rank that day, he would have likely faced a harsh lesson. This realization spurred him to seize every available moment to hone his knife techniques. While he lacked formal training, he understood a crucial principle. All swordplay serves the purpose of vanquishing foes, and to do so, one must be swift, ruthless, and precise. Thus, Chen Yi focused on mastering the fundamental techniques of slashing, chopping, thrusting, and slicing, striving for each strike to be executed with speed and accuracy, much like the brutal grip of a dagger. In the living room, Chen Yi tirelessly wielded the Leiwen knife. Losing track of time, fatigue, and everything else, his sole focus was the blade. He practiced fervently until the evening hours, only pausing when the fatigue in his arms became unbearable. After stowing away the Leiwen knife, Chen Yi, drenched in sweat, made his way to the bathroom to wash away the exertion. Subsequently, he prepared a simple meal to satiate his hunger. Chen Yi then returned to his room to commence the next phase of his training. As previously mentioned, the development of one's own abilities is a crucial factor in enhancing combat prowess. Thus, Chen Yi needed to contemplate the application of his electric powers. At the first level, he had already developed the Palm Thunder technique. However, due to its exorbitant energy consumption and lengthy preparation time, he had scarcely employed it in actual combat. Instead, inspired by his encounters with the Ferocious, he modified the Palm Thunder into the Thunder Finger technique, which allowed for a swifter initiation and comparable power. Yet, such an assault was effective against mere mortals but proved ineffective against formidable foes like the Bullhead Lord. Upon acquiring the Straight Sword, Chen Yi adeptly utilized the principles of Palm Thunder to concentrate and compress the electric energy along the blade, thus creating the lightning slash. This strike possessed formidable power, an extensive range, and significant penetrative capability, yet its drawback lay in the inability to unleash it instantaneously. It required a moment to compress the electricity. Although this duration could be reduced through enhanced proficiency, it remained a challenge to execute in the heat of battle. Conversely, the Thunder Garment technique, which he had covertly learned from the Ferocious, became Chen Yi's most frequently employed maneuver during combat. By harnessing the electric energy to stimulate the cells within his body, he significantly augmented his speed, strength, and defense. This enhancement ability was indeed remarkably useful, albeit with the cost of considerable discomfort. Having ascended to the second tier, my mental fortitude has multiplied several times, and wielding the power of lightning no longer fills me with trepidation. Yet, how else can this lightning prowess be utilized? Chen Yi murmured to himself, his gaze drifting aimlessly. As fleeting images from his past life, those cinematic and animated depictions of lightning techniques flashed through his mind. Gradually, his focus sharpened, and his eyes began to gleam with newfound clarity. Seemingly struck by inspiration, Chen Yi rose, grasped the Thunderblade, and made his way outside to practice. However, as he reached the living room, he abruptly halted. In the dimly lit space, illuminated only by faint moonlight, he noticed the unexpected presence of two figures by the couch, one standing, the other reclining. Upon seeing Chun-Yi emerge, the shadowy, slight figure shifted slightly and pointed to the ground, declaring, "I have brought the person you seek." Chapter 76, Development of Abilities. Without uttering a word, Chun-Yi first switched on the living room light, then lowered his gaze to examine the corpse on the floor. It was the body of a foreigner, tall in stature, with blonde hair and fair skin, appearing to be in his early 30s. Chun-Yi approached, crouched down, and rolled up the left sleeve, revealing a ghastly tattoo. "How can we ascertain he is a celestial tier assassin?" Chun-Yi inquired, his gaze fixed on Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu remained silent, extending her left hand from the long sleeve, revealing a ring adorned with a Sanskrit character symbolizing heaven. Chun-Yi looked down to discover that the index finger of the corpse's left hand bore a matching ring. Observing this, Chun-Yi nodded. Although his expression remained composed, he was profoundly astonished. The efficiency of this operation was astonishingly high. How could it be just a few hours? A celestial assassin has been eliminated so swiftly? Yet Chun-Yi surmised that this celestial assassin must not have undergone evolution, which would explain the ease with which Chi-Yu dispatched him. However, such efficiency alone speaks volumes about Chi-Yu's decisiveness. Chun-Yi remained silent for an extended period, during which Chi-Yu also refrained from speaking, pressing her figure against the living room wall, allowing the light to cast a shadow beside her. After approximately 3 minutes, Chun-Yi approached the television cabinet, retrieving a document from the drawer and placing it on the table. "Please fill out this form. I will handle the remaining procedures," he stated, his tone shifting from monotony to one imbued with gravity. "I do not concern myself with your past experiences or actions. Once you join my team, you will be my subordinate. I shall bear the pressure from the Yama Palace, but correspondingly you understand what is required of you." Chi-Yu gazed at the document on the table, momentarily lost in thought, before swiftly advancing to grasp a pen and begin filling it out. She was providing her identity information from the Dragon Country, which was also on record and thus verifiable. Therefore, barring an in-depth investigation, there should be no issues. However, as she intended to join the Special Operations Unit of the Dragon Group, her information would inevitably undergo thorough verification and scrutiny, exposing any discrepancies. This necessitated Chun-Yi's intervention with the headquarters. Observing Chi-Yu as she completed the documentation, he contemplated for a moment before returning to his room to retrieve his encrypted phone. Now that he had made a decision, he would act without hesitation. He directly dialed the phone number of his immediate superior, was Xiao Yuan, his expression gradually regaining composure. After more than 10 minutes, Chun-Yi stepped out of the room. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Chi-Yu once again standing by the wall in the living room, the documents on the table neatly stacked. After swiftly perusing the documents on the table, Chun-Yi nodded and said, "You may leave now. I will contact you when there are tasks ahead, and you can come find me if you need anything." As he spoke, Chun-Yi turned and placed the documents in the drawer of the TV cabinet. He intended to train his ability to control lightning but discovered that Chi-Yu remained rooted in place. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Is there something else?" Chi-Yu hesitated for a few seconds before responding softly, "I have nowhere to stay." Chun-Yi was taken aback. Was she jesting? A celestial assassin from the Yama Palace had no place to reside? Sensing his skepticism, Chi-Yu gently explained, "All my accommodations in the Dragon Kingdom are arranged by the Yama Palace. If I return, it would be easy for their spies to discover me. If I were to commit murder, it would pose significant complications, especially since I am officially affiliated now. I shouldn't be killing indiscriminately, should I?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he was disinclined to engage in further debate and replied succinctly, "You can stay here for tonight. Tomorrow, I will have Gao Monli come to pick you up." With that, he disregarded her presence and proceeded towards the door, adding, "Handle the body and clean the living room. The stench of blood is overwhelming." As Chun-Yi departed, the living room was left with only Chi-Yu, who gazed at the lifeless body on the floor, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Chun-Yi ascended to the rooftop, where his mind brimmed with inspiration. He chose to suppress the earlier events and prioritize the development of his own abilities. Due to his recent breakthrough to the second tier, Chun-Yi's grasp and comprehension of electricity had intensified. This led him to recall the powers of Magneto from cinematic works of his past life. Electromagnetic force is indeed a form of magnetic force. His initial endeavor was to experiment with the electromagnetic field. To establish this field, he needed to connect with the magnetic field of Blue Star, utilizing his own electromagnetic force to communicate with the planet's magnetic field, thereby providing sufficient power to the force field. This concept served as the foundation for many of Magneto's abilities. Suddenly, Blue and white arcs of electricity began to emanate from Chen Yi's body. Under his control, the frequency of the arcs increased rapidly, wildly expanding around him. As the frequency reached a certain threshold, the lightning on the surface of the arcs gradually diminished, and even the crackling sounds of electricity began to fade away. Eventually, only faint traces of arcs could be seen flickering across Chen Yi's body. At this juncture, an electromagnetic field had indeed enveloped him, albeit its effectiveness was minimal due to his still limited strength. This won't do. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, and the electric light that coursed across his body vanished in an instant, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Such delicate manipulation of lightning had drained considerable mental energy. Yet, he remained unable to connect with the magnetic field of Blue Star. In his estimation, this failure stemmed from the weakness of the electromagnetic field he could emit, which could not resonate with the planet's frequency. It seems that the prowess of the second tier is still insufficient. I shall endeavor further in the future. However, a flicker of electricity danced within Chen Yi's eyes, casting a blue-white hue upon his entire gaze. Although he was unable to connect with the planet's magnetic field to unleash an astonishing electromagnetic force, Chen Yi was not without his gains. For instance, he acquired electromagnetic vision, an ability to transform his surroundings into a form of electromagnetic energy, allowing him to perceive the natural magnetic aura surrounding living bodies. Thus, the edifices around him no longer obscured his sight. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, Chen Yi could distinctly observe the bioelectric currents coursing through the bodies within the structures, enabling him to accurately pinpoint each individual's location. With a slow exhale, the lightning in his eyes dissipated, and he once again fell into deep contemplation. Since the attempt to harness Magneto's abilities had faltered, one of the powers found in comics, the first thought that crossed his mind was a renowned anime from his previous life titled Naruto, for he had learned the lightning armor through sheer brutality, which bore a striking resemblance to a certain ability within that series. This was the Lightning Shadows Ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Raijin Armor. However, the Raijin Armor was far more intricate and formidable than the Lightning Armor, as it not only enhanced speed and attack power but also possessed remarkable damage resistance. It was a method of shaping lightning, condensing it into armor that boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Chapter 77. Have you all had breakfast? With this in mind, Chen Yi began his attempts anew. The wild arcs of electricity radiated from Chen Yi's body, and soon the frantically dancing arcs began to coalesce and unify in direction, gradually forming a semblance of armor forged from lightning. Sweat beads densely emerged on Chen Yi's forehead. For this precise manipulation of electricity demanded immense concentration and exerted great strain on his mental faculties. Nevertheless, he managed to persevere. As the lightning continued to gather, a suit of armor enveloping Chen Yi finally took shape. The armor covered him to a depth of 20 centimeters, pulsating with arcs of electricity, rendering him a veritable embodiment of thunder, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a crackling sound, as the armor solidified, Chen Yi finally exhaled in relief, and all the lightning dissipated instantaneously, restoring tranquility to the silent night. Half squatting on the ground, beads of sweat cascaded from his brow, clearly indicating his exhaustion. Yet it was not merely fatigue from exertion, but rather a profound weariness stemming from the drain on his mental energy. After assessing the remnants of power within him, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Although his internal energy and mental strength had been significantly depleted, it was within his capacity to endure in that state. He could maintain it for at least a minute. Thus, by mastering the sensation of lightning manipulation, he could employ the God of Thunder armor in combat. With this thought, Chen Yi seated himself on the ground to gradually recuperate. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he rose to continue his attempts to condense the God of Thunder armor. The process went smoothly, and with the first experience behind him, subsequent attempts progressed at a markedly faster pace. After the second, third, and fourth attempts, Chen Yi tried a total of 6 times before he finally felt utterly exhausted. The restoration of his energy and mental fortitude would require a considerable amount of time. Thus, he decided to cease his practice and prepare to retire for the night, opting instead to engage in practical training with the brutal in the realm of the mind. Have you seen enough? Chen Yi rose and glanced toward a shadowy corner of the rooftop, his tone devoid of emotion. Beneath the stillness of the night, only the faint glow of the moonlight illuminated the scene, casting a hazy radiance over the dimness where a figure began to materialize. Can you see me? Chi Yu's voice lost its tranquility, now tinged with a hint of gravity. Her method of concealment was undoubtedly formidable, for upon entering the first tier, She awakened powers related to the dark elements, instilling her with great confidence in her ability to remain hidden. Yet, she had not anticipated that Chen Yi would see through her ruse so effortlessly. Chen Yi remained silent, his eyes sparking with blue and white electricity. He turned and descended the stairs, disregarding Qi Yu's confusion. Once home, Chen Yi addressed a corner of the living room, stating, "You will sleep in that room tonight. The left drawer beneath the wardrobe contains new toiletries. Do not disturb anything else." With that, he proceeded to the bathroom for a shower, having broken into a sweat that left him feeling uncomfortable. After Chen Yi entered the bathroom, a figure cloaked in shadow gradually emerged from the corner of the living room. Her eyes filled with seriousness and trepidation. For an assassin, a person capable of seeing through her disguise was undoubtedly a grave threat. To her, Chen Yi was that dangerous individual. Chen Yi paid no heed to Qi Yu's psychological state. After finishing his shower, he directly lay down on the bed and, within less than a minute, drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, his consciousness entered a mental realm, where he engaged in brutal combat training with his ferocious alter ego. This experience left Chen Yi with a sense of willingly seeking torment, devoid of any exhilaration from genuine progress. Each time he believed he had improved, his ruthless counterpart would cruelly remind him that he remained inept. No matter how hard he tried, he perpetually found himself on the defensive, lacking the strength to retaliate. It was as though from the very beginning, the ferocity had not exerted much effort in their encounters. The opponent's strength seemed endless. Despite possessing identical physical attributes, the ferocity's power could effortlessly overwhelm him. When dawn broke, Chen Yi was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Upon exiting his room, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene in the living room. There sat Captain Song Boyan of General Hua's guard on the sofa, with Qi Yu silently beside him. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Chen Yi quickly regained his composure. He was not particularly surprised by Captain Song's arrival, as he had anticipated it, though he had not expected him to come so early. "Good morning, Captain Song," Chen Yi greeted while stifling a yawn, and then he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon his return, he noticed that the atmosphere in the living room remained peculiar. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 9:50. "Have you all had breakfast yet? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" Chen Yi inquired politely, adopting the demeanor of a gracious host. Who knows? In the living room, the two individuals were decidedly unreserved, nodding in unison. Chen Yi's expression stiffened, and he could only silently proceed toward the kitchen. Before he could even step inside, a knock echoed at the door. Chen Yi's eyes lit up, and he promptly dashed to open it. To his delight, it was indeed Gao Manli, who arrived carrying 2 bags of breakfast. Without uttering a word, she was warmly ushered inside by Chen Yi. "Ah, you've arrived. Come in, quickly." Gao Manli, slightly bewildered, was pulled in. Upon entering, she spotted the 2 individuals in the living room, which only added to her confusion. Turning to Chen Yi, her gaze was filled with questions. However, Chen Yi seemed oblivious to her uncertainty. Grabbing the breakfast from her hands, he said, "First, change your shoes. I'll head over first." With that, Chen Yi made his way to the dining table, all the while beckoning the 2 in the living room. "Come on, breakfast is here. Let us eat together." The 2 in the living room rose silently, making their way toward the table without uttering a word. Soon, Gao Manli joined them, and the 4 of them sat across from one another at the table, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle awkwardness. Yet, Chen Yi paid no heed, tearing open a bag and shoving a youtiao into his mouth. Unable to endure the atmosphere, Gao Manli nudged Chen Yi with her elbow, her eyes darting toward the 2 opposite her, seemingly inquiring about the situation. Noticing her gaze, Chen Yi, while chewing, replied, "Qi Yu, didn't we agree yesterday? She is joining our little team. As for Lieutenant Song, he is here to handle some paperwork and just casually enjoy some breakfast, right, Lieutenant Song?" Song Boyan nodded slightly at the mention, then also took a youtiao from the bag and brought it to his lips. Gao Manli's captivating eyes flickered. Could it be that Qi Yu had already fulfilled the requirement mentioned yesterday? Had she swiftly dispatched a celestial-level assassin? Maintaining her composure, Gao Manli nodded slightly and silently retrieved a tea egg from her bag. The 4 of them finished their breakfast in a contemplative silence. Then, unable to contain himself any longer, Song Boyan spoke up. "Please allow me to review the new recruit's dossier." Chapter 78. Show me your strength. Today, Song Boyan was naturally acting on the instructions of Hua Xiaoyuan. Last night, Chen Yi had only provided a brief overview of Qi Yu's situation over the phone, explicitly expressing the desire to have her join the team. General Hua was understandably cautious regarding Qi Yu's background, as assassins were, after all, considered outlaws and criminals in their eyes. In this rapidly changing world, it was rather unsettling that the authorities would invite such individuals to join their ranks. Nevertheless, Chen Yi possessed the autonomy to recruit team members, and thus, General Hua could only permit Song Boyan to assess the candidate's reliability and potential issues. Eager to fulfill his assignment, Song Boyan had rushed over early in the morning, only to be greeted at the door by a strikingly beautiful woman. He was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly assuming she was Chen Yi's romantic partner, which led him to refrain from discussing work-related matters. It was only moments later that he realized this woman was indeed the assassin mentioned by General Hua. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Chi Yu remained silent, as it was simply her nature to do so. Chen Yi retrieved Chi Yu's dossier from the television cabinet and slid it across the table towards Song Boyan. In a proactive manner, he urged Captain Song to promptly input the identity information of the new team member, as he intended to undertake some tasks without delay. Upon hearing this, Song Boyan's eyes flickered. Accepting tasks was certainly a positive development, although the authorities had recently recruited numerous evolved individuals, and many operational teams were now capable of action. It was still far from sufficient given the current circumstances. Chen Yi's willingness to proactively address the Forbidden Ruins was indeed commendable. However, he quickly realized the implications of the statement. Was it a prerequisite that information be recorded in order to accept missions? Who did this apply to? Song Boyan maintained a stoic expression as he meticulously perused the documentation in his hands. After a prolonged moment, he set the papers down, his demeanor turning serious as he regarded Chen Yi and intently asked, "Are you truly intending to include her in the team?" Chen Yi affirmed, "Yes, but rest assured. She is now my team member, and I will take full responsibility for any incidents that may arise." Song Boyan fell silent for a moment before turning to the taciturn Chi Yu and stated, "Since this is Captain Chen's decision, I shall not interfere excessively. However, should you indeed choose to join the official ranks, I hope you will remember your identity moving forward. Regardless of your past, you must adhere to the established protocols. Can you manage that?" Chi Yu's gaze shifted momentarily before she looked up at Chen Yi and nodded slightly. "Let us discuss this on the rooftop," Song Boyan suggested. Leading the way to the door, Chen Yi's eyes glimmered as he followed suit, while Gao Monli and Chi Yu brought up the rear. Upon arriving at the rooftop, Song Boyan first surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that no one could witness their actions. He then turned to Chi Yu, standing at the back, and said, "Come. Let me see your abilities." After speaking, he glanced at Chen Yi and added, "Captain Chen, I trust you won't mind? Otherwise, I would find it difficult to explain upon my return." Chen Yi shrugged indifferently, looking at Chi Yu and encouraged, "Then give it a try." Hearing this, Chi Yu raised her gaze to the increasingly formidable Song Boyan and softly stated, "I am an assassin." Song Boyan comprehended her implication. An assassin's greatest skill lies in stealthy elimination, and confronting someone with a military background head-on would undoubtedly be disadvantageous. He calmly replied, "Rest assured, I do not expect you to defeat me. Merely demonstrating sufficient prowess will suffice." Chi Yu fell silent and took 2 deliberate steps forward, positioning herself in a stance against Song Boyan. Chen Yi observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. To be frank, he was uncertain about the extent of either's abilities, but his curiosity was piqued. Witnessing their confrontation would undoubtedly be intriguing. A trained soldier from the military possesses combat techniques that are far from mere theatrics. They embody the true art of lethality. Conversely, a top-tier international assassin is no ordinary opponent, having taken countless lives. "Come forth." Song Boyan beckoned, indicating that Chi Yu could initiate her assault. Instead of attacking immediately, Chi Yu retreated half a step, and in the next moment, the ebony shadow beneath her feet began to spread like droplets of ink in water. Not only hers, but even the shadows beneath Chen Yi, Gao Monli, and Song Boyan's feet were rapidly expanding, almost instantly enveloping the entire rooftop. The ground was cast in a layer of inky darkness. Song Boyan's gaze sharpened, a solemn expression crossing his face. It was at this moment that Chi Yu's form plunged into the pitch-black surface beneath him like a stone, creating a ripple of slight disturbance. Song Boyan's pupils constricted, and his keen sense of combat urged him to instinctively step forward, swiftly turning his body, channeling his core strength as his left arm swung back in a powerful punch. Whoosh! His arm traced a semicircle through the air, generating a fierce whooshing sound. Yet, there was no sensation of impact. His fist sliced through the void. Not behind him? A jolt of alarm coursed through Song Boyan as he thought to himself that he was in trouble. Just as his arm was extended, before he could retract his force. A figure surged silently from the ground beside him, fingers as white as jade gleaming like a dagger, aiming directly for his throat. At that moment, Song Boyan had no time to block or retreat. He could only watch in horror as the fingers approached his throat. However, his expression remained remarkably composed. His eyes sharp as an eagle's. Just as the fingers were about to pierce his throat, Song Boyan lowered his head, his jaw exerting sudden force to trap the fingers between his collarbones. Simultaneously, he followed through with his motion. One hand grasped the arm ensnared by his chin, while the other formed a fist, launching a strike towards the shadow enveloped in darkness. Due to her fingers being caught by her opponent, Chiyu found herself unable to unleash her abilities to escape. Nevertheless, she remained remarkably composed, her gaze steady as she faced the incoming powerful punch. In a critical moment, she swiftly tilted her head, narrowly evading Song Boyan's straight jab. However, her arm was simultaneously seized by him. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Song Boyan forcefully flipped her slender arm outward, channeling immense strength up her forearm. Had she failed to dissipate the force in time, her entire arm would have been wrenched off. In that instant, Song Boyan also raised his foot to kick her in the abdomen. As Chiyu leaned sideways, teetering on the brink of losing her balance, she lightly tapped the ground with her foot, executing a flawless backflip that not only alleviated the pressure on her arm, but also allowed her to evade Song Boyan's direct kick. With a sharp thud, Chiyu landed on her left foot, while her right foot precisely struck Song Boyan's knee joint, following the momentum of her sideways flip. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his left leg inward to prevent his joint from being shattered. Despite this, the overwhelming force caused him to lose his balance, and he instantly sank to one knee. Seizing the opportunity provided by her foot pressing against his side knee, Chiyu propelled herself into the air, driving her knee forcefully into his temple. Chapter 79. The location of the office? Song Boyan's expression finally changed. He had never anticipated that this petite female assassin possessed such formidable close-quarters combat skills. It could be said that he had underestimated her. The impact of Chiyu's knee against his temple resonated with a heavy thud, yet he merely tilted his head slightly, maintaining his balance while gripping her wrist tenaciously. Chiyu's expression also shifted, a flicker of doubt flashing in her eyes. This sensation feels amiss. The impact at my knee does not resemble a collision with human flesh. Rather, it feels akin to striking a solid surface. Chiyu remains oblivious to the abilities her opponent has employed. In such a scenario, the optimal strategy is to create distance for better observation. Thus, at the very moment her knee made contact with Song Boyan's head, she immediately leveraged the recoil to propel herself into the air, delivering a swift kick with her other foot to his chest, finally freeing her arm. However, she too fell to the ground, seamlessly merging into the inky blackness beneath her, only to reappear at the edge of the rooftop. Observing Chiyu's escape from his grasp, Song Boyan slowly rose, stretching his neck slightly. It became evident that a layer of rocky skin had inexplicably enveloped his head, adorned with fissures that quickly shed onto the ground with his movement. He patted the imprint left by her foot on his chest, gazing towards Chiyu, shrouded in shadow not far away, and remarked calmly, "As a killer, your prowess in close combat is quite impressive. It seems you possess extraordinary qualities that have caught Captain Chen's eye." He then turned to Chen Yi, stating, "Let this suffice. Your team member exhibits remarkable strength, but I hope you refrain from indiscriminately adding individuals to your roster, as it may complicate matters for General Hua at headquarters." By uttering these words, he implicitly acknowledged Chiyu's capabilities. The confrontation was not intended to be a life-or-death struggle. The responses and tactics displayed during the skirmish were sufficient to gauge her overall strength, which was undeniably formidable. Moreover, her most potent techniques as an assassin could not be unleashed in such a direct confrontation. Song Boyan was acutely aware of this fact. He had not gained any advantage over his opponent, partly due to underestimating them, yet he was a second-tier individual. This alone spoke volumes. Chen Yi remained non-committal, yet wore a beaming smile as he reassured, "Rest assured, I know my limits." With this, it seemed that Chiyu's inclusion in the team was no longer in question. General Hua would address the matters concerning her identity, and how that would be resolved was not his concern. Song Boyan nodded expressionlessly. He harbored doubts about Chen Yi's judgment. Yet there was little he could do, given Chen Yi's evident capabilities. Resolving a second-tier forbidden zone in merely 2 days was an achievement few at the headquarters could boast. "I shall take my leave," Song Boyan remarked, casting a glance at the others before turning to descend the stairs. Upon returning to Chen Yi's residence, he retrieved a briefcase from the sofa and produced a secure mobile phone, handing it to Chiyu. This is a secure communication device. Other weaponry and documentation will be delivered once your identity has been registered. As he spoke, Song Boyan prepared to depart. Suddenly, he was called back by Chini. Lieutenant Song, wait. Chini exclaimed, a frown creasing his brow as a thought struck him. Song Boyan turned back, perplexed. Is there something else? I recall that we were supposed to be provided with an independent office space for our team. It has been several days now. At this, Song Boyan's brow furrowed as well. Has no one been in touch with you? His gaze turned icy, as he assumed that Chini and the others were reluctant to occupy any office space, especially since Chini had clearly expressed his desire to avoid constraints. Unbeknownst to him, no one had informed Chini and others about the office location. Upon hearing Song Boyan's retort, Chini's mind was instantly flooded with thoughts. After exchanging a silent glance with Gao Monli, he refrained from speaking. Yet sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Observing this, Song Boyan's expression darkened. He promptly retrieved his phone and conducted a search, then spoke in a low, commanding tone. Follow me. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Chini narrowed his eyes slightly before nodding to signal Gao Monli and Chiyu to accompany him. The four descended to find a spacious armored SUV waiting below. Song Boyan had already taken his seat in the front passenger side, while the driver, a robust young man clad in a black suit, exuded an air of military discipline. Chun-Yi and the others settled into the rear seat, which was ample enough that they felt no discomfort. To the lakeside in the southern suburbs, Song Boyan's voice was frigid, prompting the driver to glance at him momentarily, understanding not to inquire further, and silently started the vehicle. The SUV sped swiftly towards the lakeside. Chini turned his gaze to the retreating buildings outside, feeling a twinge of reluctance. He harbored a desire to avoid this journey with Song Boyan, as he had a foreboding sense of the matters that awaited them. He preferred that Song Boyan handle this situation independently, allowing them to clear the area. However, as the team captain and given the current necessity, it would be inappropriate for him to abstain. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the lakeside, where the vehicle stopped in front of a modern three-story villa after navigating a corner. A few individuals alighted from their vehicle and surveyed the architectural marvel before them. This was a villa spanning over 400 square meters, adorned in a modern aesthetic, complete with a yard and garden. The second floor boasted an open-air swimming pool, a testament to luxury, at least in the eyes of Chun-Yi. However, it was evident that the residence was inhabited, as their keen eyesight revealed two couples frolicking in the pool above. Song Boyan, too, had noticed, his gaze momentarily chilling, his face betraying not a hint of emotion. He pressed the doorbell. Minutes passed, and he pressed it again. After a further wait, a woman emerged from the villa's grand entrance, peering curiously toward them. Surprise flickered in her eyes upon recognizing Chun-Yi and his companions, and she stepped outside clad in a minimal swimsuit, striding toward the yard. Chun-Yi could not help but admire her. Her beauty and physique were captivating, her generous bosom and smooth curves swaying enticingly with each step. Yet, he refrained from staring, casting a brief glance before shifting his gaze to the window on the villa's second floor, where an individual was watching them intently. Who are you? Whom do you seek? The woman inquired, halting before the gate without opening it first. Song Boyan remained silent, his expression impassive as he produced his credentials from his pocket, displaying them before her with an icy command. Open the door. Upon glimpsing the contents of the identification, a flicker of panic crossed her features. Clearly understanding the implications of the document, she said no more but swiftly opened the gate, stepping aside to allow passage. Chun-Yi and the others followed Song Boyan into the premises, ignoring the woman entirely. The woman, with her damp hair cascading around her shoulders, trailed closely behind. First, she cast a glance at the brooding Song Boyan, then swept her gaze over Chun-Yi and his companions. Suddenly halting her steps, she leaned closer to Chun-Yi and whispered, "Excuse me, officer, what brings you here?" A woman initiating conversation with a man is undoubtedly easier, especially when she is strikingly beautiful. Chun-Yi did not disappoint her, responding in kind. However, his words rendered her expression momentarily frozen. "Oh, we are merely underlings, accompanying our boss on an errand." He gestured towards Song Boyan. The implication was clear. They were but aides, and any inquiries should be directed to their superior. The woman's face stiffened slightly as she glanced once more at the grim-faced Song Boyan, yet she refrained from further engagement, silently walking beside them towards the villa's entrance. Upon entering the grand hall, they discovered several individuals who had been waiting for them, previously gathered at the second-floor pool. As Song Boyan stepped in, A striking young man with a buzz cut immediately approached, extending his hand in introduction. I am He Ziyuan. May I inquire about your identities and the purpose of your visit? As he spoke, the young man's gaze shifted towards the woman who had opened the door. She remained silent, her head slightly bowed. Observing her demeanor, He Ziyuan's brow furrowed ever so slightly before he quickly reverted to a beaming smile. Upon hearing the young man's name, Song Boyan's eyes glinted with interest, his sharp gaze locking onto He Ziyuan as he coldly inquired, "What is your relation to He Yuanjian?" Upon hearing this, He Ziyuan's smile deepened, and he replied with a grin, "Indeed, it is my father." Song Boyan nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired, "Who permitted you to enter here?" At this statement, the two men and two women opposite furrowed their brows. He Ziyuan slightly restrained his smile and replied coolly, "May I ask who you are?" "This is my friend's domain. Do we really require anyone's permission to come here?" "Your friend's domain?" Song Boyan's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he coldly retorted, "Let me meet this so-called friend of yours." As he spoke, Song Boyan produced his credentials before the group. The moment He Ziyuan caught sight of the credentials, his expression shifted, and a hint of trepidation crept into his gaze as he looked at Song Boyan and his companions. He then turned to another young man behind him, frowning as he asked, "Gung Bo, what is happening?" In response, the slightly plump young man named Gung Bo stepped forward with a forced smile, saying, "This may be a misunderstanding. Let me make a call." He gestured for the officials to wait while he rummaged for his phone on the sofa in the hall. Observing this, He Ziyuan's expression revealed his helplessness as he addressed Song Boyan. "Sir, what exactly have we done to warrant this? Could you kindly enlighten us?" Song Boyan did not respond directly but instead turned to Gung Bo, who had now picked up his phone, and asked, "Gung Bo, you are the son of Gung Qiu, correct?" He Ziyuan nodded, his unease intensifying. The fact that this individual not only recognized his father but also knew Gung Qiu's father and dared to come here knowing their identities indicated that his own standing must be quite formidable. In truth, he had a rough understanding of the situation. Yet he could not reveal his awareness, lest it lead to an unfavorable conclusion. Similarly, Gung Bo found himself in a comparable predicament. "Hello, Dad. What is the matter? If there is something urgent, please speak quickly. I'm in a meeting. Dad, Ziyuan and I are at the newly constructed villa by Nanxiao Lake. And someone from the military district has come looking for us." "What? Have you lost your mind? Did I not instruct you to avoid the place for the time being? Please, don't scold me just yet. What should we do? Perhaps you could come over?" Gung Bo instinctively recoiled, clearly apprehensive of his father's wrath. "How could I have a son like you? Hand me the phone." Upon hearing this, Gung Bo sighed in relief and hastily approached Song Boyan, extending the phone. With a stoic expression, Song Boyan took it and coldly stated, "Hello. Hello. This is Gung Qiu. May I inquire who this esteemed officer is?" A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "Song Boyan," came the curt reply. "Ah, it is indeed General Song. You must be here regarding the newly established office area, am I correct? I sincerely apologize. My son is quite ignorant of these matters and has merely been a bit mischievous. Please don't take offense. I will have him leave immediately." Unmoved, Song Boyan coldly retorted, "You have half an hour to bring He Yuanjian along as well. That is all." With that, he hung up the phone. Tossing it back to Gung Bo, he turned to Chen Yi and said, "Please take a seat and wait for a moment. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation." Chen Yi's heart twisted. He had no desire for an explanation. "I merely desire a workspace, devoid of any semblance of inciting unrest. Such thoughts linger in my mind." Yet my expression remains impassive as I nod and take a seat on the sofa beside Song Boyan. He Ziyuan and the others exchange glances. Having gleaned from the recent exchange between Song Boyan and Uncle Gung that the visitor harbors ill intentions, they find themselves at a loss for what to do. Opting to wait for the arrival of family members. "Let us change our attire," murmurs the woman who had opened the door earlier, as they are still clad in swimwear, which is rather unbecoming for a discussion of such gravity. The group nods in agreement and ascends the stairs to their respective rooms. Song Boyan, indifferent to their presence, finds little common ground with these second-generation heirs. Shortly thereafter, a little over half an hour passes before the doorbell rings. He Ziyuan and Gung Bo, now dressed in casual attire, promptly head to the door. They soon usher in two distinguished middle-aged men. The one on the left, slender and adorned with silver-framed glasses, is none other than He Ziyuan's father, He Yuanjian, the mayor of Taixiang City. The man on the right, portly and evidently somewhat indulgent, is Gung Bo's father, Gung Qiu, the head of the real estate company Angua Jianya, a quasi-official enterprise. Onghua Jianya has constructed numerous airports and administrative buildings across Longhua, establishing a formidable presence within the nation. This very villa, too, is a product of Onghua's craftsmanship. Although the company's headquarters reside in Modu, his presence in Taixiang City is necessitated by the recent missile bombardment, for which he is accountable for the subsequent reconstruction efforts. It must be said that real estate companies with a semi-official background are increasingly sought after in this era. Chun Yi was initially unfamiliar with the two individuals, but upon encountering He Yuanjian, he immediately recalled him. After all, as the mayor, he has appeared in the news on numerous occasions, making it quite natural for Chun Yi to have some impression of him. Upon entering, He Yuanjian and Geng Qiufei first cast their gazes over Song Boyan and the others, before swiftly focusing on the former. With a beaming smile, he approached quickly and remarked, "This must be Captain Song. Look at the trouble this has caused. It's regrettable that you had to come personally. Our management has been lacking, and I hope you won't take offense. Indeed. When I return, I shall certainly give that rascal a good talking to." Geng Qiufei hastily echoed. Song Boyan, however, disregarded their remarks and turned his attention to He Yuanjian, speaking with a frosty tone, "Secretary He, I recall that the arrangement of the special team's office was entrusted to you. Why has Captain Chen not received the relevant notification? Instead, your esteemed son appears to be enjoying himself here." As he spoke, Song Boyan's gaze flickered toward He Yuan standing nearby. Such blunt and unrelenting words immediately stiffened the atmosphere, leaving everyone present at a loss for how to respond. However, He Yuanjian, a seasoned veteran of the political arena, quickly regained his composure and, with a beaming smile, replied, "Captain Song, you seem to have misunderstood me. During such times, I also have numerous matters to attend to, and I delegate many responsibilities to my subordinates. This situation is most likely a misunderstanding. The subordinate failed to communicate effectively, and my son is unaware of the circumstances here, which led to. In any case, this incident is indeed our oversight. I shall personally extend my apologies to the provincial secretary, and I hope Captain Song will exercise understanding." This statement is quite adeptly crafted. It first shifts blame onto subordinates, then downplays the severity of the incident by citing poor communication, and ultimately shields his son under the pretense of ignorance. One can only conclude that years of experience in the municipal office have not been in vain. Furthermore, the apology is directed towards the provincial secretary rather than the military district, which clearly creates a divide. To put it simply, we are not of the same system. If someone from the military commission comes to confront my political commissar, the higher-ups will not stand idly by. Although Song Boyan is not a politician, his rise to the rank of captain at such a young age indicates he is no ordinary individual. Having been subtly influenced from a young age, he quickly grasped the nuances of the other party's words. He coldly remarked, Secretary, he has a way with words, attempting to gloss over the matter so lightly. This seems rather dismissive of my presence, does it not?" He Yuanjian furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Song Boyan's approach. The latter appeared too resolute, and if this continued, neither party would be able to save face, leading to a rather unsightly situation. Indeed, these military personnel are all brash. He inwardly shook his head. Beside him, Geng Qiu remained silent. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he was quite astute. This situation was evidently challenging to navigate. He was merely the head of a real estate company. Although he had some official connections, there was no need to sever ties with military and political figures, was there? It is best to remain silent if one is not called upon. Beside him, Chun Yi gazed at Song Boyan with a hint of astonishment, pondering how audacious it was to have someone backing him. Each word he uttered seemed to strike with lethal precision, unperturbed by the potential ramifications. After all, one cannot simply escalate matters to the level of an entire city, can they? Such thoughts appeared rather unrealistic. Song Boyan seemed oblivious to the expressions around him, continuing in a frigid tone. This matter has been directed from the military and political spheres to be executed by the city leadership in collaboration with Onghua Construction. It has been several days, yet Captain Chen has not even received a notification. Now you tell me that the notice was not properly dispatched? If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, how have you maintained your position for so many years? His words were not merely unyielding. They bore a sharp edge, almost confrontational. Even He Yuanjian, known for his composure, could not disguise his displeasure upon hearing this. However, before he could respond, Song Boyan's tone turned even colder. "I may not possess your political finesse, so let me be candid. We both know the reality of this situation. But do not forget the harshness of the world we inhabit. Without individuals like us fighting tirelessly in the front lines, How could you politicians enjoy such comfort in your offices? I do not care who your backers are. Do not entertain any treacherous ideas. They are General Hua's men. I hope you grasp this clearly, or else you shall bear the consequences. He Yuanjin's expression shifted. He had genuinely not anticipated that Song Boyan would speak so forthrightly, resembling a reckless youth unafraid to unveil the truth. He could only suppress the discontent within his heart and forced a smile, saying, "Haha. What a statement from Lieutenant Song. Do not place such a heavy burden upon my shoulders. I am not equipped to bear it. How could I ever entertain any nefarious intentions? This is indeed a lapse in my professional duties. I shall immediately issue an order to investigate this matter, leaving no stone unturned among the relevant personnel. Simultaneously, I will instruct the team to cleanse this area, and then promptly allow Captain Chen's team to take residence here. What do you think?" "Humph, you dare not." Song Yuanjin scoffed. Turning to Chen Yi, he inquired, "Captain Chen, what is your perspective on this?" Chen Yi silently cursed. These soldiers were anything but straightforward. With everyone's gaze upon him, he could only nod expressionlessly and reply, "Let it be as you propose. We must not squander excessive time on this. We have missions to attend to and cannot afford to waste our efforts on this affair." Song Boyan's public questioning of Chen Yi was merely a ploy to elicit a public declaration, thereby aligning them on the same front, ensuring that everyone bore a share of the day's events. Chen Yi's response was equally transparent. He first confirmed his stance and then indicated his singular focus on their duties, implying that they could pursue their own agendas without involving him. This conveyed his position while evading undue scrutiny, thereby sidestepping potential complications. After all, he was merely a facilitator. Surely those above him would not stoop to target him. Upon witnessing Chen Yi's declaration, Song Boyan immediately nodded, stating, "Then it shall be so. I trust that Secretary Song will not err in notification again." With Chen Yi's endorsement, Song Boyan felt no hesitation in courting additional scrutiny or in further offending He Yuanjin and others. "Certainly not. I shall attend to it at once." He Yuanjin quickly waved his hand, then turned to Chen Yi, offering a slight bow with an apologetic demeanor. "You are Captain Chen, correct? This incident was due to my professional oversight. Thankfully, it did not result in severe consequences. I hope you do not take offense, Captain Chen." Observing this, Chen Yi promptly averted his gaze and gestured dismissively in the air. While the other party feigned a bow of apology, he could hardly reciprocate genuinely. To do so would render him as foolish as Song Boyan. He had no desire to become entangled in political strife, which was fraught with complexity. Laden with competing interests and alliances, neither could one eliminate nor effectively confront them. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a faade of decorum. No, Secretary He. I am merely a humble team leader. It would be inappropriate for you to salute me, and I am unworthy of such acknowledgement." He continued, "It is sufficient that we have addressed the matter. However, I must urge Secretary He to expedite the resolution, as we indeed have tasks to attend to." Chapter 82. Everything proceeds as planned. "Of course, just grant me a little time, and rest assured," Chen Yi replied, steeling himself to exchange pleasantries with the other party before following Song Boyan out. Once they exited the villa and entered the vehicle, Song Boyan spoke in a low voice. "I sincerely apologize for this incident. We will exercise greater caution in the future." Chen Yi had made it clear upon his official induction that he wished to remain aloof from political skirmishes. Now that such matters had inadvertently ensnared him, it was indeed a misstep on Song Boyan's part. Chen Yi shrugged nonchalantly, unconcerned, and remarked, "It's nothing. But I do hope you can manage this situation adequately moving forward. Otherwise my temper is not particularly forgiving." "To the best of our ability." Song Boyan nodded in agreement. The vehicle roared to life, and several individuals swiftly departed from the lakeside villa. Within the confines of the estate, a voice resonated. "What are your thoughts? Have I not cautioned you against coming to this place? Were it not for your presence here, would I have been subjected to that scolding from Song Boyan?" After Chen Yi and the others took their leave, He Yuanjin unleashed a torrent of rebuke directed at He Ziyuan. However, He Ziyuan remained unfazed by his father's ire, responding with an expressionless demeanor. "Father, while we may have erred in this matter, the other party's attitude is exceedingly dismissive of your authority. What do you understand?" He Yuanjin chastised. "These are merely struggles of those in higher echelons. Our duty is to execute our tasks diligently. To forcibly assert oneself will only lead to becoming collateral damage." He Yuanjin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had merely received a covert indication from his superiors to delay the establishment of this office, and he could surmise their intentions. Yet, He had not anticipated that his son would show up in this predicament. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, he would not have felt so constricted. With an initial misstep, he found it difficult to assert himself. Politics thrives on balance and restraint. Any miscalculation on his part would diminish his leverage and inadvertently bolster his adversaries. Although this situation appeared to have passed, was it truly resolved? It was far from straightforward. Should he require military or political assistance in the future, the opposing party would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to obstruct him, making his position uncomfortable without leaving room for reproach. This is the price one pays for being the vanguard. Had Zi Yuan and the others not been present, he would have had numerous excuses to deflect responsibility, be it inadequate site selection or incomplete construction. There would have been an abundance of justifications. However, the circumstances have changed entirely, clearly indicating to those in military and political circles that He Yuanjin has fallen from grace. Observing his father's genuine ire, He Yuan refrained from retorting and instead lowered his head in silence. The two young women present exchanged glances before stepping forward to say, "Uncle He, my father has called for me to return home. I must take my leave." "Yes, Uncle He, my family has also requested my immediate return." These two young ladies hailed from families of political stature, their forebears having maintained a close relationship with He Yuanjian, which is why they befriended He Ziyuan. "Very well. You may depart. Please extend my regards to your fathers. I shall offer my apologies for today's events at a later date," He Yuanjian replied, his previously somber demeanor giving way to a smile. "All right, goodbye, uncle." The two quickly bid farewell and exited. The villa was left with only He Yuanjian and his son. "Geng Qiu, brother He, what do you propose we do now?" Geng Qiu inquired first. He Yuanjian cast him a glance, and after a moment of contemplation, exhaled deeply. "What else can we do? Have the place cleared out and renovated swiftly. I will report the remaining matters truthfully to the higher-ups. Thereafter, it will no longer concern us." With that, He Yuanjian turned his attention to He Ziyuan and Geng Bo, speaking gravely, "You two must refrain from causing any disturbances for the time being. Remain quietly at home. The situation is no longer as it once was. A single misstep on my part could lead to dire consequences. Do you understand?" "Understood, Uncle He." "We understand, Dad," they both replied, heads bowed. After He Yuanjian and Geng Qiu departed, Geng Bo turned to He Ziyuan and inquired, "Well, brother Yuan, have we landed ourselves in trouble this time? I did mention that my father forbids me from coming here." "Fear not," He Ziyuan interjected, raising his hand to silence him, and replied nonchalantly, "What could possibly go wrong? It's all been resolved, hasn't it? We merely came here to have some fun. We haven't done anything wrong. Why are you so anxious?" At that moment, He Ziyuan's phone vibrated, causing him to pause his speech. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at it. There was a message from an unknown number. "How is everything going?" Upon reading this message, He Ziyuan's gaze flickered momentarily before he typed a reply. "Everything is proceeding as planned. My father is also involved." After escorting Chen Yi, Gao Manli, and Chi Yu to the former's residence, Song Boyan took his leave. Downstairs, Chen Yi glanced at the two charming girls and contemplated before stating, "Chi Yu should stay at Gao Manli's house for now. Once we secure the office space, we can all move in together, along with that fellow Su Lekong." Gao Manli immediately turned her head and said, "Captain, shouldn't you consult me before bringing someone into my home? Are you unwilling?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. Gao Manli's eyes flickered for a moment before she responded, "Not exactly. However, to celebrate the addition of our new team member, shouldn't we hold a gathering tonight? How about at the captain's house? We can go buy groceries now and invite Su Lekong over," she proposed with a cheerful smile. Chen Yi's expression stiffened, and he immediately considered declining. "Captain," Gao Manli called out softly, causing Chen Yi to break into a shiver. "Stop. This is the only time I'll say it, and please refrain from making such sounds in the future. It's rather unsettling." Initially, Gao Manli had been quite cheerful, but upon hearing the latter half of Chen Yi's statement, her expression fell. "Captain, you truly are a quintessential straight man. It's no wonder you don't have a girlfriend." Chen Yi nonchalantly replied, "A girlfriend is merely a distraction that hampers my speed in drawing my blade." Gao Manli, as the two engaged in their banter, they accompanied the taciturn Chi Yu into the vehicle, heading towards the vegetable market. Their home was running low on supplies, and he intended to stock up for the refrigerator. Along the way, he casually informed Su Lekong, and soon the trio found themselves wandering through the market. It didn't take long for Chen Yi to notice an alarming issue. The number of stalls had significantly diminished, and the once crowded periphery of the market was now desolate. Prices had skyrocketed, particularly for vegetables, with some items now priced at 10 times their previous cost. This left Chen Yi momentarily dumbfounded. And he recognized that the repercussions of the impending ban on the market were profoundly impacting modern society. This was merely the beginning. The ramifications would only escalate. Numerous supply chains, agricultural systems, production lines, and transportation networks would face severe disruptions. Many regions might soon grapple with shortages of essential goods. Chapter 83. The third tier of the market ban. As Chen Yi pondered, his gaze suddenly turned grave. He had realized a serious concern. Should the operations of society come to a halt, it was inevitable that the authorities would intervene, further diverting essential resources and efforts. The official control over the prohibition of markets in various regions will be significantly weakened. Numerous grassroots forces will seize the opportunity to rise. What's wrong? Gao Manli, noticing Chen Yi's somewhat grim expression, inquired with curiosity, and then, with a hint of dissatisfaction, murmured, "The prices of vegetables are truly exorbitant now." Chen Yi, regaining his composure, shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, let us hurry and buy. A little expense now may mean that in the future, even wealth won't suffice to procure them." Gao Manli, oblivious to the deeper meaning in Chen Yi's words, sifted through the produce and ended up purchasing a substantial bag of vegetables. Upon returning home, they encountered Su Lekong, who was waiting alone downstairs, and invited him to join them upstairs. During this time, Su Lekong continuously scrutinized the silent Chi Yu, exclaiming, "Captain, you are quite inconsiderate. How was I to know there were new members in the team? Moreover, why does this young lady seem so familiar? Could she be the one I encountered in Coldwater Town?" Chen Yi and Gao Manli chose to ignore him. Once home, Gao Manli took the initiative to enter the kitchen, and Chen Yi, as the host, felt awkward waiting for the meal, so he decided to assist her. They busied themselves until just past 1 in the afternoon, finally completing the 5 dishes and a soup. To enhance the atmosphere, they indulged in a bit of wine, though they refrained from overindulgence, as it was unwise to drink excessively at this hour. Throughout the meal, laughter and chatter flowed, fostering an increasingly harmonious relationship among them. With the exception of Chi Yu, who mostly remained silent, responding only occasionally when addressed, and rarely interjecting. After finishing their meal, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon, and Chen Yi suggested that everyone head home. They all complied without lingering, each returning to their own abodes. Gao Manli took Chi Yu to purchase some daily necessities and change of clothes. After Chen Yi and the others departed, he returned to his room alone, lit a stick of incense before his aunt's memorial tablet, and then lay down on the bed. In his hand, he held an encrypted phone, scrolling through its contents incessantly. He had resolved to undertake a mission. The scenes at the market today were ample to comprehend the larger picture, allowing him to anticipate future occurrences. Thus, amid the ensuing turmoil, strength would prove to be of paramount importance. In the restricted area D012 of Yueqing, classified as a difficulty level 2. A 4-member team had previously ventured in, but there had been no further developments since. The reward consisted of C-level personal merit and team merit. In the restricted area D045 of Yueqing, also at difficulty level 2, no teams had entered, and the boundary was continually expanding. The reward for this area was B-level team merit and C-level personal merit. As for the restricted area D081 in Yueqing, Chen Yi browsed through the second-level restricted areas, noting that there were currently few of such zones in the small city, with Yueqing being the nearest to the force of distance. However, Chen Yi was not inclined to accept these tasks. He sought challenges of greater difficulty. After some contemplation, he began to examine the third-level restricted areas. Presently, there were only 2 third-level restricted areas in Yueqing, one of which had already been entered by official personnel. Yet they had yet to emerge. The other remained untouched. Yueqing C002, a third-level restricted area, had not seen any teams enter, and the situation was unclear. The reward for this area included A-level team merit and B-level personal merit. As he considered the third-level restricted areas, Chen Yi furrowed his brow, based on his experience. The minor creatures within a third-level restricted area were at least first tier, while the elites could reach second tier, or even the pinnacle of second tier. The Lord is indeed a formidable tier 3 creature, with its abilities and type shrouded in mystery. Recklessly leading a team inside could result in casualties. Yet, he bore no fear, however. After some contemplation, Chen Yi began to explore the Tier 1 forbidden zones. Presently, there exists an abundance of Tier 1 forbidden zones, far too numerous to count or manage effectively. It wasn't long before he identified a suitable target, the Taixiang E011 Forbidden Zone, categorized as a peak Tier 1 challenge. A small team of 3 had entered and remained silent for 5 days. The reward for this endeavor is a C rank for both team and individual merit. This Forbidden Zone had previously claimed a team, but the barrier had not reached Tier 2, indicating that the creatures or the Lord within were particularly troublesome. Hence the relatively higher reward. Chen Yi's eyes glimmered with determination, and he had made up his mind. Thus, he proceeded to accept the tasks for the Yueqing C002 Forbidden Zone and the Taixiang E011 Forbidden Zone. Soon, detailed information regarding these tasks was transmitted to his account. Chen Yi glanced through the particulars, which included the precise locations of the Forbidden Zones, their emergence times, and the current barrier ranges. These were all quite comprehensive details. Subsequently, he relayed the task information to Gao Monli and Su Lekong, stating that they would commence action in 2 days. Swiftly, he received responses from both, acknowledging with an OK. Following this, Chen Yi sent the information about the Tier 3 Forbidden Zone in Yueqing to Qi Yu, also adding a note that they would act in 2 days. Shortly after sending this message, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he discovered it was Gao Monli calling. Chen Yi answered the phone with a blank expression. Fully aware of the conversation's direction, his tone utterly flat. Hello, what is it? Captain, what do you mean? Are we to separate our actions? You and Su Lekong are to venture into the first tier Forbidden Ruins? And you all are heading to the third tier Forbidden Ruins? Gao Monli's voice was laced with urgency and confusion. Is there an issue? Chen Yi responded nonchalantly. Of course there is. Gao Monli exclaimed. It is already quite challenging for Su Lekong and me to contend with a first-tier pinnacle lord, especially one who seems formidable. This is exceedingly perilous. Not to mention you and Qi Yu. One of you is at the second tier and the other just entering the first. The 2 of you are to enter the third tier Forbidden Ruins? While I acknowledge your strength, isn't this a tad reckless? Shouldn't we proceed with more caution? Gao Monli, you need not worry about us. The very fact that I am willing to take this call indicates my confidence. Your focus should solely be on the task I have assigned you. Although it may pose some challenges, I believe in your capabilities. If we only operate within the confines of our comfort zones in the Forbidden Ruins, our strengths will stagnate, and chaos will soon engulf society. Time is of the essence. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Gao Monli fell silent, grasping Chen Yi's intent. Yet, she could not suppress her reluctance as she asked, then why Qi Yu? Would it not suffice for me to accompany you to the third tier Forbidden Ruins? My abilities could assist in subduing the Lord. I should be a more suitable choice. Shouldn't I? Chen Yi paused momentarily before responding with calm assurance. Indeed, that is the case, but your survival skills are insufficient. Her abilities can enhance her survival rate, thus rendering her more suitable than you. Gao Monli fell silent once more upon hearing this. Chen Yi then declared, no issues, we shall leave it at that, and promptly ended the call. After hanging up, he glanced at his phone with a slight furrow of his brow. Chapter 84. Do you like him? Outside a clothing store, Gao Monli stared blankly at her phone, her beautiful eyes flickering with various emotions before settling into determination. Just wait, I will become stronger than you. And then you won't be able to cast me aside, she murmured to herself before turning to re-enter the store. As she pivoted, she discovered Qi Yu, dressed in a complete white sports outfit, quietly observing her at the entrance. All set. Let me take a look, Gao Monli remarked as she appraised Qi Yu's new attire. Isn't this a bit too plain? Wearing black all day is rather dreary. This looks quite nice. Yet Qi Yu replied serenely, I am an assassin. I am not suited for ostentatious colors. This statement took Gao Monli by surprise, while the shopkeeper's expression turned peculiar in an instant. Ahaha, please don't mind her, boss. She is a novelist, always lost in her bizarre musings. Gao Monli forced out an explanation. The shopkeeper did not dwell on it and turned to wrap the clothes. Come here, young lady. Once you change out of those, I will take care of the packaging for you. Hurry along, Gao Monli encouraged. However, Qi Yu did not move. Instead, she gazed at Gao Monli and calmly stated, You like him. Gao Monli was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such an unexpected inquiry. A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed her smooth, oval face. However, she quickly regained her composure and, without denial, merely replied with a faint smile, Perhaps. Who can say for certain? Meanwhile, Chen Yi had scarcely hung up the phone when another call interrupted him on a secure device. Upon seeing the dragon emblem on the screen, he reluctantly answered. Chen Yi, what on earth are you thinking? Accepting 2 missions simultaneously? And one of them is a Tier 3. Your squad consists of only 4 members. There is no way you can handle 2 tasks at once, let alone a Tier 3. The voice of Hua Xiaoyuan, rarely tinged with a hint of exasperation, resonated through the line. He had barely processed the news of Chun Yi taking on 2 missions when he discovered that one involved a Tier 3 forbidden ruins, which left him utterly unsettled. Was this not sheer folly? To date, there have only been 3 documented cases of successfully breaching Tier 3 forbidden ruins, each requiring a team of 10. With more than 3 Tier 2 evolvers among them, and even then, the losses were staggering. Was Chun Yi not essentially inviting disaster? How could he not be infuriated? In response, Chun Yi calmly stated, "Rest assured, I do not engage in reckless endeavors. My acceptance of these missions indicates that I possess a certain level of confidence. Furthermore, while the headquarters mandates that a minimum of 3 individuals must act together, our special squad holds emergency action rights, allowing me to organize my team into pairs. You are being irresponsible with the lives of your team members." Hua Xiaoyuan's voice carried a note of sternness. Chun Yi retorted without hesitation, "Commander, these are my team members. I am well aware of their capabilities. If they continue to accompany me through the relatively easy restricted zones, how will they ever grow? Surely, you do not wish for your subordinates to be a bunch of inept individuals?" Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoyuan fell silent for a moment before responding in a grave tone. "Have you considered what would happen if they cannot make it out? Or worse, if you yourself cannot escape? That is a matter of life and death," Chun Yi replied, his expression unyielding and devoid of emotion. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not interfere further. However, you had better ensure that you all come back. I just risked everything to confront those old geezers for you, so do not leave me worrying about you dying in the restricted zone." With that, Hua Xiaoyuan abruptly ended the call. It was evident that this General Hua was quite furious. A man typically so imposing was now resorting to such coarse language. Chun Yi stared at the disconnected phone, smirking slightly before tossing it aside. "It's not as if I compelled you to confront them. Why direct your anger at me?" The following 2 days passed in tranquility for Chun Yi. Aside from a visit from Song Boyon delivering some equipment, he faced no interruptions. His days were filled with training, combat drills, swordsmanship practice, and skill development. Although he felt a degree of confidence regarding the 3rd-tier restricted zone, he understood that strength was paramount, and he would not allow himself to be complacent. One evening, Chun Yi received a call from Mayor He Yuanjian, who informed him that the premises had been renovated and were ready for occupancy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chun Yi abruptly ended the call, unwilling to squander time on trivialities. He promptly informed his team that the office location had been secured and that everyone should proceed there. Following this message, Chun Yi began to gather his belongings. Although there was little to bring, he deemed it necessary to pack some clothing and a few daily necessities. 20 minutes later, he stepped out with a suitcase in hand. Before closing the door, he lingered for a moment in his familiar living room, lost in thought, before finally departing. He stowed his luggage in the trunk and drove towards the lakeside in the southern suburbs. Upon his arrival, he found Su Lekong already waiting at the entrance. The latter, carrying a large backpack, appeared even more minimalist than Chun Yi, making it hard to believe he was in a relationship. "Captain, you've arrived. I just got here too." Su Lekong greeted Chun Yi with a wave. Chun Yi parked the car and nodded in acknowledgement as he wheeled his suitcase towards Su Lekong. The villa's gate was wide open, and 2 staff members stood at the entrance. Upon noticing Chun Yi and his companion approaching, they promptly advanced to greet them. "Are you Captain Chen?" inquired one of the young men, who wore glasses, with a respectful demeanor. "Indeed," Chun Yi replied with a nod. The bespectacled youth, satisfied with the confirmation, immediately produced a large set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Chun Yi, saying, "Captain Chen, these are the keys to the villa. I now entrust them to you." Receiving the hefty bunch of keys, Chun Yi proceeded inside. "We shall take our leave now," the 2 young men announced as they quickly excused themselves. Chun Yi acknowledged them with a slight nod, continuing on his way into the villa. "Well, Captain, how generous of the authorities to provide such a splendid villa for my office," Su Lekong exclaimed, surveying his surroundings. Chun Yi, upon hearing this, scoffed, "Office? It's merely a place for us to reside, so that we can conveniently gather. Surely, you do not believe there will be any official duties for you to undertake?" Su Lekong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "I suppose you're right." After entering, the 2 casually selected a room and tidied up their belongings. Upon exiting, they encountered Gao Monli and Chi Yu, who had arrived with an abundance of luggage, large bags, small bags, and 2 suitcases. Most of it belonged to Gao Monli, while Chi Yu seemed to have only 1 suitcase, filled with purchases from the past couple of days. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Chun Yi, with an impassive expression, stated, "Hurry up and get ready. We commence our mission tomorrow." Chapter 85. Entering the third-level Forbidden Ruins. Taixiang City, E011 Forbidden Ruins. The area had long been cordoned off by a security line, as it had previously claimed the lives of an entire squad of evolvers, thus earning its designation as a dangerous forbidden zone. The perimeter of the security line had been extended significantly. The number of police officers stationed here was 2 to 3 times that of other first-level forbidden zones. "Miss Gao, you may enter here. We appreciate your cooperation." A member of the armed police led Gao Manli and Su Lekong across the security line, approaching the area enveloped in a crimson barrier, clad in black combat attire. Gao Manli and Su Lekong initially observed the forbidden ruins from a distance before turning to the armed police and responding, "Of course, we shall proceed." With that, Gao Manli and Su Lekong stepped forward into the realm shrouded in red light. "Sister Manli, do you think we can manage?" Su Lekong gazed at the increasingly approaching forbidden ruins, his heart fluttering with trepidation. After all, the intelligence reports indicated that a small team had perished here, comprising individuals who were all at least first-tier evolvers. Now, it was just the two of them venturing forth, without a captain to lead the way, which gave rise to a sense of uncertainty. Gao Manli, unwavering in her focus, calmly replied, "I do not know, but if the captain believes we can, then we surely can." Su Lekong. As the two figures stepped into the crimson-lit area, they swiftly vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Meanwhile, at the Yueqing airport, an armed helicopter gently descended to the ground, and two figures swiftly leaped to the surface. It was none other than Qin Yi and Qi Yu. Both donned identical black combat suits. Qi Yu had already received her gear, which mirrored that of Qin Yi's previous ensemble, combat suit, handgun, dagger, and military knife. Upon their descent, they were immediately approached by official personnel from Yueqing. "Excuse me, are you Captain Qin Yi?" inquired a tall young man in uniform with great respect. Qin Yi nodded affirmatively, saying, "That's me. Let us go. We must hurry." "Certainly. Please follow me," the tall young man said, promptly gesturing for them to follow as he guided Qin Yi and Qi Yu to a business vehicle, departing swiftly. After approximately an hour, the vehicle halted by the roadside. Upon disembarking, Qin Yi and Qi Yu were instantly met with the sight of the vast area enveloped in crimson light ahead of them. Qin Yi had gleaned from the documents that the expanse of this forbidden zone was significantly greater than that of Coldwater Town, nearly capable of encompassing 2 such towns. Qi Yu subtly lifted her gaze to the horizon before quickly lowering her head again, pulling the brim of her cap down slightly. After several individuals disembarked, a contingent of armed officers swiftly approached them. Upon verifying their identities, they were permitted to proceed. Qin Yi and Qi Yu exchanged a glance, then turned to the tall young man, stating, "We shall enter first. You may return to report." With that, the two figures abruptly vanished from sight, transforming into indistinct shadows as they darted towards the area illuminated by red light. "Wait." The tall young man opened his mouth but soon realized that Qin Yi and Qi Yu had already disappeared. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, leaving him somewhat bewildered in place. A few minutes later, several impeccably dressed middle-aged men approached, flanked by a group of officers. Upon noticing that only the tall young man remained, the leading gaunt individual furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiao Zhang, why are you here alone? Where are Qun and his team?" Xiao Zhang lowered his head slightly, gesturing towards the area shrouded in red light, and murmured, They have entered." "Entered?" The gaunt man's expression darkened immediately as he reprimanded, "What is going on? Did I not instruct you to prevent their entry until we convened?" At this, Xiao Zhang trembled slightly, lowering his head in silence. "Well, Secretary Qin, since Qin Yi and his team have already entered, we must await their emergence before engaging in negotiations," remarked a portly middle-aged man as he adjusted his glasses with a nonchalant tone. "Humph." Secretary Qin let out a cold snort, then turned his gaze towards the area illuminated by a crimson glow, finally uttering, "I hope they can emerge." Unbeknownst to Qin Yi and Qi Yu, who had already entered the Forbidden Ruins, they were steadily making their way towards the heart of the Forbidden Zone. Qin Yi had anticipated such occurrences, which is precisely why he hastily brought Qi Yu into the ruins. With a squad willing to address the third-tier Forbidden Zone, the high-ranking officials of U City could not remain indifferent. Any encounter might devolve into a facade of politeness, wasting precious time. After all, Qin Yi was neither adept at nor fond of engaging in bureaucratic discourse. Upon entering the barrier, Qin Yi and Qi Yu continued their journey towards the central area, both continually observing the surrounding architecture. It was their first visit to U City, rendering them unfamiliar with the terrain, thus necessitating a swift acclimatization. Although equipped with a map, Navigating from a two-dimensional representation to the three-dimensional reality proved to be a challenge. As they ventured deeper, Chen Yi's brow gradually furrowed. The area enveloped by the forbidden ruins was a bustling city center. The street they had just traversed was a vibrant night market, teeming with life. Fortunately, the arrival of the Forbidden Zone did not coincide with nightfall. Otherwise, the path they had taken would likely have been littered with corpses. According to the map's markings, 2 kilometers ahead lay A, replete with shopping malls, pedestrian streets, and a variety of eateries, bustling with activity even during daylight. Despite having encountered only a handful of corpses thus far, Chen Yi could already envision a future scene of carnage and despair. A sense of foreboding settled within him. Although it is not the first encounter, every time Chen Yi recalls those images, he still feels a twinge of discomfort. He exhales slowly and murmurs, "The area of this forbidden wasteland is vast, and we are unfamiliar with the monsters that reside within it. Thus, our foremost priority is to locate any survivors." She merely nods in response, refraining from voicing her own thoughts. Observing her silence, Chen Yi opts not to speak further. Instead, he retrieves a meticulously prepared map from his backpack and examines it intently. The area in which they currently find themselves belongs to the urban zone, predominantly characterized by shops and office buildings. To locate individuals, they should. Chen Yi's finger glides slowly across the map, ultimately resting on a specific location. With a tranquil gaze, he declares, "Let us head here, the Garden Community." The Garden Community is a notably well-known residential area, boasting a high occupancy rate and situated approximately 3 kilometers from their current position. Along the way, they might encounter survivors, or even monsters. Additionally, there is another reason for choosing the Garden Community. Its high population density suggests it may house the Lord's Chamber. If that is indeed the case, then Chen Yi and his companions would have a clear objective, significantly simplifying their subsequent endeavors. Chapter 86, The Garden Community. Despite the distance of over 3,000 meters, Chen Yi and Qi Yu, though able to slow their pace, reached the vicinity of the Garden Community in less than 10 minutes. They quickly reduced their pace, striving to tread quietly as they enter the residential area. Upon entering the community, Chen Yi's footsteps suddenly halted. It seemed that Qi Yu, who followed closely behind, sensed something amiss as she adjusted her pace and slightly lifted her head, revealing her narrowed eyes beneath the brim of her hat. Chen Yi directed his gaze towards a building situated centrally ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. There was movement. It appeared he had indeed found the right place. It seemed there were still numerous individuals hiding here, and the number of monsters appeared to be considerable as well. Chen Yi murmured softly, then swiftly shifted his stance, blending into the nearby greenery as he cautiously advanced. Qi Yu cast a glance at Chen Yi, who was treading silently, and after a brief silence, a wave of darkness surged from the shadow beneath her feet, enveloping her entirely before she vanished from sight. It seemed as though no one had ever set foot here. Sensing the absence of Qi Yu's presence behind him, Chen Yi turned to glance back, only to find her already emerged from the shadows by the wall of the building, leaning against it with an expressionless gaze fixed upon him. Chen Yi fell into a momentary silence before straightening his posture and casually walking toward her. As they brushed past each other at the base of the building, Chen Yi paused, his expression neutral as he quietly inquired, "Can your ability transport others?" Qi Yu remained silent, merely shaking her head in response. Chen Yi nodded, then proceeded into the fire escape. Observing Chen Yi's retreating figure, Qi Yu's lips curled slightly, and she was once more shrouded in darkness, vanishing from her original spot. Chen Yi harbored no desire to ascend the stairs, yet due to his uncertainty regarding the situation, he refrained from making excessive noise that might attract the attention of monsters. If this community was indeed teeming with monsters, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. It is essential to recognize that this is a third-tier forbidden area. Even the ordinary monsters possess a first-tier caliber, while the formidable elite creatures are at least of second-tier status, if not at the pinnacle of the second tier. Should they converge, Chen Yi would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed. Thus, maintaining stability is the most prudent course of action. As Chen Yi ascends the staircase, a gruesome incident unfolds on the 11th floor of Building B. 6 humanoid figures relentlessly assault the doors of the floor, their repeated strikes proving too much for the password-protected entrances, which shatter under the force of their onslaught. Once inside, a cacophony of destruction ensues as they systematically break down the doors of each room, searching for any hidden occupants. These figures are peculiar. They bear a striking resemblance to humans, yet each stands an imposing height of over 2 meters, their robust physique shrouded in a bizarre grayish-white hue. Their eyes resemble pools of ink, devoid of light. At first glance, they appear human, but a closer inspection reveals their true nature. Intriguingly, these monstrous entities are clad in human garments, some even adorned with brand labels, further deepening the enigma surrounding them. Their movements are somewhat rigid, suggesting a lack of coordination in their limbs, yet their strength is formidable and their footfalls are swift. It does not take long for them to scour the entire floor, leaving only 2 rooms unexamined. The 6 figures, exhibiting clear roles, split into 2 groups of 3, simultaneously launching their assault on the remaining doors. With a series of thunderous crashes, both doors yield almost in unison, and the 6 figures pour into the rooms like a tide. In one of the rooms, 3 figures burst through the door, and a 30-centimeter-long watermelon knife came crashing down upon the head of the foremost humanoid creature. A peculiar sound echoed as the blade met the creature's skull, resembling not the slicing of flesh, but rather the sound of the edge rebounding off bone. At that moment, a burly man, approximately 6 feet tall, brandished the watermelon knife with a fierce expression, cursing vehemently, "Damn this beast. If I don't survive, I'll take you down with me. I bought a watch last year." As he bellowed to bolster his own courage, he prepared to swing the knife again. However, in the next instant, a humanoid creature lunged forward with astonishing speed, catching the man off guard. It delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying through the air to crash onto the coffee table in the living room, creating a chaotic mess. Quickly regaining his footing, the man noticed a large dent in his chest, a clear indication of his impending doom. Yet, propelled by a surge of adrenaline, he seemed impervious to pain and charged forward with a fierce glare, ready to strike. Clang! The leading humanoid creature effortlessly seized the descending watermelon knife, twisting it with a slight exertion until it snapped audibly. Subsequently, the creature grasped the man's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The creature tilted its head slightly. Seemingly taken aback by the human's defiance, it marveled at the audacity of such a frail being daring to resist them. The monstrous jaws slightly parted, and with a tremendous force, the creature's mouth tore open down to its chest, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a torrent of crimson blood, a sight utterly horrifying. In the next moment, several tendril-like appendages shot forth from the gaping maw, ensnaring the man before abruptly dragging him within. The unsettling sound of crunching echoed as the monster's lacerated mouth gradually healed, restoring itself to its original form in no time. Meanwhile, the robust man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, had vanished without a trace, and the creature's abdomen showed no signs of having consumed him, as if it had not experienced the slightest fullness. This scene left the woman, who had been peering through the crack of the bedroom door, utterly stunned. Crystalline tears began to flow down her vacant eyes. She did not scream nor rush out to confront the beast or seek an end to her own life, for she had more pressing matters at hand. As a wife and a mother, her responsibilities weighed heavily upon her. Slowly, she turned around, extending her trembling hands to gently lift a small boy of 7 or 8 years old. The boy's mouth was bound with a strip of tape, rendering him unable to speak. His wide eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at his mother. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered softly, "Little you, let us play a game. No matter what you hear, you must remain silent. Count to 1,000, and then you may come out. Afterwards, Mommy and Daddy will take you to the amusement park, all right?" The boy, though bewildered, brightened at the mention of the amusement park and nodded in agreement. The woman, upon witnessing the scene, gently kissed the boy's forehead before placing him into the pre-prepared suitcase. She did not zip it shut. Instead, she covered it and pushed it beneath the bed. Chapter 87. The Eerie Monster. After completing this act as the woman rose, the door was suddenly smashed open by a humanoid creature with a powerful punch. Roar. Upon seeing the woman, a glimmer of light seemed to ignite within the creature's pitch-black eyes, and a cruel, sinister smile spread across its face. The woman appeared to have anticipated this moment and was well prepared. Seizing a fruit knife from the bedside table, her previously gentle and tender expression transformed into one of ferocity as she charged towards the monster with unwavering determination. A woman, though gentle, becomes fierce for her child. The humanoid creature, sensing the woman rushing at it, instinctively pressed its cracked lips together. In an instant, its mouth grotesquely split open, lunging towards her. Snap! As its mouth closed, it returned to its original form, yet no sound escaped from within. The creature tilted its head, puzzled by the woman's sudden disappearance. At that moment, from the shadowy corner of the room, the woman's figure suddenly emerged. The confusion on the monster's face vanished, replaced by excitement and malice. With a single step, it lunged towards the woman in the corner. Just as the creature leapt into the air, a dark shadow surged up from beneath it, moving with remarkable speed, piercing the creature's temple with a flash of cold light. This is a military dagger, approximately 40 centimeters in length. With a single thrust, it pierced through the monster's temple, severing its head. However, the groove of the dagger did not yield the expected crimson liquid, but rather a foul, black ichor. A chilling scream escaped the creature as it fell to the ground, its form collapsing in an instant. Chiyu furrowed her brow fiercely, swiftly withdrawing the dagger and, in the very moment the beast struck the ground, she expertly plunged it into its heart. These two strikes exhibited the prowess of a celestial-level assassin, executed with astonishing swiftness and unparalleled precision. With the dagger embedded in the heart, Chiyu retreated in a graceful motion, positioning herself protectively in front of the woman. The dagger now held horizontally before her, her gaze sharply focused on the doorway. At that moment, two additional creatures, alerted by the commotion, appeared outside the shattered entrance. Their inky black eyes fixed intently on Chiyu. Yet, instead of rushing into the room, they remained outside, observing her with an eerie intensity. Casting a glance at their fallen companion, in the next instant, the heads of the two monsters split open, and four long, toothy tendrils shot forth towards Chiyu with alarming speed. She felt her pupils constrict in terror. Having never witnessed the manner in which the creature had previously devoured a man, she was caught off guard. Moreover, as the adversaries appeared humanoid, she instinctively assumed they were melee-type monsters, never anticipating such an attack. Nevertheless, Chiyu's reflexes were remarkably swift. A shadowy veil enveloped her and the woman just as the tendrils were about to make contact, causing them both to vanish from the room. The air trembled with a resonant boom. The tentacle pierced through the wall behind with a swift motion, the structure yielding like fragile paper sliced by a blade, instantly marred by several cracks. Amidst the cascading debris, the two creatures tilted their heads in perplexity, their limited intellect struggling to comprehend the sudden disappearance of Chiyu. As they retracted their tentacles and resumed humanoid forms, a shadow surged forth from their midst. In an instant, the military dagger sliced through the air with remarkable speed, embedding itself in the temple of one creature. The tremendous force penetrated its skull completely. As the two monsters stood side by side, the dagger did not cease its trajectory after claiming one head. Instead, it dragged the creature's body half a meter sideways, piercing the temple of the other beast as well. Stringing their heads together like a skewered delicacy, enveloped in darkness, Chiyu maintained an expressionless visage, calmly withdrawing the dagger before swiftly thrusting it through the hearts of both monsters. As she sensed their rigid forms, a sense of relief washed over her. However, in that very moment, a chilling rush of wind suddenly surged towards her. Reacting instinctively to the disturbance at her side, Chiyu turned her gaze, her pupils dilating in shock. The first creature, which had already collapsed in the room, now sported a gaping fissure in its skull, two tentacles bristling with sharp teeth twisted together like a sword, lunging towards Chiyu with lethal intent. Completely unprepared for such a turn of events, she had believed the creature, having been pierced through the skull and heart, was definitively vanquished, and thus had let down her guard. Confronted with the sudden, ferocious onslaught, even with her swift reflexes, Chiyu could only manage to raise the military dagger in her hand in a defensive maneuver, while the encroaching darkness rapidly enveloped her. Clang, clang, clang. The tentacles struck the obstructing dagger instantaneously, their fangs grazing against the blade, sparking a flurry of embers and emitting a piercing shriek. However, Chiyu's strength was no match for her adversary, and the immense force deflected the dagger, causing the tentacles to graze her body and pierce the wall behind her. The fangs, nevertheless, tore through her combat uniform, carving a series of jagged, ghastly wounds beneath Chiyu's collarbone. Sensing the tearing sensation from the wounds, Chiyu furrowed her brow, her body instantly losing its equilibrium. And that was not the end of it. The two monsters beside Chiyu were still alive, their heads splitting open in an instant, resembling abyssal maws lunging toward her. As these maws gaped open, a shadow simultaneously engulfed Chiyu's figure. Swish! Chiyu's figure abruptly vanished from the spot, as if plunging into the boundless darkness beneath her feet, leaving behind only a baseball cap. Thud! Chiyu's figure stumbled out in the corner of the living room, where she knelt, clutching her chest, her forehead drenched in perspiration that had soaked her delicate hair. Being merely a first-tier adept, and a newly ascended one at that, such frequent use of her abilities had left her feeling physically drained, not to mention her current injuries. At this moment, she felt a heaviness in her body, her limbs no longer as agile as before. "My dear, are you all right?" A woman's anxious voice echoed beside her. She was indeed the mistress of the house. In a moment of urgency, Chiyu had used her abilities to extricate her from danger. At this moment, she felt a mix of panic and guilt. She understood that had it not been for her presence, the girl would surely have departed unscathed. Chiyu shook her head and slowly rose from the ground. She tightened her grip on the military dagger, her gaze regaining its calmness. As if the physical pain she endured was no longer sufficient to elicit even a frown. Perhaps you should leave. Don't worry about me. My child is in the suitcase beneath the bed. Once it is safe, please help rescue him. I beg you. As she spoke, the woman attempted to push Chiyu toward the door. At that moment, a calm male voice reached their ears. It seems you are encountering a bit of trouble. Do you require assistance? A young man clad in black combat attire appeared at the door, one hand wielding a straight knife while the other carried the head of a monster. Chapter 88. Man, Dog, Tiger? Although Chun-Yi could not traverse shadows as silently as Chiyu to reach the 11th floor, he did not move at a snail's pace. As he ascended, he had noticed the commotion emanating from the adjacent room. However, he believed Chiyu could manage the situation alone, so he prioritized dealing with the monsters in another room. Unbeknownst to Chun-Yi, lacking information on the monster's weaknesses and wielding his straight knife, which was more suited for slashing, he simply decapitated the creatures without realizing their tenacity. Naturally, he could not have anticipated that 3 first-tier monsters would pose such significant trouble for a celestial assassin from the underworld, resulting in his own injury. Chun-Yi stood by the door, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Chiyu, incredulously asking, "You are actually injured? That shouldn't be the case. These creatures are not particularly formidable." Upon hearing this, Chiyu fell silent for a moment and glanced at the severed head in Chun-Yi's hand. In an instant, she discerned the weaknesses of these monsters, or rather, the definitive method to vanquish them. She realized that Chun-Yi was utterly unaware that these creatures would not perish even if their heads were pierced or their hearts torn asunder. Without offering an explanation, she quietly sat on the ground, retrieving a backpack from the shadows of the corner, and began to take out bandages and antiseptics to tend to her wounds. Chun-Yi shrugged, then turned to face the 3 monsters that had emerged from the room. These creatures were of the first tier, yet their reaction speed was exceedingly sluggish, excelling only in ambush tactics and survival skills. As a speed-oriented fighter, Chun-Yi was their natural nemesis, especially since he was a tier above them, overwhelmingly superior in both speed and strength. Without further ado, he grasped the Lei Wen blade with both hands, and in a flash of lightning, he vanished from sight. Swift as lightning. In the not-so-spacious corridor, several arcs of lightning darted through, and the limbs of the 3 monsters were instantaneously severed, tumbling haphazardly to the ground. Chun-Yi then skewered the heads of the 3 monsters with his blade and tossed them before Chiyu, declaring, "You are injured. Slaying them will expedite your recovery." Chiyu had only just consumed the antiseptic, and before she could even begin to wrap her wounds, the battle was already concluded. Without hesitation, she swiftly bandaged herself. Her movements deft and practiced, revealing that she was no stranger to such tasks. After deftly securing the bandage, she drew the straight blade from her back and, with a swift motion, struck down at the necks of the 3 creatures. Dark energy enveloped the blade, a fleeting shimmer of black light flashed, and the 3 round heads rolled away. 3 visible tendrils of pitch-black energy surged into Chiyu's body, replenishing her overwhelming fatigue while hastening the healing of her wounds. Upon witnessing this, Chun-Yi gestured with his right hand, summoning the Lei Wen blade, which had been embedded in the ground, to rise with a crackle of lightning, as if pulled by invisible threads of thunder, returning to his grasp. "I was a moment too late. The others are dead, and you are left with just one?" Chun-Yi inquired, glancing at the woman who sat dazed in the corner. Chiyu slowly rose, nodded slightly, and calmly addressed the woman. She said her child is still under the bed. Under the bed? A flicker of surprise crossed Chun-Yi's mind. Before he could pose a question, the woman, upon hearing the mention of her child, inexplicably summoned the strength to leap up from the ground and dash toward the room. Chun-Yi was taken aback, but quickly followed suit. Upon entering the room, the woman hurriedly crawled beneath the bed, emerging moments later with a suitcase from which she pulled out a boy, around 7 or 8 years old. The child was evidently terrified, his face streaked with tears, yet he recalled his mother's words and remained silent. The creatures, distracted by Chiyu and Chun-Yi, paid no heed to the small suitcase hidden beneath the bed. The woman first tore off the tape from the boy's mouth, then embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she gently reassured him, "It's all right. Mother is here. Mother is here. It's all right. It's all right." Chun-Yi stood quietly at the door, refraining from interrupting the mother and child, merely a silent observer, as the gentle smile of her aunt began to resurface in her mind. After approximately 10 minutes, the woman composed herself, her gaze laden with complexity and sorrow as she looked up at Chun-Yi. "Thank you. Thank you for saving our lives. Thank you." The tremor in her voice conveyed the lingering shock of survival, indicating she had yet to fully regain her composure. Noticing the woman's emotions had slightly stabilized, Chun-Yi ventured to inquire, "Have you been hiding here all along?" The woman nodded in response, saying, "Yes, since those monsters appeared. Our family has been hiding in the house. We managed to endure until now due to our habit of storing food in the refrigerator." Chun-Yi was not taken aback by this answer and continued to ask, "Have you encountered any other types of monsters besides these? Or have you seen large groups of them? Where did they go?" The woman momentarily paused, evidently perplexed by Chun-Yi's line of questioning. But she nonetheless shared what she knew. "My husband and I observe the outside environment through the window every day. Besides these humanoid monsters, we have indeed seen other types of creatures at this point." The woman seemed to recall something, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes as she added, "There are also two other kinds of monsters. One resembles a dog, but it is extraordinarily large, standing at least 2 meters tall, and it is covered in blood, looking quite terrifying. From a distance, we could not discern any other features. There exists another creature that bears a resemblance to a tiger, yet is entirely drenched in crimson, exuding an aura of terror." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi furrowed his brow, pondering, a dog, a tiger, and even a humanoid form. It appears that the variety of monsters this time is rather extensive. Moreover, the disparity between the species seems rather pronounced. Chun-Yi found this peculiar. Previously encountered monsters had all belonged to a singular lineage. Even if there were slight variances in appearance due to differences in strength, they were fundamentally of the same kind. Why, then, was this occasion so strange? Humans, dogs, tigers? This compelled Chun-Yi to adopt a vigilant stance. Indeed, it was no wonder that this was the third-tier forbidden realm. Danger lurked abundantly. Chun-Yi mused internally, his brow tightening further, evidently unable to deduce a coherent explanation. The woman continued, "As for the large-scale groups of monsters, we have encountered them as well, hundreds at a time. I suppose that qualifies as a monster horde. My husband and I have witnessed numerous clusters of monsters emerging from our neighborhood, yet we only saw them head towards the left intersection. I cannot say where they ultimately went. That is all I know." Once she had finished speaking, she glanced at Chun-Yi with a look of unease. Chun-Yi nodded in response, calmly stating, "Thank you for the information. It is indeed valuable to us. Since you are no longer in danger, we shall take our leave." Chapter 89, Possession? Wait. Upon seeing Chun-Yi and his companion preparing to depart, the woman immediately called out, her voice laced with panic. Subsequently, she fell to her knees before Chun-Yi, fervently bowing her head, while her voice, tinged with sorrow, echoed around them. "I implore you, please take my child. I am utterly incapable of protecting him on my own. His father is gone as well. I truly find myself at a loss. You are so formidable. Surely you can ensure his survival, can you not? I beg of you. I can offer you money. Our family possesses considerable savings, and I am willing to give it all to you, as long as you take my son with you." Seeing his mother in such despair, the little boy knelt down and began to cry. "Mama, Mama." Chun-Yi furrowed his brow, inwardly sighing. "Here we go again." He helped the woman to her feet, preventing her from continuing to bow in desperation, and said earnestly, "We will address the source of the monsters, but it will require some time and is fraught with danger. Consequently, we cannot take your son with us. Do you understand? For now, your only task is to keep yourself and your son alive here. In 3 to 5 days at most, the situation should be resolved. By then, official rescue teams will arrive, and you will be saved. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Chun-Yi's words, the woman's dazed eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, and she eagerly inquired, "Is that true? You are not deceiving me?" "Indeed." Chun-Yi replied with a slow nod. "I am not lying to you. Thank you. The woman wept tears of joy but was about to bow again when Chun-Yi gently stopped her. He glanced at the side, where Chun-Yi was bowing her head. Her expression obscured, and a look of helplessness crossed his face. Typically, such matters would be handled by Su Lekong. Next time, it would be best to bring Su Lekong along. After soothing the mother and daughter, Chun-Yi and Chi-Yu turned to leave the premises. As they walked down the fire escape, Chun-Yi remained deep in thought, pondering the information he had just received. He sensed an underlying peculiarity but could not pinpoint its exact nature, which left him feeling quite troubled. At that moment, Chi-Yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke softly. "So the monsters are not the original entities, or rather, they are not the very creatures that invaded Blue Star." Chun-Yi paused, casting a perplexed glance at Chi-Yu. "What do you mean?" Continuing her descent down the stairs, Chi-Yu adjusted the brim of her hat and elaborated. These monsters were once human, altered by some unknown transformation that rendered them as they are now. This conclusion arises from their attire. They are dressed in clothing typical of Blue Star. Surely, it cannot be that monsters are merely donning stolen garments? Chun Yi's brow remained furrowed as he replied solemnly. I have noticed this as well, but herein lies a conundrum. If these monsters were once human, what force controls or modifies them, aside from the energy crystals within them? There is nothing else. Chun Yi had not forgotten the capabilities of these monsters. Despite their humanoid appearance, their essence was fundamentally different. The fact that their heads could grotesquely split open to an exaggerated degree and could instantaneously consume an adult was highly illogical. How could a creature over 2 meters tall swallow a 1-meter-80 adult whole without the slightest bulge in its abdomen? Upon hearing this, Chiyu did not respond immediately, seemingly engaged in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. I have contemplated 2 possibilities. The first is that these individuals have been implanted with some substance, resulting in their transformation into monsters. Once they become monsters, this substance may assimilate with their very essence, rendering any traces of control undetectable. The second possibility is that they have been infected by a virus or a peculiar ability, which alters their physical form through psychological influence, thus eluding our observation of any abnormalities. Chun Yi's furrowed brow deepened as he pondered this. Suddenly, he pronounced in a grave tone, in other words, regardless of our speculations, there must be a controlling entity orchestrating these monsters. Chiyu halted, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Based on your hypothesis, I lean towards the first scenario. Some entity has infiltrated the human body, causing its monstrous transformation. However, this entity would also undergo assimilation with the host, meaning that if the monster is slain, the entity itself would perish as well. This explains why evolution energy is released upon the monster's death. Chun Yi continued his analysis. Chiyu nodded, softly affirming, I too am inclined towards the first hypothesis. If it were the second scenario, the release of evolution energy upon the monster's demise would be illogical, for if it were merely psychological control or contamination, the essence of humanity would remain intact, and no such energy would be emitted upon death. The pressing question now is, if their conjecture holds true, does this entity residing within humans have a maternal source? Could this maternal source be the lord of this domain? As Chun Yi contemplated this, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. We must hurry. His gaze flickered, and his footsteps quickened, transforming him into a shadow that vanished from sight. Chiyu, evidently grasping the gravity of the situation, was enveloped by darkness and subsequently disappeared as well. Downstairs, by the time Chun Yi descended, Chiyu had already positioned herself in the shadows at the entrance, gripping a military dagger, her entire being taut with readiness for battle. Chun Yi cast a swift glance ahead, and his pupils constricted sharply. Before him lay the building, encircled by a multitude of grotesque creatures, with a continuous stream of humanoid monstrosities emerging from adjacent structures. Furthermore, Chun Yi astutely discerned several towering figures cleverly concealed within the throng of aberrations. These figures, quadrupedal and draped in a sanguine hue, stood approximately 2 meters tall and measured nearly 4 meters in length. Although they briefly vanished into the mass of monsters, Chun Yi was nonetheless able to ascertain their true nature. These were, unmistakably, mutated canines, their sizes having grotesquely inflated several times over, and their pelts having shed, rendering them a ghastly sight. Is this some sort of biohazard? Chun Yi cursed inwardly before urgently commanding, break through. Do not engage with them. These creatures were at least of the first tier, with a notable presence of second-tier monsters among them. It was evident that the mutated dogs belonged to the second tier. From intelligence reports, Chun Yi had learned that teams who had previously ventured into third-tier forbidden zones had unequivocally noted one critical detail: the density of monsters within such areas was exceedingly high, with a significant number of second-tier creatures present. Yet Chun Yi was utterly unprepared for the sheer intensity of the situation. The number of second-tier entities was astonishingly high. This was merely a small district, yet there were no less than a dozen second-tier auras present. Should they all charge at once, even Chun Yi would likely succumb to this overwhelming force. Chapter 90. The Breakout. Upon hearing this, Chiyu turned to Chun Yi and calmly inquired, Are you capable of breaking through on your own? Chun Yi furrowed his brow at her words and replied coldly, Just concern yourself with your own safety. Do not drag me into this. Before Chun Yi could finish his sentence, a wave of darkness enveloped Chiyu, and she vanished without a trace. Chun Yi's expression momentarily stiffened. He silently drew the Lei Wen blade from his back. He had nearly forgotten the peculiar nature of her abilities, which rendered her remarkably resilient. She was not one to worry about. Nonetheless, this was also one of the reasons Chun-Yi had brought her here. If it had been Gao Monli or Su Lekong, attempting to escape before reaching the second tier would have been an arduous task, even with his assistance. Disregarding Chiyu, Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the horde of monsters advancing towards him, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. He was uncertain of his own strength at this juncture, and this presented the perfect opportunity to test the prowess of the Lei blade. Crackling with energy, a dazzling surge of lightning erupted from Chun-Yi as the electricity gathered and compressed, first forming a semblance of clothing and ultimately coalescing into a suit of thunderous armor. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his cells, Chun-Yi subtly twisted his wrist, causing arcs of electricity to burst forth from the Lei blade. With the lightning patterns along the blade pulsating vigorously, thunder rumbled ominously. The once clear sky was suddenly pierced by the rumble of thunder, as a dark cloud enveloped the entire garden community without warning. Crackling sounds echoed as powerful bolts of blue and white lightning streaked across the ominous sky, instilling an intangible sense of oppression and gloom. With a firm stomp, Chun-Yi propelled himself forward, charging into the throng of monsters like a manifestation of lightning itself. With a resounding crack, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, exploding amidst the horde of creatures. Several monsters were instantly engulfed in darkness, emitting plumes of black smoke as their flesh was seared to a crisp by the terrifying heat. Though their heads remained intact, they were utterly devoid of life. Chun-Yi, now amidst the monsters, was empowered by the Thunder God armor, appearing as a true deity of thunder. Each strike he delivered was accompanied by flashes of lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura of might. Not only was Chun-Yi a formidable second-tier warrior with the enhancement of the Thunder God armor, but the monsters themselves possessed limited agility and reflexes, rendering them nearly defenseless under such sheer force. Even when attempting to retaliate with their numerical advantage and ranged attacks, the serrated tentacles of these creatures could not penetrate the protective Thunder God armor. Instead, they were rendered charred and rigid by the electric fury. With every strike, a monster's head was sent flying, and under the guidance of his will, bolts of lightning frequently descended from above, reducing the beasts to smoldering remnants. The efficiency of his slaughter was nothing short of terrifying, with 3 or 4 monsters collapsing to the ground every single second. However, this came at a cost. With Chun-Yi's formidable prowess, such a state could only be sustained for a fleeting minute. Beyond that, his body would struggle to endure the strain. Yet, this precarious situation did not persist for long. Just as Chun-Yi was reveling in the heat of battle, a flash of crimson light caught his peripheral vision. Bang! A terrifying force surged from Chun-Yi's side, hurling him through the air. A towering figure, crouched low to the ground, locked its gaze upon the trajectory of Chun-Yi's flight, revealing a charred, bone-deep gash upon one of its bloodied claws. Quickly regaining his footing, Chun-Yi surveyed the chaotic scene around him, his eyes scanning the swarm of monstrous entities, their blood-red forms flickering amidst the tumult. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had long anticipated the presence of these second-tier mutated hounds, though they had managed to knock him aside. The protective Thunder God armor rendered him unscathed. In fact, it was the hound that had sustained injury from his defensive strike. This was no ordinary wound. The blade he wielded was imbued with potent electrical energy, and once it pierced flesh, it would send currents surging through the body, inducing paralysis and stiffness. Given the brevity of his enhanced state, Chun-Yi had no intention of becoming entangled with these creatures. It was unrealistic to eliminate all of them. His primary objective remained a strategic escape. Zila. Another bolt of robust lightning descended from the heavens, striking the mutated hound, whose body had become somewhat rigid, enveloping it in a cloud of black smoke. Yet, its vitality was evidently far superior to that of a first-tier humanoid monster. It did not perish and, given the opportunity, could fully recuperate. But Chun-Yi would not grant it such a chance. Swish. With both hands gripping the blade, Chun-Yi unleashed the concentrated power of lightning from the Lei knife, channeling the essence of thunder into a formidable strike. The condensed force, enhanced by the Lei knife, manifested as a radiant arc of lightning, extending over 10 meters in length, a lightning slash. In a swift motion, the circular arc of the thunderous blade illuminated a radius of over 10 meters, instantaneously creating a vacuum in its wake. Simultaneously, Chun-Yi vanished from his position, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted through the newly formed void, breaking free from the encirclement. However, in that fleeting moment of escape. A flash of crimson surged towards him with astonishing speed from his flank. This velocity rivaled even Qin Yi's own swiftest movements, and before he could brace himself, a razor-sharp claw struck him forcefully, sending him hurtling back into the circle of foes. Upon hitting the ground, Qin Yi quickly regained his footing, his gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, as bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, delivering indiscriminate strikes to deter any lurking monsters from launching a surprise attack. As he surveyed his surroundings, Qin Yi noticed several gashes on his left shoulder, evidence that the assailant's claws had penetrated his Thunder God armor. Though minor, the injury was unmistakable. Qin Yi realized that the attacker was certainly not a mutated dog. Such speed was beyond their capabilities. His thoughts immediately turned to the creature the woman had described, resembling a tiger. But now, clarity struck him. This was no tiger at all, but rather a mutated cat, its enlarged form merely reminiscent of a tiger. The mutated cat was undeniably swift, with formidable offensive power, and adept at stealthy ambushes, managing to elude his senses. Qin Yi continuously evaded the tentacles that shot at him from all directions while contemplating his next move. The mutated dogs exhibited a relatively balanced yet unremarkable nature, though their vitality was undeniably robust. Faced with the uncertainty of the mutated cat's numbers, the only way to break through was to charge recklessly. Qin Yi's gaze sharpened as he assessed his physical state, realizing he could sustain this effort for merely a dozen more seconds. That would suffice. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Yi's eyes, and the electric arcs on the Lei Wen blade began to dance wildly. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky, streaks of formidable lightning illuminating the scene. In the next moment, after deftly avoiding the assaults from two mutated dogs and the tentacles, Qin Yi surged towards the exit of the complex like a bolt of lightning. With a swift motion, a circular arc of lightning over 10 meters long cleaved through the air, while the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour of thunder, as if divine retribution were purging the world. Chapter 91. You break through to the second tier first. The lightning arc cleared a swath of space before Qin Yi, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. However, as anticipated, once he broke free from the encirclement, the mutated cat demons, lurking behind the throng of monsters, launched their assault. Yet, Qin Yi had foreseen this. Although the speed and reflexes of these cat demons were exceedingly swift, they could not outmaneuver Qin Yi's predictions. Just as the cat demons attempted to strike the escaping Qin Yi, a torrent of lightning descended, sealing off their path of attack. Several of the cat demons, unable to evade in time, were struck down, their bodies charred and stiffened in place. In that very moment, Qin Yi's figure had vanished within the confines of the community, leaving no trace behind. The woman, who had been observing Qin Yi's movements from the window of the 11th floor, exhaled slowly, relieved to see him depart safely. Simultaneously, she felt astonished by the extraordinary abilities he displayed. However, she had no time to ponder further. She turned to embrace her son and hurried back to their room to conceal themselves. Just as she pivoted, she froze in shock for a colossal blood-red rat had inexplicably appeared on the windowsill of the living room. Its skin was stripped away, leaving it drenched in blood, and its size was comparable to that of a large dog, with eyes as black as ink fixated on her. The woman's hair stood on end, and she instinctively shielded the boy behind her while gripping the fruit knife tightly in her hand. The crimson rat stared at her for a moment before its entire head suddenly split open, resembling petals unfurling in bloom, revealing several writhing tendrils. At the moment Qin Yi broke free from the encirclement, he immediately suppressed the energy fluctuations emanating from his body and swiftly maneuvered through the alleyways. Quickly distancing himself from the residential area, he randomly selected a second-floor room to take refuge, letting out a sigh of relief once he confirmed that the creatures would not pursue him immediately. Leaning against the window overlooking the street, he breathed heavily. His initial experience using the Thunder God armor in combat had undoubtedly yielded remarkable results. It provided formidable defense while simultaneously enhancing his physical capabilities for a short duration, allowing him to penetrate and retreat from the throngs of monsters. The only drawback was its substantial energy consumption. With his current abilities, he could only maintain it for about a minute, beyond which he would risk exhaustion. At this moment, much like his current state, he feels an overwhelming soreness throughout his entire muscular frame, with the energy within him depleted to a significant extent. Were it not for the continuous influx of evolutionary energy during the battle, his condition would undoubtedly be far worse. However, it is important to note that evolutionary energy is not intended for healing or recovery. Rather, it serves as a catalyst for the evolution of one's genetic makeup. At best, it enhances physical strength and aids in the recovery from injuries or exhaustion, but it does not facilitate direct energy absorption for recovery. There exists a fundamental distinction between these two processes. Presently, Chun-Yi perceives a further enhancement in his capabilities, though his body is in a state of hunger, with energy levels not yet saturated, rendering him unable to ascertain the exact degree of his newfound strength. Nevertheless, he senses that his cells now harbor the potential for greater energy capacity. If one were to liken his internal reservoir of thunderous energy to a bowl, it has now transformed into a dish, expanded significantly in size. Yet, this dish remains largely empty, containing only a few scant droplets. This newfound power is a result of Chun-Yi's conquest of nearly 100 monsters, the weakest being of the first tier, with several of the second tier among them. However, this sensation leaves him acutely aware that he is still far from reaching the third tier. If one were to visualize the evolutionary process as a progress bar, Chun-Yi feels he has only traversed a small fraction of the journey thus far. Moreover, he has discerned an intriguing phenomenon. As one advances further along the evolutionary path, an increasingly monumental amount of evolutionary energy is required. Each successive tier demands energy that is often several dozen times greater than that of the preceding one. And this multiplier escalates with each advancement. This realization reassures Chun-Yi that he has indeed come to the right place. If one were to slay those creatures that do not belong to the second tier or are merely of the first tier within the confines of the second tier Forbidden Realm, the enhancement gained would be exceedingly minimal. This significantly hampers his growth rate. After briefly assessing his internal condition, Chun-Yi rose, furrowing his brow as he gazed out the window. Why has Chi-Yu not yet arrived? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadowy corner. It was Chi-Yu. However, unlike before, her backpack appeared to be quite full, seemingly laden with numerous items. Chun-Yi, observing the bulging pack, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What have you packed?" In response, Chi-Yu unfastened her backpack and revealed its contents before Chun-Yi. Inside lay a collection of energy crystals, each radiating a faint glow. Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, then asked, his tone slightly odd, "Did you extract all those creatures' crystals?" Chi-Yu nodded, stating, "Otherwise, it would be a waste." Chun-Yi fell silent, taken aback by her audacity. He had not anticipated her to be so bold. Even if she had not claimed these items, he would not have relinquished them. The circumstances had simply not permitted him to do so at the time. He would undoubtedly seek to gather them later, as these were crystallized forms of evolutionary energy, exceedingly precious. Gazing at the collection of energy crystals, Chun-Yi's eyes flickered with contemplation. While these crystals would not enable him to ascend to the third tier, if bestowed upon Chi-Yu, after a moment of reflection, he proposed, "How about this? Absorb these crystals, and when you reach the second tier, we shall proceed with our endeavors." The perils within the Third Order Forbidden Abyss far exceeded Chun-Yi's expectations. Not only were there the monstrous entities, but he had yet to even glimpse the true nature of these creatures, and lurking behind them was a potential puppeteer orchestrating it all. Although his First Order prowess could ensure his survival, it was insufficient for any substantial assistance. Chi-Yu, evidently aware of Chun-Yi's thoughts, fell into a brief silence before acquiescing. She quietly retrieved energy crystals from her backpack and began to absorb them. As the crystals rested in her palm, tendrils of energy surged forth, flowing into her being, while the crystals themselves gradually diminished until entirely consumed. Chun-Yi estimated that there were 80 First-Order crystals and 4 Second-Order crystals, which should suffice for Chi-Yu's advancement to the Second Order. With this in mind, he pulled out over 20 crystals from his own pack to commence his absorption. These had been accumulated during previous battles, and he recognized the necessity of enhancing his own strength, opting not to withhold any. Resolution took root in Chun-Yi's mind. He must break through to the Third Order before confronting the Lord of this realm, for to do otherwise would be exceedingly perilous, with a high probability of demise. Therefore, once Chun-Yi recovered and Chi-Yu ascended, they would embark on their hunting expedition. Unbeknownst to them, as the two absorbed the energy crystals to bolster their powers, the atmosphere within the Forbidden Abyss had subtly shifted. Chapter 92, Breakthrough, commenced the hunt. In a towering office building to the west of the city, 3 grimy men huddled together. Among them, a slender youth spoke with a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Brother Huang, something feels amiss. While I was exploring outside, I noticed that the surrounding monsters began to converge in the same direction, and in considerable numbers." Upon hearing this, another man, appearing to be in his mid-40s, trembled as he replied, "Brother Huang, the situation on my end mirrors yours. The monsters in the areas I was monitoring have all migrated towards the garden community." Has something occurred? The man referred to as Brother Huang appeared to be around 34 or 35, not particularly tall but robust in build, with a countenance that exuded ferocity. His face was clouded with tension as he cursed. "Damn it, there was a sudden thunderstorm over there. I wonder if something has changed. Could those vile creatures be evolving again?" The three of them were originally strangers, having come together for various reasons after the arrival of the Forbidden Wasteland. Seeking solace in each other's company, the frail young man, named Ji Qingquan, was initially a graphic designer. He encountered Brother Huang during a frantic escape from the monsters and was saved by him, thereafter choosing to follow him. The middle-aged man, known as Uncle Chen, were a rather opportunistic name and owned a barbecue shop. He met Huang and Qingquan while foraging for food, and the trio began to operate as a unit. Brother Huang's full name was Huang Yaoguang, a professional security guard known for his exceptional skills and bravery, who, at the onset of the monster invasion, transformed into an evolved being, acquiring formidable strength. Thus, he garnered trust and became a natural leader among them. Huang Yaoguang is a man of honor, always willing to assist others as long as it does not jeopardize his own safety. His benevolence has saved many lives, leading to the formation of a small group. Originally consisting of roughly 8 members, the group suffered a tragic loss yesterday, with the remainder perishing during a monster hunting expedition, ultimately hunted down to their demise. In the early days of the monster's emergence, they were far less formidable, mere creatures devoid of ranks, allowing Huang Yaoguang and his companions to defeat them and seize opportunities for evolution. However, as time passed, casualties increased, and the monsters grew increasingly powerful, undergoing terrifying transformations. They developed the ability to track and hunt those who had slain their kind, exhibiting a disturbing level of discipline and coordination. This led to a significant defeat for Huang Yaoguang and his team, nearly resulting in their total annihilation. Fortunately, Huang Yaoguang had already evolved to the first tier, and with the strength of his awakened abilities, he managed to lead Ji Qingquan and Uncle Chen to safety. Following that harrowing experience, Huang Yaoguang became considerably more cautious. The trio would take turns patrolling their hiding place, ready to change positions at the slightest sign of movement from the surrounding monsters. They refrained from actively hunting monsters thereafter. Now, however, the creatures are mobilizing en masse in a particular direction, instilling a sense of unease in the hearts of the three. They dread the prospect of the monsters growing even stronger, fearing that they may soon find themselves without any means of survival. After all, each of these monsters now poses a threat equal to their own, and the mutated dogs and cats are particularly fearsome. Not to mention the relentless swarms of those wretched rats. "Huang Ge, what should we do now?" Ji Qingquan inquired with a trembling voice. Uncle Chen, maintaining his composure, replied, "I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. Those wretched creatures have all headed towards the garden community, making our location considerably safer. Wouldn't you agree?" Huang Yaoguang furrowed his brow tightly. Although it was true, as Uncle Chen stated, that their surroundings had indeed become more secure in the short term, he couldn't shake the fear that if those monsters underwent any further changes, they would ultimately be discovered and slaughtered. After a long period of contemplation, Huang Yaoguang clenched his teeth and declared, "Let us go and see for ourselves." "What?" Ji Qingquan exclaimed in disbelief. "Huang Ge, you can't be serious. Why should we go after them?" "Indeed, Huang Ge, we have no obligation to intervene. We could simply remain here and be safe. They are not targeting us." Uncle Chen chimed in urgently. If Huang Yaoguang's authority had not been so prominent, this decision would have been difficult for both Ji Qingquan and Uncle Chen to accept. With a stoic expression, Huang Yaoguang explained, "If we do not ascertain what is happening, we are inevitably doomed. Do you remember how Xiangzi and the others met their end yesterday? Those monsters are continually evolving and are becoming increasingly formidable. They have even learned to encircle and hunt us down. Had we been aware of these creatures' transformations in advance, Xiangzi and the others would not have perished. Do you understand? If those monsters undergo further unknown changes and we remain oblivious, we could easily fall victim to them as well, leading to our own demise." Hearing Huang Yaoguang's words, Ji Qingquan could not help but inquire, "But isn't it also dangerous for us to follow them?" Uncle Chen anxiously observed Huang Yaoguang, who slowly rose to his feet and reassured, "Do not worry. Aren't they all heading towards the garden community? Something significant must be transpiring there, drawing their attention away from us. As long as we exercise a modicum of caution, we should be fine, even if we are discovered, given our capabilities." We can surely make our escape. They are unlikely to pay us any mind at this moment. After Huang Yaoguang's persuasive explanation, both Ji Qingquan and Uncle Chen ultimately acquiesced to his decision. The trio resolved to follow the creatures and discern their intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Qi Yu, oblivious to the commotion outside, had just finished absorbing the energy stones in their possession. Chen Yi regarded Qi Yu, whose aura was fluctuating, and inquired, "How are you feeling?" Qi Yu opened her eyes, glanced at Chen Yi, and nodded. "I have made a breakthrough. Thank you." Upon hearing her gratitude, a smile graced Chen Yi's lips. "Excellent. You've learned to express thanks. That is progress. Rest assured, you are my teammate, and I would never allow you to perish here." Qi Yu fell into a brief silence before voicing her concern. "I am now at the second tier. Yet I do not feel I possess the same level of strength as you." Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended her meaning. His thunderous energy, augmented by the Thunder Blade, undoubtedly surpassed the typical capabilities of a second-tier evolver. Moreover, the offensive nature of his powers was not one that Qi Yu's abilities could rival. However, Chen Yi refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "Each individual's abilities possess unique characteristics. This is entirely normal." Upon hearing this, Qi Yu chose not to pursue the topic further. After a brief moment of silence, she inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Next?" Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of danger. "Naturally, we shall commence the hunt for those monsters." Chapter 93, A Battle in Full Swing. Qi Yu nodded slightly at this response, seemingly unperturbed by the answer. Just as she reached for the backpack on the ground, her expression suddenly shifted, and she coldly declared, "We are surrounded." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi rose slowly from the ground, exhibiting no signs of panic. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the window. The sky was nearing dusk, and the dim sunlight filtered through a pale red veil, casting an eerie glow upon the surroundings. Coupled with the dilapidated buildings nearby, the scene appeared rather uncanny. Gradually, humanoid monsters began to emerge on the streets, their movements somewhat stiff, yet each towering figure bore a grotesque grin, their eyes dark and devoid of life. Behind these monstrous forms, Chen Yi caught fleeting glimpses of several blood-red figures darting past. Just as I suspected, Chen Yi murmured to himself. Qi Yu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she spoke calmly. "Did you know they would come? If these entities are indeed manipulated by a more formidable individual, it is only logical that such a being, possessing considerable intelligence, would locate us and execute a strategy of encirclement." Chen Yi's tone remained remarkably composed, devoid of any astonishment or distress. To him, this was merely a confirmation of a hypothesis he had harbored in his mind. Surrounded, he felt no fear, for with his current strength, while he could not claim to effortlessly conquer the third-tier forbidden zones, breaking free posed little difficulty. Moreover, he was accompanied by a killer who had transcended the second tier. Chen Yi remained utterly composed. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Gathering monsters to slay was far preferable to hunting them down one by one, which would be much more tedious and time-consuming. Observing the ever-increasing horde of monsters encroaching upon him, he coldly declared, "In 1 minute, kill as many as you can. We shall break through thereafter." His peak condition could only be sustained for a minute. Beyond that, his combat prowess would diminish swiftly, rendering him incapable of wreaking havoc among the throng of creatures, necessitating an escape. Due to the peculiar nature of Qi Yu's abilities, Chen Yi harbored no concerns for her safety. Qi Yu nodded, tightening the straps of her backpack before drawing her straight blade. Although she was more proficient with a military dagger, the straight blade undoubtedly offered greater advantages in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Having recently transcended the second tier, she need not fear depleting her energy in the short term. Thus, she felt emboldened to engage directly in battle. Her previous injuries had merely stemmed from a lack of information, a folly she would not repeat. Chen Yi spoke no further, drawing the Raijin blade and leaping from the second floor to the street below. As he surveyed the gathering monsters around him, arcs of lightning began to emanate from his body. The Thunder God armor. Simultaneously, his eyes shimmered with lightning, turning his pupils a striking blue-white. Electromagnetic vision. Armed with the experience from his prior encounter, Chen Yi was determined to unleash his full potential this time, striving to maximize his gains within that crucial minute. This time is markedly different from the past. He is not merely breaking through, but is the primary force of destruction, empowered by electromagnetic vision. The blood-red figures concealed among the monstrous horde are fully revealed to Chen Yi, rendering their attempts to evade his gaze a mere farce. Clad in what appears to be tangible thunder armor, Chen Yi exudes an imposing stature, Wielding the thunder blade, arcs of electricity dance around him, resembling a deity commanding the tempest. Suddenly, the already dim sky is enveloped by ominous dark clouds, further deepening the murkiness of the light, while the rumbling thunder creates an atmosphere of oppressive dread. As the monsters realize Chen-Yi has detected them, they abandon all pretense of concealment and rush towards him with alarming speed. Within a 5-meter radius of Chen-Yi, the heads of the monsters abruptly split open, unleashing a barrage of jagged, fang-laden tentacles. Unfazed, Chen-Yi swiftly brandishes the thunderblade, unleashing a blade of lightning that cleaves through the air, severing the oncoming tentacles with precision. Amidst the anguished cries of the creatures, Chen-Yi's figure vanishes from sight. In a flash, bolts of lightning pierce the dark clouds, crashing down onto the ground, the moment the lightning explodes. Several monsters are seared into charred remains by the searing heat. Like a bolt of thunder, Chen-Yi plunges into the fray, his gaze fixating upon a blood-red mutated cat demon. Compared to the mutated dogs, the mutated cats pose a far greater threat, for their attacks can penetrate Chen-Yi's thunder armor. Therefore, he prioritizes their elimination. With a blade infused with terrifying lightning, the sword swung fiercely towards the cat demon's head, moving with a speed akin to a streak of thunder. The cat demon's blood surged forth, and an overwhelming sense of danger compelled an immediate reaction. In an instant, it raised a sharp claw to shield its neck, intercepting the ferocious strike of the thunderblade. Clang! The moment of contact produced a deafening clash, and the violently dancing arcs of electricity surged into the cat demon's body, rendering it momentarily rigid. In a swift continuation of his assault, Chen-Yi utilized the recoil from the thunderblade to pivot, bringing the blade down once more towards the cat demon's neck. This time, the immobilized creature could not react. With a sickening squelch, a blood-red head was instantaneously severed and sent flying. Whoosh! As the head soared away, Chen-Yi vanished from his original position, only to have several spear-like tendrils erupt from the ground with brute force. Chen-Yi's electromagnetic vision allowed him to perceive not just objects within his direct line of sight, but everything within a certain radius. The specific range depended on the strength of his mental power. Currently at the second tier, he could perceive everything within a radius of 200 meters. Thus, he effortlessly evaded attacks from behind and the sides. In a blur, Chen-Yi reappeared beside another blood-red cat demon, the thunderblade descending once more. From a distance, he resembled a flickering arc of electricity, darting through the horde of monsters, each movement resulting in another head being sent flying. The scene was utterly horrifying. Approximately 400 meters away, on a towering building, 3 figures gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. These were Huang Yaoduang and his companions, who had followed the monster to this vicinity. Upon their arrival, they noticed the sky crackling with thunder, leading them to believe that the monsters had undergone some transformation. They hurriedly sought refuge atop a high-rise to observe the situation. To their surprise, they witnessed a human engaged in a fierce battle. And the sheer power of this individual was nothing short of terrifying. This solitary warrior moved through the throngs of monsters, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, wreaking havoc with unrestrained ferocity. Ji Chengquan swallowed hard and remarked, "Brother Huang, could the thunder we heard earlier be the result of this individual vanquishing the monsters?" In Chapter 94, Testing Your Reflexes, Chen-Yi unleashed his full strength without reservation. With the aid of electromagnetic vision, the mutated cat demons and dog beasts found it nearly impossible to launch a surprise attack against him. Additionally, fortified by the Thunder God armor, the multitude of threatening tentacles posed little danger. Even if he could not evade them all, enduring a few blows was hardly a concern. Moreover, with the protection of heavenly thunder, few monsters could breach the formidable storm to genuinely threaten Chen-Yi. As for Qiyu, there was no cause for alarm. Mindful of the risk of collateral damage from the thunder, she chose to engage the enemy at a distance of approximately 100 meters from Chen-Yi. Like a specter, her form flickered in and out of existence on the battlefield, each reappearance heralded by the decapitation of an adversary and a shower of blood. After advancing to the second tier, her abilities had been significantly enhanced, now suitable for offensive maneuvers. The shadows beneath those monstrous forms occasionally coalesced into a jet-black spear, launching forth from the ground and piercing through their skulls. In an instant, countless ebony thorns erupted from the spear, transforming the head into a veritable hive, thereby extinguishing its life completely. While her efficiency paled in comparison to Chen-Yi, her safety was assured. Most importantly, she possessed a remarkable endurance that Chen-Yi lacked. He could only maintain his state for a fleeting minute, whereas she could persist in battle until her internal energy was completely depleted, without a hint of concern. Boom! A resounding thunder echoed through the sky, as bolts of lightning incessantly struck down, creating charred craters and vacuum zones around Chen. It was nearly time. A flicker of electricity danced in his eyes. The moment for retreat had arrived. With this thought, he disregarded Chiyu's predicament and, seizing the moment of vacuum created by the descending lightning, swiftly dashed towards the corner of the street not far away. Through his electromagnetic vision, he discerned that the density of monsters in that area was significantly reduced. As Chiyu sensed Chun Yi's withdrawal, a shroud of impenetrable darkness enveloped her, and she emerged at the very spot where he had stood moments before. The monsters, previously scattered by the thunder, had now converged around her, encircling her completely. Yet, there was not a flicker of unease in Chiyu's gaze. It seemed she had awaited this very moment. The creatures huddled closely together, their shadows merging into a seamless dark curtain. This was precisely what Chiyu desired. Her beautiful eyes instantaneously transformed into two voids, consuming all light. As dark energy surged wildly within her, the monsters surrounding her momentarily froze, as if ensnared by the shadows beneath their feet, their bodies rigid for an instant. In that fleeting moment, the shadowy veil beneath the creatures surged, and abruptly, dark spears shot forth, piercing the heads of the monsters with precision and swiftness. As the black spears exploded into countless dark thorns, the heads of the monsters shattered, their forms collapsing to the ground, trampled underfoot by the oncoming horde. Meanwhile, Chiyu, after delivering this strike, was enveloped by darkness, vanishing from sight. As for Chen-Yi, aided by Chiyu's brief diversion, he effortlessly broke free from the encirclement. His speed akin to a bolt of lightning streaking through the throng of monsters, decimating a cluster of them in his wake. With the two of them disappearing from the monster's line of sight, the creatures halted, tilting their heads as if receiving a command. After a minute, the assembled monstrosities began to disperse slowly, spreading out like a net towards the direction where Chun-Yi had vanished. Upon breaking free from the encirclement, Chun-Yi swiftly reined in the thunderous energy emanating from him and distanced himself at an extraordinary pace, nearly reaching the limits of his usual speed. Once he sensed that no pursuers were trailing him, he sought refuge in a nearby high-rise, choosing a spot near a street-facing window to settle down and exhale slowly. This battle had once again granted him a substantial influx of evolutionary energy, and Chun-Yi could feel his progress bar inching closer to the halfway mark. He estimated that just 2 or 3 more attempts would suffice for him to ascend to the 3rd tier. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze suddenly shifted. His previously relaxed hand instantly grasped the military dagger resting on his thigh, and with a swift motion, he slashed backward. Whoosh! A shadow darted away from Chun-Yi's silhouette, retreating into the distance. Chiyu, observing the torn corner of Chun-Yi's battle attire, furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "What are you doing?" Upon realizing it was Chiyu, Chun-Yi's expression froze momentarily, and he quickly sheathed the dagger, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing, just testing your reflexes. However, next time you choose to hide in my shadow, it would be prudent to give me a heads up. I tend to have a bit of a startled reaction." Chiyu, hearing his words, chose to disregard him and instead found a secluded corner to conceal herself, silently recuperating. Although she had broken through to the 2nd tier, the continuous exertion of her abilities had taken a toll on her, especially the last move, which had drained nearly a quarter of her energy. Now, she felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her body. Chun-Yi was not in a much better state. Maintaining the Thunder God armor demanded a considerable amount of energy, not to mention his relentless utilization of lightning powers during combat. Fortunately, as he had only recently entered the 2nd tier, his internal energy reserves remained somewhat ample. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand the strain. The two remained silent, each extracting compressed biscuits and water from their backpacks to replenish their energy. They awaited the restoration of their strength, for the moment they regained their peak condition would mark the time for their next hunt. Gradually, the twilight sun sank beneath the ruins of the city, and the night quietly enveloped the land, casting a shroud of silence over this forsaken wasteland. As nightfall approached, Chen-Yi, who had been resting by the edge of his bed, suddenly opened his eyes. His ears twitched slightly, and then arcs of electricity flickered in his gaze as he turned his attention to the window. Outside, beneath the building where Chen-Yi and his companion resided, 3 figures emerged cautiously from around the street corner. They moved with utmost care, striving to make as little noise as possible, while simultaneously engaging in hushed conversation. "Brother Huang, those 2 formidable individuals are moving too swiftly. It's already dark. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow? One suggested. No, they are definitely heading in this direction. Even at such speed, they must need to rest. After pursuing them for so long, we should be near. Why don't we hide for now and observe their actions tomorrow? The trio in question was, of course, Huang Yaoguang and his companions. Having witnessed the astonishing combat prowess of Chen Yi and his companion, they were utterly astounded, never having anticipated the presence of such powerful humans within the Forbidden Ruins. This revelation ignited their desire to band together. Coincidentally, the direction in which Chen Yi had departed led them towards a nearby tall building where they sought refuge, prompting them to hastily follow. However, Chen Yi's speed was too great, and they dared not abandon caution in their pursuit, thus failing to catch up. Chapter 95. Regarding spatial abilities, the three could only continue towards the direction Chen Yi had taken, hoping to find him, as their search extended into the night. The onset of darkness rendered movement perilous, significantly increasing their risk. Consequently, Ji Chengquan and Uncle Chen began to reconsider their course of action. Upon hearing their concerns, Huang Yaoguang furrowed his brow, gazing up at the inky blackness of the night sky, and resignedly stated, "Very well. Let us find a place to rest for the night and reassess our options come morning." Humanity? The flicker of electricity in Chen Yi's gaze dissipated, revealing a contemplative expression. They did not expect that three humans would dare to venture out under the cover of night. It seemed these three were also evolved beings. But what could their intentions be? Although Chen Yi could perceive them through electromagnetic vision, he could not discern the hushed whispers exchanged among the trio, as they were separated by over 100 meters. After a moment's thought, Chen Yi directed his gaze toward the corner where Qi Yi was situated and softly urged, "There are 3 individuals approaching. Please investigate the situation." While he was unaware that Huang Yaoguang and his companions were seeking him, he surmised that the 3 evolved beings might possess valuable intelligence worth probing. The magnetic fields surrounding them indicated that they were all first tier, alleviating his concerns for Qi Yu's safety. Upon hearing his request, Qi Yu did not respond verbally, but silently vanished into the shadows of the corner. Observing this, Chen Yi's gaze once again sparkled with electric energy as he monitored the movements of the 3 below. Huang Yaoguang and his companions reached a consensus and subsequently chose a nearby building with a relatively unobstructed view to conceal themselves. They settled by the 5th-floor window, retrieving food from their belongings to satiate their hunger. Suddenly, Huang Yaoguang noticed a subtle movement in the dim corner of the room, and a human silhouette materialized. His expression transformed in an instant. He sprang to his feet, the hair on his body standing on end, and assumed a combat stance, clearly prepared for an imminent confrontation. Uncle Chen and the others quickly rose as well, their expressions tense and fierce as they cast wary glances toward the corner. Gradually, the silhouette began to advance towards them, silently approaching from the shadows. A glint of ferocity flickered in Huang Yaoguang's eyes. Although he had never encountered such a monstrous being, it did not deter him from launching an assault. His muscles bulged ominously, his gaze transformed into a sanguine hue, and he appeared to tower with a newfound stature, radiating explosive power. Altogether, Huang Yaoguang bellowed, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Bang! Only after he departed did a deep crater manifest beneath his feet. A faint, translucent aura enveloped his fist as he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the Shadow's temple. The air whistled violently in response to the fierce wind generated by his punch. Simultaneously, Ji Chengquan let out a low growl, twisting his hands towards the obsidian figure. An invisible force immediately ensnared the shadow, restricting its movements while contorting its form as if attempting to invert it entirely. At that moment, Huang Yaoguang's fist descended with thunderous force. With a resounding boom, his fist, imbued with terrifying strength, sliced through the dark silhouette, unleashing a shockwave that crashed against the wall, producing a series of ominous thuds as the structure began to crumble. The shadow, having been struck, suddenly twisted into black smoke and dissipated, only to reappear in another corner moments later. Upon witnessing this, Huang Yaoguang's pupils constricted sharply. What manner of creature possessed such an eerie ability? When had such a being emerged among these monsters? Beside him, Ji Chengquan stood dumbfounded. His powers seemed ineffective against this foe, a first in his experience. Regaining his composure swiftly, Huang Yaoguang's face contorted into a snarl. "Old Chen," he roared, as he propelled himself towards the shadowy figure. At that moment, the shadow unexpectedly spoke. A cool and serene female voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers, causing the 3 of them to pause momentarily. "I am not here to harm you." Qi Yu's voice remained as calm as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. I was summoned by Chun Yi to inquire about the situation, but I did not anticipate that you would initiate hostilities. Although she was not one for words, she felt compelled to issue a warning to prevent any fatalities. Indeed, upon hearing her voice, Huang Yaoguang and the others ceased their actions, their expressions tinged with astonishment. A human? Huang Yaoguang quickly connected the dots, recalling the woman who had been with Chun Yi that afternoon. This ability seemed to resemble hers. Could it possibly be the same individual? He promptly relaxed his fists and inquired, "Are you the woman who fought the monster this afternoon?" Chen Shu and the others also grasped the situation, their eyes lighting up as they turned to the figure in the corner. Wasn't the reason for their presence here to find Chen Yi? Chi Yu gradually stepped out from the shadows, and the three of them, aided by the moonlight streaming through the window, managed to discern her appearance. Indeed, it was her. A wave of relief washed over Huang Yaoguang and the others. She was not a monster, but a formidable human. This realization allowed them to relax. However, Chi Yu raised an eyebrow and calmly asked, "Have you been following us?" Given their inquiry and presence, she had already deduced much about the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Huang Yaoguang immediately clarified, "Do not misunderstand. We naturally recognize your formidable strength and wish to act alongside you. After all, the more hands we have, the greater our collective effort. We are all human. It is essential that we unite for survival." After speaking, he gazed at Chi Yu with a hint of apprehension, aware that these sentiments reflected their true thoughts, yet uncertain of how the others might perceive them. If they suspected that he and his companions were pursuing ulterior motives, the situation could turn quite unfavorable. Chi Yu, upon hearing his words, lowered her gaze slightly, seemingly engaged in contemplation. After a moment, her calm voice resonated once more. "Follow me." With that, she turned and descended the stairs. Although she struggled with communication, she sensed that these individuals possessed significant knowledge. Hence, she intended to bring them back so that Chen Yi could inquire directly. The three did not hesitate to follow, anticipating that she would lead them to meet the man who wielded control over lightning that afternoon. Thus, they willingly complied, as this aligned with their original intent. Meanwhile, Chun Yi had been observant of the unfolding situation, his expression flickering with surprise. He was astonished by Ji Qingxuan's abilities, which bore similarities to spatial manipulation. In that fleeting moment, he had observed a shift in the spatial magnetic field surrounding Chi Yu. However, this power appeared rather singular and currently lacked sufficient potency to pose a threat to them. Yet, what if this individual were to develop further? It is important to note that there are no weak abilities associated with space. Even a mere connection to spatial elements constitutes a formidable skill. Chapter 96. Have you ever encountered a true monster? Upon contemplating this, Chen Yi's gaze slightly lowered, lost in thought. Chi Yu swiftly returned with Huang Yaoguang and the other two. Once back, she secluded herself in a corner, merging into the shadows, had one not been aware beforehand. It would have been nearly impossible to discern her presence. Such an alarming lack of presence was indeed the perfect gift for an assassin. Upon encountering Chen Yi, the eyes of Huang Yaoguang and his companions glimmered with recognition. For meeting a formidable human being promised them a greater chance of survival, provided this individual was willing to accompany them. With this thought in mind, Huang Yaoguang stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, brother. I am Huang Yaoguang, and these two are my companions. He is Ji Qingquan, and he is Chen Shu." While introducing his companions, he then turned his gaze towards Chen Yi, smiling as he inquired, "May I ask how you are addressed?" At this, Chen Yi lifted his gaze, his expression calm as he regarded the trio. "I am Chen Yi, and she is Chi Yu," he replied, gesturing towards the figure in the corner. He then posed a question, "Are you here specifically to find us?" Although Chen Yi was initially unaware, the peculiar reaction of Huang Yaoguang and his companions upon encountering him hinted at the truth. Indeed, Huang Yaoguang did not shy away, promptly nodding in affirmation. "This afternoon, we noticed the suspicious behavior of those monsters, so we decided to follow. To our astonishment, we witnessed the two of you engaged in battle with the creatures, which left us both shocked and admiring of your prowess. So what now?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Huang Yaoguang. Thus, Huang Yaoguang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. After all, it was rather awkward for a grown man to utter such juvenile phrases like "I want to follow you." After a moment of contemplation, he could only state, "We wish to accompany you. We have all evolved and will not be a burden." Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Chen Yi, however, displayed little emotion in response. After a pause, he inquired, "We actually entered from the outside. How much do you know about the situation here?" At Chen Yi's words, Huang Yaoguang and his companions were taken aback, exclaiming, "You came from the outside?" Upon seeing Chen Yi nod, Huang Yaoguang's expression darkened as he asked, "Is it really that dangerous out there? Have you all come here to take refuge?" Realizing that there was a misunderstanding, Chen Yi paused before calmly clarifying, "We came in to deal with those monstrous entities." The three of them exchanged glances. And after a moment, Uncle Chen spoke up, "Young brother Chen, are you officials?" It was understandable why Uncle Chen and the others would speculate this way. After all, during such perilous times, self-preservation was paramount. Only officials would still be willing to venture forth to aid others. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze flickered. And without outright denying it, he merely replied, "You could say that." At this, the eyes of Huang Yaoguang and his companions sparkled with renewed hope. If they were indeed officials, surely they could not ignore their plight. Moreover, they possess a certain level of combat capability. They are far from being useless. It stands to reason that the opposing party would likely consent to their presence, wouldn't it? With this thought in mind, the three exchanged glances, and Huang Yaoguang promptly addressed, "Commander Chen, we indeed possess considerable knowledge on the matter at hand. May I inquire which specific aspect you are interested in?" Huang Yaoguang was quite astute, even altering his form of address to that of commander. Were it not for Chen Yi's youth, he might have even referred to him as chief. Chen Yi, somewhat amused yet composed, replied, "What do you know about these creatures?" Upon hearing this, the trio immediately began recounting their experiences, detailing the emergence of the monsters, the transformations they have undergone, the ambushes they have faced, as well as the various types of creatures they have encountered. After listening attentively, Chen Yi nodded in agreement, finding their accounts largely consistent with his own experiences. This further solidified his conviction that there must be a central entity commanding these monsters. Otherwise, such a level of collective awareness would be inconceivable. These creatures demonstrate an understanding of coordinating attacks against humans. In contrast, the monsters Chen Yi has encountered were drawn together by sound and other stimuli, while those they described exhibited a calculated intent to converge, two fundamentally distinct concepts. Huang Yaoguang continued, "We hypothesize that these creatures may have emerged from some form of fusion with humans or animals, as we have witnessed what we believe to be true monsters." "What did you say?" Chen Yi interjected, suddenly raising his gaze towards Huang Yaoguang, his voice low and intense. "What do you mean by having seen true monsters?" Huang Yaoguang pondered for a moment before responding. "Initially, we were situated near the central square, but following the eruption of the Crimson Light, a multitude of monsters emerged in that vicinity, prompting us to flee to other locations. At that time, I encountered creatures reminiscent of flowers. They stood approximately 2 meters tall, resembling sunflowers with their centers resembling human faces, their stems akin to tree branches, and they were capable of locomotion. As an ordinary individual, I had never witnessed such scenes before, and I took flight immediately. However, since that incident, I have not encountered any creatures of that nature again. Instead, I have only seen humanoid monsters and various mutated animals, such as cats, dogs, and rodents." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi murmured, "So, you suspect that those peculiar flowers represent the true form of the monsters, and the entities we see now are merely products of possession or perhaps corruption?" Huang Yaoguang hesitated briefly before replying. "Or perhaps the term fusion would be more apt." "Fusion?" Chen Yi mused, lowering his head in contemplation. Indeed, based on the situations he had observed, the term fusion seemed particularly fitting. When they vanquished the monsters, it was evident that genuine evolutionary energy surged from within them, along with the presence of energy cores. Thus, these creatures, originally human, had transformed into monsters in their own right. Describing their state as a fusion with the monsters was indeed a vivid representation. With this realization, Chen Yi had likely pinpointed the location of the third-tier Forbidden Territory Lord. It should be situated in the central square, an area densely populated with individuals. "How many of those flowers have you seen?" Chen Yi inquired thoughtfully. "Not much." Huang Yaoguang immediately shook his head, stating at that moment, "I merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a dozen of those floral monstrosities. After I left that area, I never encountered them again, and we dared not approach that place thereafter." Chen Yi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, instead plunging into contemplation. The dark room was soon enveloped in a hushed atmosphere, with Huang Yaoguang and the others refraining from disrupting Chen Yi's thoughts. After a considerable silence, Huang Yaoguang gritted his teeth and spoke, "Well, Commander Chen, I can guide you to that location." Chapter 97. We wish to eliminate those abominable creatures. Chen Yi remained silent, his gaze lowered in deep thought, evidently still deliberating on Huang Yaoguang's suggestion. Although he had gleaned a rough understanding of the monster's concentrated location through the other's description and surmised the whereabouts of their lord, he recognized that, given the intelligence of these creatures, navigating the territory alone would be far less advantageous than having a local guide. However, Chun Yi harbored concerns about the trio's current weakness. These monsters typically appeared in groups, many of which were of the second tier. Even Chun Yi would struggle to ensure their safety amidst a chaotic battle. Moreover, avoiding detection by the monsters seemed nearly impossible, as this area was now their domain. And these creatures were far from the mindless bull-headed beings one might expect. Chun Yi even suspected that the monsters might be converging towards their location. It was likely that before dawn, they would be completely surrounded. After much contemplation, Chun Yi finally inquired, "Do you wish to accompany us on this venture?" Huang Yaoguang and his companions nodded almost without hesitation. "Indeed, we wish to accompany you," Chun Yi stated with an impassive expression. "But do you comprehend our intended purpose?" At this, Huang Yaoguang and the others fell silent simultaneously. Initially, they had given it little thought, but Chun Yi's inquiry prompted a realization. He had not denied his official capacity, nor had he entered of his own volition from the outside. Thus, his motives were not particularly difficult to deduce. Moreover, Chun Yi had inquired extensively about the monsters. Huang Yaoguang gritted his teeth, his gaze heavy as he replied, "I can surmise your objective. Yet we still choose to follow you. Although our strength may be lacking, we believe that guiding us to safety poses no issue. In truth, we also hope you can eliminate those ghastly entities. This would enable our escape." Upon hearing this, Uncle Chin and Ji Chenquan exchanged a glance before silently nodding in agreement. They were a collective. Since Huang Yaoguang had made his decision, they would not oppose it, demonstrating their trust in him. Observing their consensus, Chun Yi did not elaborate further, merely stating, "In that case, rest well. At dawn, we shall commence our endeavor. Rest assured, I shall not lead you to your demise. But do not expect me to intervene on your behalf. After all, this path is one you have chosen, and you must bear the consequences." This was Chun Yi's precautionary measure, averting potential chaos later on. Huang Yaoguang and the others showed little reaction to his words, having lived in this place for several days. They understood well that one must rely on oneself in all matters. The crowd soon fell into silence, each person retreating to a corner to close their eyes and feign slumber, silently awaiting the dawn. Chun Yi, however, remained ever vigilant, convinced that since the entity controlling the monsters possessed considerable intelligence, they would not be granted the luxury of a peaceful rest. He was certain preparations for their encirclement were already underway. Nevertheless, Chun Yi felt no excessive anxiety. His initial goal was to first break through to the third tier, after which he would seek out the third-tier lord of this place. The continuous onslaught of monsters from the adversary was, in fact, advantageous to him. As time gradually passed, both Chun Yi and Shi Yu had restored themselves to their peak condition, and even the night began to show signs of retreat, with faint light illuminating the horizon. Suddenly, a subtle sound pierced the stillness outside the room, causing everyone within to snap their eyes open and turn toward the door. They beheld 3 or 4 blood-red mice, each standing a meter tall, emerging from the doorway, their eyes resembling black voids in the darkness, fixated upon them. Upon spotting the mice, Huang Yaoguang's expression shifted dramatically. He instantly surged forth, his muscles bulging as he transformed in an instant. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Huang Yaoguang vanished from his original position, leaving only a deep crater in his wake. His true form had already materialized outside the door, and he clenched his fists, aiming powerful strikes at the heads of 2 of the mice. "Strike now. Do not let them escape, or the consequences will be dire." However, it was too late. At the moment Huang Yaoguang made his move, one of the blood-red mice rapidly retreated, moving with astonishing speed, a mere shadow of crimson flickering through the dimness. Squeak! 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 Huang Yaoguang's sudden outburst barely struck 2 of the rats, while the remaining mutated rodents emitted sharp, eerie cries, as if summoning their companions. In an instant, Uncle Chun and Ji Chenquan, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, as if they had conjured a terrifying thought. Chun Yi, however, remained unperturbed. He gradually rose from the ground, brilliant blue-white arcs of electricity swirling around him. He then extended a finger towards several rats outside the door. With a crackling sound as lightning danced at his fingertip, arcs shot forth like bullets, piercing through the skulls of several blood-red mutated rats. The creatures twitched a few times before falling silent, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched flesh, except for the one that had fled at the outset. All the other mutated rats that had passed through were swiftly eliminated. Seeing this, Huang Yaowang's expression remained grim. He turned to Chun Yi and rasped, "One has escaped, and they have already signaled for help. This is troublesome." Chun Yi replied calmly, "No worries. You should evacuate first. We will cover your retreat." Huang Yaowang's gaze sharpened at these words, and after contemplating for a moment, he looked at Uncle Chun and Ji Qingquan, saying, "You two go ahead and regroup at the usual place. I will stay with Officer Chun and the others." Before Uncle Chun and Ji Qingquan could respond, Chun Yi shook his head, asserting, "The upcoming situation is beyond your capacity to withstand. If you remain, I cannot guarantee your safety. So it is best for you to leave together. Find a place to hide, and I will come to seek you out later." After a moment of silence, Huang Yaowang seemed to realize that he might indeed be of no assistance and could only nod in resignation, stating, "We shall await you at the Jiahong building in the west of the city." As his words echoed in the air, Huang Yaowang, accompanied by Uncle Chun and another, departed with swift resolve. Recognizing their inability to help, they chose not to complicate matters further. Chun Yi, stretching his limbs slightly, turned toward the shadowy corner and declared, "Let us proceed. It is time to mobilize." In the dark recess, there was no response. Merely a flicker of movement in the inky blackness before it settled into stillness once more. Observing this, Chun Yi shrugged and leapt, vaulting directly through the window. Huang Yaowang and his companions had exited from a window on the opposite side of the building, heading in a different direction. His own location was the main thoroughfare, a grand avenue connecting various side streets. By intercepting all the monsters approaching this area, he could grant Huang Yaowang and the others sufficient time to retreat. As for whether they could escape from the other side, Ji Yi would aid their escape. Chun Yi was acutely aware that the vicinity had likely been encircled. After such a lengthy duration, he could only speculate as to the number of monsters that had converged. Chapter 98, Sole Guardian of the Main Thoroughfare. Indeed, as Chun Yi surmised, an array of monstrous entities had gathered within a nearly 1,000-meter radius surrounding their building. In this cursed expanse, nearly half of the creatures had amassed. Viewed from above, these monsters resembled a dense swarm of maggots, writhing towards Chun Yi's position. As the first wave of monsters encroached upon a 200-meter radius around Chun Yi, his eyes narrowed, electric arcs flickering within their depths. They have arrived. Slowly, Chun Yi unsheathed the thunderblade, inhaling deeply as arcs of lightning began to surge across his body, simultaneously extending to the blade in his hand. Instantly, several lightning patterns began to shimmer upon the blade, while ominous dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled, echoing through the air, as bolts of lightning tore through the inky darkness of the night, illuminating Chun Yi's resolute visage. This time, he opted not to don the Thunder God armor, as doing so would precipitate a decline in his condition within a short span. Given the uncertainty regarding the number of enemies and the extent of their encirclement, such a decision would indeed be folly. Thus, Chun Yi chose to wear the Thunder Garb, enhancing his speed and strength, albeit at the cost of his formidable defensive capabilities. As if sensing the stirrings of Chun Yi, the approaching monsters accelerated, rushing towards him with fervor. It wasn't long before they burst forth from the streets, coming into Chun Yi's line of sight. He discerned that, in addition to the familiar creatures he had encountered previously, there were now dense swarms of rats trailing behind a humanoid monster, concealing themselves in its shadow, surging forward in unison with the main force. However, under Chun Yi's electromagnetic vision, these creatures became utterly inconsequential, whether humanoid or beastly. These monsters possessed the ability to strike with tentacles, extending their reach between 4 to 7 meters. As long as he could neutralize their tentacle assaults, he would hold a significant advantage in close-quarters combat. While analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, Chun Yi steadily advanced forward. He charged forward directly, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Through his previous encounters with these creatures, Chun Yi had discerned a crucial truth. The only genuine threats posed by these monsters were the tentacles capable of ranged attacks. In the past, he had often fallen victim to these tentacles, yet at that time, clad in the Thunder God armor, he had been impervious to their assaults. Now, however, he needed to devise a method to curtail the enemy's tentacle strikes. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Amidst such a relentless barrage of tentacle attacks, even with Chun Yi's speed several times that of his adversaries, evading the onslaught entirely proved to be a formidable challenge. Boom, boom, boom. As Chun Yi approached, Streaks of blue and white lightning cascaded from the ominous clouds above, illuminating the pitch-black night as if it were day. The lightning struck the horde of monsters ahead, incinerating many into mere charred remnants, with the surviving creatures predominantly comprising second-tier mutated beasts, those with relatively robust vitality. Nevertheless, even if they remained alive, their bodies were rendered paralyzed and rigid by the electric strikes, rendering them incapable of movement for the time being. At that moment, Chun Yi's figure surged into the throng of monsters, akin to a bolt of lightning. Swish, swish, swish. The thunderblade in Chun Yi's grasp resembled a long sword forged